Annotation. The future of Violet Reg is painted for many years to come, studying at a prestigious school, the position of maid of honor, marriage with the cousin of the emperor himself. Everything changes one moment. The girl is removed from the yard, the groom with a scandal breaks the engagement, the father threatens the disgraced daughter with a monastery. Save v. Olga Romanovskaya. Required husband or hunt for a dark master. Prologue. Another cup of tea, Eiler? The Marquis was sick of the infinite sweetness in the voice of the director of the Elmer Noble School. And from this ill ear, which she reprimanded with special respiration. As if she did not know that there was not a drop of dark magic in the veins of Cyros Reg. However, Ms. Moore stubbornly ignored this fact, intentionally using the most polite of all the appeals accepted in Legia. In the Empire, purple blood carriers were feared, tried to be as helpful as possible with them. As an interlocutor with the Marquis now. All this led to certain thoughts. My daughter, Cyros reminded about the purpose of his visit. Behind it already sent, my lord, nervous, broke to usual appeal of the director. Even more interesting, sometimes there are so many behind the reservations. Cyros Reg, Marquis Sanks, leaned back on the couch and bowed at the interlocutor. Under his close look, the directors gave birth, the woman almost dropped the brew. Old maiden painted with roses, Cyros mentally described it. Licked hair with light sediments is collected in an ideal bundle, the snow-white collar of the blue dress tightly embraced the throat. The clothes are tightly fastened to all buttons, small, like peas. Elderly brides are impeccable in everything. Fortunately, Cyros' daughter did not face such a fate. Of course, if the school's demon employees are tempted to find her. Is it really so difficult to bring his daughter to him? Half an hour has passed, and Violet still has not appeared. Thank you, I am already fed up. The Marquis resolutely refused the next portion of chamomile manis. I wanted to add, raw throat, but out of courtesy he kept quiet. Cyros gradually lost patience. A little more, and he himself will go in search of his daughter. Finally, the door to the office opened, and the lady's head in the teacher's uniform swept into the resulting slot. The Marquis seemed to be running for a long time, her cheeks were colored so much. 2 bright scarlet spots. Horror froze in her eyes. Well, what else? Cyros asked with slight irritation, intercepting the primacy as a member of the Supreme Council. Throwing a seated look at him, the teacher gully swallowed. What's the matter with them all? The Elmer Noble School was famous for its impeccable teachers, so many dignitaries of the empire gave their daughters here. Now there is no trace of decency, there is plebeian fuss everywhere. Madam, there. Without finishing the phrase, the teacher made expressive eyes and gestured to the director to get out. She was just glad to be able to escape from the Marquis and, pushing, "I'm for a minute, Your Grace," jumped out the door. "Speak," she hissed when they moved away enough that Cyros did not hear them. Lady Violet, she with indignation, the teacher stopped. She kissed the drawing teacher in the assembly hall? She said in wet stains, as if the daughter of the Marquis had caught for something more reprehensible. The young drawing teacher liked many, even the harsh Mrs. Mora, who headed the school. History also cited him at night and believed that one day he would appreciate her soul hidden under a gray uniform dress. But the teacher for some reason preferred Violet, flattered on a beautiful appearance. Maybe Istcha does not have such chic hair, resembling ripe ears of wheat, not so deep eyes of the color of the first greens, but she is not ugly, moreover, wiser, more experienced. What can an 18-year-old girl give a man? But alas, Istcha could not influence someone else's choice, only reported to the director. Although small, revenge. Ms. Moore's heels beat off a fraction in the corridor. She opened the bivouac doors of the assembly hall without a knock and froze, struck by an immoral picture. The girl did not even think to get off the teacher's knees when she appeared, only, having falsely pulled her eyes, politely greeted. This is how you designed the hall for the graduation ball." The director frowned. The truth behind her back has sharpened her ears. "Everything is almost ready, Madam Mape." Having swept, the man threw Violet off his knees and, swinging, pointed to sketches scattered on the floor. "You can see for yourself." "I have already seen." The woman did not give them a look. I will ask you to explain. And there is nothing to explain, Violet shook audaciously into someone else's conversation. I just helped the master teacher and took several lessons on a related subject. Can't I go out into the light of ignorance? Groom's laugh. She looked the director directly in the eye as equal to. Ms. Moore had not met such a cheekiness for a long time, and was glad that the girl would be taken away before presenting the certificates. Although at first she was against the strange whim of the Marquis, now she changed her mind. Violet Redette, your father is waiting for you, the director noticed dry. Hurry up, Violet, and fasten the top button. The mind is incomprehensible. Teacher and student, it was hoped that everything was limited to one open button. Do not check if the stockings and linen were in place. One Mrs. Moore understood for sure she would have to part with the drawing teacher. Pitifully, regrettably, but this is a necessary measure. When the Marquis leaves, go to my office, she added, addressing the culprit of the commotion. For calculation. Well, he nodded crushingly, and, bowing to Violet, added, I am ready to marry, let there be nothing between us. Word of life. Here you go, the girl glinted angrily with her eyes. What nonsense! As a husband, I'm not at all interested in you. Without turning around, ignoring the baffling look of the drawing teacher who drilled his back, Violet left the assembly hall. The back is perfectly straight, the chin is raised. The teacher is a fleeting entertainment, he has and can have nothing to do with the daughter of one of the dignitaries of the empire. Something you long? Met the Marquis appear in Cyros. And you are early. Cyros set up his cheek, and Violet captured on her on-duty daughter's kiss. It makes no sense to leave you here. You are getting married. That's how? The girl raised her eyebrows. And for whom? She showed only formal interest. Why, if it is so clear that one of Liege's noble grooms is prepared for her husband's. The list of potential candidates is small and long known, it remains to hear who exactly the father preferred. Duke of Beryl. Wearing gloves, the Marquis rose from the sofa and took his daughter under his arm. I should say goodbye to the director, but she was delayed, and he already stuck at school for an impossibly long time. He wants to go to the carriage herself. Understandably, Violet nodded. And only? Cyros grinned. Don't you flatter to become the wife of the Emperor's cousin? Very, but now I am too tired, sorry. Perhaps you will be pleased with the second news, Marquis. Winked, from now on you are the maid of honor of the Empress Mother. You understand, school education is good, but you need to hang out at court. Violet smiled anticipatingly. Now her father was really pleased, she was going to the court. It's scary to think how many opportunities he opened up, and Duke Miles Beryl she will marry him. It's stupid to give up the son of a princess. They never met live. Violet spent almost all her childhood at the Elmer Noble School for a long 10 years, but the girl heard a lot about him. About Miles spoke extremely positively, although she would have had 3 things: youth, pleasant appearance and position in society. Nothing, a court, they will meet, conclude an engagement and play a wedding, mixing the blood of 2 noble families. In fact, they will do what they expect from people from their circle from birth. Chapter 1. The creepy thing is magic. Having screwed her lips, the Empress Mother bowed to Marquis Sonks, expecting objections, but they were not followed by. Amberly nodded quietly and, aristocratically bending the little finger, after the crowned interlocutor she drank some more coffee with milk, the favorite drink of the widow of the deceased emperor. Despite the venerable age, she categorically refused to replace it with more useful tea. However, one look at Regina Stefania Granzid would be enough to understand she was clearly not going to die. To many it even seemed that the Empress Dowager will survive her own children. Perfect elastic skin, albeit covered with a net of small wrinkles, confident tenacious gaze, and no less clear mind. Regina's figure also has not undergone much change. She recovered slightly after giving birth, the appearance of children rarely passes without a trace, but this unlimited. However, excessive thinness would only spoil the Empress Dowager. At her age not up to diets, you immediately turn into a mummy. I completely agree with you, Emberly nodded. They look like complete opposites, light and darkness, blonde, not losing the former beauty of the Marquis and Empress with silver-plated dark chocolate of hair. But your father is the rector, with a slight smile recalled Regina, and put a cup on a saucer. Neatly, with jewelry accuracy, without hitting a tiny gilded spoon. Magic in your blood. Ah, your majesty? The Marquis waved her hand, sparkling with a family ring with ruby. The smallest, fading crumbs. You know, girls are mediocre, capable of only small tricks. However, they strongly require admission to the academy. The interlocutor touched on an acute topic. The son recently received an angry petition. From whom? Ladies enjoy daytime coffee in the Empress Dowager's boudoir. Only selected. Marquis Sanks was among them. A lot of pink, living flowers in vases. You can't immediately say that the room belonged to an elderly woman. But Regina did not change her former habits and interests just because they didn't fit the age or went out of fashion. That's why everything remained the same here as in her youth, when the 16-year-old princess arrived at the court. From a couple. At the last word, the Empress's lips flinched contemptuously. They urged to influence your father. Be deceased, your majesty, he copes with such discontent. I suppose those women are not sufficiently knowledgeable? You guessed, Amberley. Now the owner of the boudoir was smiling. To some extent I can understand them, and advise my son to give them the opportunity to get a different education. Many do not have to hope for family or husband, they must get food on their own. The Marquis sighed seriously, either sympathizing with the poor, or in support of the Empress. Heard, having lowered my voice, she changed the topic, the designer again in the capital. I have creeps on my skin from the mere thought that you can encounter him in the corridor, admitted Amberley. Among themselves, women called only one person an idler, and Regina instantly realized who was in question. Drop, she touched the palm of the interlocutor with encouragement. The master has no, and cannot have complaints about the Red Clan. However, I am still scared, Marquis. Every time he appears, trouble happens. Only with those who deserve them. In the voice of the Empress, steel rang. I cannot love the Doris as much as I like, but he does not punish the innocent. He does not have to worry about the future of the crown. And yet dark magic Amberley did not finish and sighed again. In short, I would prefer to later meet with purple blood carriers. Like us all, Regina echoed. Silence briefly hung in the boudoir, violated only by the Empress's beloved cat. The animal stubbornly tried to get a toy mouse from under the puffin. The claws squeezed along the parquet, clung to the upholstery. Nothing, replaced, knocked. When is the wedding scheduled? Regina finally touched on the topic for which she invited the Marquis. I want to walk on another one before my eyes close forever. Well, your majesty, it's too early for you to leave, asked Amberley, putting in the words maximum molasses. You have not yet married your son. And this is my big headache, the Empress Dowager frowned and put the lowered cup on a silver tray. Marquis followed her example, although there was still a little mixture of coffee and milk at the bottom. Walter stubbornly does not want to understand that Legion needs heirs. Not illegitimate, which he has full and legitimate. I think I'll have to put the bride in his bed to get him married. The time will come, and everything will be formed, reassured the patroness of Amberley. His Imperial Majesty is still young. He is 40, Amberley. Regina annoyed her. Already 40, and not a hint of a wedding. The same miles as engaged to your daughter, although 10 years younger. Pause equals 450. Everything is formed, the Marquis stubbornly repeated. Some weaknesses are permissible to the Emperor. These weaknesses are already a complete palace, Empress. He repeated almost all my maids of honor. Yes, even Helena complained. Meant the younger sister of the late ruler Helen Sylvia Granzid, married Duchess Beryl. She is afraid to invite guests when Walter has. Her Imperial Highness exaggerates. Amberley hid a smile in the corners of her lips. She would not admit anything to Regina, but suspected the true reason for the Duchess's discontent. Walter did not want to pay attention to the right woman. Not to her aunt, of course, but to the rigor in this matter has not interfered with anyone, the interlocutor noted. Young people should be more often remembered about such concepts as honor and conscience. I completely agree with you, the Marquis sub-biased. It resembles water. Where you will send it, it will flow there. It is this property that is the ability to adjust to the environment. Rubbing into trust helped her in her time to get Cyros reg. 20 years ago he was known as an enviable groom, a lot of beauties and just rich heiresses were hanging around the Marquis, but Cyros married her. Of course, her father's high post played a role, but Amberly tried in herself. Pity could not give birth to a son, but the woman was going to resume attempts. She is healthy, still attractive and will meet the expectations of the spouse. And you need to live up to it, otherwise Amberly risked being an ex-wife. Let Cyros not openly express dissatisfaction, she understood everything herself. Without an heir, the genus will be interrupted, and this cannot be allowed. Nice to hear, Regina nodded approvingly. In light of recent history, she did not agree, threw her eyes at the clock and frowned. At all I fell ill, forgot about business. And remember, the Empress unexpectedly winked, I should be the first to find out about the wedding date, counting on you. A good couple of them, very good, from your Violet and Miles Elena. You can count on me, Your Majesty. Amberly jumped and, sitting in the curtain, reached for her graciously extended arm. Waiting for you in the masquerade, dear Amberly, you and your daughter, of course. Save me from death boredom, Regina laughed. Others consider me an ancient ruin and turn accordingly. As if from now on I am interested in judging only about medicines and diseases, be sure to prepare a couple of fresh gossip for me, already turning your back, the Empress added. You can even piquant. The Marquise, still in a semi-folded position, fell to the door, and the Empress hid in the bedroom. She needed to clean herself up and change clothes before talking to her son. The mother's position allowed not to seek an audience, but Regina respected someone else's peace and did not solve issues during rest hours. During a conversation with the Marquise, she waited for the right hour, when, gaining strength, Walter again plunges into the abyss of state affairs. After dinner and no talk of politics. The maids fussed around Regina, carefully combing each hair. The Empress admitted this only to the closest. She did not want to age. That is why the dresses were sewn in the latest fashion, and did not copy gritty widow cases half a century ago. Pause equals 450. Although not surprising, one thing gave rise to another. It was the blood in the veins of the Tame of Darkness that painted the mountain purple, and not vice versa. All right, down with the widow's color. The Empress chose a coffee dress decorated with the finest lace for a visit to her son. A pair of threads of pearls closely wrapped his neck. On her chest a medallion depicting the late spouse. Let Regina not love him, but invariably recalled with warmth and respect. Marriages in her environment were concluded by calculation and meet a banal understanding, great luck. A small diamond diadem crowned a neat hairstyle. No veil, let everyone admire the side laid on the temples. A little lipstick and blush. Regina looked quite at herself in the triple mirror. She is still good enough, not shriveled old woman. Can you stay different when you are surrounded by young maids of honor? The Empress was fed by their freshness, instead taught everyday wisdom. School and governess is good, but too little for light. Let Violet give me a fan. She remembered the new ward coming under her wing in early summer. Her son is probably stuffy. Forever the servants forget to open the windows. The maid of honor looked helplessly. The maid of honor was absent, escaped as soon as the Marquis came. Well, what did they freeze? Clouds. Regina began to get angry. Bone fan with lilies. Now, Your Majesty? Once engulfed, one of the maids ran out. If the Empress Dowager needed a fan, she was obliged to get it. Did I ask you to bring it to you? But Regina was still unhappy with. Where is Lady Reg? She is not, the servant voiced the terrible truth and pale. Now a storm will break out? And where is she? The Empress moved her eyebrows. A completely different woman looked at the servants from the mirror. Not a pacified calm aunt, but a formidable ruler. We do not know, your majesty, the finally bewildered maid. So find it. Regina's hand fell down with force on the toilet table, almost throwing the powder. Or should I do it for you? Let's go out. I did not have to order twice, the bedroom was instantly empty. Oh, these girls, the empress mumbled angrily. Surely ran away to the groom. What was taught only in the noble school? But nothing, I will seriously talk to her, explain the full importance of observing etiquette and other subtleties. Regina's heels rhythmically knocked on the enfilades and transitions of the palace. Over the past years, the woman's gait has not changed much, retained lightness and springiness. The court ladies barely kept up with her. I had to urgently call another to replace the missing viola. Alabards of the guards rose synchronously, opening the passage. It was worth Regina to appear on the staircase. The Empress Mother quickly passed them, feeling in her son's personal chambers. She hoped to find him in the office and stopped abruptly, finding the room empty. Leaving the maid of honor far behind, Regina added a step. She opened the doors one after another, but with the same success. The sun seemed to evaporate. Only the bedroom remained, and the Empress Dowager sharply pressed the handle to fossilize on the doorstep. Pause equals. Mom? The Emperor turned around with a mixture of discontent and surprise, holding his sliding pants with one hand. However, this was not necessary. The naked buttocks of the man and the backward skirts of the woman made it possible to make a complete picture of what was happening. Madam? The fuck still had the audacity to turn to her? It would be better to hide the chest, shameless, and pull up the stockings. Breathing hard from her anger, Regina turned away. Taking advantage of this, Violet jumped off the imperial lodge with lightning, hurriedly putting herself in order. Her chest did not want to be squeezed into a corset. In addition, she managed to breathe. Get out of here, poking a finger in the chest of a loose girl, ordered Regina. She somehow coped with herself, did not voice the words swirling in the language. But, Madam, bewildered Violet. What did she actually do? Subjects are obliged to fulfill the will of the monarch, whatever it is. And is Violet the first court lady to visit Walter's bed? Not blind and deaf his mother, so as not to know about it. Some mercies can be achieved only through bed. In the case of Violet there was still interest. The Emperor charmed her from the first day at court, gave her various signs of attention for 4 months, and the young Marquis succumbed to his courtship. For you, I am Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. Regina seems to be a dead ice water of slaughter. You do not deserve my trust and certainly will not remain my maid of honor. Son, she turned to Walter, put her out, we need to talk. Pause. The incoming court ladies did not find all the piquant details, but they saw enough to dissolve the gossip around the palace. Violet left the imperial bedroom under their condemning views. Envied, no other than pause equals 450 kanji, moralists, Violet herself did not regret anything. It was magical. The Emperor's lips, his sweet whispers, weasels. She was not even afraid of his nature, although before she had not seen naked men even in the pictures. You lost the last shame? Learning about what happened, the mother leaned on Violet. In the palace of only conversations, as you jumped on the Emperor, sorry, heaven, for a rude word. And what? The girl still did not understand why everyone was so overwhelmed. No one called to look at them. Why does no one read the notations to the same Empress? Knock when entering someone else's bedroom. Dura? Amberly in her heart slapped her daughter. Violet fell asleep and lost her burning skin. It hurts? Do you even understand how everything will turn out? The Marquis heaped. Your marriage is under threat. Just because I wanted to learn love before the wedding? Violet raised her eyebrows. I'm sure Miles is not stupid and will understand everything. In addition, the Emperor called me. This is such an honor. For the maid, not for the noble lady. Who needs a scolded bride? I am a virgin, the girl noticed with her eyes, and she added, I could have become a woman, but the old woman was prevented by. The second cheek was cut from the strap. Are you completely out of your mind? The whitewashed Amberly hissed. They execute for such words. Well, yes, the mother is right, she overcame the old woman, but the rest is true. If only the Duke would not refuse you. The Marquis was due to walk through the chambers assigned to her in the palace. Imagination painted one another scarier than shame, ridicule behind his back, the end of friendship with Regina. And all because of a stupid daughter intoxicated with freedom. You shouldn't have taken it to Cyros, but can you argue with your husband? Now you have to beg the Beryl family, invite a doctor to examine Violet, and somehow make excuses to the spouse. Marquis will blame his wife for everything and will never forgive if such a desired marriage does not occur. Chapter 2. Nothing happened, don't you understand? Violet's cheeks were burning. She tried for a broken hour to break the gap in the stubbornness of the Duke of Beryl, but the fool did not want to listen to anything. True, now the girl doubted. Did she not commit stupidity? It was necessary to wait, think, carefully weigh everything, but His Majesty's attention became intoxicated, and Violet forgot about everything in the world. As a result, she now stood in the middle of the living room and nervously squeezed her handkerchief. You can, of course, sit down, but this required calm, which Violet did not see pause equals. Leave it, Violet, mourned Miles. You look pathetic. He measured in front of her, tall, with a family square chin, a heavy look from under ridiculous eyebrows, and could not understand how he was in such an nasty situation, in the center of a disgusting scandal. Ergana sits before the wedding? And who is the rival, his own crown cousin? Fighting him is useless. Miles would not have swallowed a grudge if pride were to be sacrificed for the good of the motherland, but here is another case. Violet Reg, just a pretty maid of honor of the Empress Mother, Walter said so. He was quite frank with his cousin when invited to drink some sherry overnight. They needed to talk, at least at the insistence of the Duchess Beryl Sr. Aunt arranged a noble puzzle for her nephew. He regretted 3 times that he stopped looking at the young blonde. But this did not change anything. Violet was disgraced, the whole capital whispered about her, and Miles was laughed at. Pathetic? The girl exhaled amazingly and still collapsed into the chair. The hand slid down the neck, pulling the tight putts of the necklace. I wanted to tear it off, but Violet held back. Pathetic? She repeated. In my opinion, pity is worthy of you, my lord. Believe gossip? Then where is the coat of Empress Regina? Struck the Duke. Violet twitched and painfully squeezed her lips. The Empress Mother publicly ripped off her cipher and trampled. Everything is silent, as if the former maid of honor did not deserve even censure. Yes, after the scene in the bedroom of the Empress's monarch after Violet, there was no. For the rest of the maids of honor too. They carefully bypassed the girl, in every way showing contempt, and if they could not disperse, they crudely pushed her shoulder. Under other circumstances Violet would answer, but now understood. She was provoked. Pause. You might think they didn't dream of an emperor. Some have already visited him and not once, but cowed moralist. However, Violet did not stay in the palace for a long time. She was politely but categorically asked to vacate the chambers. The girl, entangled in a train of notoriety, returned to her father's house. You have nothing to answer? The view of the Duke burned. Strange for the innocent. I do not deny intentions, but refute the fait accompli. Violet found the strength to raise her head, to answer to his opinion no less sharp, firm. Life at school accustomed to wrestling, and the grandfather repeatedly repeated, no doubt he meant boys, but it didn't change anything. I'm a virgin. Or do you doubt my words? I doubt. With the same success, the groom could give her a stray. And from now on I do not want to have anything to do with you. Your promiscuity is obvious. A decent girl at least blushed with the word virgin. And that's all? Violet went in hysterical laughter. Pardon, heaven, what a small thing. When did virtue suddenly become measured by timidity and ignorance? For you, everything, Miles printed, and for me too much. At stake is my honor, the honor of my family. I repeat, my lady, I am sadly forced to break the engagement. Please return the ring. Violet wide open her eyes. She could not believe that everything had happened. Here he stands in front of her, so inexorable, and requires a ring. The girl waited a little, but nothing changed. Miles did not joke. Our marriage, There will be no marriage, Miles cut off, and minimized the distance that separated them, as if he wanted to smear the hated bride on the back of the chair, not leave a wet place from her. And I will not change my mind. You yourself are to blame. Ring? He had never shouted before, and Violet deserted. Obeying someone else's will, removed a white gold rim from her finger, and handed the Duke. He nodded satisfactorily and carelessly removed the ring in his pocket. Long happy life, my lady. And all, nothing else. Lord Miles Abbey, Duke Beryl turned his back on her and disappeared behind the door. He was not going to turn around too, although Violet secretly hoped for it. It did not fit in my head. How can you neglect it? Such a beautiful, noble daughter of a member of the Supreme Council. But Miles refused the wedding. Due to ridiculous doubts about virginity, Violet could not understand what she was so valuable. Well, she was not going to have children from another man. Violet, after all, tried for them both, and the girl would explain everything, if Miles allowed, if he listened to. The yard opened her eyes for a lot, saved from the remnants of illusions, as if in order to keep the man, enough kisses. Maybe the former groom had only one mistress, but with an inept wife, he would have started a second one, which Violet would not have suffered. And so everyone is satisfied. Alas, only in maiden thoughts. Or did she deceive herself, and the Emperor was not a means to tie the Duke of Beryl to herself? Scrolling through the events of recent months, Violet became convinced that she fell under his charm, losing control of her own actions. Thoughts turned like a squirrel in a wheel, changing one another, and the girl did not really have time to think about them. The old world collapsed. She did not yet understand how to live in a new one, but Violet believed that fate would always favor her. Nothing to calm the nerves, the girl spread a couple of hauls on a magnificent skirt on Duke Beryl. The light did not converge with a wedge. It is a shame, of course, not to mate with the imperial family, but also for the better. To be in the retinue of the Empress Mother, to see her every day, then happiness. I would definitely not have transferred the Princess Mother-in-law to. She is capricious and nonsense, worse than an old woman. And a donkey husband? If Miles is already such a fool's fool, then after it will become completely unbearable. And I would have to live with him for the rest of my days, listening to what mercy they showed me by forgiving the affair with the Emperor. Violet's cheeks were a little burdened. There, in the imperial bedroom, she was not afraid, although the pages of textbooks depicting naked men were carved out at the Ulmer Noble School, and the mentors only mentioned in passing a certain tool for childbearing. I remember, the monarch was surprised by her reaction. Violet seemed so natural. She sincerely did not understand why other women were afraid of intimacy with men. Something inside her demanded that the Emperor do it faster, literally push him. The memory came and went. Violet returned to rude reality. Without a ring, with the status of an abandoned bride. Who can I choose? By humming the carrier, the girl put her finger to her lips, a bad habit, from which neither the babysitter nor the governess could rid her. Now I will not rely on my father. 5 remained on the list of potential grooms, and, thinking, Violet chose Earl Warwick. Let him be old for 45 years, but she will not believe dirty innuendo, is not subject to categorical youth, in addition, is also a member of the council. He is not a freak, bending his fingers, listed the virtues of Count Violet, not stupid, rich. Parents died, no one will grab me. And he also has a castle, the prospect of becoming chairman of the council. I will give him a long-awaited heir, and my beauty will crush old age. She did not think about love on both sides, she had enough respect. If you whimsical, wait for a bright feeling, you will die the old maiden. Good grooms and brides in the cradle are dismantled, you need to grab and run. Violet's mood improved slightly. She assured of her future high status and well-equipped life, and ordered to serve tea. However, she was not allowed to enjoy it. Only the girl brought a cup to her lips as the door opened and the parents entered the room. They never walked the couple, and Violet immediately suspected something wrong. So, it's better to put a cup on the table so as not to rush. How to look in the water? Why did the Duke come? Having crossed his hands on his chest, the Marquis stopped a non-burning look at his daughter. Amberly, a faithful squire, froze to his right, nervously biting her lower lip. He broke the engagement, father. Violet did not see the point of hiding, they will still soon find out. Cyros noisily released air through his nostrils and occupied one of the vacant seats. His wife followed suit, having loved the couch. Having pulled, she took the cup of her daughter. Violet did not mind from the tray, translating a stressful look from one person to another. Something she didn't like, very much disliked. Parents' dissatisfaction is understandable, but too much the mother is nervous, and the father is pale. Or after Miles left, do they have time to fight? Violet had no doubt, the Marquis parted the failed son-in-law with a couple of capacious wishes. Time to collect family advice. Parents glanced, and the girl cut into the chair. In a narrow circle or? She specified and with horror, presented a pillar of relatives. Of all the relatives, Violet was well remembered only by her maternal grandfather, and because she was at his academy. Secular life was poorly combined with maternal duties, babysitters are not always reliable, and Amberly sometimes took her daughter to her father to pick up on the way back from another hunt or picnic. Since then, yes, the darkness of time since entering school. They didn't give you words, the Marquis responded evil, reinforcing his words with a derogatory look. Violet quietly, squeezing into the back of the chair. Only green eyes sparkled damp. Everything you could have already done. The air in the living room thickened, now the girl was strangled not only by an necklace, but also by a dress. Right, why did she choose a fashionable one, with a facilitating elevator? I wanted to make an impression, make amends for a misunderstanding. Miles was left deaf and blind to women's charms, did not change the stupid decision. And now my father was angry. Well, Amberly? Marquis turned his eyes on her wife, and she sighed convulsively, lowering her head. What did you do at court while our daughter chalked on the hem of the bedroom? Father, I am at all. Violet was indignant, and bit her tongue with sharp shouting. Keep quiet. Cyros knocked his fist on the table. The empty tray jumped, and flew to the floor with a ringing. Not a word more. It's in your best interest to open your mouth when I allow. The girl laughed and turned away. Before she was not treated like that. So, the Marquis crunched his fingers, Violet glorified herself at court, Duke Beryl broke off the engagement, the Empress Mother does not want to see her. Bad? He made a short pause and struck. Congratulations, in reality it is still worse. Worse? Amberly responded with a fallen voice. Blood was cast from her face, even hot tea could not return the blush on it. Exactly, the Marquis. He looked on top of the spouse's head, clutching and stretching his fingers. Everyone refused our daughter. All, you know, today I received an invitation to. For two, without Violet. I'm sure the rest will do the same, refuse her home. But still? With a stagnant hope asked the Marquis and brought the cup for fear of breaking. She understood what invitation it was about to the imperial masquerade. It was attended by all the nobles of Lygia, regardless of the titles and condition. Violet considered below the village squire. No, Amberly, that's what it is, the Marquis stubbornly shook his head. You'll probably be interested in my morning correspondence, he added bailingly, referring to Violet. The girl nodded uncertain. She doubted that there was something good, but her father would still say. So, I received 8 letters from the most generous families of Lygia. They strongly asked to cross them out of the marriage list. And Earl Warwick? Violet's voice flinched against his will. He was among the first. No one, you know, no one wants to see you as their fiancé. No, Cyros grinned, leaning on the back of the chair. Of course, you can try your luck in the provincial wilderness. Of course, no title for you and your children, just another shame on our head. But I will not allow it, therefore, dear daughter, you will have to go to the monastery. Save the remnants of the honor of the Red clan. A monastery? Her to the monastery? Violet did not believe her own ears. Flouting a miserable existence is much worse than at school becoming a shadow of a person. She is too young, too much she wanted to pray and wait decades for death locked in a tiny cell. Mom? Violet's lips trembled. She was ready to cry. Father joked, didn't she? Amberly did not smile, did not dispel her fears. Your father didn't think to joke. It was necessary to first think about the consequences, she noticed slouchily. Or did you think that after checkers with the emperor a line of grooms would line up for you? This is how she thought. Naive. From now on, you are a defective bride. Only deaf in all details did not hear you spread your legs in front of the emperor. The Marquis took the word again. Everyone is aware of the color of your underwear, lace garter. Cyros settled down and thought hard. Violet did not rush him. In the air it smelled like the hope of not spending the rest of his days with a shaved head. Illyr? Amberly clarified with lips. He is also a man, rich and noble, her husband shrugged. In addition, the only nobleman of our circle who does not care about Violet's honor. Either he or the monastery. He, the girl shouted gently, even jumped up from the place. I agree to marry Lord Doralarin. At least for the Bone King himself, if only not go to the mountains. There is no way back from there, the monastery does not return novices. They lose everything. Name, clothes, hair. They should not love and hate, to be interested in something, dream, only allowed to pray and work. Are you sure? The Marquise in doubt looked at her daughter. He is a dark magician and rumored. There are too many rumors about me, too, quit the cheerful Violet. Even if he is a beach, I can charm him. It will not be a month before I get the ring. Then you can start. Cyros grinned and threw a look at the pocket watch. If I am not mistaken, soon the Count will complain to your grandfather. Amberly, he visits the academy in October? The Marquis thought briefly and nodded. October 15, every year for 12 years now. Today, students with a dark gift will be granted. Illyr. And what does he do with them? Violet loved. Previously, magic was not part of her interests, but when the future husband is the head of the secret guard of the empire, you will involuntarily have to understand it. Takes. Sorry, honey, you better ask your grandfather. I'm insanely far from the academy. Amberly spread her hands. She calmed down a little, rang the bell, and told the servant to pick up the cup. Well, pick up the tray at the same time. Secretly the Marquise hoped her husband would change her mind, make a more solid dowry or something, and poor girl Violet would not have to marry the terrible dark magician. Chapter 3. Violet strongly did not know what to do. An unfamiliar feeling for her. Before she was led by an invisible guide thread. Voice in her head, intuition, higher powers, but something always dictated to her the only correct solution. As it turned out, this power. Shaking her head, the girl looked around. She will not allow as little as excitement to cross out all efforts. Violet Monastery will not go. Point. Where can I look for him? Thoughtfully scratching the tip of her nose, Violet raised her eyes to the stucco medallion above the main entrance to the academy. The crew drove the girl to the gate, then she had to walk unheard of for the lady her position. You just don't have a situation, Violet reminded herself, looking closely into the bas-relief. On it allegorically depicted the victory of light omnipotent Inhos over the darkness of Mai, the first and only eternal beings in the universe. The other gods so sent, and those are eternal antagonists, and there is a world. Some of the magicians drew strength from Inho's breath, in others, the blood of Mai was awakened. Purple blood. Violet rushed. Scary, but she is not a doctor, since so, no matter what flows in the veins of her future husband. Get it? Thought brought the girl back to reality. Glancing at the graceful lady's watch, hidden in a secret dress pocket, Violet decisively knocked. Another stupid rules? Might not make the high-born move from foot to foot behind the fence. Late for admission? Lazily responded the gatekeeper on the other side. Receipts? Violet's breath intercepted from someone else's arrogance. Did you not see the emblems? The rector was granted a granddaughter, and if you... She did not have time to agree. The gatekeeper, who was greeted with fear, opened the gate, with a quick mumble of justification. Mole, did not admit, my lady so rarely arrives. He could be understood. The last time Violet Reg crossed the threshold of the Magical Academy of Light as a child, she found out that the Count had already arrived. Since so, he probably had a grandfather. Violet did not doubt, a person of this rank will not run around the academy. Everyone will come to him. As soon as they left, the secretary spread her hands, simultaneously offering tea to the tall guest. From her lovely smile, Violet felt that it was only a mask of friendliness, behind which the woman hid the true relationship. And that real terribly did not like the girl. "Where to?" She refused tea, angrily tapping her fingers on the table. How bleak in the reception room, what high ceilings, massive furniture, and also extremely many papers. Part was stored in bubble. Cabinets, part sewn into folders, lay on the table. The secretary just laid them out in stacks when, not without someone else's help, Violet still got to the reception of her grandfather. At the viewing, the woman shrugged. "Ilir prefers to personally select students, so then I will find it myself." Violet cut it off sharper than she should. "Bad nerves. You need to pick yourself up." Think, some employee with a grin looks at her when, as she believes, Violet does not notice. And certainly should not be hectic because of the strange atmosphere in the walls of the academy. The Magical Academy of Light occupied an extensive plot of land in the northern part of the capital. Once it was located outside of it, but then the city grew, absorbing the monastery of wizards. Built of red brick, the academy was very different from the surrounding houses. What only cost the shaded cast gutters with shrapnel as a child, Violet loved to see them, notice details, dig into the old library that remembered the formation of the empire, but since then her interests have changed significantly. "I don't understand men?" Holding skirts so as not to get dirty, the girl walked to the fencing hall. She was lucky, a kind soul in the form of one of the teachers indicated where to look for the elusive heroine. Why could not assign selection to the secretary? In personal affairs there are necessary notes, just slip and choose the best. Or for another reason he comes here, looks, sniffs. The name of the head of the secret guard of the empire left in the language a metal taste. Even those who were afraid who had nothing to do with magic. Violet was to become his wife. In some way honorable. For all the birth of the Duke of Beryl, he could not boast so great, implicated in fear of respect, as an Iler. A unique husband and wife will stand out from the crowd, decent compensation for humiliation. Cold air hit the face, knocking extra thoughts out of her head. Focusing on a separate structure under the gable roof, Violet tightly smelled a fur-ridden cape and added a step. In some cases, ladies can lose power. There was very little left to the cherished porch under the protective visor when the door opened, revealing for whom the girl came to the academy. Dorlarine, Count Score, Master of the Secret Guard and so on, appeared before Violet, not in the image of a dead or exhausted old man, what she feared deep down. They even turned out to be a little similar. Nature rewarded Dora with green eyes. On this, the similarity ended. His eyes are not spring greens, and the shade of the gemstone, too bright, too ideal for a living person. Elongated sharp face with stucco cheekbones. Nose with hump, giving out congenital stubbornness. A rigid line of a narrow mouth, a high forehead, partially hidden by an oblique loose knuckle. The hair of the Ilir, depending on the light that fell on them, was cast with either ice or fire. Before Violet did not suspect that there were such burning brunettes. Dora's skin had a strange hue. It seems to be pale, but with heat breaking from the inside. And also thick lashes. Their own Violet immediately seemed short and liquid paws. All but not skinny. Dressed here, Violet suffered disappointment. No pattern sewing, gold threads, at least Sable's paws equals 450. Ilir wrapped himself in a dark gray dress, as if he hoped to become invisible. Only a pale red hood was knocked out of the monotone range. Dor walked along the track and talked with the rector half a turn, so he did not notice the girl. But his grandfather immediately recognized his granddaughter. His eyes expanded surprisingly, and he dared to interrupt the companion, turning to Violet. "What fate, sweetheart? See, I'm a little busy lurking." The rector nodded at the Iler. "Amberley did not warn about you, otherwise I would have ordered you to meet." Please stay in the reception room, I almost got free. Almost, that is, Violet will delay a little longer, she would definitely be late. She counted at least on a curious look, polite interest, but Dora looked through it. It seemed as if a girl did not exist for him. Hurt by such an appeal, Violet immediately revealed the cards. I'm afraid I didn't come to you, Grandpa. I need a filter. Dora's lips barely noticeably twisted. And nothing else. They knew from power for a couple of minutes, and the Count had already twice neglected her. Before Violet's men did not refuse, and she rushed into the attack, spurred by the offense. My lady has a slash? It turns out that the Cherubin was able to talk? The baritone of the Count enveloped it, so that at the end of the phrase, to strike the relaxed victim in the heart. So a dozen ice flows entered Violet's chest. She fell asleep, panic for a moment, feeling like a driven victim of a mater predator. I don't care, the girl mentally shook herself. You will see him with strength once a day, and in the bedroom even less often. I've heard so much about you, Eilear. She started the marriage game. So dreamed of meeting? Dreamed? Dora skeptically yelled. There is not a drop of dark blood in you, I can't help. What are you talking about? Violet said. He did not react as she expected. He was not interested in her mouth, lip, which the girl seemed to accidentally bite, in excitement, did not follow her fingers, which shaved the nappy on her chest. Yes, what there, the Eiler did not allow her to look into her eyes. No matter how much Violet tried, she could not intercept his look. About learning. But in any case I am glad to meet us. What, that's it? Will he say goodbye and leave? Violet could not allow this and resorted to a forbidden reception, stepping, picturesque waved her hands and collapsed under the feet of a high guest of the academy. Now the alarmed Eiler will kneel down in front of her, take on her hands, but Dora did not move, only shook his head immaculately. Cheap trick. At least the heartbeat was slowed for plausibility. Stunned, Violet rose and stared at the Eiler. No shadow of anxiety, she is part of the landscape for him. But the rector was scared, he already wanted to send for a doctor, when her granddaughter came to life so quickly. Fainting occurs due to lack of blood supply. Dora gave a lecture. In an unconscious state, the pulse slows down, as well as breathing. Skin acquires a bluish tint, noticeably paler. I am sure that the next time you will take into account errors and... Violet noisily pulled in the air and gifted the Eiler with a murderous look. Dottie remained unresponsive, only barely noticeably raised the corner of her mouth. They say, what next, young lady? However, the girl did not plan to give up. Your disbelief is insulting, she bothered, and with the help of her grandfather she rose to her feet. On a pretty face she flashed with annoyance. Because of the blackly Eiler, the cape got dirty, and on the hem of the dress there was a disgusting brown spot. I really did not feel good, Pam. I do not dare to dissuade. All good. How? And that's it? How could he turn his back on her, pass by, almost pushing? Extremely impolite on the part of Doris, even roughly, Violet barely managed to extricate herself. Merlin, is it all, or did you hide a couple of suitable students? Without turning around, threw Eiler over his shoulder. Violet is broken. And from the voice, arrogant, with a rate of boredom, and from the chosen form of treatment. Hardly they are friends with the rector, the Count has no reason for familiarity. But Lord Merlin Gore is used to the oddities of a guest with purple blood. Even if they insulted, I had to carefully overlook. For all my regalia, the rector of the Magic Academy of Light was inferior to Doru in all. Talked, Maggie herself drove him with his hand. Alas, there is no one else. The rector sighed, dreaming rather of staying alone, preferably in the society of a good book. Not enough. It was not necessary to see Dora's face to guess, he pressed his lips. Full academy of idleness. Violet stayed close to her grandfather and listened carefully, observed. Not got strong, and not at all romantic, it was necessary to find an approach to it. It seems that she came up with it, but let them finish with business. Pardon, the rector. Insulting the guest with an ice whip whipped on the lungs. To grace the prerogative of the emperor, I only forgive cut off the Eiler, and, finally stopping, turned. You are not yet for what? Violet noticed how his grandfather paled for a moment at the word by, how his fingers twitched, squeezing into his fists. The phrase really sounded ambiguous. Whether Lord Gore did not commit any misconduct, or Dor did not consider him worthy of leniency. The dark magician was annoying. I wanted to put him out the gate rather and breathe freely, without fear of seeing the shadows of Ma's children. You spoke derogatingly about my pupils, which means about me p. Fullness, Merlin. A smile did not affect the eye, even the lips seemed to obey the will of the mind with an effort, having developed in a grimace. I didn't have to insult you in my thoughts. Excellent academy, excellent management. I was just unlucky this year. Am I lucky? The rector thought darkly. No one will give an answer to this question. Taking advantage of a short pause, Violet persistently pinched her grandfather by the elbow and pointed at herself first, then on the Eiler. He still thought that she was one of the students. The misunderstanding needs to be corrected. After several pinches, Lord Gore still realized that they wanted Lady Violet Reg, daughter of Marquis Sanks, a member of the Supreme Council with a tint of doom fatigue finished Dor. We are not at the ball. It is not necessary to list all titles and positions. Nice to meet you. Violet's lips sore with diligence. She didn't smile so sweetly even to the emperor, but you don't want to go to the monastery. You won't be parted like that yet. I doubt it, skeptically grinning the elder. Acquaintance with me is as pleasant as with bubonic plague. But I am glad that you are the granddaughter of the rector, not a brainless student. Otherwise I would have to ask you to exclude. Eiler is talking about herself, the girl said, ignoring the last phrase. For all their oddities, the Count had the right to his. Shoot. Dor bowed his head on top, carefully studying Violet's face. That became uncomfortable. He seemed to remove the skin from her. You even pronounce the Eiler with an inhalation. That's how they usually do it, either swallow quickly or etch. Having snacked her lip, Violet turned away, hiding her annoyance. It turns out he knows. Although what did she expect? It is strange if the head of the secret guard of the Empire had not heard about the scandal. The task became noticeably complicated, but to retreat not in Violet's rules. And, having rebuilt the troops, she struck. It is sad that such an impassive man notices only fear. I am sure that not one girl stole her eyes on you and put in the Eiler a hidden hope. Violet sighed convulsively. Her eyelashes fluttered, as if hiding mental excitement. Dor laughed, sincerely, heartily, destroying the ice mask shackling his face. Pardon, my lady, I don't need a wife. Even as charming as you. Violet's chest seemed to be blown out of the air. The seduction plan collapsed like a house of cards. You are not the first, slightly softened, apparently to comfort, erase the placy expression from the maiden's face, remarked the Eiler. I lost my account. Sure, when the scandal settles, you will pick up some baron and pair with his lover to promote his money. And now I'm sorry, the voice of the Eiler has gained past notes. It is time for me. I rarely go to the capital and should have time to visit several acquaintances. The girl did not immediately understand what he wanted, why she was looking closely at her hand, and then she realized. Still not recovering from the shock, Violet gave Dor a palm to kiss, flashing a strange glove on his right hand. It seemed taller and did not fit her fingers so tightly as another. When the Eiler, contrary to convenience, held her palm with his left hand, the girl's curiosity only intensified. The Count is not left-handed. He moved from his right leg, actively gestured with his right hand, but for some reason now led her behind her back, as if hiding. Now I better not touch you, Dor explained vaguely and straightened. For your own good. Violet looked over with his grandfather, but he only shrugged. Pause equals 450. How much the rector remembered, the glove did not take off his gloves, and often used his left hand for greetings. Goodbye, Lady Reg. In Dora's mouth, the trivial polite phrase resembled the verdict. He said, Lady Reg, slightly stretching the letters, clearly highlighting each syllable, as if he warned of the upcoming, by no means pleasant consequences. And you? So with just one phrase, the Isler put Violet out of his own grandfather's office in advance. I had to obey, and, wishing Doru a good day, Panuro swim to the main gate. The monastery slowly but surely became a reality. And all because of the damn count, who did not want to acquire an heir. He imagined himself immortal, who intended to leave wealth, title, knowledge. Violet will have to work hard to convince the designer of the speed of life. Chapter 4. I think the arid convent is suitable. Caro's Reg laid out a map on the table and, crushing at the edges, poked his finger at the right place. Violet did not move. She seemed to swallow a whole block of ice, and she filled all the insides. The Marquis knew about the failure of his daughter. And how otherwise, because if successful, the Isler would pay a visit, at least I sent a letter to. But Violet returned home at once, without grinding with anyone, and a couple of words, she slipped into her room, did not go down to dinner. And now she, with a wooden back, was sitting in a red-skinned chair and staring indifferently at a tiny point on the map. Only one thought pulsed in her head: Violet is obliged to become Countess of Scour. Or die. Neither more nor less. I got the charter, check out. Cyros spoke as if it were about the fate of a stranger. Where does so much indifference come from? And he extended a plump notebook like a textbook on arithmetic. Violet did not touch it. The monastery charter lying on the edge of the table seemed like a poisonous snake, a funnel in the abyss. It is worth touching it, you will lose yourself. Pause. Secretly, the girl hoped that her father would change her mind. Violet is only child. If she went to the monastery, the family of Marquis would be interrupted. But one look at Cyros was enough to understand. He was determined. Here, without waiting for the reaction of the daughter, the Marquis became interested in the pages of the Talmud. It is especially useful for you to study this section, humility. I will not go to the monastery, Violet objected with determination. You will go, cut off Cyros. I will not allow to further disgrace the family. But, father, I repeated dozens of times, I do not wish to listen. Violet shuddered. Before the engagement story, her father did not raise his voice at her, did not shout, considering such a manifestation of emotions vulgar. Hiding a grudge under half-lowered eyelashes, the girl took the hateful charter. Handwritten, the nuns were bullied even in the trifles. Pause equals 450. Violet vividly introduced how some novice, as a punishment or development of that very humility, carefully displays letters at night in flashing lights. Read, read. Behind the dexterity of the tone of the Marquis hid annoyance for broken hopes. You can begin to memorize, because you will go to air it before the new year. It turns out that she only has 2 months. Or 2 months on which side to see. From the charter, Violet looked for grave cold. And did not find any fragrance in the hopeless life of the nuns. Sleep in the cells blown by all the winds almost on the floor, early uplift, physical labor and endless prayers. Rest relied on at night and during meals. The rest of the day the novices of the monastery had to kill their flesh to eradicate pride and freedom of thought. No rewards, but full of punishments. Eat slowly, guilty. Ripped off the flower and decorated them. With mullet, a serious misconduct. As if the charter was written not by people, but by animals. While the daughter rustled with pages, penetrating the joyless prospects of later life, the Marquis moved to the window. Clenching his fingers in a fist, he leaned on the windowsill and thought. The decision about Violet was not easy. Sometimes Cyros doubted the correctness of his choice, but keeping the eternal old virgin at home is not a way out. Marquis knew the Empress Mother too well. That will not change anger to mercy. So, Violet closed the road to high society. The Emperor will not intervene, and from what point? Folly. Violet naively believed that she would become his favorite, although Walter counted on fleeting entertainment. The hand of the Marquis rose and hit the frame with force. Glasses rang in a complaint. What only the praised Elmer Noble School teaches? He gave a lot of money, and received in return an unbridled maiden. Who just went to? Definitely not in the mother. Amberley always looked at the Marquis with submissive eyes when it came to marital duty. I never refused, but in bed I resembled a log. It is not surprising that only one daughter was born. To lie down on Amberley there is torture. Cyros also did not identify himself as a promiscuous. Yes, not a monk, but not a fan of every female skirt. The Marquis thoughtfully turned his eyes on the broken bones. The pain sobered up, absorbed powerless rage. Such a marriage, such hopes. Will Lilia be at the ball? The daughter's question was taken by surprise. Cyros did not immediately understand what she was talking about. It turned out about the annual masquerade. You were not invited, he reminded, turning again to Violet face. The girl changed, found former calm. The hand lay freely on top of the charter. The lips are relaxed, the eyes are barely noticeably shiny. I remember, Violet nodded, only convincing her father of some plan. When did she come up with it? But no one will stop me from walking nearby. And certainly the Eiler will not leave the girl alone. Spence to the house. And there you and your mother will have to help a little. It is in the interests of the Red clan. The Marquis looked at her daughter in a new way. It was not believed that the same girl had recently committed the worst act. The former Violet was sitting in front of him, giving such high hopes. And he believed her, gave her a chance. Unfortunately for everyone, Dor did not like masquerades and ignored even the invitations of the Emperor. Master so after the appearance of dark magicians in this position they began to call the chiefs of the secret guard of the Empire was distinguished by rare self-determination. Walter did not even try to break the will of someone who could not be subordinated to his father. But the Ilir acted on the side of Lygia, held the control strings of other dark magicians in his hands, which guaranteed the stability of the throne. So now, having not found capable students at the academy, Dor Lararine left, did not stay at the masquerade. Violet was depressed. She was angry with the Eiler. Why could he not act, think and feel like other men? You will have to go, looking at your own reflection in the mirror, the girl muttered. With stale hopelessness, she studied her own face, glided on numerous cans and boxes on the marble shelf of the bathroom. If nothing is done, the noble skin will soon be chopped, acquired an earthy tint. Shiny hair will fade and begin to cut. Violet shook her head and walked her cheek cool after washing her fingers. I will also have to forget about pink water, from the girl she will carry dung. From her, the daughter of Marquis Sanks. We have to go, Violet repeated a little louder and reached for the crest. When you comb your hair, calm down, useful thoughts come to your mind. The girl needed to solve a difficult problem, so the crest is now indispensable. 100 riots, and the thought was finally formed. It remained only to bring it to life. This must be stated in the stamp. Having thrown a rope, Violet carefully got out of her chambers and headed to the stairs. She needed to get into the library. The alarm raised her before dawn. No one will hurt Violet. The loops in the Marquis' house were lubricated weakly, the oak flaps opened silently, hitting the girl's legs with a cool through. Stepping on the chicks so that the heels of home shoes would not knock, Violet walked along the shelves, remembering the book arrangement system. It seems there. The memory did not fail, the coat of arms was quickly found. Violet hardly removed the weighty book from the shelf, and dragged it to the table. She was worried about the last section with a list of dark magicians of the Empire. Satret, lips almost soundlessly repeated the name of the desired place. Violet needs to get there as quickly as possible. The heart shrank, the fingertips got cold, but the girl drove away the bad premonitions. All the stories, empty tales of the common people, Satret is no worse than any other place in Lygia. However, the sweat drop slid between the blades. Better dark magic than a monastery. Violet slammed the coat of arms, to abrupt the sound of ripping herself out of the abyss of groundless fears. A tiny cloud of dust took off in the air. Lygia's noble families have not been interested in the Marquis' house for a long time, since they approved lists of potential grooms. Already former. However, finding out where to look for a relentless Eiler is half a victory. Having sat on a chair, Violet thought hard. She clearly understood that her parents would not let her go to any Satret. Firstly, it was indecent for a girl to travel alone. Secondly, many people had a trip to Satret associated with death. Dark magicians created. Then, in the morning silence of the library, the escape plan was finalized. His Violet outlined for today, while his parents fell asleep after the masquerade. Like a thief, the girl sneaked into her father's office. Marquis rarely locked him, and now the door turned out to be open. Violet worried about the safe, covered with a portrait of the Emperor. She knew the necessary combination, therefore, easily reached its contents. The upper shelves occupied important documents, lower securities and cash withdrawn from the bank account. Assuming approximate expenses, Violet took a little more, even coins and bills, after neatly closed the safe. Sacred is not a hole, there is at least one trading house, and traveling with a pile of gold is dangerous. Pressing the borrowed wealth to her chest, the girl returned to herself. It is worth thanking Mrs. Mora for the only useful skill that was taught at school, collecting things, Violet grinned. I do not have to drag a maid with me. In Ulmer, the pupils were not supposed to be maids, the girls laced corsages on their own. At first, Violet wanted to pack almost her entire wardrobe, but she stopped on time. It's impossible to run with a bunch of things, you will have to moderate your appetites. However, the list was still impressive. A decent girl could not limit herself to a couple of outfits and refuse to care for herself. Pause equals 450. I hope I will not regret it, Violet muttered in doubt and reached for the bell to call the servants. She did not like Dorlarine, but since he is her last chance, the girl will cling to the Eiler with her teeth. The servant was surprised to hear that Violet urgently needed a crew, but the girl gave him such a formidable look that the words were stuck in his throat. Blakey humbly handed over the order along the chain and, perplexed, where, not having breakfast, the daughter of the Marquis gathered, transferred. Tell me, I went to Celia, ordered Violet. She has long looked at my outfits, since I will no longer need them, let her take. Lying seemed plausible, and should temporarily lull the vigilance of relatives. They will raise the alarm by the evening when the girl leaves the capital. Finding her on country roads is more difficult than on anxious streets. They were friends with Celia in childhood, and after returning from school they resumed communication. After the scandal, the girls did not see each other, but the former friend did not openly speak out against Violet. She was inferior to her in parenthood, being just the daughter of the Baron. No arms. Violet washed the proposed carriage and opted for a walking crew. Let it have less space, but it is inconspicuous, black, like hundreds of others. In the view of the servant, suspicion flashed, and the girl hastened to put him to sleep in passing with an abandoned phrase, turning as if to herself. There was not enough to whisper on the streets, the finger was shown. Even the servants knew that from now on Violet Reg was deleted from the list of the aristocracy. Due to her subordinate position, they did not dare to express their thoughts openly, but the girl did not doubt that in the kitchen, they washed her bones to crystal, even sterile whiteness. Correcting the hood of the cape, Violet threw a short look over her shoulder. The house slept peacefully, her parents did not suspect about her adventure. I will save myself and the Reggae clan, the girl promised mentally and quickly, removing doubts, stepped on the footsteps. You can't change the route right away, let the servants see how they turned towards Celia's parents' mansion. But barely her own house disappeared, she knocked on the crew wall and ordered to turn to leave the city. Pause equals 450. But, my lady. Kutcher confusingly pulled the leaders, risking stalling the movement. Do what is said, and you will receive the award. And you will think to be voluntary, to punish. Violet bluffed, but looked at the servant as if she was really going to rip off his skin for disobedience. The crew touched down. The girl was relieved to exhale when they turned around at the nearest intersection. The most difficult thing behind, then everything will go like oil. Violet intentionally did not mention the terrible citrate as an endpoint. She intended to move from city to city, gradually approaching the cherished goal. She was guided by caution. A self-willed Tucker could notify the Marquis of his daughter's plans. The girl was amazed at herself. How cleverly she thought it through, and after all, the plan worked, Violet unhindered to the place of the first night. By that time her body mercilessly flowed. The walking crew was not suitable for long journeys, it was impossible to really lie down in it. Camping minor inconveniences also spoil the mood and Violet's. The former lifestyle pushed to stay in a better hotel, but the girl moderated her appetites. She is limited in funds she will have to save. As a result, I had to spend the night in a room from just one room, but with a bath. In the morning they moved on the way again, although the Tucker urged, even begged the mistress to return home. Dottie guessed that she had escaped and did not want to be responsible for the wayward master's daughter. Violet was adamant, and the shaking crew continued to the unknown. No matter how hard the girl tried to pull this moment off, the word sacred sounded. Hearing it, the Tucker whitewashed with fear and flatly refused to move on. Then I will go on foot, stubbornly drowned Violet's foot. Not so far away, only 20 kilometers. And if anything happens to me, she added vindictively, it will be on your conscience. The servant's face was affected by a stubborn internal struggle. Sanity demanded to stay in the last city in front of the invisible border of the edge of dark magicians. The devotion developed over the years pushed not to abandon the mistress. As a result, the Tucker chose, as it seemed to him, the ideal solution. You are sorry, madam, but I will not go there, he sighed hard and actively turned his head. I'm afraid, but I will find you a cab. Locals are definitely dark not afraid. The cab, Violet's lips squeamishly pressed. How low she fell if she was going to visit her future husband in a hired carriage. But there was no choice, the Tucker rested and did not want to go further. The girl tried everything. Blackmail, threats, gifts, someone else's stubbornness turned out to be stronger. And here she stood in front of half-collapsed masonry, once part of an unknown defensive structure, and full of indignation with her gaze escorted a pathetic parody of the crew. The cool hairdriver threw her luggage to the ground, and Violet abandoned it as unknown where, reporting that it was here that the possessions of Count Score began. Dottie lied, of course, this wasteland with rare islands of greenery and remotely did not look like a park or a regular garden. Housing is also not visible, even a choked mill nearby cannot find. You will have to turn from a lady to a servant for a while, Violet muttered with a fallen voice, even in theory not understanding how she would transfer things on the other side of the fence. She was just trying on the lightest sack when she felt someone's close look. Turning around, the girl saw a woman in a long, before-drinking, canvas shirt. Disheveled hair strangers hung with suckers along their faces. Deep shadows lay under their eyes. At first Violet mistook her for poor or sick, wanted to ask how to find the estate of the designer, but it was worth the stranger to open her lips, the question was stuck in the throat. From the shapeless, resembling a hole of the mouth, sharp teeth protruded. Non-native, no incisors, only predatory triangular fangs. Having gone, Violet caught up. The woman moved after her. Her eyes flared up with hunger, quickly darkened until the pupil finally filled the iris. Who are you? The girl asked. Instead of answering, the stranger opened her mouth even wider and, holding out her hands, jumped on Violet with an unusual for a person. Whoever she was, the woman did not belong to the human family, unless in her past life. Chapter 5. Violet did not understand how she managed to dodge. As if an unknown force pushed her and saved her from what seemed to be an imminent collision with a monster. The girl breathed superficially, as if she had run a huge distance. The heart beat intermittently, then jumping into the throat, then falling into the bowels of the stomach. The hair on the head got up with a hole. Muscles rang from tension, from the need to guess, to warn the enemy attack pause equals. Between Violet and the undead, she had no doubt, she met the creation of Maddie from the world, only a savage. Dubious obstacle, but the girl hoped that she would briefly delay the monster, give life-saving moments. Now Violet saw, on a stranger not assured at all, but a savin, and the hair is not just dirty, but soaked in the ground. When thinking that the creature that was measured opposite it dug out of the grave, the body was reduced by convulsive. Tongue prillip to palate, Violet could not call for help. But she was also not going to die. Undead sniffed, the air pulled in with noise. The blue tongue flashed for a moment between a row of sharp teeth. Violet almost threw up, it looked so disgusting. Not lowering the look from the undead, the girl staggered behind her back. There is nothing to think about trying to climb on the other side when undead at arm's length. Fate took pity on her, and Violet launched a cobblestone into the head of a toothy creature with all her might. The stones rained from under the legs, the skin under the nails bled, but Violet desperately climbed up. The monster feared, grabbing its face, smeared rusty clots on it, only remotely resembling blood. The girl collapsed on the other side. The landing was unsuccessful. She turned her leg. The pain did not stop Violet. Fear drove her away, through the bushes, to a barely noticeable canvas of the road. The deadly breath of tenderness enveloped a dense cloud of salvation came where Violet did not wait for him. It was worth it, choking, get out on the road as the undead lagged behind. The girl stopped feeling her stench. The hateful look still boiled her back between the shoulder blades, but from somewhere on the side. Violet ventured to turn around and saw a strange picture. A woman in a savannah rushed on the side of the road and drove her hands through the air. It seemed as if she was fighting against an invisible wall. Fingers scraped against a non-existent barrier, a dead mouth distorted in the grimace of annoyance. The legs tucked and Violet collapsed into the road mud. The heart was tearing from the rib cage, the chest was mercilessly sore. The girl struggled to breathe. The attempt to take a deep breath invariably turned carved. Violet understood that she herself could not stand. She had to rely on some artifact that restrained undead. If the monster breaks into the road, the girl tried not to think about it. The patience of the woman in the savannah could only be envied. She did not go away for a long time, so she tried to get to the victim. All this time Violet spent in fear, her nerves were stretched like a string. When the undead finally reluctantly threw away from the girl as if short-lived. Before it seemed death was far away, it would come in many years. Today Violet Reg looked into her eyes. Reality burst into thought with a muted knock of a hoof. Violet hardly rose, lost tears with the back of her palm. How tired she is! And inside the void. Violet did not suspect that it happens. As if all the insides were removed from it. But then the former Violet returned. And her first thought was, how do I look? Violet looked at herself in a panic and almost burst into tears again, but already from the annoyance of dress in the dirt, the arrow went on the stockade, eyelids from the sensations of the muddy. How can you seem in this form to a man? It was hoped that the smile would blush the unpleasant impression. And, driving away the remnants of fear, ignoring the pain in her ankle, Violet Coy bent her lips. The rider appeared because of the turn and was rapidly approaching her. Just a notice, did not crush. Grabbing, the horse climbed the smokes a few steps from Violet, when her face distorted in a silent scream, and her hand instinctively covered her head. This is something else? An indifferent voice whipped with a blow of a scourge. Violet was delighted with him as a native. Luck sent her Doralearine with her own persona. How did you end up here? The filer asked indifferently, without even thinking to hurry. Only wondering if you recognized it. Ran. True, by the way. Ilya did not bother to clarify exactly where she ended up, which means that we are talking about the road. Dora's eyebrows flinched, rising slightly. From whom? He managed to ask an extremely correct question. Violet shrugged. How did she know what that creature was called? Better help me get up, she demanded capriciously. Pause equals 450. In fact, it is impolite to sit on a horse when a lady lies in the mud. Dark gray floors of the cloak swept up, and heels of high boots crashed into the rain-softened earth. Lady Violet Reg? Dor asked suspensively and, hesitating, extended his hand to the girl. She accepted her with a grateful smile, rejoicing that he remembered her name. This is half of the success. It remained to fix him and get to the stone heart of the Isler. Violet did not believe that there were completely indifferent men to women. She did not demand love, just. From the hand of Dora it smelled of frosty freshness. Strange, because only the beginning of November, and here it winds from the palm in winter. Where did he get it? Around the most for the fall, the road blurred from the endless rains. Violet listened to their soulful music during the journey, and was glad that at least at the borders of Satrat they stopped. How tired she is! Long weeks of journey drowned. I wanted to climb into a hot bath, cover my eyes and not move for eternity, but I had to coax with Dark Magician. Convinced that Violet was firmly on his feet, the Eiler again sat in the saddle and, grabbing the waist, easily, as if she did not weigh anything, seated the girl in front of her. Luca's saddle hit her lower back, legs hovered helplessly on the horseback of the horse's side that slightly stood out from thirst. Violet instinctively cut, moving away from the Eiler, although it was necessary to achieve the desired goal, on the contrary, stick to it. But something inside it whispered, now you need to stay away from heroine. Once with the leg, the Eiler quietly asked and shed his left palm over the swollen ankle. Violet squeezed in sudden pain. It was as if fire needles came under the skin, turning the veins. Then the heat was replaced by cold, very strange, grave. The last comparison made the Ishos look at the Eiler. Violet was tormented by vague doubts, did he not apply certain charms? Alas, Dora's face did not express anything. Neither seemed pretty, even pronounced predation did not spoil sculptural features. Just not for this removal, the Dark Magician did not care about the world around him, much less Violet. I already said, the girl recalled with slight irritation, I fell. This is not how she represented their meeting, this is not how a man should behave in a similar situation. Fracture, dislocation? He asked as if he had specified the answer on the exam. No drop of sympathy, no little regret and desire to help. Why do I know? Violet yelled. The irritation inside her concentrated in a hissing ball that crammed the heart out of her chest. Unsung root, Violet gave him a great honor by choosing a future husband. Ham, a rural resident, but not a gallant nobleman. Learn about. At the same time, tell us why you're here. A wheeze broke out of Violet's chest, a suppressed desire to express to Doru everything she thought of him. By the way, she said fondly, you should be held accountable for the attempt on the life of a noble lady. Me? I was surprised to raise the eyebrows of the Eiler. Pardon, your life does not interest me a drop. I have no idea what brought you here, but tomorrow you will not be here. I guess the Marquis is already looking for his daughter throughout Lygia, and will be glad to receive news about. Not that. Violet wanted to scream, demand, beg that he did not write anything to his father, but she could only powerlessly bite her lips. Now is not the best moment, you need to calm down and only then throw yourself into battle. On a fed stomach, the fireplace of the Eiler will be more cooperative. Okay, let's omit the question of your movement. Dora graciously changed the theme and unceremoniously pulled the girl closer, explaining, otherwise you will get bruises. This is a horse, not a soft crew seat. So who did you run from? Eiler masterfully mastered the art of the interrogator, nailed the victim to the wall with the most important question, when she relaxed and ceased to control her thoughts. And Violet answered without thought. From a dead woman with a bunch of teeth. The road for some reason did not let her. I would have, the Eiler sniffed, I personally worried about installing the screens. Describe it, he demanded, and, having enclosed the chin of the girl between his thumb and index finger, turned to face him. Violet sighed seriously, resurrecting a recent nightmare in her memory, and tried to reproduce the appearance of the undead as accurately as possible. Did she notice how her eyes went dark as she told, the jaws of the interlocutor were compressed. Dottie clearly did not like the dead woman walking free. It needs to be destroyed, Dora declared, and, letting go of Violet's face, he deployed the horse. And find the one or what awakened her. You met the strap. And all, no explanation, as if she had studied bestiary since infancy. What about? The words were stuck in the throat when the horse, obeying the order of the owner, switched to a lynx. Was it really going to hunt an unknown string with Violet? Similar to... When the horse rolled off the road, rushing to the familiar remains of a stone wall, there is no doubt at all. I'm afraid. Leave me on the road. Violet, in despair, clung to the horse mane, trying to maintain balance. Her rolled from side to side, threatening to throw it out of the saddle. As a result, despising the rules of decency, the girl intentionally stuck into the jacket of the Eiler. He did not object. Pause equals. The horse easily swung over the fence. Violet covered a sticky wave of fear. The heart squeezed an unknown hand, while breathing became frequent, superficial. Violet was afraid of a new meeting with the strap, dreamed that it would not take place. Alas, Dora was trained by opposite desires. Letting go of the leads, he leisurely pulled the glove off his right hand. Fortunately for Violet, she did not see what was hidden under the soft skin of the lamb. Her entire attention focused on her own safety. Dora's fingers compressed the air and pulled the invisible thread. The air around the right palm instantly thickened, transformed into an ink spiral. The frost blazed Violet's cheeks, causing them to freeze, and the eyeliner, meanwhile, continued to wither. Fingers cleverly went over, dark blue threads were wound into a tangle, until there was one. It stretched from the palm of the Dora to a small hillock, and a little fussed from air blowing. It seemed, pull a little more, break. But the eyeliner knew too well, this is visibility. The horse gripped, refusing to approach the undead, but Dora stubbornly turned it to the slide time and time again. He felt a haircut, practically saw a clot of gloom instead of her heart, black blood in the veins. The undead was the first to attack as quickly as the first time. But now it has leapfrogged the eyeliner, who could oppose something more than a sharp stone. Violet seemed as if the world had exploded. A gust of wind was marking her hair. If it weren't for Dyer's hand, hitting the waist in time, the girl would fly to the ground. Echoes of a crimson flamed danced on the skin, which for some reason did not burn, but, conversely, frozen. Even the fierce February stooge compared to it seemed like a May dead day. If she ventured to turn her head, open my eyes, then I would see how dozens of web threads stretched from Dora's palm to the string, ruthlessly drying out undead. A couple of minutes, and the woman collapsed to the ground, turning into a decomposed corpse. Magic destroyed the hair, burned the skin to the bones. Thinking, the eyeliner carelessly twisted his wrist, and the blue flame consumed the victim. Only a handful of ashes remained from the string. Exhale, carelessly allowed Dora and put on a glove. Your pursuer is dead and deprived of death. Violet opened one eye first, then the second and swept. It smelled like ozone after a thunderstorm. The next time, the eyeliner dutifully noticed, slowly directing the horse back to the fence, do not walk around Satred without escorts. This is not a place for picnics. I wasn't going to, just nobody wanted. Her own explanation seemed pathetic to the girl, and she was silent. And you? And she? Violet turned her shoulders and looked around with fear. No strand. There is also no blood, body or something else that would remind of undead, only a handful of ash spins in the wind. The cold gradually receded, the heart-clenching fist disappeared. Do you doubt my abilities? Dora was surprised and, having noticed the girl's livelihood dumped on the ground, turned. To them I assure you, magic is of interest and has always interested me more in catching traitors. Yours? He pointed to Violet's luggage. She suffered a little from the anger of strapping. Most of all went to the suitcase. The undead snapped corners on him, spoiling part of the clothes. Girl nodded. Don't forget to boil everything well, or at least treat it with a mixture of Nash and lemon juice, Dora advised. There is practically no cadaveric poison in the string, but its saliva can cause severe irritation. Cadaveric poison, caustic saliva. Violet dizzy. The heart shrank painfully again. The unwillingness of the coachman to go to Satred no longer seemed like a whimsy. Only wondering how someone could live here. What should I do with you? Thought the eyeliner. Contrary to expectations, he was in no hurry to pick up his companion's belongings. Although it is not a noble thing to carry suitcases. You won't drive me away, liar? Violet waved her eyelashes with pleas. She tried to make her voice tremble. It was not difficult after the nightmare. It would be good to pop up, but the girl was afraid to replay. She remembered Dora's attitude to theatrical effects. Don't worry, my lady, I won't leave you on the road in frustrated feelings. He wanted to add something else, but changed his mind, confining himself to an attentive, slightly crafty look. Violet seemed for a moment, the eyeliner solved her plans and was going to be a little amused, even if this was not in his character. Or the girl was seeing everything too quickly. Dora's face took the former indifferent expression. "Do not be frightened," warned the Eiler and touched the ear, where a barely noticeable colorless pebble shone. The next moment, the space around them sparkled, forming a dark gaping passage. He dragged both the horse and both Sudokas, throwing Violet where she so dreamed of being. There was snow, the smell of smoke in the air, suggesting that initially the girl had a completely different satrate. Chapter 6. Sparkling, Violet did not immediately recover. The lungs were slightly pampered, the throat was full. But Dora's nearby. Her main goal is. The horse of the Eiler leisurely shaved along the houses, dressed up for future holidays. Then there were ivy or a branch of mistletoe hanging from the cornice. A bright puncture of heat on almost every window. A light snowball parroted the sidewalks, adding them. But the north, it's like this, everything comes before. It's rumored that even spring. No wonder Satrate was ruled by magicians. And they didn't like it terribly when they interfered in their affairs. Violet would not be surprised to learn that, an undead on the border with ordinary counties released. The city, undoubtedly old, made an impression on the girl. The capital is completely different, fashionable, rebuilt to please the nobility. Here the time seems to have frozen. Gray unprocessed stones, high spires, arched windows with a jumper in the middle. This is what? Violet decided to ask when she was able to breathe freely again. Sight. Isn't it? What difference do you care about? Crudely, without hiding irritation, Dor interrupted. At leisure you read the encyclopedia. I'm not going to conduct an excursion for idle girls. Violet plummeted. Eiler again showed his teeth, which he briefly hid. Well, it's foolish to hope to immediately establish contact. The city will take as a given, then clarify. Although strange, Satrate after all, autonomous magic region pause equals. Where are we going, Eiler? Having observed the companion, Violet was convinced they are moving towards the previously planned goal. Dare often curled up from wide streets into narrow lanes and sometimes stood on stirrups, as if looking for something. They tried to stay away from the Ilir. It should have seemed to him that the townspeople were hiding in shops or fading in deep bows. So they welcomed only the emperor. A seditious thought crept into their heads. Did Doris Lararine put himself above the ruling dynasty? For the time being, Violet kept her with her. To the hotel. Although I can throw you in the nearest square. The girl was unhappily seated. She expected to settle in the Count's house, and not to short the days before her parents arrived in the furnished room. So, it is necessary to act. Violet did not go such a long and dangerous way to return there, from where the beginning. I'm afraid I don't have any money left, the girl sighed. The voice of meek and quiet is the very helplessness and embarrassment. And, Ilir ignored the hint. Well, Violet held a finger on the gray leather-covered bow of the saddle. Let him suggest, you can't press. Lady, you confuse me with someone. Let's figure it out once and for all. To give weight to your words, the Ilir even pulled the leads. Stranger's convenience cared little. He measured carefully in the middle of a noisy street. I am not a duke. But I'm not asking you to marry. Violet fell out. Her cheeks were fervent, she was annoyed in her chest. She considered herself smart and calculating, but the designer quickly bit her plan. I had to twist out, improvise. Immensely glad to hear it, Doris spoke dryly. And then I began to consider you a round duel, Lady Reg. One of those whom I get married annually. Violet's fingers squeezed. She was glad that the Ilir did not see her face. An expression was frozen on him, an unworthy lady. How down he talked to her. How dismissive of the representatives of undoubtedly the best childbirth. It seemed that Dor Lararine really imagined himself the ruler of Ligia. Let me be fond, my lord. Violet deliberately used the wrong form of treatment, wanting revenge, prick at least in trifles. What do they not suit you? The answer struck. Fact of existence. I mean, the girl frowned. And not the slightest attention to the Millard? It's like Doru doesn't care, although Violet was well aware, this is not so. No wonder Ligia formed a special form of treatment, not at all as a tribute to fashion. Ilir meant the highest power not only over the living, but also over the dead. From the last on the skin ran creeps. And what, in fact, you do not understand, my lady? Dor asked mockingly and, finally, saw the one he was looking for. Unfortunately, he could not rush to talk to a man right now. It was hoped that he would not go far. Another reason for annoyance. The day did not set in the morning, clicked on the nose with various trifles. Well, at least one thing needs to be completed. And, yes, the Eiler was covered, adding a little poison to his voice. Your world revolves around weddings and profitable parties. Unfortunately, we have different views on life. Or fortunately, depending on which side to look at. If I were worried about family affairs, the empire would have been mired for a long time. No more and no less than. Violet could not believe that someone would allow herself such audacity. I remind you, now it's her turn to freeze her look. The Legion rules the genus of Grandsids. I do not claim the throne. Dor quietly objected and stopped at the stud house of the Golden Aries Hotel. My concern is to ensure its existence. The point came out weighty. The last word the Eilir left behind, the more enraged Violet. She would gladly let go of the pilot's address, at least squeezed in the fingers of the fan, but the first put a cross on her plans, and the second girl did not grab. Dor was the first to jump onto the bridge and remove the girl from the saddle. His fingers unpleasantly cooled. Whether from the emotions experienced by Violet or due to recent witchcraft. However, another feeling quickly replaced. It spread, but the Ilir had already removed her hands, leaving behind a slight taste of bitterness. Violet drove away incomprehensible sensations and tried to focus on the present. Dor said something, but her ears seemed to be flooded with fog. She saw only soundlessly moving lips. "We'll pick you up." The girl tinkered with the transporter. "Certainly, this is about father." Ilir warned that he would notify him, nothing new. "And here's the rest?" "Excuse me, Eilir, could you repeat?" Violet was swarming. Where did the sudden deafness come from? What exactly? Dor tied the horse and headed for the large glass, decorated with stained glass windows and shady brass ornaments of the hotel. He did not even think to offer the lady a hand, specifically emphasizing the distance between them. The doorman who was on duty at the entrance in a galley-covered liver is incredible for such a wilderness. "So, my lady?" Stopping on the doorstep, the Eiler turned to Violet. "Nothing." "Sorry." After brief reflections, the girl attributed temporary deafness to excitement and refused to know what she missed. Why even more annoy the Eiler? Dor nodded with satisfaction. Despite the superficiality of acquaintance, Violet managed to understand the Count did not tolerate any reproaches. The hotel hall poured flat warm light. Plush sofas lined up along the walls inhabited by terracotta wallpaper. The rest of the free space was occupied by stacks with plants. Their greasy shiny leaves contrasted strikingly with the whiteness of the sidewalks outside the windows. "Are we definitely not an Ansha?" Violet doubted. From the Golden Aries there was a respectability that you do not expect to meet outside the capital. "Absolutely. I will not leave the daughter of the Marquis in the first hole caught. Confess, my lady." A barely noticeable smile touched the lip of the Eiler. "You thought that." The girl lowered her head. It is difficult to replay the master of the secret guard. Sloppily leaning on the rack, the designer pressed the call button. Slammed the door of the utility room, showing the porter tightened in a funny canary fur. At the sight of Dor, he nervously swallowed and reached for the throat, as if he wanted to loosen the invisible loop. "We haven't had you for a long time. Stop shaking, I'm not your soul." "Lady," Dor turned around, pointing to Violet who watched the scene carefully. "You need to arrange for a week, maybe a little more than." She missed the luggage, send someone for her things. "Place I am." "No, I'm sorry, Filer." In military terms, I reported the porter, even stretched into the front. "That's nice," complacently responded the dark magician. Now he resembled a hardy cat. Bildor scratched her chin. "So be it, in my name." The lady has suffered some inconvenience, it is necessary to compensate them. She can choose any room to her taste. Will be performed, Eiler. The girl began to be annoyed by this fear and incomprehensible slavery. Dorlarerin a solid figure, but no need to demonize him. Goodbye, my lady. Violet thought he would at least approach her, but after settling things, Dor headed straight to the street. Definitely, someone lacked upbringing. The girl could take revenge, choose a royal suite, but save the money of her future spouse. About the latter still had to find help. While Violet was taking a bath, they quickly delivered the luggage. Satisfied, the girl changed into one of the surviving dresses and went down. Violet decided to start questioning with a porter. He clearly met Dora before. It turned out that the Ilier did not lie. The city in which she found herself bore the same name as the edge of dark magic. Mainly purple blood carriers lived here. We are with you, the porter joked famously, almost the only ordinary people. Therefore, be careful, my lady, he considered it his duty to warn, it's better not to anger the locals. Darkness is an extremely dangerous thing. Previously, impermissible pageantry would outrage, but now Violet scrupulously thanked for the care. Do not quarrel with the one you are going to make your ally. Where does Count Scour live? Far from town? Not very, 10 kilometers will be. How can you get there? A portal, too? The girl hoped that there were ordinary ways to move in Satrat, otherwise all the remaining money would go to the services of mysterious portalists. In different ways. You can't through Matraf. This village is such, even a small town. Only the porter looked around and lowered his voice. You do not need there, my lady. Matraf for Violet blood owners? Violet shrugged off the baby nonsense. What else to expect from an uneducated tradesman? Listen to him, Dorlarerin hangs people at breakfast. 10 kilometers a lot for hiking. In addition, another meeting with some stringy girl will not survive, so she decided to hire a driver. Portier sighed crushingly, but the guest's wish was fulfilled by. Strange he, although here is all strange pause. Violet spent the first minutes of the trip in fear, but neither the dark magicians that the hotel worker frightened, nor the dangerous creatures were in no hurry to attack, and the girl relaxed. Pushing to the end, she greedily examined the neighborhood. Satrat, the center of the province of the same name, turned out to be a large rich city. Women here watched fashion. Violet would not give up a pair of hats that flashed on the heads of wealthy townspeople. Nature outside Satrat was also not much different from the usual. Several houses, a graveyard on the back. In a word, the further, the more morning adventures seemed like an illusion of an inflamed mind. Slowly in the evening, the girl guessed everything, expected to knock on the Eiler's house at dusk. Honor will not allow her to be driven away. Dor will leave Violet to spend the night, and then she will decide further according to circumstances, but will certainly dissuade her father from riding. Matraf, holding the horse, reported the driver. Where further? Violet wanted to name the estate of the Ilier, but she hobbled. The crew could deploy, but if she does the rest of the way for her too, the Ilier will have to put up with an uninvited guest. Drop me off at the borders of the estate of Count Score. The driver shook his head disapprovingly, but left considerations with her. If the lady wants adventure, she will receive them. He is paid for the trip, he was not hired by advisors, or bodyguards. Pause equals 450. The driver landed a passenger at the last house and, waving her hand at the towers drowning in a twilight haze, rolled away. Violet rushed. It was worth hiding from view of the pale spot of the lantern of the hired carriage. It fell victim. Yes, that's how. Dozens of invisible hungry eyes drilled the skin. In the air there was a sweet taste. For some reason, the girl seemed to smell like death. You have a rich fantasy, Violet muttered and then took a step, then another. No one here. And the eyes really disappeared, lurked. It was possible to get into the Eiler's estate in two ways, along the road and following the riverbed. The second seemed Violet shorter, and she walked fearlessly along the trail along the low shrub. The snow fell a little, the girl risked the maximum of soaking skirts and catching a mild cold. At first she moved with fear, but then the beauty of nature completely took possession of her attention. The sunset scenes painted a picture, the purity of the colors of which any artist would appreciate. The river seemed like a scenery for an unknown production, and the trees leaning over the thin ice of water, with the scenes. Violet decided to certainly walk here in the afternoon, maybe even grab an album like every noble lady she was taught to draw. The ultimate goal of the journey was inexorably approaching, so the girl was not afraid of the thickening darkness. She sprawled with fog from under the courages, rose from the lowlands. Peeping, Violet was surprised to realize that light fog was standing above the ground. And this in November? Nearby, a woman laughed, a shoulder of water was heard. Flinching, Violet froze. The sound repeated, and the girl carefully, sticking to the shrub branches, came closer to the river. She was not afraid to fall, the moon that came out from behind the clouds clearly indicated a gentle slope. In the hole near the opposite shore, a woman splashed. Her hair was cast with the first spring green, tender and timid. As if not. Feeling cold, a naked stranger again and again plunged into student water and poured clean, clear, like a bell. She envied the skin of a woman smooth, without a single flaw. The moon shut her up with silver, but Violet did not doubt, and in daylight, the bather's skin resembled milk marble. I wanted to come, touch her, shivers. Poorly considering what she was doing, the girl took a step and, weighing, rolled down the slope. Laughter swimmer verse, she with a shoulder went underwater. Violet's heart was beating somewhere in her ears. The girl was afraid to move, fragile ice and so cracked under the weight of her body. She was looking for and did not find a cinnamon to catch on. Screaming useless, hardly anyone will hear. Violet. The girl had already come to terms with a ridiculous death, but fate was merciful over her. Nearby ice was crashing again, however, instead of plunging to the bottom, Violet soared up. Fingers somehow miraculously grasped the tree branch. Hanging on it, the girl dared to look down and met with the scarlet flame of the eyes of a raven horse. Moment, which appeared to be eternity, and he again went to where he came from so rapidly, finally stabbing the girl with a waterfall of ice splash. Killing Violet, a terrible horse, was not going to. Or just waiting, when the prey has its fingers open and it falls directly into the mouth of the otherworldly substance. If so, it will get its way soon. Violet, unusual for physical activity, will not last for a long time. Chapter 7. The girl looked with horror at the whitened fingers, sliding along the rough bark. She lost the clutch, drowned in moist water, and now the frost mercilessly finished off the unfortunate victim. Violet was afraid to move, once again breathe. Muscles were shaking, the girl had almost broken off. A little more, and Violet will fly down, into the arms of a fiery-eyed horse and a naked swimmer. Help! The girl screamed in despair and tried to pull up. It turned out only worse. With a deplorable screech, she slipped along the branch, miraculously at the last moment having managed to catch on the very edge. Please, Violet prayed with a trembling voice. And the darkness heard. When there was almost no strength left and the girl was prepared for death even if she was not touched, not to get ashore, petrified skirts were dragged to the bottom. Something sparkled on the periphery of vision. Violet did not attach importance to this. She fought for her own life. Closing her eyes, Violet flew into the river with a screech. At first it seemed to her that she hit the ice. The fall was sharply stalled. But the ice water did not take her into its arms. Strange feeling, as if the girl was soaring in the air. Violet ventured to open her eyes and made sure she was not in the water. The body with a rag doll spread on something solid and at the same time soft. The girl carefully scaled her hand under her lower back and found nothing. The cheeks touched a light breeze. Violet turned and smoothly moved to the shore, lowering a black cloud to the legs of a man in black. A black cloud swept up and instantly scattered, and the girl plucked to the fifth point. She was not supported by anything else. Well, how do you order to understand this? Dora's voice competed on equal terms with the February stooge. CHTTT, what exactly? Violet feverishly corrected her hair and turned her skirts. Stupid for someone who agreed to give herself to the Emperor. You. The finger of the Ilir practically stuck in her face. The ring shone with a bloodstone. Thank the spell network, it saved your life. What network? There are no networks. Violet gradually returned to strength, and with them confidence. If you don't see them, the Ilir said, it doesn't mean they don't exist at all. So, lady, he returned to the main question, why are you here? I left you in a decent hotel in a completely different place. Because I needed to get here, the girl replied boldly, and snatched on her fingers with a steel. Icy shackles of clothing ripened the body, threatening with inflammation of the lungs. Teeth banged, Violet miraculously managed to give out distinctive phrases. She trembled and could not keep warm. Give it. The door crudely grabbed her hand, and Violet hissed from the heat spread along the veins. It seemed as if she had put her palms in the heart of the fireplace. Thank you, Iler. In any case, you should thank. You are so nice, and you are not, cut off the Iler. And a round fool, if you are hiding at night. To say how many different things are around, he continued to wear, clearly wanting to shame. Mermaids and kelpies are the most harmless. Door pointed behind his back, a little to the side, growls Banshee. You will not run away from it, if there is no magic in the veins. And over there, again take a hand, hum. He has recently opened and is thirsty for blood. Of your blood, if you do not quit doing stupid things. You scare me. Violet was in no doubt that the Ilir would not allow the Nethity Sanma in the immediate vicinity of his own home. By no means, shook Dora's head. It may seem strange to you, but undead, the best guard. You just need to keep it in the fold and occasionally throw food, while soldiers demand a salary and are forever unhappy with. The girl sneaked, and quietly moved to the Iler, it is calmer with him. All right, so be it, Dor grilled, spend the night with me. I do not wish to make a horse for you and mess with undead. Did it really succeed? Violet didn't believe her own ears. So simple? For the sake of this, it was worth surviving a couple of terrible minutes. I am extremely grateful to you, Ilir. Violet shrugged up and, flattened, rose to her feet. Dor did not help her, but his recent noble deed atoned for a tiny violation of etiquette. Noticeable? Dor screamed and warned, I am already sick of your sweet speeches, it is better to change the topic. For example, tell you how you were attracted to the local places, which is why you did not sit in the room. I wanted to talk to you. In some cases, it is better to tell the truth. In general terms and details so, nothing. Ilir raised his eyebrows in surprise, but did not answer anything, kindly ceded to the interlocutor the right to conduct a dialogue. We didn't break up well, Violet continued, on the move inventing the necessary words. You have a wrong opinion about me. And even so, what difference? Or have you plotted against the crown, my lady? I see no other reason to be afraid of me. Or have you seen the porter? I assure you, he had reasons to tremble like a rabbit in silk. Sins of youth. Dor walked around the girl and took her under the arm. Against the rules, left-right. So better, he explained to the unspoken question. It is night, dark magic is especially strong. Violet did not understand anything, but decided, let Ilir next to her, lead her to the house, and on which side he, right or left is the 10th thing. She looked at a satellite with a mixture of easy fear and interest. Alas, the ghostly light made it possible to evaluate only the face. Now it seemed to the girl a little different, as if woven from matter, with which the Ilir commanded, and this fascinated. From Doral Aririna it was something insanely mysterious, and he himself resembled a variable west wind. And he has beautiful cheekbones. Let others be considered the standard of beauty, not so sharp, the girl returned to them time and time again with a look. The scary smell coming from the Iler bitten her, placed in a musky cocoon, from which the world around him saw otherwise. The girl against her will even began to breathe intact with an escort. His chest the cage rose and dropped dimensionally, and with it Violet's chest, driving away the remnants of unrest. The recent incident seemed like a bad dream, an awe sent by the moon. The imaginary idyll abruptly snapped, as if an unknown hand had pierced the balloon. After flinching, Violet often froze. The next moment, the girl screamed and clung to the hand of the Isler to death, risking her to break. Door enduring pain and stubbornly dropped. Do not raise so much noise due to a simple hum. Who? The girl asked with her lips, not reducing the pupils who expanded to the limit from a terrible shadow nearby. It is difficult to imagine a more disgusting creature. A semi-mature skeleton with scarring eye dips. It smelled accordingly from it, a mixture of earth, swollen meat and overburden. The stink penetrated the nostrils, and nauseous waves flowed into the stomach. Gulia, Dor calmly repeated and released his hand from the chain girl's fingers. I warned that the places here are not suitable for night walks. Is this yours? Violet was afraid to move, to breathe again. Getting close, she looked at the hum, and he looked at her, carnivorously, waiting. The girl could vouch that she heard the scraps of his thoughts. Fresh flesh, hot blood. No, from the cemetery wandered. Unfortunately, Dor crushed and boldly stepped towards the living dead. Many local residents have abilities for dark magic, but not everyone receives the appropriate education. As a result, I periodically have to fight the consequences of their stupidity. Once, and the gully engulfed the roaring flame. Ilir did not even wave his hand, limited himself to a short word, repeatedly reinforced by magic weaving inside. What, now I want to go back to my mother? Turning around, poisonously asked my companion Dor. Violet stubbornly shook her head. Without a ring, she will not return. And a point. Next time, the Ilir said edifully, when you want to stick into me, do not touch your fingers. I do not wish by your mercy to remain defenseless. I hope you understand what your hands mean to the magician? A heavy look nailed Violet to the ground. The girl nodded. They did not expect a different reaction from her. Well, from now on, in case of danger, she will rush to Dor around the neck. He himself resolved. Violet in pains presented how closely pressed, alas, there was no reason. The local undead lurked, and they safely went to the gates of the park. The dwelling of the omnipotent Ilir turned out to be almost as Violet seemed. The playful openwork of the fence was confusing, but the slender rows of trees barely parted, revealing a view of the manor's house. Everything fell into place. Dor Ilir in a castle cast a long shadow almost a Matrif himself. Pointed towers resembled the teeth of a dragon. Violet counted 6, but they could turn out to be more. However, the Ilir did not resemble his dwelling of the ancient citadel. High windows gave enough light, eaves were decorated with shadowy gorgules, and gutters were made in the form of giant snakes. Violet could not get rid of the feeling that she was participating in a certain play. Moonlight fell too successfully, too unrealistic. The building that opened it looked fantastic. In it there was only one window on the 3rd floor, undoubtedly, in the chambers of the Iler. Strange, of course, that everyone else is asleep, even a wicket, caught among the thickets of juniper, Dor rebuffed himself. Fortunately, Violet did not see how, otherwise, it would scream louder than when meeting a buzz. Ilir climbed the steps to a massive front door 1.5 human height, and at least 1 in width. Decorated with iron spikes, she raised more questions than answers. After searching, Violet never found a collar or door hammer, only animal muzzle at eye level. And all the girl blinked. Tails, ghosted in the light of the moon. It is not in vain called insidious. The nightlight gives ordinary objects frightening properties. But the vision did not go away. On the contrary, the beast's eyes now shone scarlet, the mouth opened. Mommy? Forgetting the task of making a favorable impression on Dora, Violet shook off. Only the thought of the need for marriage kept her on the porch. No resemblance to the Marquis Sonks, grinning the Iler. I had the honor of repeatedly seeing her at court. He frankly mocked the guest, it sobered. Clenching her fists, Violet forced herself to return to her former place, stand next to the owner of the strange castle. Dor raised his eyebrows, but did not comment on her behavior, only edifully noticed. Since you came to Satrat, it's time to stop being surprised. And then he asked, turn away, do mercy. The girl did differently. Ilir did not want to devote her to his secrets, had every right. However, he was led by completely different motives. Having removed the glove from his right hand, Dor fearlessly put it in the mouth of the monster. Red eyes. Please. Having settled, the Eyelier invited Violet to come in first. Is it not then to feed another undead? But there was not even a trapped skeleton in the hall, the light falling from the windows under the ceiling, reclaimed only bare walls, and a couple of portraits of the ancestors of the current owner. A huge chandelier cast a bizarre shadow on the floor. It seemed that it was not fixed and steamed in the air. Up the stairs to the third floor, Dor commanded and lingered at the door. There you will be met. Who? Violet did not specify. Servants, of course. The girl presented a hot bathroom and a soft bed. How good. She would also not have given up a light late dinner. The staircase of the Eilers' house recalled the staircase in the main building of the academy, just as old, and made with no less fantasy and thoroughness. Having forgotten about fatigue and cunning plans, Violet briefly turned into a child. She felt the balusters with interest, tried the palm-cool smoothness of the railing pie. The higher Violet rose, the lighter. Now the moon hit right in the eye, dressing up in bizarre silver clothes. Having bent over the railing, the girl threw her eyes from the inter-story platform. Dora disappeared somewhere, seemed to dissolve in the night mess. A little disappointed, Violet turned around and stuck her shoulder blades into the tree. Nearby, literally in a couple of steps, there was a woman in a light ballroom dress. It left thin hands open, angular collarbones and part of a painfully sharp breast. The skin of a stranger was transfused with pearl powder, a blue reticle of veins came through it. They read especially clearly on the wrists, and near the velvet with a camera. A white gold hair waterfall was streaming along the woman's back. Lips resembled a smeared blood drop so sharply they contrasted with the face. The stranger's voice turned out to be clean and deep. One problem. It sounded in Violet's head. The woman did not open her lips. I didn't know that Dora had guests, Zlatovlaska apologized, and, having bypassed the slumped girl, slipped down the steps with a spring breeze. There she is, but there is only the smell of her perfume, the barely catching fragrance of the first spring days. Violet sighed deeply and leaned her hands on the railing on both sides of her. Either I go crazy, or the Eiler chooses extremely strange mistresses, she muttered. Well, it doesn't matter who Dor shares the bed with, the main thing is who he marries. The girl sighed again, now from annoyance. If it weren't for the Empress, she would have some experience of intimate communication with a man. Insanely hard to succeed in bed, if you have no idea what to do in it. True, virginity could serve good service. Crossing the options for seducing the Eyelier, Violet without incident, reached the third floor. Here the lamps burned, and the night no longer frightened the monsters, sending an ordinary man of flesh and blood to meet the girl, judging by the clothes of the butler. He respectfully bowed to Violet, deserving to pray. My lord warned you about. Rooms ready. Why, my lord? And when did the designer manage to warn someone if he had not yet risen? Dozens of questions were raised in her head, like moths around a lantern. Violet shrugged off the part left to the best times. The same Millard. It is unlikely that this is a reservation. It turns out that Doris himself commands to call himself. The butler led Violet through the dark enfilade of rooms and turned right into the interior of the house. The lantern in his hands resembled a guide star. Realizing that there might not be another moment, the girl ventured to ask, "Where are the rooms of the Eiler? In the same wing?" "No, my lord loved the west, to the left of the staircase." Violet barely noticeably smiled. She will pay him a visit today. You can't slow down. Dor will probably send a letter to the Marquis with morning mail. Then everything end. Pity, things remained in the hotel, but Violet will be able to be convincing. Pause. Chapter 8. The flame of the candle blew in the wind. Violet seemed to be through here everywhere. Or the reason is her own fears. The Empress Mother made her an experienced seducer, but the real Violet now did not even remotely resemble that image. With each step she increasingly doubted herself. One thing flirting with a pretty teacher, kisses, teasing, pleasant to both, the other to depict what is not. With the emperor, Violet went further than with a drawing teacher, but then everything seemed mutual, natural. Let the girl raise skirts in front of Walter Gransid, but did that mean she was ready to go to bed with anyone? And even more so without courtship, flowers, tender words that the emperor secretly whispered in her ear. Things are different now. Dorlarine caused mixed feelings in Violet, but she did not have an attraction to him. Probably so the girl stepped slowly, unconsciously trying to postpone the inevitable. However, Violet was not going to retreat. Just wants to overpower herself, and she was again accepted in. As if hundreds of eyes are watching, Violet rushed, once again alarmingly turning. From the moment she crossed the threshold of the bedroom, the girl did not leave the feeling of someone else's presence. Unknown people watched her from all sides, even from the ceiling, which seemed unnatural. At times Violet cracked, as if her skin touched Ty's fingers. She shuddered every time. And the servants are incomprehensible here, the girl continued to reflect aloud, trying not to muddle in dark enfilades. They call the Illyr a Millard, look into the eyes, appear and disappear from nowhere, pause equals 450 the maid, and completely imagined herself a noblewoman. She answered reluctantly, despicably. A thick ink shadow stretched from Violet's feet to brocade sofas, crowbar tables and oriental vases, like a paw of a predatory beast. The girl was seriously afraid, no matter how she began to live her own life. Man? A hissing whisper made her jump in place. Violet pressed her hand to her mouth, almost dropping the candlestick. Not a drop of dark magic, a completely worthless creature, the stealth continued to mock. Having recovered from the initial fear, the girl became angry and raised the candle above, hoping to see the root. Mirror, fool, kindly suggested unknown. Going deep into the room, Violet found herself near the fireplace. Above it really hung a large mirror in a dotted gilded frame. A smooth surface in places went ripple, forming concentric circles. In the center of the largest was something. Girl with tension. Welcome, the mirror winked and with light cotton got the usual look. Perhaps you should learn a couple of prayers. Violet carefully touched the amalgam and made sure that there is no one there. In sacred everything is upside down. She could write off the vision for fatigue, strained nerves, but she was not going to deceive herself. The opposing rose really was, this is an undeniable fact. Fortunately, nothing like that got on her way, and Violet safely got to the staircase. Having nervously corrected the silk neglect kindly given out along with the towel, Violet mentally assessed herself. Alas, not 5 points during an unplanned bathing, she lost her garments. All hope for a corset. Even at the Violet Hotel, she changed the road to the front, tightening in front. Before visiting Doru, the girl deliberately loosened the cord, open a little more than it should have. If it had been possible to spend a couple of days in the castle, rehearse in front of the mirror. But, alas, it was necessary to act now. At least the Eiler would do everything himself and quickly, Violet thought with hope. He is an adult experienced man, will not torment. The flame of the candle trembled. The girl tried to calm down, but the heart did not want to obey. It burst from the chest, the ball jumped from the throat to the stomach. Violet pulled a little. Noticing a strip of light in front, Violet extinguished the candle and abruptly pulled the rope belt. Eiler should see it in all the glitter, want to take it to the bedroom. Light cloth rustled, strewn along the hips. She approached the treasure door with the Queen's Gate, and opened it with a confident quick movement. Door, who was sitting in a deep chair, did not immediately notice an uninvited guest, therefore, Violet managed to look back. She stood on the doorstep of the living room, trimmed in silver-black tones. Only the dark blue upholstery of furniture and the scarlet dragon on the fireplace screen were knocked out of the total range. Cheerfully cracking Polina's revived him turned from a skillfully made picture into a pocket fantastic beast. Usually aristocrats decorated the walls with paintings, but Dor preferred books and weapons. For example, a sword stretched down over the sofa, as if hinting, one wrong word and the guest will lose his head. Resting from foot to foot, Violet wondered how to attract the attention of the Illyr. However, only she gained air in her chest to shake, as the Ilir raised his head and disappointingly extended, "Not original, my lady." Violet stubbornly pulled her shoulder, along the way getting rid of the rope that prevented her from fully appreciating her charms. And after all, she guessed with accord, the look of the elder still slid between the semicircles, only he did not light blood, but, on the contrary, frozen. The girl became awkward, and she regretted, didn't the spirit have enough to undress the dunnage? Grinning the Isler. As if whiplash stacked. Twitching, feeling a sense of burning shame, Violet covered her chest with her hands, and threw an insult in the face of the Ilir. "You are not a nobleman?" Completeness, as if I don't understand why you came. Well, Dor threw his foot on his foot and leaned back in the chair the second time easier. "Show. What if I like it? So far, I can't say anything. Corset is another cheat. How many women caught men with his help, and in fact they had nothing to offer." How dare you?" Violet was indignant. Did he think she was a prostitute? He raised his eyebrows and straightened his legs. "Me? Pardon, this is you practically undressed. The chest is half visible, show it as a whole, you came for this. And what difference does it make to you, here or in the bedroom to part with virginity, if it gravitates you so much? I can help, but I must make sure I don't waste time." "In vain?" bewildered asked the girl. Her fingers shaved the corset tape. She hesitated, but was increasingly inclined to tighten it, and not, on the contrary, remove it. "You suggest spending time on your body, don't you?" "Yes, but no." Violet was finally confused. Discouraged, she felt like a dinner in a frying pan. You can't leave, and you don't want to stay. So take the initiative. Or do you expect it from me? "Yes," the girl confirmed with a fallen voice. Corset lacing weakened every minute, and she had to hold it. "Remove your hands." Dora looked at her breasts. "And stop playing humble. If your charms impress me, so be it, help with virginity, but do not count on marriage. You came for it, Lady Red." The look of the Isler nailed to the floor. Violet did not find what to answer, and clung even more tightly to the corset. "She will not undress here, not so." Dor had to approach her, accustom herself, start her fingers in her corset and caress for a long time, and not evaluate how a young lady at the fair. "You can shake the sheets as much as you like, the ring on your finger will not appear." And also, the Isler rose and leisurely headed for it, from the proximity to a man, even a single one, children are born. You understand where you will find yourself with a bastard in your arms. Violet zeroed in. She understood. So, having equated with her, Dor raised a rope from the floor, still intent to seduce me? No. Having ripped the rope out of his hands, Violet took cover. She felt spat. Before men idolized the girl, admired her, fought for the right to get a favorable look. Adora Lararine, is he even capable of experiencing something for a woman? But since you have come, sit down. Ilir pointed to the free chair by the fireplace. Discuss your future fate. The girl pulled her mouse past the Ilir and settled at the fire. Her cheeks were burning, her chest was crammed with indignation. She tried so hard, and he purple blood cracker? Violet even turned away so as not to meet him with a look. He is not worth it. Just like that, he is not worth it. However, Dor Lararine needs her as heir. And also Violet had a strange need to simultaneously feel his presence and, glad that mind prevailed over whims, rather not adore and settled on the other side of the fireplace. Back relaxed, ankles crossed. With all the desire for a loose girl you did not pull, should not try. The girl scraped her teeth, but swallowed an insult. Let it become a punishment for an ill-conceived plan. As you understand, the Iler changed the subject, returned to what alarmed Violet more than his own defeat. I am obliged to notify the Marquis. How did you even decide to escape? Young lady, one. Even you don't consider me a lady, the girl laughed bitterly. Is it worth worrying about someone else's ruined reputation? She stared at the fire, hoping to find calm in it. Dreams collapsed like a house of cards, monastery walls were waiting in front. You are so well aware of my thoughts. briefly laughed the idler. Violet puzzled. Did he himself not speak with extreme categoricity a few minutes ago? Dark magicians have a slightly different morality, Dor explained, so I do not share the opinions of Her Imperial Majesty. If that happened, it was necessary to ask Walter, and not with the fascinated brilliance of his crown of yesterday's boarding house. An interest of the opposite sex. The girl nodded scattered. He called the Emperor Walter, advised to reap, condescending, like a younger brother. Who is the ruler of Ligia? Any other such words would cost a life. Is Dor not at all afraid? Violet looked up to the interlocutor. Before, she did not think why people tremble at the sound of his name, and now she was beginning to guess. It seems that it's not about the post and purple blood, there is something else. What destroyed the hum and the haircut, and could turn into ashes? Hey! Dor clicked his fingers in front of Violet. To do this, he had to rise and put his whole body to the side, practically lie on the armrest. Do you hear me? Violet blinked. It turned out that she was so deeply immersed in her own thoughts that she listened to the question addressed to her. I'm sorry, I thought about it, Eiler. It seems that it sounded not partial and not too pathetic. How difficult everything is. Why can't you talk to Daherlaren like an ordinary man? Eiler leaned back. Only now did Violet notice that his right palm was still dragged into the glove. The label rules and common sense ordered it to be removed, but Dor neglected them. Characteristically, there was no glove on his left-hand paws. Excuse me, Eiler. Violet lost the corners of her eyes and slid her fingers on the cheekbones, as if she had brought out a wide stroke on her skin. I risk being impolite, but, without agreeing, she pointed her eyes at the glove. Eiler followed her look and slightly changed the position of the body, now finding himself half a turn to the girl. This seemed to him little, and Dor rose, stopped against the window with his back to the guest. You better not know, he snapped in Violet a snap of invisible needles. In the air it smelled with stress. Unnaturally, the straight back of the Eiler, fingers stuck into the windowsill, ringing from muscle tension, indicated that this topic was too painful. However, in addition to aggression, the girl caught another, mild bitterness. Eczema is perfectly treated. Having decided that the problem in the disease, Violet tried to clumsily comfort the potential groom. Before she had to act in a similar role. If you want, I will give the address of an excellent doctor. The answer was a rolling laugh that shook Dora's whole body. Violet was seriously frightened for his mind and hugged herself with her hands, squeezing into a soft chair. Who will vouch that the Eiler will not kill her during the attack? However, Dor did not think to go crazy. After laughing, he turned to Violet, petrified with fear, and leisurely pulled his glove. You wanted to take a look, Lady Reg. His mouth twisted, turning his face into a grotesque theater mask for a couple of moments. Realizing that they were not going to kill her, Violet carefully shifted her look from the face of the Illyr to his arm. Nothing suspicious, skin like skin. Come closer, Dor fondled, and, suppressing the ridicule, added, I do not eat young girls, you are not in danger of. Tightly clutching her hands on her chest, the girl carefully approached. Eiler did not move, did not even rush when she was some meter away from him. Violet's look slowly slid along his arm, extended along the body. Dora's second arm lay on the windowsill, clutched his glove. Impressive, right? Dora, her reaction did not surprise, he did not expect another. Wearing a glove, he offered Violet help, but she, having shut up, shook off her outstretched arm. I hope you thought about marrying me now? Right, the Eiler moved a kotcherg of pollen in the fireplace, you should immediately show. Breathing hard, Violet sat on the floor and tried to reconcile with what she saw. It was contrary to the laws of nature. Excuse me, are you alive? The girl squeezed. Now she would have drank a whole jug of water. More than. I can't infect you either, don't worry. Well, don't worry. Violet still twitched the vein around her neck, and her heart beat off the drum fraction. If she could, the girl would have escaped a long time ago, but the rolling weakness chained her to the floor. I think you'd better lie down. Dor clicked her fingers, and a fair-haired girl materialized from the air, whom Violet met on the stairs. Now she was even more like a dead man. porcelain skin without a hint of blush, veins of pulsating veins. But the stranger breathed, came out, belonged to. Helen, take care of our guest please, the Illyr pointed to the impoverished Violet. And Clark went to her, let her find easy oblivion. Of the first degree, no longer needed, only to fall asleep. The blonde nodded and left the office in the usual way. Secrets and secrets so as not to ask about them, Dor visibly remarked, and held his palm on a smooth glove. 4 fingers responded with the usual warmth, and only the little finger remained cool, like any flesh-free bone. Chapter 9. Dor threw birch fields into the fireplace and followed that, how the fire ruthlessly consumed them. There was something fascinating in this indomitable power, which is impossible to bribe, almost immortal. Illyr grinned. It is unlikely that anyone will be able to completely destroy the fire. You will extinguish one fire, the second one will break out. And so in a circle. Fire is the most dangerous of elements. You need to handle it extremely carefully so that the owner does not become a victim. In his memory, the magicians burn like straw stalks, losing control of the situation. Well, without turning around, asked about the fate of Violet Illyr. He did not need to see Helen to know, she is here. The air in the room was barely noticeably changing, her fingers caught the oscillations of magical flows, her breath sounded in her head. But Helen is long dead. For everyone, but not for the dark world. Ma and Clark will arrive from minute to minute. Stay, graciously resolved the Illyr and walked along the wall, sliding fingers on the rough surface of the painted wallpaper. I need to talk to you. Something is burning you, Helen sighed sympathetically, and sat on the couch. And this is not a girl at all. Not a girl, echoed Dor. Helen, his most perfect creation, and for some time a friend. Over time, the Illyr learned to perceive it not only as a successful experiment. Dead princess, poisoned by his own aunt, to whom he gave a new life. Interlocutor and mistress. The Emperor would have gone ahead of schedule, finding out who the master of the secret guard spends the nights with. From a physical point of view, there were no problems. Helen's body skillfully exists in 2 states, bodily and nonsense. It is foolish to expect breeziness from a dark magician. Again, Dagger did not intend to support children born of accidental connections, much less give them his last name. Just as he did not want to listen to their mothers rushing to tell the joyful news. Pause. In addition, the chance to produce a future graph is. No, only Helen. Not so insensitive, only amateurs believe that undead is completely devoid of emotions. Ordinary, yes, but not the highest. And she is bold. The only thing Helen did not know was to smile. Sadness forever froze in her eyes. 2. Noisily exhaled through the nose of the Illyr, taking away the rising irritation. Only a persistent groom hunter he lacked. However, soon her father will take her, and Clark will take care of so that no one would know about the bone finger. For all the strength you need to pay. Dor broke up with flesh on one of his fingers, not so much for the acquired skills. The little man knew how to concentrate the pristine darkness around him, transform it into both vitality and destruction. As a result, the Illyr gained the opportunity to create magic that is not limited to the human mind. But I am grateful to her, a little silent, added Dor, and, hesitating, pulled out a book from the bookcase in an expired binding. Helen looked at him tacitly, she could not express surprise in another way, the facial expressions died with her body. She helped detect the problem. Very serious problem, Helen. At the contour she was attacked by a strap. Not someone's guard, but the most real wild strap. But in the safe area of undead, Helen objected. The last outbreak was extinguished 7 years ago. Illyr shook his head. I destroyed the strap with my own hands. I doubt that it is the only one. Judging by the absence of problems with coordination, it rebelled a long time ago, and was not yet afraid of sunlight. Let the day be cloudy, she still had to bury in a grave or other refuge until twilight. Already large eyes turned into 2 coffee lakes. Exactly, gloomily nodded, confirming her guesses, Illyr. Strong magician. And he is not in the imperial service. I fly to the ghost world, try to ask my. I doubt it will help, Doris objected. Witnesses are either destroyed or bound by charms of submission. Better talk to mermaids. Something they shook up, lure girls. So they can be understood. Violet is beautiful. Their heart is not stone. Dor grinned and sat down with pages. Already found out her name? Of course. I serve the master well and try to protect against possible danger. It turns out Helen died with a permeating gaze. Lady Reg is a threat? Decide only, my lord, diplomatically answered Undead. But the Eyelier read the answer in her pupils. Having sucked, he slammed the book with noise and sharply moved, as if he was pulling a rope, pulled Helen to himself, so that her eyes were opposite his. Remember, Dor spoke slowly and calmly, but the dead princess knew too well that she would follow this tone. No one dares to interfere in my life. Of course, sir, Helene asked. She twitched as if hung, trying to get away from the blows of invisible lashes of magic. I really hope you understand. Eyelier stopped the execution and returned to the deferred book. The blonde slid desensitiously to the floor and for a couple of minutes, while she came to her senses, lost her physicality. There is something else, returned to the original theme of Dor. He sank on the sofa and carefully stroked a turn with incomprehensible letters in the column. I felt it in the city. First rode off to the game of imagination, but at night everything was confirmed. Finger knocked on faded paper. Hence raised Undead. The magician does not have a special artifact, you have to improvise, make it yourself. In addition, you need to make some efforts to get into the same ghost world. Again, magic is required, a lot of magic, so it gradually reduces flows to one point, along the way, fed by the force selected by the undead. If I am right, reports of victims will soon be sprinkled. And a dozen peasants will definitely have one magician, even if weak. It is needed to take out the force. Will you report to the Emperor? Helen dared to get closer and timidly touched his cheek. I will have to, the Eyelier crushed without reacting to the weasel. If I don't hurry up, the letters that do not understand magic will turn everything. I will state only the facts, omit the assumptions. Having removed Helen's hand, Dor rose. The book remained lying on the couch. Ilya did not doubt that in his absence no one would dare touch her. I don't need you in bed today, on the move he dropped. Tomorrow, say, at 5 in the evening, gather the small council. The blonde nodded and bowed, putting her hand to her chest. Before she would have burst into tears from the neglect shown, but Helen managed to forget both joy and sadness. If only because she was dead much longer than alive, her aunt poisoned her rival on the way to the throne of the ball. While the Eyelier was considering the wording of the letter to the Emperor, putting aside the Marquis for later, Violet came to her senses with shock, and stared in bewilderment at the crowd around her. It is extremely impolite to arrange a passing courtyard from the maiden bedroom. When one of the men suggested she lie down and close her eyes, I am still a lady, gracious gentleman? In her head, a nasty woodbug was swollen. What if from now on she is considered a whore? Violet carefully drove a nasty thought from herself, but she returned time and time again. Maybe the Empress is not so wrong when, angry, she deprived the girl of the maid of honor cipher. The man shook off in surprise and remarked with an insulted appearance. No one doubts it. Then why did you get together here? Violet looked around the audience. Almost all the servants showed up, even the butler measured at the door. She lost consciousness for a short time when she was taken out of the living room by the Eyelier. Violet is not a sour young lady, she was not going to die. Scary, of course, but then she will consider everything, and while you need to deal with. Lie down please, and close your eyes, Clark hardly held back. By sticking his teeth, he dreamed rather of ending the girl. He, not the last archmagician of the Empire, was likened to a babysitter. And you will not object, you will not refuse, the Eyelier will erase. Maybe not in a figurative sense. I had to get out of bed in the middle of the night, look for a portal artifact, and be transferred here. And if I don't lie down? The girl asked. The current situation annoyed her not less than the interlocutor. It will be more difficult for me to put charms, barely blurring jaws, Clark explained. I wonder what the girl saw after or demanded to resort to oblivion? And why didn't he clean her memory? What charms? Violet startled frighteningly and climbed into the far corner of the bed. Clark sighed his eyes and, coming to terms with the inevitable, explained, forgetting. Not complete, he calmed down, noticing how the girl's face twitched, and partial. You will forget only a couple of hours. The gears in Violet's head came into motion. The girl weighed for and against and came to an unexpected conclusion. She did not want to forget anything. Let Dora's finger be terrible, but now Violet knew about him. Accustomed. Excuse me, what's your name? Violet smiled kindly, trying to establish contact. Slowing down, he nevertheless introduced himself. Ilear Clark. It is difficult to understand whether this is a first name or a last name, but it is not important for a had acquaintance. Dear Ilear, could you please ask these people? Violet trapped the hand of those gathered to go out. I do not wish that the charm superimposed incorrectly due to my excitement. In fact, she planned to avoid magical influence, but it is impossible to negotiate with Clark in the presence of witnesses. The servants obediently came out, leaving them together. Good. And now, the girl hung her legs from the bed and sent a rope that had burned the corset. Tell the Count that you have done everything. I mean, frowned Clark. Well, brought their charms. There's nothing important, Violet smiled charmingly and grabbed the usual response on the man's face with relief. It turns out that not all dark magicians are indifferent to women, only Dora. I was just very scared, Ilear apprehensive. Clark hesitated, and the girl went on the attack, consolidating success. You can ask him, he will confirm. I was born in a family without magic, undead me completely in the novelty. Oh, Clark nodded understandably, you met Helen. Violet curled, although she had no idea who she was. Like a familiar name, ah yes, the Ilear called so ghostly a girl with unnatural skin. It turns out that she is undead. BRR. And I will honestly sleep. Save strength for important things. Violet prayerfully folded her hands on her chest. She could not do anything else, it was up to the man to decide. He preferred his own benefit to someone else's will. Okay, the magician waved his hand and retreated from the bed. But if you get through? A formidable look hinted, the girl will not get away with the usual oblivion. Thank you. Violet shone and was relieved to translate the spirit when she finally left alone. To think, she almost lost valuable information? Locking the door on the key, the girl lay down and carefully resurrected what she saw in her memory. And so again and again until she got rid of shivers. Think, bone, she snorted, trying to finally say goodbye to fear. Striga is hundreds of times uglier. If the designer planned to get rid of me, he miscalculated. I would like to make friends with that Helen, Violet continued to reason aloud, while aligning her heart rate. She is probably aware of the addictions of the Count. With seduction came out stupid. And then the master, magician. The dishes themselves, how many women showed him breasts? No, here you need to play thinner. You will have to buy books. The girl settled down, belatedly remembering the letter to her father. She made long playing plans, but she was in reserve for a couple of weeks, and then if the Marquis did not agree with any magician. It is a pity, she did not ask, if the portal artifact was with her grandfather. I'll take it in my mind, Violet chewed her hair, and with good beauty. If the Ilear does not stand for once, he will have to marry. And if it turns out to be a strong nut, I will not return home anyway. It is better to settle in Matrif than to get to the monastery. Pause. I finally went to bed, and the girl ventured down to the kitchen for a glass of water. Cleaned her memory or not, there was nothing suspicious in the desire to drink. The castle seemed alive to the girl, but she boldly went ahead, trying not to shudder from each suspicious through. It is easier to take it for. Their own steps on the stairs echoed under the ceiling. Intentionally clinging to the railings, Violet looked right in front of her. She was afraid to encounter Helen or any of the conventionally living cloisters of the castle, but it did. The girl without adventure went down to the hall. It remained to be understood how to get from there to the kitchen. Somewhere there should be a black staircase, and not far from it, the coveted passage. And Violet moved to the right, hoping sooner or later to go to the desired. In such large houses of stairs for servants several, they permeated all floors. Through large windows, almost from floor to ceiling, the night knocked into the front halls. The moon managed to partially hide, moving to another point on the skyscraper, only oblique scattered rays fell on the parquet. However, they were enough to move without fear and half amassed in the upset feelings of Violet. Passing the lavishly furnished living room and buffet room, the girl found herself in the ballroom. It seemed that if you screamed, the sound would reflect from the walls for a long time. The huge empty space resembled a grotto. Behind the following doors was a music salon. Almost in the center of the room at the most honorable place there was a harp. Other instruments were absent, but the pupitre and special chairs confirmed here they held chamber concerts. Interested, the girl approached the harp. That struck her with dimensions. The instrument was performed in human growth. It resembled the skeleton of an unknown animal. Here is the vertebral column, but the thinnest rib strings. The color is also unusual, light, as if the harp was really made of bone. Not holding, Violet touched the finger of the string. Reached for the back, to be pushed away, when she heard behind her back, "It is unlikely that my lord will be pleased to learn that someone touched his harp." Chapter 10. Violet often froze and turned around. On the threshold of the music salon, the butler measured and looked at her with condemnation. And his palm flames fluttered. The girl blinked, but the vision did not go away, the light did not turn into a candle. After following her look, the butler was surprised. "Didn't you know?" "Didn't know what?" Violet carefully specified. She pulled away from the harp and hid her hands behind her back. There was still something to ruin. "Have you ever met domestic magic before? But if you become more familiar?" The butler approached the nearest candelabra. The twinkle jumped agitatively from his palm onto the wick. "Are you a magician?" The girl almost choked on air. "An ordinary servant and owns art, which was taught at the academy." "From where?" "Here all the magicians, to one degree or another," repeated the butler, and did the same trick with the second candelabra, finally winning the music salon from the half-mast. "Of course, ordinary people are found in Satrat, but my lord takes exclusively dark magicians to the service." "So that's why?" Violet bit her lip so as not to sound a guess. "Well, of course, for purple blood carriers, Dor is not an Iler, but just a lord." "Excuse me, my lady, but it is really better not to touch the harp," the servant gently repeated. "It is not known what consequences this will lead to. It is not only about the anger of my lord. You see, some objects are also endowed with magic, similarity of intelligence, and recognize only owners." Looking at the harp, Violet was convinced of the veracity of the first impression. The basis of the instrument was really made of giant bones. But the origin of the strings remained a mystery. They were thicker than usual, but more sensitive to the movements of the fingers. "Were you looking for something, my lady? Or lost?" The butler clearly tried to expel her from the music salon. "Let me walk you." "I wanted water." The girl reluctantly turned away from the harp. "That manila, like a forbidden fruit." "Where is the kitchen?" "The maid will bring you everything." "Let's go." Violet fell asleep. Too openly she was not allowed to wander around the house. Ailier feared another attacker simply did not like the idol. Violet once again bowed to the musical instrument, and for a moment it seemed to her that the strings flinched, producing a barely discernible, on the verge of perception sound. "Nonsense. This is wind outside the window or creaking branches." The butler shrugged, hinting that it was time to leave, and the girl reluctantly allowed herself to be taken away. Alas, she did not have significant arguments to stay. However, this did not mean that she forgot about the harp. On the contrary, Violet intended to find out that. Violet's water was brought by the same maid who helped her strip in the evening. "I added a few drops of honey and mint oil." The maid put the tray on the bedside table and glanced around the room, as if checking if everything was in place. This will help you fall asleep. Definitely, local residents would prefer that the guest turn into a sleeping beauty. Thank you, Violet spoke dryly, bearing in mind the criteria for the selection of servants. It is worth careful that instead of mint do not get wolfberries. Fire up, please, a fireplace. I want to sit a little with the book. You will bring me? It is unusual to say you to the maid, but for now you will have to. As it turned out, the room in the castle is different. It was not forbidden to independently walk to the library. The servant kindly suggested where to find it, and promised to prepare a cozy atmosphere for reading. In fact, Violet's books were not concerned. She wanted to find out the addictions of a potential husband. At the Almer Noble School, they gave enough education to maintain a conversation in almost any sphere. You just need to understand what topic to start a conversation on. Men love with their ears, reasoned Violet, in which time for today stepping on the steps. No matter how surly the ill ears, he will like the praise. He will find a weak spot. The girl guessed they will be magic, but hoped to catch on with something else, the same music. Oh, she is ready to play a duet with him, even sing, although she equally hated clavichords and solo parts. What to do? She completely lacked musical hearing. The candle in her hand added confidence. In vain the girl did not grab her on the way to the kitchen. Maybe then she would have had time to see a little more before the butler arrived. However, it is original to arrange a library almost under the roof itself. However, Violet quickly guessed why it was needed. From the windows there was a stunning view. Wide windowsills with soft cushions showed you to meet sunrises and sunsets. The girl sniffed. Not so much a lilar and a cracker. It is unlikely that he broke up for guests, pillows fresh, not faded. So, they did not inherit from their ancestors, but were sewn on the orders of the current owner. Not even believed that a person like Dorlarine climbed his feet on the windowsill. Interesting, what is his favorite window? And the pillow? Probably the one over there, brocade. Someone clearly liked to sit on it. Near one of the windows, Violet found a bomb pipe. A little shaking with magnifying glasses, she brought it to Matrof. Surprisingly, even the veins can be seen. Where only Dor got such an outlandish, you can see only the birds on the tree through the usual underground pipe, and then during the day. Having forgotten the purpose of her visit, Violet enthusiastically twisted the cylinders, pointing the eyepieces at one or the other part of the park. That's the surprise? The girl jumped, almost overturning the underground pipe. At first it seemed to her that the sailor caught her at the crime scene, but then she realized the voice of another, unfamiliar. Another servant? Yes, she leaves already, leaves, books tomorrow will consider. Violet turned disgruntled and stared at the black cat. He sat a few steps away and hypnotized with green eyes. Talking cat? Violet settled on the windowsill and felt her forehead. Is there no heat? In healthy people, animals do not talk. It turns out that it was damaged by the mind. It was not worth giving up the spell of oblivion. The terrible vision did not pass without a trace. Good night, madam, the cat greeted defiantly, and the bailiff on the hind paws depicted the bow. Actually, my lady, Violet corrected by habit, trying to figure out how and when her madness began. Am I sleeping? She asked with hope. If not, it is better to voluntarily surrender to the nuns. The cat smothered his head, destroying the fragile hope. So it is, it has become obsessed, and now definitely no one needs. Well, my lady, so my lady graciously agreed to change the address mustache and put on the shoulder with a question. You are not satisfied with anything else? Violet wanted to answer, everything, but she only timidly clarified, me? Pressed into a stone windowsill, the girl scaled her hand to the side of her and found a pillow. Suddenly her vision is aggressive. You will need to defend yourself. Not me. The cat grinned. His outline seemed to be smoky. As a result, only a silver contour remained from the animal. He began to grow rapidly, change, eventually revealing a man who had deserted Violet. The young brunette stared at her audaciously and smiled widely. Loose pants and a loose white shirt that exposed a tan-trained body. The last girl tried not to look at, for two reasons at once. Firstly, so as not to provoke. Secondly, so as not to repeat stories with the emperor. Yes and not so. What? The brazen raised his eyebrow and moved close to Violet, forcing her to put her legs up. Never seen. Pooh. The girl pinched herself painfully by the cheek. Alas, to no avail, the vision did not go anywhere. Kodalak. Face is scientific, and Kodalak is folk. I saw. Violet hit a prickly hand with her pillow, reaching for her robe. Only one man lived in the castle, to whom her charms were intended, and this is definitely not a cheeky werewolf. Only they were called differently. What about? Persistent interlocutor murmured. The blow did not stop him, on the contrary, annoyed. Where did only such a concern come from? Future dead people. Now the foot has come into play. In some cases even the lady is kicked. You have no chance against the people my father will hire, just try to dishonor me? The man raised his second eyebrow, then completely opened his mouth so that laugh. Where was his manners taught? Taking advantage of the moment, Violet jumped off the window and rushed to the door. Only here was an obstacle in the way. The sauce of the candle remained on the window appeared to be a granite rock. Without holding balance, the girl most shamefully stretched on the floor. She herself? Honestly, Violet heard the guilty voice of the lick. You and honor are incompatible concepts, Violet thundered over the head with the voice of the idler. Get out of here. Tired every 6 months of new maids to look and think where to put your brood. And no one asked me to pick me up, the pot noted offensively. And you were not asked to get tied up with me, in a sharp manner, cursed or. Having dealt with the glee, the illy went around the slumped girl and descended on the crusts. Violet wondered if it was worth keeping still or remembering the shame. To find out what his intentions were, Dora Violet was not going to entertain, her goal is marriage. The bone finger was not remembered in time. It is not surprising that when the cool palm touched the shoulder, the girl pulled and muted. Understandably, the idler drilled unhappily, today everyone violates my orders. Violet sighed penitently and rose to tie the damned rope. She no longer played the seducer. The girl was afraid to turn around, check if Dor was wearing gloves. And she did not want to know what hand he touched her. Will you get up, or do you like the floor? I will. I was looking for a book, and here. And then you met Hamid, voiced the name of the cheeky gleeiler, and raised the guest to his feet, even the floors of the rope pulled. Another figure would admire. It appears when the moon comes in full force, but usually walks outside the castle. This Hamid is not a man, is he? Werewolf, I got it right? Dora's hands were still lying on her shoulders. Violet's neck felt the breath of the idler. From it was thrown into the heat, then into the cold. Her legs moved, as if they had grown to the floor. It seemed, and the idler left. Illyr spoke exactly, did not even hint at caress, but inside Violet everything was tied with a tight knot from each word, every sigh. She did not experience this even with the Emperor, a mixture of fear and desire, and also shame, burning, practically painful. A minute ago, the girl and thoughts did not allow for intimacy, now awed the anticipation of the unknown something. The corset has become too tight, she longed to get rid of him, dreamed that Dora's palms lay on her chest, they stop her flower. Probably, if Violet turned around, she would collapse, but she could not, feared herself. One wrong move, and no Countess Scour in the future. Yes, Hamid is a werewolf, confirmed the designer and, unfortunately, released the girl. What books were you interested in? On the corners? They are prohibited, I immediately warn. In prison dungeons you will definitely not find grooms. He himself needed ancient chronicles, which Violet or did not intend to read under. A curious girl will begin to ask and spread panic throughout Legia. The threat was to be kept secret, and the criminal to find and destroy. It hurts. Violet gained the usual confidence after getting rid of the inspiration. Man, and even with purple blood, much older than he. I do not do magic. She uttered the last word contemptuously, which she immediately regretted. Interesting, you are special. Bowing your head, the idler closely watched her. Like a beast, the girl noticed. Another would drown in flattery, narrowly told how she dreamed of entering the grandfather academy, but her father forbade. I'm not too smart, Violet reluctantly admitted, otherwise I wouldn't be here. And what is the connection? Smart would not be caught by the Empress Mother. Smart would not contact her son, and calmly chose the style of the wedding dress, preparing to become the Duchess of Beryl. It is also true. But the past is not returned, and the present stands by, desperately not wanting to turn into a future. I don't hold love novels, I can offer Liege a story. I suppose it will successfully replace sleeping pills. Without waiting for an answer, Dor hid among the shelves. Now that he was not seen by a boring guest, he moved sharply, gustily, without hiding irritation. Usually, feelings had to be hidden to maintain the appearance of dispassionate. People naively believe that Orlar, a superficial survey of spirits, convinced the need to personally visit the ghost world. Business for small, find a way to return. Ilir was not going to risk, in vain, to expend strength. In addition, it would be nice to pick up a map so that it would not accidentally be inside the projection of the Temple of May. Blooded and outdoor with purple blood, he did not want to get into the inverted world, the one that preceded the abyss. Born you at least 3 times Archimagus, there is a place only for the Lord and her subjects. Shouldn't have driven Hammett away? Let him seduce the title hunter. Fell on her head? At the academy, Dor made it clear that Violet is not interested in him either as a woman, or as a student, or as an interlocutor. But no, she got to Satred and almost died. Only for the last reason, due to a vague sense of guilt, the Ilier still has not driven her. Yet Violet Reg was lucky that Dor gathered for a familiar artifact that day. He lived outside Satred, categorically refused to move and kept a small watch shop in Bria. But the Iler could look at him next week, at least a month later. It's not an urgent matter, but the Iler wanted to shake. Trips to the capital were eerily tired, and after all, I climbed into the deaf place. Who brought her there? Why didn't he leave her in the same Bria, or at least in the White Goose, a small inn on the very border with Satred? She would find a guide there, and travel calmly even without a portaler. The illusion as it moved in the right direction would gradually fall, the outlines of the real landscape would appear, and shelter and food would appear with them. However, what to choose? Fingers slid along the routes. Without seeing the names, Dor would have unmistakably named each book, although he had accumulated several hundred of them. The library is his favorite brainchild, a resting place after interrogations and dirt, which due to the position, had to be cleared of human souls. At first, the Ilir reached for torture devices and their use, but then he thought, enough with Violet, there is no need to mock her. Dor turned into another section and pulled out a collection of biographies of emperors, the maiden reading of all available. Hide your hand in your own house? Dor drilled, materializing a glove from the air. Nothing. When Violet leaves, he will remove it, he will still have to witch. Today he will need a lot of strength, a lot. The music of the ghost harp required recharge, otherwise only shadows around you will gather. Hold on. Ilir taught the girl a book and pushed out the door. Ham? Violet turned her shoulders and, flattened, shouted, what about the candle? Without her, she will not get to the bedroom. The owner of the castle saved on torches, preferred moonlight. Dor did not react, and the girl barabonized the oak boards. Enough. The door opened sharply, revealing an angry Iler. However, he quickly picked himself up and hooked up the mask of the usual arrogance. Put the book under your arm, and put your palms, Dor commanded. Why? Violet could not understand why such difficulties. Why can't you just return the cucumber? Do what you are told. Ilir marveled at his own patience. How long will it last? Without waiting for the reaction, the Iler ripped the girl's book and threw it on the floor. After he folded her palms with a boat and sat on them a tiny light. Well, Dor nodded satisfactorily, now don't get lost. Get your luggage tomorrow, send someone for it. Good night. The door slammed again, leaving the girl alone with a piece of household magic and a taste of victory on her lips. The Iler was not going to send her to the hotel. Chapter 11. Dor was of the opinion that moonlight is enough if you are going to turn to magic. Only idleness is unable to see in the dark, feel it. How it gently irons on the cheek, penetrates through the skin, flows along the veins, whispering all new fairy tales. Next to the idler, darkness has long been drawn. Unless the one that is centuries old, from which the face of Maya is woven, did not obey him. But for that it in darkness, just like that, with a capital letter, to remain forever volatile and free. Convinced that Violet really went to bed and did not guard him on the stairs in the next seductive kit, Dor delved into reading, trying to fix every letter in his mind. Each stroke is. Ancient books are insidious, beginners take as palms tilt, do not notice dots above the inscriptions, but everything is not accidental, the price is too high, so their work has been reconciled and rewritten more than once. Pause equals 450. For a long time I didn't go there, sighed the filly and complained to the void. I don't remember anything anymore. Dor Lararine was cunning. Many criminals were surprised how quickly he found them, how the idler knew how to arise, as if from nowhere, rapidly overcoming the space. The secret was simple and would make the hair on the back of the head move the ghost world. Violet would faint if I had learned what I was facing on my first day at Satret. Ilir was weaving a notorious contour from the threads of the same ghost world, allowing him to enter the world of the living. Weave into a spell a particle of his own blood, Dor deprived the dead of the opportunity to cross the border. The living could not see through the illusion of otherworldly magic, beyond recognition distorted space, woven in circles, and eventually fell into completely safe places inhabited by ordinary people. That is why a guide was required to travel to Sitrit. Violet, to his fate, simply profited from a fool who did not know the local order. Helen, without breaking away from reading, called the idler. One of the windows was momentarily smoky, revealing the dead princess. Remind me in which square the bursts were felt. Dor ironed out the foliant reversal and turned the book to Helen. Near the old tower, she did not hesitate to poke into the upper right corner. Not far from the projection of the temple, the idler noisily exhaled. He would prefer to deal with another traitor, rather than a purple blood fanatic. The stranger's intentions gradually became clear, but the designer did not rush to conclusions. First you need to check everything. Look after the girl, he ordered. And make sure that she is not bothered by Hamid. It seems that he set out to get another toy. Suffice it to say that Violet is yours and Hamid will retreat, said Helen. Death partially blunted fear, remain a princess, the girl would not dare even think this. Ilir straightened up and held his finger under the collar, as if he were rubbing his neck. The eye green smoothly darkened from the edge of the iris to the pupil. Helen dangerously retreated, pressing the book to her chest. Now she has become her shield. And how long have you had such thoughts? Deceptively quietly asked Dor. His shield was formed by his arms folded on his chest. I thought insecure star ghost girl. She was afraid to finish, faced with a sharp, like a razor, look at the wall. What did it look like? The sneaky voice of the designer filled the space. Stepping forward, he took away the book from Helen and returned it to the shelf. Nothing was worth taking away the undead created by him, only one finger movement was enough, and she would be silent forever, but Dor wanted to listen to the fiction of the daring creation. It means a lot, my lord, Helen answered. Either with the shadow of a smile, or in the warning fragment. Helen did not always guess his emotions, and now she doubted. One thing she knew for sure, no perseverance would help Violet stay against the will of the owner of the castle. This means only that, Dor minted, that I was instilled in good manners. Or do you hold a different opinion? Helen felt pain. Green eye crystals poured into her resurrected flesh with dozens of faces, mercilessly grinding, reducing to formless matter. The dead princess hardly managed to convince herself that everything was only a game of imagination. The manner of the idler is impeccable, assured Helen and hurried to escape. Let him not let her go, it is better to leave. Dor in a bad mood could take him out on the first servant who got caught. Ilir looked indifferently at the ghostly mistress. He had already calmed down and wondered how foolish words could bring him out. Helen has never had a different mind. And why? 16-year-old princesses are by definition stupid, like 18-year-old boarding school graduates. Violet Reg arranged a noble comedy in his bedroom, but the Isler is completely devoid of a sense of humor. Dor resurrected in memory the appearance of an uninvited guest, her baffling breath here in the library, when his fingers touched her shoulders. Experienced seducer? Intriguing? The Empress Mother overestimated the girl. If I wanted to, the designer would have received Violet without much difficulty. Another thing is that he did not need it. Grease face. Too greasy. Confident in her beauty, power over people, she could not think about refusing. Dare not without pleasure verbally whipped it on the cheeks of the academy. Not afraid to come, refused to forget. The last Hylier did not understand. His finger is not something to remember, even men would be horrified. Or did the goal justify the mean so much that Violet came to terms with a terrible disadvantage? She gave up, she had a powerful incentive, not only the fate of the old maiden. Women do not change even after death. Dor shook his head and returned to urgent affairs. It will not be so burdensome for Violet Reg if he lingers for a short time. Loneliness is useful for ladies for certain reasons. Sitting at home and entertaining her Isler does not intend to. Having covered his eyes, the designer mentally reproduced the map of the ghost world. Like no gaps, everything is clear and clear. Since so, you can safely sit down at the harp. Master, master? Hundreds of whispers rang out in his head, hundreds of hands streaming magic to Doru, wrapped in lianes, while he went down the stairs. Habitually brushing off invisible servants, the Isler reached the hall. Arthur? He called slightly, confident that the butler would hear. So it is, a light broke out in the distance, and after a couple of minutes the servant stood beside the master. He lifted him from bed, but Arthur was used to the features of his work, and did not complain about the inconvenience. Pause equals 450. I will leave. Maybe for a few days. Take care of Lady Reg and her belongings, settle questions with the hotel. The butler nodded and bowed. He hesitated. Should you talk about Violet's night walk? In the end he did not. Why disturb the master in trifles? Will you order to saddle the horse, give the carriage? No. Now not, Doris recovered, remembering where he will bring the passage from the ghost world. Tomorrow morning leave a horse at Milne's Mill. And again, no questions. Arthur quickly learned, do not be surprised by the orders of the owner, especially ask again. To be executed, my lord. After waiting for the butler's steps to subside, the designer headed to the music salon. His shadow gliding along the floor resembled a thunderous cloud. Only a wide-brimmed cloak was missing, and a sinister ghost would turn out. However, Dor was not going to scare anyone. Too little. Not his fault, if people gave way to him, trembled to death, feared his questions. This is their choice, or rather, their conscience. The master of the secret guard was of the opinion that there was nothing to fear for a person who had never planned a bad person. Greetings, Lord. We've missed you, sir. Shadows one after another rose from corners, fell out from behind sofas. The castle was filled with them, as if a hive of bees. More than one generation of Lariranov carefully collected various kinds of artifacts, bought out genies, lured ghosts. What do you want to do with the girl? Ilir grinned. How without the mirror face? A wonderful acquisition costs a dozen basilisks. How many people died at one time, simply throwing their eyes in a mirror, river or other surface capable of reflecting their face? And no traces, only a dark magician will notice something wrong in pupils. Mirror face followed Mister on the walls of the ballroom. He did not pose a danger to Dora, only for ordinary mortals. Purple blood, excellent immunity. Nothing, without stopping, dropped the Isler. White, the face was upset. She is too daring. Dor slowed down sharply, and turned to the otherworldly servant. His words sounded too fantastic. To Violet, and heir to chop? Yes, she will faint, if she notices a rose in the mirror. And what did she say? Dor became interested. The girl turned out to be not so simple, not an ordinary deferent court lady. She touched me. The mirror face was horrified. Eilier tried to restrain himself, but the laughter fell off his lips, short, low, momentarily affecting the emeralds of the eye. "This is an insult, Lord. No face." "I demand blood? Will you do it?" Dora waved off. "I have no doubt you mock her completely. People do not know traditions, are not familiar with our customs, do not blame her. And touch too. You understand?" From the last words, the air in the ballroom thickened and turned blue. A whitish crack lay across the mirror face, dissolved with a seedy snowflake. The eyes of the Eiler were barely noticeable. Purple blood blossomed the face and hands with a frightening net. From the bone finger came a pale salad radiance, a jet of smoke stretching to the face. He dangerously jumped into the next mirror and assured that he did not touch. "She is my guest, calm down," added the Eiler. "And I do not divide my guests into magicians and people." Peels of boots ruthlessly chirped through the expensive parquet, leaving ugly black stripes. The mirror face took Dora's precious time, but it's good that he spoke out. "I would not like to find Violet's glazed eyes on my return. The desire to marry is not yet a reason to execute." It seems that the designer came up with a way to reclaim the daughter of the Marquis. It is necessary to destroy her dreams. It is worth seeing what dark magicians really are. Make sure that she is not waiting for adoration, attention and a rich secular life, as Violet herself will ask for her father. The ghost harp welcomed the appearance of the owner with a melodic overflow of strings. They moved on their own, crossed by a night through. As if very far away, the dragon roared from the underwater caves. The Lord of the Sky did not accept the posthumous part of the material for the harp frame, although many centuries have passed already. "Smile!" shouted a dark magician. Melody and growl subdued. Clutching his fingers in the lock, Dor blurred his brushes. "What to play, where to move?" Eilier pushed back the high storehouse, the only one among the sum of identical chairs. No one used the last. The sounds of other people's instruments were never heard under the arches of the music salon. Everything is a sandwich designed to mask the greatest value of Lariranov Castle. Knees compressed what once drove the dragon's body. By tilting the harp, Dor conveniently arranged it on his right shoulder. Eilier checked the tension of the strings, set up levers for the desired timbre. His fingers refuted the opinion that the harp was created exclusively for women. Usually 3 fingers played on the harp, but the Eiler needed a little finger. However, it is still too early, and it is set aside so that it does not interfere. The index finger walked through the strings, checking if everything is in order. "Yes, everything is exactly as you need it, you can start." After briefly taking his hand off the strings, the Eiler squeezed his palm. A bone finger poured into her skin. A tiny drop of blood appeared. Dor thoroughly lubricated her upper string, then did the same with the rest. Barely noticeable amethyst points. The music salon was filled with the finest overflows. They lay on the floor with moon threads, the rays of the star spread from Doris's feet. The dark magician did not need notes, and it is unlikely that they existed at all. Covering his eyes, he wove in a melody, like a silk carpet. Gradually the space around it changed, as if divided into 2 halves. In which the harp was located remained the same, and the second moved apart, turned into infinity without walls, floor and ceiling. From somewhere above, slowly circling, snow fell the smallest silver sparks. They diverged in waves, giving rise to an outlandish canopy. They gradually thinned and, melting, opened the view of a valley filled with gray fog without stars and moons. Harp continued to play. Eilier came close to the border with the mysterious valley and extended his hand, allowing the ghost world to pick itself up. Music immediately stopped, the transition was made. It took a bit of time to adjust to the rarefied air of the ghost world. Dor patiently waited, while blood will do its job, and boldly stepped into the fog. The mind instantly filled dozens of muted voices, the echoes of the thoughts of the local inhabitants. You cannot listen, pay attention to them, or you will go crazy. But the fog has dissipated, the Eiler found himself on the edge of the cliff. Without hesitation, Dor jumped. Airflows picked it up and carefully lowered it among what seemed to be a regular landscape. If not for the strange paints, black, silver and purple, it could be mistaken for the surroundings of Matruf. Slowly carried its waters amethyst, river. Black trees bowed crowns above it. Under the feet, shiny eyes of flowers flared up all the time. Door unmistakably found the projection of the Temple of Mani in that place. Air flows changed at a certain angle, allowing you to consider the lubricated contours of the inverted structure. It needs to be bypassed, even if you consider yourself a strong magician. In the ghost world it is always cold. Fortunately, any dark magician from birth is not sensitive to weather changes, easily tolerates both heat and frost. The boot ruthlessly crushed the silver flower, then the second. Door was heading to the place where, according to ghost stories, the wrong thing happened. Over there, cheerfully whisper shadows, indicating the direction. They are false, and at any moment could betray. It is better to trust their own intuition. Eiler felt earlier than he saw, and just in case prepared for the attack. The most powerful stop of energy, breaking the ghost world and going out. Its roots went into the inverted world. The magic funnel dragged on, but still powered by dark energy. With the help of it, Door would easily create a portal with the power of thought. However, he was not going to be like a boy and foolishly rejoice in acquiring. If they give you something, be sure to ask. Dark energy is almost always a trap. Falling on one knee, the Eiler put his palm on the ground and closed his eyes. Painful pulsation in the right little finger that, with a bone, confirmed the worst fears. Door sharply straightened, as if a pack of ghostly hounds were chasing him, and looked back at the old tower. He didn't want to go there, but apparently you will have to. Will his mistress let in, and on what terms will he agree to help, if she wants to? Chapter 12. Hello. Door took care of. He did not like her ability to emerge from nowhere, take any images, but the Eiler is just a guest in the ghost world. He does not like to set the rules. So now there was only to turn around and, as low as possible, worship. Someone did it out of fear, he, perhaps out of respect, although you cannot underestimate the powers of the great dead. The hem of the dress with liquid white gold slid along absolutely black floor plates. Matte obsidian did not reflect anything, the light remained in another world. Sunlight, because another pause equals 450 ruled here. Thin fingers touched Dora's cheek for moments, as if they burned the skin. Ilya did not move, patiently waited. The cloud of the color of the muted northern light swept under the ceiling, and pulled out the female face. It attracted and frightened at the same time, absolutely white, whiter than the cleanest snow, hair curved with a sweet bias, dark pale purple lips and endless, like abyss, black iris eyes. Last time the old tower hostess threw him out just after the greeting. She never explained her actions. I'm already starting to forget what people look like, the woman said thoughtfully, gliding along the Eiler with a tenacious look. He swept through the skin with a wave of fleeting cordon. And your blood became thicker, brighter, she added. Okay, I won't. How can you, my lady? Door objected with feigned indignation. Your power is undeniable. Oh, leave it. Although I would love your blood today. So the fee. It remained only to guess how much Asweek would take for his favor. She could limit herself to a drop, but could take everything. The female face turned smoky to show in front of the dark magician the owner of the old tower in all its glory. High, slender, she seemed the embodiment of the male dream. A tight black dress delineated the cool thighs, a bold diamond-shaped cut in half, much more than allowed, exposed the poor chest. But the beauty of Asweek is poison, her beloved became the food of the old tower. However, even knowing about it, Door could not take his eyes away from the pendant clamped in a spoon between his breasts. With great difficulty, he still turned away. The magician did not come here for death. It's nice to see that at least I'll wave you. Asweek's laughter with a ringing bell flew through an empty hall and was lost in high arches. Alas, not as you would like, my lady. Ilia regained control of the body, and answered with all possible courtesy. Women's eyebrows rose. Do you know my thoughts? Door was silent. Asweek made it too clear that he came to the dangerous edge. So, what brought heroine to me? The hem was again rustling through the stones, inviting you to follow. Aswig brought the Ilir to the living room. The whole wall was occupied by a fireplace, a shelf above which was decorated with wolf heads. Opposite was a stiff old sofa covered with white calf skin. Skull lights threw off blue light. Sit down. Aswig pointed to the sofa, but Dor did not move. Usually, visitors should have settled at the feet of the hostess of the tower. Do not feel my patience, shook the half-mother's head. Or do you want to replenish my collection? It was about turtles. Any necromancer understood. They are human, fell how their owners broke up with life. The whole living room was soaked in suffocating death, silent cries of suffering were in the air. Punishment was carried out by the fireplace. No, madam. The dark magician did not want to sit down, but he had to. The decision to come here increasingly seemed like a mistake. Was Aswig going to use it in a certain ritual, or even sacrifice Maddie? Then her strength would increase many times, allow her to find a body. They talked. Once Aswig lived in the world of the sun. Beloved student of darkness, half demon half human, fruit of an unnatural union. After the defeat of Maddie in the fight against brother Aswig. So, what brings you to me? The proximity of such a dangerous creature made Dora get close. Aswig this ridiculed. Her fingers again playfully walked along his chin, climbed behind the shirt gate. How nice it is to feel the heart beating under the palm. Having licked her lips, she mumbled sweetly. Ilir intercepted her hand in time at the collarbone. He understood perfectly what might have turned out to be what the other would take as a weasel. Boring? Without offending at all, Aswig complained. You know the rules too well. On me all Legia, I.O. My lady, I would like to ask. Dor was silent, and, having received an approving nod, continued, I would like to know who conducts rituals near the projection of the temple, who and why releases undead. Lie down. Ilir frowned on. He didn't like the order at all. Everything has its own price, Aswig recalled and woven a long sharp dagger out of the air. I do not promise to answer all the questions, but I will let you see something. It will hurt, she warned. Who would doubt it? With the effort of will, Dor laid himself on the sofa, face up, as the landlady of the tower wished. He did not resist when it divided it, only wondered if Aswig would return to the world of the living after entertainment. Blood could flow too much. Aswig's eyes fingers ran over the main arteries in the likeness of weasel. The next point of the dagger outlined the contours of the body. Close your eyes and relax. Only years of training allowed to fulfill the order. Crested fabric. Is it? Well, yes, the sofa, otherwise Aswig would take it to the yard, to the ritual bowl. And he almost believed when he felt the pain. She bent the body with an arc. I had to stitch my teeth so as not to scream. The dagger ruthlessly braided the skin, saturating the mistress with purple blood. From her, Aswig's lips were poured with cherries, filled with paints. Incision and kiss, passionate, burning. Dor felt her heated body, no longer radiating paralyzing cold, and understood. Too much blood was given. Aswig kept the Ilir on the verge, did not allow her to lose consciousness for a long time, but then let go, and Dor fell into the infinite black abyss. The last thought was, I would return? Bottomless, resembling a living darkness before the eyes, gradually brightened until it turned into pre-dawn twilight. Ilir blinked, tried to move. Unprecedented lightness and complete lack of sensation suggested he is still unconscious. The soul went on the journey, not the body. Most likely, this is a very hard dream on the shy verge of death and life, in which opium lovers often dive. Ilir looked around, and, as if by the swing of his hand, Mar dispelled, revealing the event of the recent past. They resembled a theatrical production, a tiny scene with action and a grey monotonous frame around. Movements are slowed down, paints are erased, everything is almost black and white. Dor saw the strap. She just rose from the ground and tried to attack the owner. The man stood with his back to the observer. Dark hair, proudly stretched shoulders. About Dor height. Mag tried to move. An unfamiliar magician leaned and threw something into the grave. After he ordered the strap to bury the former monastery. Sharp push. Flash of unbearable pain. Dora's ribs squeezed dozens of the finest iron rings, knocking air out of his lungs. He felt again, which means it's time to return to the old tower, to his own body. Eilir woke up on the same sofa. Each cell of the body radiated pain, but Dora rejoiced in her as a native. Weakness will pass, most importantly, Asweig did not take life. Do not worry, I did not make you a lover, just did not drink blood for a long time, did not tolerate. The mistress of the old tower sat next to her, the head of the Isla rested on her lap. Almost family scene. Although you could become my. Briefly. I am very flattering, madam, but I will refuse. The whitened lips barely moved, but the Isla forced himself to answer. Not then did he come to the old tower to entertain the semi-demonic. Whatever you want, Asweig easily agreed. Fed, satisfied, she was not going to punish for daring. You asked about the rituals. This person wants to get the strength of the temple. It is sealed, and is not yet amenable, but he is saving energy, looking for path strings to May. I suppose, Dora, you are smart enough to find an enemy. Look around, and everything will become clear. Asweig shifted his head to a blood-spattered upholstery and rose. A silver whirlwind put her in a former black dress, and then returned her clothes to a destitute Eilir. Eilir mentally thanked the half-demonians for their little courtesy. I will give you a hint: the book. Read at leisure. The mistress of the old tower approached the fireplace, and a helpful flame put a torn book in her hands. These are the notes of the former priest of the temple, explained Asweig. He carefully described each of his steps, as long as he devoted himself forever to May, and lost all human. I think the book will be useful to you. Flies danced in front of her eyes, there was a metal taste in her mouth. Dora did not like weakness, she made vulnerable. In the eyes of Asweig, doubly. You need to say goodbye and leave, and at home shake away from the bottle stored in the bathroom locker. Asweig watched with a slight smile his stoic attempts to seem the same, strong. This she liked, or only from a personal location, fleeting, as was the case with the creatures of her origin. The owner of the tower agreed to help the Isler. She could pick up blood, and not give anything. Now goodbye? And watch out, Dorlarine, her voice rattled, caught up with the July storm. Next time I may not be so favorable. Asweig whirled to the ceiling, and carried away through a fireplace pipe. Time and Doru to leave the tower. Regeneration worked even in the ghost world. Eilir did not move, allowing her to partially make up for the loss of blood. Hands listened poorly, a bad sign. If sensitivity does not recover, Dor will forever remain a prisoner of the old tower. The book donated by Asweig went dark on the fireplace shelf. Without taking a look at it, the designer forced himself to stand up. Step, another step, stubbornly to the intended goal. Here the fingers touched the cover. Dor smiled weakly. Pause. Making sure that the book is not poisoned. You can expect everything from Asweig. The Eiler mentally turned to the map of the ghost world. He was interested in the nearest transition point. He could not get to the intended one. You will have to change the plans. The ball with its feet on the black floor, sticking to the walls, Dor moved into the path. He thought of taking a chance, leaving through Black Lake. It spread out in the shadow of the old tower, and fed its pipes. The road dragged on. The dark magician had to stop often to translate the spirit. However, the ghost world did not allow you to completely relax. The projection of the temple is too close, some creature may come through it from the inverted world and try to take possession of Doris's body. A bridge was thrown over it, breaking over the very depth. Dor fearlessly took up the railing. He has already restored his breath and heart rate, only weakness remained. It poured iron on the body, penetrated even into the thoughts. The bridge was ringing, rock slightly under his feet. The closer the end, the stronger he led from side to side, up and down. But here is the break. At the bottom, black waters, who have no bottom. How many souls and bodies are buried in them? Aswig's cemetery and hundreds of other demons before it. Dor stopped, tried the abyss with his foot. There is nothing only for those who do not see. And the Isler took a step, while opening the portal. Before the waters absorbed the prey, body and soul of Dor dissolved, stopped. Having risen on his elbows, Dor was glad that he was not in the music salon. He would squeeze, exhausted, would not get to the bedroom. Turning over on his back, the Isler stared at the ceiling. Outside the window another night in November it shines late. Aswig hinted that the designer should take a closer look at his environment. But who exactly? In the same house, more than one dark magician serves, not to check everyone. It was hoped that the book would tell how to catch the criminal. The diary of the previous apostate lay next to. I wonder where Aswig had it from? She's not in the temple. Thoughts were confused, wounds left by the hostess of the old tower were planted. Dor looked at one of them, an amethyst stripe that crossed the wrist. Exactly the same decorated the chest, abdomen, thighs. They will not heal soon, without special ointments cannot do. Pause. Dor grinned. But he could die. Put it, the necromancer gift in it is strong, only a victory over the ruler of the old tower, if at all possible, would be given at a high cost. Ilir would go to the inverted world, all, without the remainder. He remembered the energy of Black Lake, a place where he preferred not to be. Talked, there, the abyss itself broke into the ghost world. Lucky, definitely lucky. As in that Aswig did not care about the affairs of the world of the living. Alas, it was not always. All Satred had to unite against her, pay tens, if not hundreds of lives, for expelling the half-mother back to the old tower. Chronicles claimed the last time it happened was 300 years ago. Dor took a serious breath. At least Aswig would continue to sit in the ghost world. If an unknown necromancer pulls her to his side, only sacrifice will help. Dor will have to ascend the altar as the most powerful of purple blood carriers. Minute to minute, hour to hour. Ilir was lying on the floor of his own bedroom. He was too weakened to get up and reach the bathroom. Let while the regeneration works. The gliding glances confirmed, the wounds gradually tightened, no longer looked so frightening. Adjacent to his eyelids, Dor listened. The house woke up. Well, yes, the Great On was already knocking on the windows, and the servants were getting dark. Violet will probably come down to breakfast. Lucky girl, he is not up to it now. However, you must stand. The first attempt responded with a haze in the eyes. Giving himself a breath, the Isler repeated the effort, this time successfully. The walls helped get to the bathroom. From the mirror to Dor looked half a trail. Veins entered through the skin, like a dark magician discord. Dora Castle would not have found those who possessed at least half of his knowledge and skills. Yes, what is there? Hardly anyone else possessed them, even his cousins. It was worth thinking about them, as Ilir knocked on the bedroom door. He did not react, and reached for the locker. It was necessary to breed a living elixir. The persistent knock was repeated. Dor frowned. It would be better for the morning visitor to clean up. Ilir instantly felt the heat spilled along the veins. Alive, definitely alive. Now rinse your face and do cuts. Helen will do well with them, will not ask unnecessary questions. Hey, you died in your sleep, Dor? Or do you have a woman? The butler said that you demanded a horse to the mill, but you will not walk me, you are at home. This voice of the Ilir would have been recognized on the verge of death. One of his cousins appeared, Edmund. I wonder what three-tailed snake he needs here? Chapter 13. Door was not going to open. Leaning on a marble sink, he gloomily considered his reflection, finding more and more similarities with the dead man. At least the veins pale slightly, and then his own servants in the garden berry. Joke stretched her lips in a crooked grin. Dor carefully removed the bottle in place. It didn't work out the first time. The fingers shook, nourishing, dropping. I had to return the elixir to the sink and wait for the grab to grow stronger. Door? Judging by the noise, Edmund tried to break the door. Door was frustrating. He didn't have the strength to talk empty. "Get out," he snapped. Fortunately, the cousin did not hear the Eiler swing, pressing his fingers to his lips. Dor was afraid to take them away, was afraid to see the blood. However, it did not appear. "Thank you, and on this." The Eiler burrowed and shaved into the bedroom. Visual acuity decreased, objects on the periphery blurred, merged into one bleak spot. Cast iron eyelids closed. Dor reminded himself of the old man, just as Ball rearranged his legs. On the other hand, he was still at home, managed to leave the ghost world. Daher lucky. As we'd clearly counted on another result, therefore showed so much. Now that the entangled consciousness of the bearing has gradually scattered, the Ilir understood this. Nothing, he will recover, and find an empty grave of the strap. And Violet will grab. Not for the sake of revenge or entertainment, she will tell where the undead came from. Listen, Edmund stopped breaking through the door and chose a different tactic. "I understand that you are not in the mood, but I am really worried. I'm not dead, it's pretty." Dor collapsed on the bed and wiped his sweated forehead. "In the evening we'll talk." Silence. "Did you really leave?" But Lernis was no less stubborn than Laririna. The door handle turned slowly, clicked the lock, letting a man who was extremely similar to Dora into the bedroom, only younger than Paws equals 450. Even their eyes were of a similar hue. "So I thought." Edmund surfaced immaculately with his hands and spat on the bed and his legs with an angry relative. "Again experiments, again the master is too proud to ask for help." "I definitely don't need yours," the Eiler sprang, dreaming of more likely to escort an uninvited guest. Before this would not be a lot of work, but now Dor could barely move. "I didn't have to dream about magic." "Call the magician, Helen?" Edmund raised his eyebrows interrogatively. Eilir remained silent and turned away. "Yes, kindred love is running high?" The guest sighed pathetically. "Don't shepherd." Dor sat down and settled down somehow, putting a pillow under his back. "Do you love me no more than I love you?" Leonard also pulled in. Cousins Lernes are twins, only one got the title of Baron, and the second remained a simple lord. Edmund pulled out a happy ticket, having been born a couple of minutes earlier than his brother. Otherwise, they are all the same, both strength and blood and stubbornness. Not yet, but was going to. If you remember, someone convened the small council. I am the first. "Do not worry, no one will see you in this form, I will take care of. Go to your extremely important body for the Empire." Unworthy cousin Paws. Dor smiled against his will, Edmund mourned such an amusing face. "Still, let him." "Okay, cancel everything and call Helen." The Eiler gave up. "Sweat your love." "You are in vain, brother," the cousin winked, jumping to his feet alive. "I do great with energy flows, corking them better than priestesses. Say more, nuns." Dor did not hide his disregard for the prisoners of the monastery. "From their prayers only milk is sour." "I am a moment," promised Edmund and flew out of the room. He is still young, quite a boy, although he was rapidly approaching the 30-year line. Some other 3 years and Dor gradually grew older, while gaining strength and experience. However, dark magicians live long, much longer than simple mortals. Centennial is not uncommon for them. Edmund really quickly returned, bringing the ever-sad Helen. She grabbed bandages and an ointment can. "And what kind of beauty missed you in the dining room?" Walking asked Edmund, while Helen treated the wounds of the owner. "I remind you, you missed breakfast." She was worried, asked about you. "Hunter for husbands," Dor spoke indifferently. "I drove into my head that I am her prince." So, despite the reception, Violet went down to breakfast. He underestimated the girl. If she also really read the book and did not look for an excuse to meet, the designer is ready to take back a couple of unflattering epithets. Or, sincerely regretted the guest Edmund. The beautiful prince is concerned only with traitors and killers. And in vain. Such a beauty. Is it not flattering to pay attention to your person? Do you think I'm such a freak? Dor snapped and scraped his teeth when Helen's fingers touched her chest. There the cuts were especially deep. Asked the girl, the cousin winked. If you smiled more often, and did not ignore secular techniques, and would completely overshadow the emperor. Ilir understood Edmund jokes, wants to cheer him up. Let them not openly discuss Dora's condition, the cousin perfectly understood what happened. Such cuts can be applied only for ritual purposes. It is unlikely that Dora would have crippled himself without good reason, as Ware remained. Listen, the clear mind has shown a brilliant idea, look after her. Girl from a very good family, father member of the council. Sister will only be glad if you get engaged. About the girl and completely silent. Why suddenly? Edmund felt the catch. Ilir was silent. For some reason, Violet did not want to issue a secret. Dare you ask, he roared. For me, the female mind is a mystery. And after all, Dora did not understand his soul. And did not want to succeed too much in the cunning of doom about ballroom dresses and other people's lovers. They worried him only when they concerned the affairs of the state. The dead princess did her job well. The legacy of the past life is completely weathered. She did not shy away from the work of a maid. So now Helen has taken off her boots without any whims, untied her trouser belt to deal with cuts on her hips. Dora watched scattered, how thin pale fingers gently touch the skin, apply ointment. Now he did not perceive Helen as a woman, and she is his as a man. With a real, alive, perhaps everything would not be so, but the Iler is used to the dead. When required, Helen came and shared the bed with him, obeying the magic embedded in it, was no different from the pink-skinned beauty. Her task is to satisfy him, and the rest, why is he warm and adored in his eyes, stupid talk. Ready? Helen said in a colorless voice and straightened. Ilir looked at himself with a glimpse of the existing mummy. For the fullness of the resemblance, the face had to be clogged. A dirty, blood-blackened shirt fell on the floor on top of the trousers. There is nothing to think about washing them, it is easier to throw them away, and it is even better to burn. As if reading the thoughts of a cousin, Edmund twisted wrist, and things were learning the flame. I hope you don't mind? He turned to Doru. You have a rich wardrobe. White. The naked Iler went down on his back. How long he dreamed of it, but nothing gave out the bliss he tested. What about my help? Edmund escorted Helen and stopped against the head of the bed, folding his hands on his chest. Dor shrugged. So he will recover, with the help of his cousin a little faster. Violet had no idea what was going on outside the owner's bedroom door. She got up late, frightened to find a book taken from the library on the floor. Fortunately, the foliant was not injured, the Iler has no extra reason to put it out. The girl thought for a long time whether to have breakfast or go down to the dining room. As a result, she chose the last one. She did not want to turn into a voluntary recluse. Yes, and what is wrong with wishing good morning, drinking coffee together? Violet was not going to purl, just eat, secretly observe the dark magician. Alas, she suffered a fierce disappointment. The place of the owner of the house was empty. The servants could not answer whether he was at home or not. Strange. It seems that she spoke. On the contrary, nothing strange. My lord is not obliged to inform us about his location. If you rang the bell in the morning, then you need to serve breakfast. If not, no one dares to alarm him. So nobody. Violet hit the egg with the blunt end of the knife. The mist is welded. She loved the twisted. Extremely undesirable, my lady. Arthur recovered and, apologizing, withdrew. I apologize, it seems that we have guests. Guests? The girl conducted him with a skeptical look. Rather, the butler found a plausible excuse not to continue the conversation. It is unlikely that he possessed the gift of clairvoyance, because no one reported guests. The servant still stood behind her back, real, like a statue. Soon an unfamiliar cheerful voice was heard outside the door, and a young man burst into the dining room, taking off his gloves and hunting hat. Dor, you, he settled, leaning against an empty place at the head of the table. But Violet was able to freely consider a stranger. Brunette with carelessly cut hair, as green-eyed as Dor, with his line of high cheekbones, but a different, softer chin line. But I see, he is not here, I will look elsewhere. And he quickly withdrew, leaving Violet completely perplexed. Who is it? She turned to the maid for help. Does Dor have a brother? They are similar. In addition, the man behaved domestically, despised etiquette, exactly a dark magician. Baron Norin, my lady. Do you want to serve the oldies? So, briefly and no valuable information. This baron could well turn out to be a close relative of Dora. According to tradition, the family title departed to the heir, the eldest in the family, the rest were content with gifts from the crown. A little later, Violet introduced herself as a case of quenching her curiosity. Exhausted from idleness, she went out to breathe air. The time of the year did not have access to hiking, and the girl went to the stable. The Isler would not get angry if she used one of his horses. In the light of day, the lock appeared different, even the front door no longer resembled a portal to the abyss. Hope I get let back in. Violet, wary of the beast's face. She suddenly winked and prophesied, Do not worry, order received. The girl shuddered with surprise, but found the strength to shovel, Thank you. For your things already sent, my lady. Arthur went to the porch. He clearly followed her. Let her go. Violet did not conceive of any caverns. Even if the butler gets into companions, there will be no objection. He himself will regret. The girl has accumulated many questions. I wanted to ask them to someone. However, Arthur did not follow her, only kindly waved towards the stables and advised not to leave night bathing, and other charms of the neighborhood of Maitre are too memorable. Without reliable escort, she will not have a foot there, or she will stumble upon another dead guard. Near the entrance to the stable, a thin-legged stallion was cleaned. Dot mowed with a purple eye and burrowed to bite the pair. The last, it felt like snorting, managed not only to evade teeth, but also to pass on the sides of the animal with a special brush. Violet liked the article of the horse. She was not a horse, but could distinguish a cheap product from a good one. So for this stallion in the capital they would give fabulous money. Do you need anything, my lady? Grum once again warm up with a horse muzzle and remove the brush in his pocket. He doesn't like strangers. The young man smiled unusually widely for the places here, from which Violet concluded, Groom, like a porter in a hotel, is not a magician. Horse of Baron Norin. Who is this Baron Norin? The girl walked around the dangerous animal and stopped at the door. From the inside she pulled a mixture of the smell of hay and horse manure. How at home. The heart flinched with memories of parents, but the girl drove their alarmed faces out of her thoughts. One of the dealer's relatives. Yeah, the girl got to the point, the Rude really isn't a magician. And what, there are others? Dor's family was surprised. Violet seemed to be born as an adult, without any participation of a woman. There are, but they are rarely here. Milady, the sister of the Ilir, and have not visited at all for 10 years. They are in the scope. Why? Who knows him? We servants are not informed. Probably, due to her remarriage. Ilir flatly refused to give permission, so my lady's fiancé chose another, young. The girl nodded and stepped inside. Now, my lady, I heard behind the voice of a pair I will finish and I will approach. You, after all, a horse? Why true. Violet walked along a dimly lit passage between the denics, listening to the measured movements of the jaws. Horses did not pay attention to her, rarely who raise her head. Only one came to the grill and inflating the nostrils, bursting. Black as a small stallion hypnotized with the eyes of the color of dark caramel. Obeying its charms, the girl approached, sank her fingers through the grill. Warm lips poked in the palm. At the same time, it's scary and pleasant. Perhaps she chose a horse. Or did she choose her? Be careful, my lady. Violet pulled away from the denic from the sharp, utter horror, and the stallion with a loud right climbed on its feet. There was no face on the pair. He looked at the girl, as if she had put her hand in the mouth of a dragon. What's the matter? Violet annoyed. There, Kelpie, my lady, braided the pair and pointed to the dennick with a crow. Kelpie? The girl's eyes were wide open. Nonsense, the Eiler will not keep an evil spirit in the stable. The most real. There was a short laugh behind the chest, and, moving the servant, Edmund came up to Violet, Dora's favorite, by the way. When he leaves it, the Lord's shake clutches. Very, she burrowed, killing the brunette with a burning look. He spoke of the Legion aristocracy, as if about a brood of rabbits. Are you not in the mood either? Edmund winked. Why, too? The Baron got his way, managed to engage in a conversation, but the taste from the first acquaintance did not go anywhere. Violet did not like him. Dora is darker than clouds. I was hoping to find the sun in your face. Let me keep company, and show you the surroundings? The girl did not answer. Considering silence consent, Edmund ordered to saddle the calmest horse. It's too early for you to ride a Kelpie. I didn't want to hurt. Violet turned away, not understanding where she got so much irritation. There is no ring on Edmund's finger. He himself is friendly, gives her signs of attention, but I did not want to accept them. The girl caught herself thinking that the society of the little word Doris would prefer, but Edmund is more beautiful, younger than. Something is wrong with her, definitely not so. She came here to get married, but misses such a chance. And, Violet smiled against her will, got involved in an uncompromising secular conversation. If the girl tries, the walk can end in an engagement. Chapter 14. Horses walk side by side, not preventing the Sudokas from having a conversation. Edmund was not as beach as his elder cousin, but Violet was nervous about the views that he periodically threw at her, mocking, significant. And like a baron did not say anything, but definitely thought. How do you like Satret? Edmund confidently ruled to the gate. Guests look at us infrequently. Such boredom? Everything is more fun than in a monastery, Violet thought, but out loud answered another. Thank you, very cute. The dark magician's eyes glittered, but she did not have time to catch the emotion that flashed in them. Definitely the men here were very different from the capitals. This is how? Edmund raised his eyebrows and opened the gate with a swing of his hand. Spectacular trick did not make a proper impression on the girl. She did not notice him at all, busy choosing the right words. Do not say it directly. My eyes would not see your Satret, and I would prefer to escape from here, move closer to Ange. But, alas, Dora does not want to make me patronage. So you? Violet looked at the companion at the same time with disappointment. Aren't you a baron? Baron, and very influential. I will not be cunning, a modest provincial resident will not come out of me. Then why do you need protection? The girl ceased to understand anything. Whether Edmund fooled her, or stuffed her price. She put on the second. From the first minute Edmund fluffed feathers. Violet managed to get away from this. She grinned bitterly, hiding the shadow of regret under the glove. It turns out that a couple of weeks are enough to forget the palace fuss. Moreover, Violet made an amazing discovery. She no longer wanted to be maid of honor. Forgive her, Empress, the girl would refuse, although she insanely missed. I want to get to the Supreme Council. Edmund is ambitious. Violet did not even assume how much. She thought in a place in the ministry, the post of chief huntsman, finally, and the dark magician was eager to become the first purple blood carrier on the council. If you stubbornly go to the goal, any dreams come true. The phrase subtracted at one time in the collection of other people's thoughts helped to get out of a difficult situation. Why true, Edmund accepted her words for a clean coin. Laernas are famous for stubbornness no less than Laririna. I will still force the crown to recognize our merits and abolish the stupid blood rule. Edmund alluded to a long-standing edict that allowed only white magicians on the council. It was taken at a time when purple blood carriers dreamed of the throne. Thus, the then monarch tried to protect himself. Since then, many centuries have passed. The decree has long lost meaning, however, until Violet was silent. She did not like the power tone of the companion, the position of the strong with which he intended to communicate with the emperor, and the hint that slipped between words that from now on all the benefits would go only to the dark. But they were already considered the highest class. What other privileges did Edmund crave? Calm down, the girl tried to remove the growing alarm. They are all like. And isn't it foolish to marry a swordsman? He will definitely not touch his own father-in-law, but you don't care about the rest. I sincerely wish you good luck, Eiler. Here was something, and sincerity in her words did not smell. However, the goal required overcoming obstacles, and Violet became involved in the hunt for the groom. She rained compliments, chirping about how there are not enough people at court like Edmund Laernus, and she herself thought about Dora. The owner of the castle settled firmly in her head. He would not like Violet's stupid rubble, he would not smile smartly, listening to the praises. Master is a tough nut, and his cousin can be lured online with elementary tricks. Hardy, how extraordinary he is, how you from birth dreamed of meeting such a man, and think about apple pie. Anything but a companion. I wonder, would this one put me to bed? Violet thought. Perhaps, could. Only she did not want there. If she married Edmund, will limit himself to marital duties on Thursdays. When he touched her, holding a winding path on turns, the girl did not feel a hint of that trembling arousal which gave the hands of Doral or Irina. Ah, if the frowned Eiler kissed her, at least fingers, he did not touch the air above the palm, but captured his lips on the skin. What would she experience then? Violet only. Introduced, and the body pierced the discharge of tiny lightning. My lady, what are you smiling so mysteriously? The girl belatedly realized that she allowed emotions to break through the mask of calculated coquetry. She thought too much about the master of the secret guard and too little about his cousin, but Violet thought of marrying him. The idea will fail if she continues to dream about kissing another at least a little. But Dor made it clear that he did not need Violet, so why does she run after him like a dog? To own thoughts, Eilier, to own thoughts. Mystery adds glasses to a woman in the eyes of a man. Edmund turned to the river. Violet tense, suddenly a hum will crawl out of the bushes again, will the mouth of the strap open? But the daylight frightened the guards of the Eiler's house. The area seemed peaceful, even beautiful, a smooth bend of the river, silver hats on the branches of trees, red-breasted birds dressed with amber beads of berries. Violet for a moment seemed as if she again fell into another reality, and the girl hung. Everything is all right? Edmund stood on the stirrups, trying to find what alarmed her. However, the feelings of the dark mage insisted, there is no danger, the dead will not rise to the night. We must ask the cousin to tie them better and convey to their meager pacemen that the lady is her own, the thought flashed along the way. Yes, only Violet turned her shoulders, frustrating her own stupid fears. Here so peacefully. At first glance. But with me, you are not in danger. Well, without much effort on her part, Edmund is eager to protect the lady. Why isn't Violet happy? Before, she would congratulate herself on her next victory. Boarding house, but the pupils often saw men, and Violet did not miss the chance to hone her charms on them. A little flirtation, voice magic and get what you want. Depraved, Violet did not consider herself such. The drawing teacher was the first with whom she kissed, to whom she allowed more silent admiration. And for the sake of a good cause, she really did not want to expose herself as unwelcome before Duke Beryl. Alas, her efforts were not appreciated. And it's not about a broken engagement. Kissing Miles, all the same, as with the statue. Violet was bitterly disappointed when he stuck his lips in her cheek at a reception on the occasion of the announcement. They stood alone on the balcony, away from the guests, but the Duke treated his future wife as his elderly grandmother. After that he did not consider it necessary to kiss her at all. Here anyone would rush into the arms of the Emperor. At least he did not put to sleep stories about the policy. Where we go, will we examine Matrof or will we love nature? Nature, without hesitation, chose Violet. She has too much to think about, a trip to Matrof will wait. And she saw him from the crew window, nothing interesting. Looking at local shops and a completely waste of time. From now on Violet is poor and can only afford sightseeing. In this case, I suggest looking at the dragon teeth. Hope not real? The girl rushed. Enough with her otherworldly creatures. The Baron laughed heartily. He forgot how cowardly people are without a gift. In Satyr they are rare, and Violet, not suspecting it herself, turned into an outlandish animal. It's interesting to beat the girl away from her cousin. Well, he himself offered to look after her. So, let him not be offended. To whom magic, and to whom the beauty. Edmund mentally sectioned Violet, figured out what a girl in bed is. Well, she would moan loudly he preferred active temperamental mistresses. But even if Violet turns out to be a log, Edmund will make her move. Pardon, my lady, even Dor is not so cruel as to knock out the dragon's teeth, so-called a stone ridge 3 to 4 kilometers from here, just enough for a walk. At the same time, the cousin will sleep. Going to sleep? Violet mourned the transporter. Did the Eiler get drunk? There was only one reason, her arrival and matrimonial plans. Magic takes a lot of energy, explained Edmund, and, leaving the river on his left hand, turned on a barely noticeable path between the trees. It is best restored in a dream. The girl nodded understandably. Well, of course, as she did not immediately guess, Dor Laurine is not a drunkard, otherwise he would not have reached such heights. Which Violet is sometimes stupid? And what kind of magic does the Eiler do? Inventing new spells? That's why Dor put her out of the library. Maybe he is turning cats into creatures like Hamid, or maybe he is looking for a way to return his finger to its normal look. The bone little finger stubbornly occupied Violet's imagination. Why is he like that? From birth or through negligence? Now more attentive, warned Edmund, and was the first to take the barrier, a low fence designed to protect crops from sheep. Violet's horse skyrocketed. I am like a villager. The girl broke out at the sight of a snowy field. Previously, nature was associated with her only with picnics and a view from the window, an intermediate link between point A and point B. Even in the guest house, the pupils did not wander around the neighborhood, but organized to go to the nearest city in the carriage. Violet reckoned it did not occur that someday she would walk among the sticking. Edmund smiled. The capital thing was not so metropolitan. He knew much more about Violet than she thought. All of us here are settlers. Such is Satrit. By the way, Lady Reg, in the eyes of Edmund, lit a mischievous light. You never told how you found yourself in Satrit. Unless you should shine at the receptions? End of year, a continuous series of holidays. For all but not for her. I made a mistake, Violet reluctantly admitted, and at the balls I am no longer happy. Did purple blood be found in you? Edmund met. In a short scorco. Stopping the horses, he looked at the girl in a new way, looking for signs of a sleeping gift. Right, his cousin would not keep an ordinary mistress in the castle, and Violet herself would not shake so many kilometers for the green eyes of the inhumane Doris. Fathers and mothers of noble families. Violet bit her lips. The bones of the fingers stuck into the guides whitened with tension. How hard it is to tell the truth. If I do not get engaged by the end of the year, I will be sent to the monastery. Edmund's face was disappointingly extended. Just human morality? And he hoped. But not so. A lovely face, and no less lovely figure of a companion, did not go anywhere. Violet Escosa watched Edmund. The heart swept in his chest, and the inner voice whispered viciously, why so at once? You ruined it. And you could get a cherished ring this week. You need to pack yourself a price, and not sign, that no one needs, and is ready to pay for the marriage. How cruel people are sometimes. The sigh came out almost real, the girl even believed, grew up with her spirit. But, I repeat, you waste time on Dora. Better deal with me, my lady. I am much younger and love dancing. Thank you, my lord, I will think. Isn't everything lost? The lost hope flared up again. Edmund is still close, looking at her with interest, even putting his hand over her hand. Too familial, but Violet pretended not to notice. After a perfect confession not to whims. Dragon teeth first appeared to the girl as an optical illusion, thickened with haze. 12 even-pointed stones facing the sky. The wind and time huddle them, giving a resemblance to the fangs of the monster. And this is the table. Edmund waved a flat boulder a little aside. Just the table? Violet hurried and got closer. What an amazing stone, perfectly smooth, rounded. And how many colors are mixed in it, from almost transparent quartz veins to blood-rusty iron. Just table. Edmund followed the companion, leapt into the snow, and cut the horses with a spell. They say that they used to arrange sacrificial feasts here. Long time ago, when Legia drowned in ignorance. Clear field, stones and nothing else. It is unlikely that anyone will wander in here. In the summer, perhaps, but not in the winter. All the beauty of this place in solitude. And still barely catchable emanation ma. Violet frighteningly pulled her hand off the boulder. Edmund huddled in his fist. How easy it is to scare her. People without gift are funny, afraid of their own shadow. How Violet? Does a stone bite her? He himself is nothing, all things, nothing if someone does not fill them with force, does not direct it in the right direction. By chance it is almost impossible to do. Sit down. You must be tired of your feet. Edmund unfolded the jacket and laid it on a boulder. Hesitated, Violet sank to the table. Legs really pampered, there was no lady's saddle in the stable, I had to improvise. Lit up, the girl froze in anticipation of reckoning for sacrilege, but the ancient altar did not react to a stranger. Perhaps all the only tales, legends that the common people love so much. Violet understood. Edmund rushed next to his companion, lightly throwing his foot at. Violet did not like the way he held on, and also the fact that their bodies were separated only by a tiny strip of stone. Former irritation returned, and Violet pushed back so as not to think about how he did not call so do not sit in the presence of ladies. Where are you running, Violet? Edmund was again nearer and took possession of her palm. Having bent the mouth of the glove, he, not bringing deep, as if highlighted from the inside of green eyes, outlined with his finger a swollen wreath on his wrist. I am sure that our walk will leave only pleasant impressions, Edmund added in a low, slightly hoarse voice, tickling Violet's neck with breath. What do you allow yourself to do? She was indignant when, continuing to hold her wrist clingingly, the Baron outlined in his tongue the shell of her ear. Violet tried to push the dark magician away, but only, having lost balance, capsized on a stone. She was not allowed to rise. Having crushed her body with weight, Edmund bit her lower lip. Fingers hurriedly unfastened hooks and buttons, trying to get more quickly. Do not pretend, pupa, Edmund whispered immaculately when Violet lied to him. You were already doing this, why not repeat with me? Come on, help me, otherwise you'll have to ruin your dress. I'm not patient enough to undress you forever. Moist air burned exposed skin. From Edmund's goal, only the corset separated. The girl introduced how her fingers lay on her chest, her lips greedily closed on her nipples, and harder ground with her hands and legs. From the tongue of Edmund, how hot you are, baby, interrupting whispering with a wave of fear rolled through the exposed collarbones. Down with convention, I want you right now? The corset cracked, unable to withstand the animal pressure. Violet's skirt swung up next. Edmund was going to carry out his plan without delay. His hand ballooned along his hips, gradually rising, picking up closer to the right place. Lips painfully torn the chest, naff it. Is it like this? Not even in the bedroom and certainly without subsequent gifts and offers. Violet frowned, came to terms with an unenviable lobe, when Edmund suddenly stopped. The wet track from his kisses shone on his stomach, but the passion settled, the girl no longer worried about the dark magician. Perplexed what the matter was, Violet carefully opened her eyes and met with the hostile. What is it? He poked his finger just below her left breast. The deserted Violet looked where the failed rapist pointed out, but saw nothing but the mole. It was unlikely that she scared him. But the fact remained the fact. Rising sharply from the boulder, Edmund irritably ordered Violet to dress. Chapter 15. Run and run again, without disassembling roads, falling into the snow, falling and climbing again. Somewhere behind the measurement, Edmund's cry. Violet did not turn around. She wanted to be as far away from the dragon teeth and the disgusting dark magician as possible, that even forgot about the horse. Leaf dress held on honestly, the corset fell on her hips, Violet lost her coat altogether, only the girl did not notice the cold, no snow falling under the skirts. In the eyes, tears froze. She is Lady Reg, not a whore, the Baron will regret. With every minute, the thirst for revenge only strengthened. In front of Violet's mental eyes, a judging panel arose. Here on the main square of a certain city, the executioner breaks Edmund's sword as symbol of his noble honor. When a girl who is not accustomed to physical activity began to choke, the chest cut fell onto the snow. Violet swallowed the air with her mouth, trying to level the heart rate. Invisible force broke the ribs, their fragments poured into the body, torn it into parts. Legs poured with cast iron weight. Violet had no idea where she was. And the castle is not visible, there is damned endless snow everywhere, the shining edge of the forest on the horizon. After listening, the girl made sure that Edmund was not going to look for her. On the one hand, well, she would still refuse help, on the other, the nobles do not do this. Now it is clear why he is single, Violet muttered with anger and put on her fingers. You need to clean yourself up, you cannot show people in this form. The places of Edmund's hard kisses were seated. He managed to leave a pair of bruises. Violet did not understand how you can treat a woman like this. Her tender chest is now in dark pink spots, nipples are worn from friction on the corsage. Pause equals 450. Cattle. She spoke in a peasant way about the failed rapist Violet, and somehow laced the corset. With the elevator, it was carried out longer, the fingers finally froze. It turned out crooked, but at least the chest did not fall out. Where to go? Nothing familiar. When the wave of panic covered Violet, and the imagination drew its own seated corpse, which will be found in spring, a dark point appeared in the distance. It gradually increased in size and finally turned into a rider. Hey, I'm here. Jumping up, the girl desperately waved her hands. Innos heard her, you need to look into the temple, thank. Violet was never devout, but here is a special reason, her own life. Only here the joy on her face quickly changed grimace horror. Pause, having gathered the remnants of strength, Violet rushed through the snow virgin. Anyone, but not this person. The girl will not take even a glass of water from his hands. Alas, the flight ended as quickly as it began. Violet fell asleep against a bunny lurking in a snowdrift and collapsed onlookers. Cold instantly launched the tentacles into the body, snow hit the mouth. Are you all right, lady? He asked. Alarmingly, do you need help? Do you still have the audacity to talk to me? Violet smothered rage. If she wasn't so tired, she would scratch Edmund's face. Excuse me, my lady? On his face there was bewilderment. Do we know each other? The girl froze with her mouth open. Dark exceeded all her expectations. That is, now you deny our acquaintance? She hissed, having poured her nails into a frozen earth. Convenient? But we really do not know. And it seems that you can't do without my help, the man smiled softly and hurried. At the tip of Violet's tongue was stuck another accusation. She was perplexed at saddlebags, which Edmund did not have. And the horse was different, from there unnoticed, but near the white strip on the face was striking. Yes, and this Edmund dressed differently, in a black leather jacket with green embroidery and fur cuffs. On the legs, slightly narrowed hunting pants and boots with wide flaps. But the face is the same, green eyes, chin, nose. Although, Cousin Dora did not have a mole. Ah, I understand, slammed himself on the forehead of Edmund number 2. You mistook me for a brother. What brother? Violet finally ceased to understand anything. But Mona Laernessa. He and I are twins. He rewarded her with another friendly smile and helped her stand up. Leonard Laerness at your service. Copy of brother and all but title. A new acquaintance laughed and, having improved the moment, cleverly kissed the girl's hand. You are almost like a resident of the ghost world, Leonard disapproved with his tongue and, suppressing objections, raised both of Violet's palms to his mouth, warming with his breath. You are lucky, terribly lucky that I decided to cut the road through the Brito wasteland. Hear no one until spring. Really lucky, echoed the girl, looking at the savior. At first she decided that Edmund was fooling her, portraying a non-existent brother, but the more Violet listened and watched, the more she became convinced Lernesov is really too. Leonard has a different manner of speech, facial expressions, timbre of voice above. She liked her second brother much more. It is impossible not to notice her embarrassing appearance, but Leonard tactfully did not ask questions. Edmund had fun with her, then they quarreled. It was Violet and bothered. How she would get married, if rumors crawled about her love adventures with the first oncoming. Please take me to the castle of Count Score. And, very much please, protect me from communication with my brother. He brought me here. Interest shone in Leonard's eyes. That's where I'm headed. But what did Edmund do? He tried to rape me. Violet expected sympathy, condemnation of the scum, but not a question. So, without a reason? You must have overreacted with coquetry. I just agreed to the horse walk. Scarlet spots stepped from indignation on the cheeks of the girl. Could she have baked the interlocutor with a look? Or so in Satre they call intimacy? Leonard laughed once again. And you are brave, my lady. Not every girl without a gift dares to say intimate intimacy. Answering your question, no, but sometimes it's supposed to be. I'll talk to Edmund, explain that you don't like him. So it was difficult to ask how a new acquaintance determined her lack of a gift, at the same time find out what a bad mole under her chest was, but, thinking, Violet decided to discuss everything with Tahir. He seemed more competent, and still safe. For some time the latter is important. Leonard lent the girl a jacket and seated in the saddle. Then he climbed himself, according to the girl, clung too closely. Pause equals 450. Violet was still shaking from the proximity of the man. However, the dark magician did not make any refreshments to her chest and hips, and the girl calmed down. Oh, it would be nice to see the fireplace now, and a glass of hot wine with spices. Groom stared with surprise at Violet, who was sitting on Leonard's nest. Dottie remembered exactly how he saddled two completely different horses. Brother not yet? Leonard jumped on the courtyard paving stone, and carefully removed the girl from the saddle. What hatched, did not admit. His younger cousin, his own, granted. Excuse me, Ilir, the measure is rude, and rushed to take the leads. You are so similar to the Ilir Baron, it is no wonder to confuse. Your brother has not yet returned, we are waiting for. A partial smile froze on the face of the servant. He hardly shouted with his foot on the stones. I remember that he did not behave with Edmund, did not portray a fool. Or is he afraid of punishment? Stupid? Well, confused, who doesn't happen to? Once again thanking Leonard for her salvation, Violet went in search of Dora. Enough time passed, the designer managed to relax. You must off before Edmund returns. Violet did not doubt, the latter will make everything as if she herself jumped on him and… The master did not leave her chambers, and the girl went there at her own peril. It would seem that the utilitarian object is a door, but not in the house of Dora or Irina. For example, the one that led into the bedroom was poured with a dragon muzzle into the entire fillet. Instead of eyes dark dips, the whole of the castle drowned in a shallow mouth. Handles, but the carved monster was in no hurry to crush the human, and remained skillfully made with a high relief. No one answered, and the girl knocked again, more persistently. The ear caught a slight movement. Violet in fright pushed away. It is unlikely that the disturbed owner of the castle will meet her with open arms. But they need to talk. About everything. Who else brought? Dora's deaf cracked voice surprised him. Violet did not immediately admit him. As if the Ilir had aged, and suffered from a serious illness. This is me, Lady Reg, the Ilir. And what did you need, Lady Reg? And here is a familiar ridicule. I do not need female charms. This is about your cousin. Please let me in. The girl was afraid that he would leave her, but clicked the lock and the door opened, inviting her to enter. Everywhere magic. Violet quickly, like a mouse, squeezed inside and immediately ducked her look into the bed. Not even so bed. Massive, with carved columns, she would argue on equal terms with a colleague from the imperial opacilna. No canopy, but on the back a scene is cut. Dor lay in bed and looked closely at Violet. Judging by the naked torso, the magician did not burden himself with his clothes. It is unheard of to accept a lady in this form. However, the indignation subsided as Violet noticed bandages and strange scratches. They chose Dora's chest, intertwined in a chaotic pattern. "I'm listening. I hope this is really important." The eyebrows of the Eiler drank. "What does the mole under the left breast mean?" It was going to start with a completely different one, but the appearance of the man confused. "Your cousin was going to rape me, but shook off like a plague when he saw it." "Rape? Mole?" Dora's eyebrows fused into one line. He reached for the blanket, but, realizing in time that he was not dressed, he lay back and asked Violet to turn away. A mattress, clothes rustle. Shame fought curiosity. Before itching in the palms, I wanted to see what he was like, Dor Lararine. All, without clothes. Violet pulled to him. She would weightlessly outline the muscles of a wide chest, covered. The girl turned herself and densely reddened. Where do such thoughts come from? And because of whom? A person whom she barely knew, who rejected her. Someone whom Violet considered only a chance to avoid the monastery. Dor managed to force her to breathe after once. By clicking his fingers he lit and extinguished a fire below the abdomen, allowed waves of creeps on the skin, forced her to simultaneously wish and be scared. "Done, you can turn." Violet squeezed her cheeks with her palms and took a deep breath. Only after that she turned. Eiler put on his pants and put on a robe, but his barefoot legs still defiantly violated etiquette standards. "So let's go in order." "Sit down." The girl looked around. "Let the room and the large chair, just one, unfolded to the window. Goes out, either it or the bed. The choice is obvious." "I'm embarrassed to disturb you, sir." The legs of the chair creaked disgustingly on the floor when Violet unfolded it. "But do not ask the Eiler." He looked tired, drowned and too pale. Surely the unknown experiment was responsible for everything. "Are you uncomfortable?" The corners of Dora's mouth barely noticeably rose. The girl believed he would also sit down, but the designer chose to stand, and not somewhere, but near the chair. The hand with a frightening bone finger lay on the back in dangerous proximity to her head. Violet sounded the air through her teeth with noise and reluctantly admitted, "I admit, seducing you was not the best idea." "Yes," grinning tirelessly, wondering if the body should be given another fulcrum. "Let it be better, but still not enough to easily conduct secular conversations." "And, as I understand, you switched to Edmund." "Not at all." The girl indignantly fell out. "I immediately did not like him." "That's how?" Dor didn't believe her. "A single young aristocrat and didn't like it?" "Yes." Turning around, Violet fell out the answer to his face. "Imagine, I don't care who to sleep with and whom to marry." Very flattered. The owner of the castle showed a mocking bow and, in order not to lose balance, did grasp the chair with his second hand. "It is a pity that our desires do not match." "So Edmund? He brought me to the Dragonstones and almost raped me." "It's hard to admit this, but the girl coped." The voice did not flinch, only the face distorted the grimace of disgust. "Almost? Before, cousin had no problems with male strength." Violet came out. Eiler considered her too liberated a woman, overestimated the degree of frankness allowed. "He divided me and noticed the mole." Here, she quickly poked at the right place. "And immediately let go, said that even in a terrible dream she would not touch me." Dor thought for a moment, and then demanded, "Show me." "What?" Violet was deserted, and instinctively covered her chest with her hands. "I need to look at the mole," patiently explained the designer and reminded, "Not even a day later, as you dreamed of boasting your breasts, take the opportunity." The girl snagged her lip and pulled to the hooks. It's hard to undress when they look at her like that. Her fingers immediately become awkward, her movements slow. When finished, stand at the window, breast alight. No, Violet was definitely not going to do this. She will be seen. She shot a corset only for Dora's sake. Yes, losing patience, cut off the Isler. Either stop whimpering, or get out of. Gulco swallowed, the girl nodded. Fingers jumped faster on hooks, loops and ribbons. Leaf dresses, rustles, fell on hips, followed on the knees by a slump corset. Violet remained bare in the bell pause. A little bit to me. Dora adjusted the position of her body. His touches were fired, penetrated to the very bones. Studying the chest, resembling gusts of hot steppe wind. Violet held her breath when Dora's hand lifted her left chest. She drowned entirely in the palm of the magician. Violet blood poured its teeth into the lower lip, trying to regain control of the body. It seemed to live its own life, longing for Doris's fingers to squeeze prey. A tangle of desire was rapidly emerging and growing below the abdomen, reminiscent of a fire-breathing dragon. If the Isler had now extended her legs with his knee, Violet would not resist, but Dora was worried about other things. He really stitched her chest, but only so that it does not cast a shadow on the mole. The bone finger touched brown with the tip of the nail trefoil-shaped spot. The mole is really busy. I don't even know whether to congratulate you or sympathize, Lady Reg. You can dress. Violet sighed crushingly, stopping to feel the warmth of his hands. Illyr tactfully turned his back on her, but the girl still dressed quickly. The cheeks were fervent, but not at all from embarrassment, but from a slowly faded fiery feeling. Dor crushed it, but not. Magicians prefer not to contact owners of Trelistniks, because during, they are able to degenerate into succubus and suck up the power of. However, there is also pleasant news, in most cases this does not happen. You do not have a magical gift at all. True, you so desperately wanted to get rid of virginity, continued to ponder aloud the Isler. The work of thought drove away the remnants of weakness, he no longer needed a support. Maybe an accident, maybe a sign, that you belong to the inverted world may. Succubi serve as living reservoirs. And subtlety I will not dedicate, but each has a lord or mistress from among the highest demons or half-demons, who take the accumulated magic power, and let it go to their own needs or the needs of darkness. And what should I do now? Violet asked in a fallen voice. Will she turn into a monster and start killing people? Where did the vile mark come from? There were no demons in the family of the father or mother of demons. Nothing, just wait. When you sleep with someone, find out. And now let me be alone, my lady. Cousin managed to tire, not only of you. The girl had already touched the inner handle of the door when a thoughtful remark flew into the back. And your chest is beautiful, without a corset it is much better. Chapter 16. The rest of the day was demolished, as much as possible in the circumstances. Violet could not throw what happened out of her mind. She was shaking from memories, as Edmund confused her with a representative of the oldest profession. From the prospect of turning into a succubus, and completely threw into cold sweat there, in the bedroom, the girl thought of Dora not as a potential husband, a savior from Tanger. And before, in the library, too. But why did she react only to him? It was necessary to understand everything. Violet did not want to meet Edmund, so she ordered to bring lunch upstairs. Soon her chest arrived, and the girl was distracted for a short time, sorting out the outfits. Amazingly, everything is so fast and sacred. In the ordinary world, behind the mysterious circuit, I had to wait a couple of days for things, and here it was worth the Isler to wish they were delivered by the portal. The girl was relieved to change clothes, the torn dress reminded of the failed rape. In her heart she even wanted to throw it away, but then changed her mind, and gave it to clean and fix. She did not have much money to scatter them, and the plan to charm Dora temporarily through. Violet spent the remaining time before dinner in the library. Alas, the abundance of books was leveled by the language of their writing. He resembled to Raber, incomprehensible terms, curls, drawings. The girl who fought for an hour with the mysterious inverted world, but never understood? And your grandfather will not ask. Violet slammed the next foliant in a red leather binding. She settled on the windowsill, where there is more light. Nearby was a tea tray, a kettle, a cup and a plate with biscuit cookies. The girl practically did not touch him, so fond of reading. Help! There was a sneaky grating voice on the right. Violet jumped, hitting the book. That fell, in turn, almost turning off the tray. He only miraculously stayed on the windowsill. Spoiling someone else's dishes, as well as other people's books, did not follow, so the girl raised the foliant, corrected tea appliances and only then the cat. Violet wiped her eyes, but the animal did not go anywhere, sat and brazenly hypnotized her eyes with emeralds. Whether she went crazy and began to hear voices, or, Hammett? The girl called out, uncertain. He is the most. The cat settled and jumped on the windowsill, skillfully fitting into the narrow passage between the stack of books and the tray. Do you read? Clawed paw poked into near foliant. I read, without much enthusiasm, confirmed Violet and sat back. Thought was born in her head, but the girl did not know how best to approach her. Hammett is a magical creature, she knows exactly the wise terms, but Violet was not going to admit to him the reasons for interest in magic. We will have to act carefully. The face went on. And how successes? You're gonna ask Dora out. He cleverly opened the book on the tab and ended with surprise. In the inverted world. Baby, are you serious? The pot bowed its head. Green eyes turned into two saucers. Violet shrugged. Let her guess. Listen, baby, Hammett switched to a trusting whisper and got closer, almost climbed on her knees. I understand everything. I want to charm a man and all that, but everything has a limit. Door on his head not touched. You, I hope, too. I didn't intend to invite him anywhere. The girl roared, putting an end to romantic walks on the worlds of May. At the same time, cat paws slipped off the hip. I just study. Or is it also forbidden only for dark magicians and all that? He made a sound that remotely resembled laughter and stretched his mouth in a smile. The most real, human. Abyss, every minute I like you more and more, baby. Cannot reciprocate. She was terribly infuriated by the family baby, but for the sake of possible help I had to endure. So far, only for now, presumptuously emphasize the pot. At night I will accept the human guise and, are you all concerned here? Without allowing him to finish, Violet broke out. Not the beginning of upbringing and manners? Take him by the skin and throw him off. The girl hardly stopped the hand stretching to the cat's withers. Still has time. Quarrel with all the inhabitants of the castle, not the best idea. You can beat, not only with fists, but also with words, so, it seems, the teacher of history loved to repeat. Let me, Hammett chewed up the wool, no one has personally bothered me yet. Violet did not endure such arrogance. Having folded her hands on her chest, she looked nailed to the windowsill and tortured, putting all the ice of the universe in her voice. Remember, sir, you do not pull on my lord. I am not a servant, and not a suppressor, but a lady. Either you will begin to monitor the language, or answer to the fullest extent. My father is the Marquis of Cyros. The girl enjoyed the effect. There was finally silence in the library. A dozen expressions changed on the face of the pot. What happiness that he does not know in what relationship she is now with her father. However, wouldn't the Marquis stand up for honor and extra scandal? Moreover, not due to her fault, the family does not need. Sorry, didn't know. The cat jumped off the windowsill and, standing on her hind legs, waved Violet a comical bow. I probably counted on this, on her smile. In some cases it is impossible to be angry. Forget everything I told you, my lady. I am really very badly raised. However, I hope I will be able to make amends. For example, a trickster threw a hook telling about the inverted world. Not smart, as in. Violet took the bait. She spent more than 1 hour in the library and made sure that she herself could not cope. In this case, continued Hammett, who was encouraged and returned to his previous divisiveness, let me invite you for a walk immediately after sunset. Walk? The girl frowned. She has since hated the word. Oh, nothing shameful, wrapped his face and jumped again on the windowsill. If you like, you can grab a maid of honor, or even your mother. Alas, we will have to talk about boring materials and not enjoy the moon. But why at night? Violet did not give up. Because until then I am locked in the appearance of a cat. How will you order to protect you when the enemy does not even see you? Violet reluctantly admitted his correctness. Talking with a person is more familiar, and suddenly after sunset, Dorlarina Park is also patrolling the afterlife? What prevented the Isler from taking care of security, not only from the outside, but also from the inside? Hamid for his undead, next to him the girl is not touched. Then agreed, the most beautiful of ladies, smirked with a face, and poked his nose in her wrist. I am waiting for you in the hall at 10. Is it impossible before? Darkens in 6. You can't, Hamid sighed, you have dinner. It is traditionally served at 8, then a digestive, before 10 do not manage. Had to accept other people's terms. 10 so in 10. Violet forced herself to go down to the dining room, only because she expected to catch the Isler. Her hopes were fulfilled, but the girl still carpeted in a plate without much appetite. Wine and Armagnac also did not climb the throat, but men consumed them willingly, especially Dor. Violet Diva was given, like a filer who was barely standing in the morning, calmly infused a glass behind a glass. He also looked much better, except that he was somewhat pale. Having sat a little together with everyone in the living room, without having finished her Armagnac, Violet, under the pretext of malice, retired to her. No one held her, it seemed that, on the contrary, everyone was pleased with her departure. Wonderfully, she also did not want to feel Edmund's spiny look with her shoulder. The girl spent the remaining time with benefit. She changed clothes and changed her hairstyle. Let her not consider Hamid as a contender for his hand, he remained a man, he was supposed to appear before him in the appropriate form. Violet stood at the foot of the stairs already at 9:30. The face was in no hurry. The girl managed to calculate the area of the hall, study the rubbings on the railings and twice assure the butler that everything was in order with her, and absolutely nothing was required when the pot forced to come. But he corrected the mistakes of the past, appeared in presentable form. No open shirt and home trousers, even long hair is taken into a neat tail ending in a pigtail. Is Milady ready? Yes, if you don't drag me in the box. You didn't want to move away from the castle with its warm rectangles of windows. How can you? Hamid was offended and offered Violet a hand. A small hitch came out near the door. The muzzle guarding it appeared from the back and immaculately advised with hoarse bass. Stay home, young lady. They didn't ask you. The pot was sprayed. It is said, open. The muzzle disappeared. Click the lock, releasing a strange couple on a frosty night. How many stars? Throwing her head, Violet admirably extended. She froze on the porch, amazed how she had not noticed such beauty before. In the capital there are no stars due to bright spots of jokes, and in the boarding house girls were dispersed early on the beds, but Violet never tried to see the night sky. The air pinched by the cheeks, tried in vain to penetrate the cape. Almost winter. After sniffing, Hamid sounded, tomorrow it will snow. How do you know? Doubted Violet. Yes, I know, I grinned. Wake up, and behind the window the white wall. Come on. And he pulled her hand while on another clear night. Nas chuckled under his feet. Gradually they moved away from the castle, delving into quiet alleys. There were no lights, but Hamid was perfectly guided. Having famously acquired Violet by the waist, he warned in advance about treacherous branches, stones, and knocks. You promised to talk about the inverted world. Here in the dark, the girl felt uncomfortable. She lost her only trump card, vision, and was guided only by the flare of the satellite. At all times. I just go to it and lead. That is, Violet slowed down sharply. She was not going to fall through the earth, or how else can you end up in the Mai Empire? Dor, rather strange person, you yourself noticed, evasively answered with a face, and stubbornly pulled it on one of the side tracks. The front alleys of the park are boring, but further you'll see for yourself. The girl frowned. No matter how tricky a werewolf cheats. But since she agreed to the walk, you will have to go. Violet expected to see a gaping gap full of sulfuric fumes and burning lava, but a pot with a satisfied smile stopped at an ordinary pond. And the girl looked around in bewilderment. It was light enough here. Having parted, the trees released a round-sided moon to the fore. "Can't you see?" Hammond rolled his eyes. "Here he is, the goddess." He poked in an inconspicuous dwarf tree, drowning in a barely noticeable fog. Dottie steamed near the roots and sailed to the pond, losing above the frozen water. Strange. Despite the time of year, thick oily leaves fluttered on the thin branches of the bog and paws. "It is evergreen," explained the boiler. "I don't remember where. It seems that an old friend gave the Isler." Violet shriveled her nose. "Dubious gift. With the view of the goddess seemed nondescript, any lilac will give 100 points of form. Think, the leaves do not drop. Or is it special?" Violet stepped toward the plant and felt suffocated. Back, as if Hammond's exclamation came from the water column. The lungs were rapidly filled with a substance that resembled smoke. And the eyes darkened. The cut in the ribs bent in half. He did not allow Violet to settle on the ground, with curses dragged towards. "It's a goddess," he hissed annoyingly, waving a girl with a jacket. "Only a complete fool comes to him. How do I know what your goddess is?" the girl snapped. The head was sore. It seemed that a tin bucket was put on it, and now it was pounded mercilessly. In addition, it was slightly tapped. "He releases poison, a little calm down," explained the pot. "Take a couple of breaths more, would lose consciousness. Another few minutes and death." "Good tree." Violet bowed to the crust trunk. "It turns out that everything in the inverted world brings death? Alive, yes. There is the Temple of Mani, which..." Without agreeing, Hammond measured and sharply turned the whole body to the left. The girl followed his example and, shouting, clung to the escort's hand. There, something looked from behind the bushes, and his eyes blazed scarlet. "Calmly, squeeze your brush with a face, now we will run it." "Ours," he yelled, undead. "Kratom." But an authorly thing was in no hurry to leave. It pulled in the air with a fail nose and weakened. From the stench emanating from the mouth, the eyes appeared. The dead guard took a step, another, and went to the lunar path. Violet's head hair sown with fear. Undead resembled a strap, with the only difference being that her clothes were cast together with her skin, retaining only muscles and bones. They were unnaturally inflated, swelled, turning the dead man into a grotesque silk from a stray circus. After seeing the air through her teeth, Violet felt a heat under her left chest. The skin scratched, it baked, as if a ray was applied to her. "You need to leave." Soon. Hammond grabbed the girl's arms and raised her to her feet. Once, and she found herself on his shoulder. Violet did not protest. She was petrified of fear. But the pot moved extremely quickly, even with a nose managed to quickly break away from the dead man. "I don't understand anything." After taking a short respite, he shook his head and looked around anxiously. "They never touch their own, the order is captured in their brains." "Yes, and how did he end up in the park? Undead always wanders behind the fence." "You need to immediately inform Doru." Violet was of the same opinion. In addition, she wanted to understand what was happening to her. The heat under her chest gave way to cold. An invisible hand stung an ice cream into her time and time again and slowly turned. "Let it go." The girl cut through, forcing Hammond to put her on the ground. It became even colder. It was worth turning her head. The tentacles of the stooges swept her throat, squeezed him no worse than a collar. Violet pulled away, pressed to the face, and invisible petals pulled in. "There is something here," turning either to herself or to the companion, the girl whispered. "No one listened," Hammond objected. "We broke away, but we need to hurry." "Out of control, undead, deadly." "I could not tell about her. I could not tell someone about the mole, I had to spin out. I feel something strange in the air." Trying not to think about what she might face, Violet trusted her sixth sense. Kodalak followed her with a silent shadow. The icy collar flared Violet's throat again. He did not choke, just denoted the rights. Violet moved along the line, focusing only on the cold inside. If it weakened, she returned back and changed direction. Here, the girl stopped sharply and pointed to the bushes. There is nothing to sway foolishness when we have death on our tail. Hammond burrowed, but still spread the branches to break out emotional. Maddie, take my soul. Chapter 17. Bringing on chicks, Violet tried to see a mysterious thing, but the pot stubbornly blocked him. Right word, it's unfair. It was Violet who brought Hammond here. Don't languish. The girl hesitated, having made another attempt. She turned out to be more successful. Violet discerned a muted glow. Another step, and the girl stared perilously at an unusual web. She soared above the ground, seemed intangible. Two colors, sparkling white and tender blue, smoothly flowed into each other, spilled, reflected, and refracted moonlight no worse than diamonds. The web pattern also differed from the usual one. Complex polygon woven from triangles and semicircles. In the center of the pane darkened, and at the ends of the rays practically merged with air. The web clipped, then narrowed, then expanded. Like a beating heart. Obeying the imagination created. Beauty, what? Is she dangerous? Holding the branch, the girl carefully circumvented the drawing around the perimeter. Did it seem, or did he follow her? But for sure, the faces stretched to violet as the tongues of flame. And they also changed color. Ice blue gave way to tender pink. The girl could not understand why she was led to a strange picture. I wanted to touch the web, star the fingers between the weaves. For some reason Violet knew they will respond with warmth. Is there magic in it? Yeah, nonsense. Both grandfather and 3 dark magicians, one of whom is the strongest in the empire, assured Violet is an ordinary man. Then where does all this come from? Mole. It all started with her. So, Violet succubus? She frowned. Put it, the gods joked about her, putting an authorly entity in the human body, but this did not explain the connection with the drawing. So dangerous? Turning to the gloomy Hammond, impatiently asked the girl. Must be, he bothered, in an animal way, pulling the air with his nose. That is, you have no idea, Violet summed up. Coward and boast? I remember that you threatened to tell about the inverted world, but in fact you know nothing. And they did not warn about the tree, and did not cope with the death, and you see the drawing for the first time. If I lived in the Eiler castle, the girl smelled sharp hairpin, then in a couple of years I would understand the malaria. We have to go. Hammond persistently pulled her hand, but Violet did not move. The web is hardly dangerous. He was afraid of his own shadow with his face. The mole calmed down, was not sick anywhere, did not pull. Other voices also did not call for themselves. You need to leave and appoint. Why suddenly? Violet sniffed and pulled out her palm. Will her guesses be confirmed or not? Will it become warm? Or have we been tracked down by death? The thought of the latter was sucked under the spoon. Perhaps the face is right, the girl is too reckless, but someone else's magic is so beautiful, and not a little scary. When the tip of the spider stretched out, licked her palm, there was no trace of. Violet's skin seemed to be drawn with a feather. It will soon be tracked down if you stay here. Having finally forgotten about good manners, Hammond with both hands poured into her shoulders and abandoned away, ignoring the resistance. This is the symbol of the inverted world, he hissed evil at Ixo. Even children do not play with it. What if there's an unlocked portal? Will Titan and all, you will not return back. Let go. Violet hit the companion with an elbow in the side and turned around, sending clothes. She did not cull with flour to draw her on the ground. In addition, I didn't even think to hold the branches with my face, and they painfully whipped on the face. So I don't lose my eye for long. Grubian? The girl of the paw printed. Someone like you cannot be allowed into a decent society. And there is no one portal there, I would. She did not agree, and, swinging, grabbed her throat. Unknown force squeezed her neck, squeezed air from her lungs in a drop. Violet in despair tore the gate, even tore off the button not helped. She was strangled from behind. 2 streams of ice something closed around her neck, eager to take away a life. The girl felt them, air movement, light hissing. Unable to maintain balance, it collapsed on the snow. It seems that Hammond shouted. Violet did not hear. Before his eyes it was rapidly dark, the world around him was sidelined. It is not known how everything would end. The sharp smell of the breach hit the nose. Swirling, Violet sat down and, often frozen, looked around. Outside the window is still night, only here is a window not in her bedroom. Good night. Having removed a bottle with a stuffing in the pocket of a homemade robe, Dor greeted with a mockery. Hammond almost snapped his tail, skulked under the door, cried himself when he brought you. I had to drive. But why? Why am I here? It seemed logical to bring the unconscious Violet to her room. Because you needed help. Or would you prefer to continue lying on the ground? Only now, accustomed to the stingy light of the night, the girl realized that, in addition to the shirt and robe, there was nothing on the Isler. But much worse, that she herself had absolutely nothing. Dora had the conscience to at least cover her with a blanket. Eilir does not want to explain. Violet squinted and looked up. Clothes lying on the floor with a slide, all to the garter. I am going to fulfill your dream, aren't you happy? Ilir absolutely calmly, slowly untied the belt of the robe, eloquently outlining his intentions. To do this with an insensitive body I found unethical. I had to get a patch. Listen, Violet cleverly wrapped herself in a blanket and jumped to the floor. Didn't you confuse me with the street girl? First your cousin, now you. I did not confuse anything and just want to deal with your entity. So go back and get ready to say goodbye to hated virginity. Although knowing you, it is better to make love sitting, so that you do not hide the sheet afterwards. The girl's breath was intercepted from indignation. The cheeks were hot, the heart lacked space in the chest. P. Won't dare do that? Even in secret, forbidden dreams, Violet painted their first night differently. And accusations of future theft of the sheet. Thank you, Eiler, but I prefer to remain a girl. Violet metal thunder and lightning. Tomorrow I will collect things, and go to the monastery. Let her be considered a whore, but indeed she was not going to become one. Something burst inside, maybe all the vessels at once. Blood quickly left the body, taking with it dreams and hopes. Violet desensitized to the floor, hid her face in her palms. She did not want Ahur to see her tears, stupid tears, naive. It would be better for Edmund Laernus to bring the plan to the end. Then it would not be so nauseous. On the other hand, the Eiler is right. Did she not beat this? Did Violet not seek to seduce him, to find himself in the same bed? And so, when the goal is practically achieved, it is reduced by convulsions of abomination and disappointment. You need to get up and go. Dry the tears. Would old Lady Reg go down so low? No, with her head raised high, she would cross out the life of an unworthy man. Mander helped. Tears dried up, shoulders cracked down. That's how Violet hates him. Remove, Eilir, I need to dress. The Empress Mother herself would envy the firmness and authority of her voice. I do not intend to stay with you under the same roof. Not a single minute. The heart turned into a bleeding wound long ago, but Violet rose and staunchly looked Aura in the eye. You did not understand, my lady, I did not intend to rape you. Or rather, you will have to perform the act, but a few for a different purpose. Men always have one goal, the girl cut off, and, without waiting for action from the bedroom owner, went to a bunch of clothes. The blanket dragged behind her like a plume. I learned a lesson, thank. The first was taught by the Emperor, the second you. You will have to dress in the bathroom. It was hoped that the designer will have enough education not to break in there. And incomprehensible languishing will pass, it will be forgotten. The monastery will not be until that pause equals 450. Violet held her hand on her hair. Lips twisted in the grimace. With locks you will have to part, sharpen. Both with balls and a soft bed. And with the name. But there is no way out, between the nuns. I repeat, you didn't understand me that way, Violet. The girl flinched when he called her by name, somehow tired, doomed. And I risk putting my power at stake. Agree, this is much more than innocence. Eilier did not make any improvements, on the contrary, a little humbled, looked into the space, and the girl calmed down a little. The heart was still pulsating with pain, but the wounds on it were covered with a thin crust. Is it because of fainting and that web? Eilier nodded. Only a creature associated with the worlds of Maya is able to respond to her call. But she wanted to kill me. Violet resurrected her suffocation and swore. For a moment it seemed that everything was back. That is why you need to clarify your essence. I chose the easiest way, even pleasant. Dor tipped over the sheets and laid his hands behind his head with a sigh, but there are other. I will call a specialist. He will take some of your blood, will conduct a couple of experiments on you, and we hope to find out the reason for the contradiction. You are something incomprehensible, Violet Reg. The magic of the inverted world does not attack succubus, but she attacked and at the same time allowed herself to touch. Hama described everything in detail. In addition, I considered his memories, and now, the Eiler complained, I have a terrible headache. As if I have little adventure yesterday? He complained in half a voice to the void. In Violet's memory, a net of scars surfaced, mutilating Dora's chest and hands. A couple of disgusting crimson marks went dark in the open gate of the rope. A recent offense was forgotten. The girl again experienced a burning desire to touch them, erase them forever. Biting her lips, she looked at the breathing chest of the Eiler, and then decided. Quickly, until she changed her mind, Violet bent over the bed and still touched the tip of her finger scar. Dor turned a perplexed look on her, and the girl, embarrassed, pulled off. The leg was treacherously entangled in a blanket. It slipped. Violet barely managed to fall on the sheets, not to show herself in all its glory. She was angry at herself for her childish desire. That scar, rough, coarse, with uneven edges, did Dor injure himself? And if not, who dared? Bed creaked. The Eiler rose. Violet froze, even stopped breathing. Naked skin covered with goosebumps. They scattered along the back with a fan, losing below the lower back, where the Eiler looked. From the feeling of his look through into the heat. Dora's fingers lay weightlessly on her maiden skin. The index finger delineated the scapula, slid down the spine. The mouth was filled with an iron flavor. Violet did not notice how she bit her tongue. She resembled a strained string, feared and at the same time longed for continuation. What should I do with you, Violet Reg? Thoughtfully extended Dor. His hand froze on the lower back, and then did what was not expected of her. The girl lacked air. When she bent, she stuck her fingers into the sheet, ducking from an unexpected caress. Who would have thought that Dor's fingers would turn out to be so skillful? He was in no hurry to get used to himself, more and more fueling the fire inside Violet. She was faking, but no longer from fear, from impatience. I wanted more. Stop one thing after no longer return. What should I do with you, Violet Reg? Repeated the Eiler, going down to her ankles. Violet struggled to hold the moan. She could not think that stroking light touches of the feet could bring almost ecstasy. What was her disappointment when everything stopped? Covering her chest with her hands, the girl tried to turn around. She was trying to understand why the Eiler smelled it. She herself was still ringing, craving it with every cell of the body. What do you look at me like, my lady? He had the audacity to scoff. Trying to understand, if you are normal. If you are not going to continue, serve a blanket, Violet demanded. What a shame it is to tell him and you don't care, that you want him. If this goes on, the girl will voluntarily make it tonder. And I won't think, continuing to smile with corners of the mouth, shook the head of Dor. You look amazing. Then do business. Violet snapped and lay down on her stomach again. I'm not a picture to just look at. He is unbearable, unbearable from the first minute, but managed to master her thoughts. Even so, now the Eiler laughed at all. What about your principles, statements about honor? In some cases, a man is obliged to finish what he started. Your neglect humiliates more intentions. Which, as it turns out, you share. Well, Lady Reg, I will be a gallant cavalier. Try to thank me. Is it? The fiery lump below the abdomen turned into an icy But there was no doubt when Violet's ear caught the rustle of the fabric, first the robe, then the shirt. Her ears reddened. Eileen did not think to extinguish the night. Well, come here, seduce. Count, I gave you a second chance. And yet I wanted to see him naked more than to hide my nudity. The girl slowly, shamefully rose to all fours, then knelt. The palm covered the bottom of the abdomen, the second pulled to the chest, but froze halfway. Let him look, he must have something. Must, commented Dor, you know how to be embarrassed. And look like it's new to you. He did not care at all for close attention to the intimate parts of his body. With the same dignity, the Eiler would stand in front of the emperor with a full parade. I am not as spoiled as you believe, the girl was offended and complained, why nobody believes me? I believe unexpectedly mildly pronounced Dor. Play your emotions hard, even an experienced actor somewhere and would puncture. And now go to me, and find out finally, succubus you or not. I promise not to rush. Violet already knew it, believed he would not take the fuck. So it came out. The Baydor seemed a treasured prize, a well from which Violet couldn't get drunk, with his hands outlining the contours of her body. With his breath increasing, heavy. His solid flesh testifying. They did this in the chair. Recovering from the surprise and pain of the first push, obeying the ancient instinct, Violet took an active part in what was happening. She rose and sank half a mouth through the marevo of desire, seeing the face of the Eiler. Let him never marry her. Violet never felt so happy. Having swept on Dora's chest, she was afraid to move. It's over, now he will drive it away. But the Eiler was silent, and the girl greedily caught the moments she released. Waiting for my verdict? Finally, Dora asked. Violet with latent satisfaction, the Eiler was also pleased with. So, you succubus. The girl screamed. The magic of intimacy was gone, it became gritty and uncomfortable. She cut through the Eiler's knees, tried to get off her held. Do not rush, I have not yet agreed. He drew his finger on her lip, forcing him to swallow, again experience an attack of desire. You are a succubus, but not quite ordinary. You do not take, but give energy. How is it? Violet's eyes were confused. She has no gift, the designer joked. However, the expression of his face indicated the opposite. I don't know the mechanism yet, but you absorb the spider energy, let's call it that, and handed me. Here, look. Pierre moved the girl and pointed at his chest. The scars are gone, now only a new, slightly pink skin resembled them. Chapter 18. Violet carefully examined the body of the Eiler and felt like a drop. Slowly but surely the desire went away, leaving behind something bitter, pull. The girl was afraid to look into the eyes of an accidental lover, read the truth in them. He knew. That is why he slept with her. That is why he threatened to lay on bed. Violet is a donor, no more, a thing like a straw hat, a bright ribbon. And she believed, stupid, lips and fingers also knew how to lie. But then Violet all seemed true. Glad for you, the girl mumbled over and slipped from Dora's knees, since he no longer held her. 3 times glad, Eiler, turning her back on him, Violet added bile, simultaneously looking for a look to cover up. You are cured. She felt crushed, much worse than on the day the engagement was terminated. Then Violet had hope, her faith in herself collapsed today. The first to fall under the arm was the Eiler shirt. Overcoming breeziness, the girl threw it. Now she is at least not naked. Dor was silent. Nothing to say, Violet right? Of course, rights. Dura. 3 times fool. Violet squeezed her fists and threw her head. She struggled with 2 opposite feelings. She held back tears and rage. Nothing. Before leaving, the girl would slap the Eiler, wipe the triumphant smile from his face. Violet had no doubt, now he was smiling paws equals. They lied as if you didn't want to make love. They packed the price for themselves, played the noble. Anger still broke out. Violet's nails poured into the palms to blood. Tear everything into shrapnel, tear the bedroom into chips. but she herself was to blame, understood what was going for. You're just like your cousin. Violet covered her face with her hands. Shoulders drooped, her breasts often, pause equals 450 barefoot fingers licked through, but compared to a heart broken into pieces of glass, all nonsense. There, in the chest, it seems much colder. Finished? Dora's indifference with a coma stuck in her throat. Violet swallowed, trying to get rid of him in vain. White. She found the strength to nod and answer calmly. It's time to remember the origin and put on a mask. Hysteria for commoners, aristocrats cry silently in a pillow. Then I will tell. And return the shirt, if you do not intend to stay. Stay, spinning on her heels, Violet hissed. The very assumption that after what happened she could linger in the bedroom of the Isler offended. You are too high an opinion of yourself. Nothing, do not deplete if you lose your shirt. I am not going to walk naked along the corridors. She resembled a panther, hot, dangerous, with shiny eyes, and Orr was surprised to feel the response below the belt. However, he had to explain himself, so he suppressed the desire with his will and rose. The body was nice whining, the gift was raw, rejoicing in the generous feed. Okay, you can keep it. Burn, tear as you wish. Ilir stood against Violet, strikingly calm. His hands are folded on his chest, as if deliberately showing off, paying attention to. The nudity pause equals 450. Violet was hard to look into his eyes. Anger evaporated, supplanted by embarrassment and full offense. The heat blossomed her cheeks. His hands, lips, if you think about it, Violet will lose the remnants of dignity. Dor did not move, only the eyebrows ridiculously crawled up. I thought my lady liked our entertainment? It seemed, if she could, Violet would have baked it in place. So, you were also taught fantasies that are not related to reality. As is, naked, the Ilir approached the window, framed the face with moonlight. You turned me into a monster, exposed me as an insidious seducer, eager to get to the energy enclosed in you. Oh, Violet spit on the bed and raised the leaf of the dress with her toes. Creepy wanted to drink, but there was not even a countess with water in the bedroom. You separated me and put me before the fact. Section, I admit, but purely for the sake of saving your life. Lies, he did not believe himself. You fainted, there could be anything. A wound, a magic burn, a certain seal. In my pantaloons? The girl laughed skeptically. However, it is interesting. The designer did not want to turn to her, preferred to throw replicas over his shoulder. Dor did not answer, only sighed seriously. Confess, Ilir, you wanted to rape me. Yes, I wanted, turning sharply to her, evil confirmed by the Ilir. At a certain moment I wanted to rejoice. You were so saddened by my blackness, but now you are happy with. And do not lie as if you did not play a performance with a blanket. Violet frowned on. What is he about? Yes, she wanted to touch the scars on his chest, she was scared and confused in a blanket. From behind you are extremely appetizing, you would seduce even the righteous. He wanted to hurt her, Doris deliberately chose rude expressions. And you also move too actively for an innocent sheep. Although I am forced to admit, now it was Violet's turn to remain silent. By lowering her head, she studied weaving silk fabric sheets. The shadow flashed from the side, Dor retired to the bathroom. He returned quickly, did not even rinse, and threw a clean robe on the bed. Then he leaned over and picked up his own, covering nudity. Everything happened spontaneously, and I had no reason to count on the donor, as you put it. Ilir calmed down, his tone warmed. Vice versa, I have come to terms with the consequences of the devastation of the reserve. Of course, cousins would help bring energy back, but a couple of days would still have to be an ordinary person, tormented by a terrible headache. But we would definitely establish whether you are a succubus or not. I put on the first. Hama told one interesting thing, after you faint, the print web went out. The connection between you is obvious. You decided, well, what did I pass on to the owner? Violet guessed. Clutching her palms with whiskey, she tried to put events in a logical chain. It was bad. Why true? Dor was relieved to exhale. The tantrum is over, you don't have to wonder how to calm Violet. The usual ways are unlikely to suit, she is not a student or a criminal. Yes, it's better to talk about the case, rather than step on a slippery track of feelings. Violet cornered him, which is angry, loss of control, her rightness. Unbelievably, but the fact, Violet woke up in it much more than the skillful caresses of Helen. It was worth it to touch, feel the pulse ripple, how immediately I wanted more, and then he could no longer stop. However, Dor was not going to discuss what happened even under the fear of death. The owner can become anyone? Anyone, confirmed the worst fears of the Islander. Any dark magician who is not afraid of your mole, the sign of succubus. As I said, the carriers of such marks are shunned, but you are a special case. Dor's lips were touched by a strange smile. A little tired, a little sad. Violet seemed, or did he feel sorry for her? Nonsense. Islander drank up to the dump with energy, he would be happy with such a successful acquisition. Your happiness, Dor chewed his hair on the back of his head, which with energy sources is not thick, even in Satred it is hard to find places of strength. About the magic of other worlds and completely silent, it is almost unrealistic. Therefore, you are unlikely to faint again. So this is not a coincidence? Violet frowned and lost her transporter. She wanted to ask Dor about a lot, for example, to understand whether she attracted her to him out of mutual sympathy, or because of the essence of succubus, but the girl was in no hurry. The Islander has a harmful character, if you squeeze, he will work out, and say nothing at all. No. You slammed energy, do not drag you Hamid, and it all could die. Dor caught himself thinking that he would not want to see her cold corpse. And he also knew for sure that he would not have done with Violet like Helen. The daughter of Marquis would have been buried with honors, and her death would have added to the list of claims against an unknown criminal. You see, the Islander spun words in his head, wondering how to clearly convey your thought to a person far from magic. You are an incorrect succubus. You are not adapted to store energy. And it is very good that you quickly got rid of it. Well, the girl echoed. It turns out that all lies. And she almost took attraction to Doru for a clean coin. Violet grinned. So it happened. So she wanted to be alone with a man. It came out, if not for the conversations after, it turned out magical, but for any enjoyment you need to pay. The tale bursts in the morning, like a soap bubble. The girl wondered. Did she want to repeat? Perhaps. Only you will not be. On the other hand, if her knees are still shaking, and her heart bursts at the sight of Dorlarina, it's not only about the mole. Succubus inside Violet helped overcome doubts, pushed into the arms, and only it was not Violet who conquered the man, but he. You mentioned the seal. I suppose I have the right to know what it is, because I paid for the answer with virginity. Violet grinned and turned her eyes to her hands. Least of all, the girl expected Dor to touch her, cover her palm with her. Raising her head, Violet ran into an endless green sea of eyes. And you will not understand what storms are raging at the bottom. It turns out you cherished it. It turns out, transferring the look from Dora's face to his hand, confirmed the girl. Well, again the void had removed the palm. Islander hung over Violet. She snorted, feeling extremely uncomfortable, as if during interrogation. In addition, from above, you can better see the hidden under the clothes. The girl almost tore the ties, trying to tighten them further. What's the matter with her? Why is she shy? She doesn't know where to put herself. Violet Reg always and everywhere obeyed, not obeyed. Well, finally sat down. But too close. Violet tried not to notice the heat of someone else's body, the invisible tongues of the flame licking her side and back. Pride is not an empty sound, and the lady is not a dog, ready to forgive everything for one approving look. Pause equals. Similar spiders seal spells so that if necessary then use them again, Doris patiently explained. He also keenly felt the presence of the girl, her patient, slightly brackish smell from sweat. Spells of a certain order practiced in the inverted world. Is there a stranger in your park? And the girl is not stupid, Doroth ought immediately grab the essence. Edmund and Leonard have already combed everything. No one but the out-of-control death. But someone was there, you're right, and he managed to escape. That's why you should help me. For Liege's sake. Show me where. Illyr was surprised to catch himself talking to Violet affectionately, slowly, like with a child. Guilt? Undoubtedly. He did everything too rude, overreacted in the desire to prove that there was nothing between them and there would be. Illyr led the fear. It is time to confess, he was afraid of proximity with Violet more than she, and at the same time craved E. Why? The answer was in the word itself, the closeness of. The daughter of the Marquis got close to her heart, which Dor could not allow. While not love, but still dangerous. And how do you want to duck into her hair again, master, to forget, throw off the weight of the past week? Okay, the girl agreed, I'll show. And now, she did not agree when Dora's finger touched her lip and slightly pressed. Ilya? Violet mumbled, bewildered. Here I thought, and decided to return the shirt, wheezily explained the Eiler, and tipped it on the bed. Why senseless cruelty? Here she is, Violet Reg, this night she belongs to him. But after all, there is no more energy. A discouraged girl shaved. I know. Dor touched her ear, breaking a short sigh from her lips. I just want to, like you. Well, admit it, Lady Reg, he cunningly added, having spent your tongue on her temple for some time, you crave my attention. And it has nothing to do with succubes. While your reservoir is empty, you are an ordinary person, and these are your feelings, your desires and doubts. I'm not, how could you think? Violet's outrage sunk in a kiss. The energy inside the Eiler was burrowing, demanding an exit. Violet was too seductive, provoking him with a shirt worn on his bare, most recently owned body. Yes, and she resisted for order, soon wide open her eyes and frostbite. Then she completely curved, closely open. A couple of minutes ago, Violet felt the weight of someone else's body burning her breath around her neck, and now she is alone. Door in the bathroom, you can hear the water pouring. And the girl lies here. You can hide, but why? The Eiler has already studied everything. The second time it was a little different, deeper, more impulsive, but at the same time without pain. Violet waited for her, and then drowned, completely dissolved in the Eiler. It touched the strips of healed scars, put her fingers in the back, kissed and not only. The girl lazily pulled, and remembered the teachers of the Elmer Noble School. It is unlikely that they would dare to lick a man's stomach. Poor would be the softest definition. Just think, Dor Lararine, and it is not cold at all. However, Violet was aware that repeated proximity is a kind of apology. Well, she accepted them and kept them in her heart. Then it was her turn to hide in the bathroom. Cool water washed away the remnants of desire. The girl returned to the completely dressed magician of the same, and also changed her robe to a dress. Smearing on her look, Dor nodded to his thoughts. Don't worry, Illyr, Violet easily solved them. I demand nothing, and will take care of the possible consequences if they arise. There is no blood on the sheets, you have nothing to worry about. Not to such an extent, Doris pleaded. I would love to take back some of my words. Although I really don't want children, sorry. Both became embarrassed, they should have said goodbye faster. Violet took on a difficult mission. It was nice to spend time with you here. She fell asleep and, passionate, ended with a short guide. The deceased you of the night? I'll see you, insisted the. You don't worry either, I'll keep your identity private. I advise you not to spread about it. There will be hunters to use you, do not hesitate to use a living being instead of an artifact. The girl smiled thankfully. The designer cared for her, worried. Maybe not everything is so bad and she has a tiny chance? It's not good, of course, when a woman is the first to show sympathy, but Dor no longer resembled a salt pole. After he puts on a mask, only Violet will not forget his hot body. Then, for the second time, he did not need energy at all. When his fingers stop, only now did she remember the terrible bone little finger, and dangerously bowed at Dora's right arm. She lay relaxed on her hip, 4 ordinary fingers and 1 ugly. After following her look, the Eiler grinned. In bed, you forgot about him. This once again proves that sometimes fantasy rules the mind. Touch him. The girl turned her head. No way. Violet, something inside her squeezed and faded when he called her by name. You were already doing this, just did not focus attention. I doubt that you just wear gloves. The girl shook her head. She hesitated. On the one hand, the Ilir is right, it is unlikely that Violet escaped the touches of a bone little finger during a love game. But on the other, and you were going to become my wife? Dor reminded. Count a score, if I think of starting it, I would have to accept me entirely. But you never tried to justify the girl. You hide your right hand, always greet people with your left. Normal precaution. Not everyone will like this close proximity to the abyss. Violet opened her eyes wide. Let her have no magical education, but she heard about the refuge of the overthrown May. Everything has its price, Dor said phlegmatically. It's good that he told her. Now the girl will leave him alone, will become afraid like others, and what happened this night will not be repeated. The master of the secret guard cherished his peace, and Violet Reg managed to break it, moreover, awakened the previously alien emotions. Alone with a green-eyed blonde, the heat scattered through the veins, even now he felt his echoes. Ilir caught himself on that he wanted to detain the girl under any pretext, stay with her a little more. Everything has its price, Dor repeated and raised his hand to his face, considering an ugly finger. I was given a lot, in return I sacrifice part of the flesh. Voluntarily? Violet was horrified. He could have lied, but did not. The girl had the right to the truth. I was born so. Almost so, Doris recovered. Great luck when May kisses the baby in the womb. I gradually developed the gift, together with the increase in strength, the skin and muscles died. Love the need. People are unpleasant to look at. In addition, I protected myself from accidents. Here, he touched the tip of the bone little finger. More magic is concluded than all students at your grandfather's academy. I control it, but sometimes force majeure happens. I wonder what she'll do. Ilir pointed out that Violet would rush out of the bedroom. The girl's face reflected the stubborn work of thought. She bit her lower lip, which caused her to pour blood, become seductively puffy. How do you want to touch her again, make the road of the flute open, which, no matter how well, could not kiss? She carefully approached Oru. Straight back, blunt skin and scarlet lips. The hand flinched. Violet lifted her only on the second attempt. The girl hesitantly touched the bone little finger and immediately pulled away. It was as if. In response, the Eiler drew his right palm on Violet's cheek. Nothing happened, normal warm fingers, and only a little bit different. Such smooth and sharp at the tip. See, I know how to be safe. Dor withdrew, letting the girl recover. She passed the test with dignity. Ilir adjacent eyelids. Now Violet will be afraid again. It's good, it's right. Will he always stay like this? The question took him by surprise. Dor opened his eyes and turned on her voice. Violet sat in a chair, that same chair, and pulled stockings. Both garments lay on her lap. Noticing that the Eiler was watching, the girl abruptly pulled the skirts. Dark magicians, peculiar creatures, my lady. We appreciate such things. And, Doris did not resist a short laugh, you cannot hide the legs. I saw much more. Like you, I wanted to add to him. It was not about nudity at all. Chapter 19. By breakfast, Violet came down in a new dress, rejoicing that the wardrobe taken on the road was now in her full possession. Of course, she could stay with herself, but Violet was going to appear as a winner, not a loser. After all, was it not about this she dreamed when she was heading to the Eiler castle? Everything didn't work out according to plan, but it turned out. Dora's green eyes became a little warmer, so Violet came close to the target. You turned out to be a worthless seducer, the girl stated mentally, waiting patiently for the maid to finish lacing her. She rolled up a tantrum and almost ruined the case. He really wanted to sleep, but Violet courageously fought the consequences of a stormy night. First a bath, then coffee. And all the trouble is because of the damned Edmund? If it were not for his disgusting behavior, the girl would not panic, would she break for the look? Or not? She was completely confused, stop separating the visible from the actual. Let's go in order. To calm down, Violet took up the crest. One lift, the heartbeats attack slower. You are not a coward, but deprivation of virginity is a responsible event. You were put before the fact, but you need to prepare, tune in. Again, I did not manage the situation, and/or. I doubt that even the most untidy woman would not come into confusion. After walking to the dragon teeth, anyone would raise a scream, wish her to touch him and everything else. With everything else turned out to be more difficult. No matter how the girl denied the problem, she had to solve it. Violet was not going to remain a succubus. By the time Violet went down to the dining room, she had time to completely cope with herself, did not blush at the sight of Dor and politely smiled at both of his cousins. If rumors crawl along Satrat, they will finally bury her reputation. Yes, and isn't it a pleasure to deceive the aspirations of the enemy? How is your health, my lady? Leonard politely turned to her and cautiously moved the lady chair. Hammond yesterday crawled on his feet put. Violet hardly managed to keep her face. Damn pot, who pulled his tail? Thank you, she spread the napkin on her lap, it's better. I was very scared and only. Edmund's gaze was nervous. He did not hide burning hostility, in addition, he suspiciously touched his cousin. Violet had a thought, did he not solve their secret, but the girl quickly threw it away. Did not look at Edmund in the keyhole. What was it, Dor? Turned to the owner of Leonard Castle. Extremely busy thing. Unlike relatives, the designer paid no more attention to Violet than to the servants who flashed near the table. I found that death. And? Leonard in impatience stepped forward. Nothing, Dor discouraged. Bettelog is confused, and can't really explain why he ended up in the park. Something pulled him there, and this also drowned out my order not to touch Hammond and other local inhabitants. However, my seal is in place, no one. Some kind of anomaly. Edmund shook, getting involved in the conversation. Violet turned her ears, rejoicing that the Baron left her alone. Amazing subject. Hate her for the mole and consider an order of things not to spend on courtship for the sake of bed. You chose the right word. All my guards are intact, none of them saw, did not feel a stranger. You know, the Eiler kept a close look on him, forcing his cousin to nervously clutch his fingers. The dead cannot be deceived. That is, you are hinting? Edmund frowned and with special shrug began to rub a slice of bacon on a plate. I do not hint, but state. Whoever looked for help in the inverted world yesterday did not climb over the fence. A viscous silence reigned in the dining room. Men translated views on each other, and then, without colluding, turned to Violet. What? She reacted nervously, dropping the fork. She sounded vulgar, hitting the edge of the plate. I know nothing, I am not a magician at all, and do not understand your things. A nasty smile glided on Edmund's lips. Let me doubt, my lady. Goosebumps ran from the sound of his voice on the back. It turns out you have a direct relation to the appearance of a mysterious someone. This would explain a lot. Think for yourself, Doris, who can freely open portals. Demons, instead of cousin, answered Leonard. His face darkened, his jaws squeezed for a moment. But Lady Reg does not belong to them. However, everything happened exactly when she settled here. Edmund insisted on his. Violet smiled sadly. Her secret did not last a day, the girl did not doubt, Edmund will reveal the cards and put her around to blame. Shut up and rejoice that is still here. Unexpectedly came to the rescue of the Eiler. I am aware of your wonderful behavior. Teach, I am not only your cousin, but also a person endowed with part of the Emperor's power. Father Lady Reg Marquis Sonks. Edmund scraped his teeth and rose, moving the chair with noise. His fists fell into the table, the magician's eyes narrowed. That means how? He hissed. Then I will put an end to the Marquis' membership in the council, because his daughter— The terrible word did not sound, the Baron limited himself to another icy look. Come on, contracting, calmly, too calmly appointed door. That is why you will not achieve what you want, Edmund. You are vanity, but cowardly, not ready to pay for opportunities, you demand to provide them by birth, right of blood. A curved smile touched Edmund's lips. Bypassing the table, he stopped against his cousin, put his palm on the back of his chair. Door did not shake, continued to chew. Leonard and Violet were in tension waiting for the denouement. But the rivalry between them, the girls suddenly clearly realized. Forever out of reach, cousin. Not everyone is as lucky as you are, Edmund spiked, bowing to the very face of the interlocutor. I have to pay just. One thing pleases, he weakened and straightened up, the visionary master sometimes mistakes. You played brother and lost his neck. It is not succubus, and let's end it. Everyone, including Edmund, flinched amicably when Door's hand sank forcefully on the table. The blow was so strong that the coffee spilled, leaving ugly rusty spots on the tablecloth. Marquis finds out about the rape, turning to his cousin, printed the Eiler. I'm tired of. If you don't get away, I will calm you. Well, what about? Inflated Edmund broke into a fight. Wimble tried to take away his younger brother. What fly bit you? The woman was not divided? He stood between the cousins. Door almost immediately calmed down, returned to the interrupted breakfast, but Edmund had to be taken aside and with a quiet whisper to reason. Violet caught only scraps of words, something about her, the ghost world and a bad dream. One way or another, Leonard's monologue had an action. Edmund asked for forgiveness, and Violet. She accepted the apology and was relieved to exhale. For all the abomination, it is better to end that story. Today your dream will come true, my lady. Violet raised her head with surprise when the owner of the castle turned to her. I do not promise a picky continuation, but I will make you a company. Alas, not romantic, in the interests of the Empire rather find a night visitor pause. I will go with you, Leonard volunteered. I will shake up, or I will soon forget the simplest spells. In our wilderness, he grinned good-natured, instead of uncleaning tax collectors and barn books. I have a puffy head. As I understand it, I will be left here, sour summed up Edmund. After an attack of rage, he took possession of apathy. Edmund lost his appetite and lazily drove a knife on toast with a jam. Stay both. I don't have to entertain you. Leonard crushed his hands and wished Violet good luck. Don't die boredom, my lady, and take care of yourself. I doubt the door will revive you. He spends the gift only on matters of national importance. Eiler awarded him a stunning look, but he kept quiet. Cousin is young, wanted to impress the girl. It is for this reason that he did not want to take it. It is difficult to focus in the atmosphere of flirting. In addition, the castle cannot be left unprotected, let so successfully naked relatives will once again inspect. In search of the grave, the strings gathered immediately after breakfast. Just rest uncomfortably, asked the Eiler. There are no grooms in the cemetery, you do not need to twist the tale. Violet raised her eyebrows in surprise. It seemed her irritated notes flashed in Dora's voice. It is a pity that Leonard will not go with them, it will not be possible to check his suspicions. At night Violet was convinced, the Eiler is not stone at all, maybe he knows how to be jealous. There were no gray and boring outfits in the girl's wardrobe, so she went down to the courtyard in a road dress. The girl found the dark magician in the stable he fed from the hands of that black stallion. Hearing steps, Kelpie pressed his ears and preventatively grabbed. Nevertheless, it is embarrassing to be alone with the Eiler, also in the stable. Different thoughts immediately climb into the head. Violet turned red, throwing a look at the accepted bales of hay. There clearly someone slept, maybe not one. I said, unbreakably, staring at her, mourned the door transporter. I don't rest like a scarecrow, Violet was offended. Unbearable rude, Any woman next to him will call. All right, dress like a dead woman. Dor turned away, stroked the horse on the withers. Undead reacts to sharp movements and bright colors. Violet boiled. He was more interested in the horse than she was, and this is after a night together. Violet had no doubt she did not have a tenth of the weasel that the Illyr gave to the pet. The magician scales him, and behind her ear, and kisses. I hate it, she hissed, tapping her leg on the floor. They will finally give me a horse. Violet was scared in her heart at the lack of a stable that appeared. He turned out to be persistent, used to and not to such outbursts. Milady wants a horse? She will receive it. The stable barrel, fearing to be angry, squeezed past the Kelpie and asked, "Get him out of sin, my lord." Another non-magician. Already two. Dor nodded and fathered the stallion. And he went. Violet squeezed into the wall when a crow poked past. Before, he seemed nice to her, but after telling the story, the pair turned into an outcast of evil. In vain, the Isla reproached her, "He liked you." The girl almost laughed. That is, when Kelpie does not like someone, he immediately smears it on the boards. By the way, already from the yard heard the voice of Dora. "He saved you, pulled you out of the river. I sometimes let Vale get angry. That night you were lucky." Lucky, Violet didn't deny. And that Vile was floating free, and that the Isler was passing by. If it wasn't for him, Violet hasn't thought about it before, but she hasn't been searched for. Enough time has passed. The news of the loss of the daughter of a member of the Supreme Council would have even reached Satrit. You all know, Illyr, no one, she got drunk. Nobody asked about me? Violet was in no doubt. Dor heard her. He whipped Vile, and she stood at the exit, watched as the Isler was cleverly controlled from the Kelpie. He did not like the bridle. The horse was bitten, spit out the mouthpiece. No. I didn't write to your father. Are you unhappy? But I don't hold you, you can always go home. Violet shook her head. Now definitely not. Pause equals 450. The father does not need her, and it is unlikely that the girl will be able to leave far from Dora. Here in Satrit, the girl could at least occasionally see him. Will there be any work here for the noble lady? Boarding teacher or something? Have you already come to terms? Illyr looked at her in surprise, even the guides released. Fortunately, the Kelpie remained standing where stood. What about either marriage or monastery? Okay, it didn't work out with me. Edmund is also a dubious candidate, but Leonard remains. Or did he have time to smoke too? Here the servants. Violet bowed on the stable. He is not deaf and not blind. He made her a mare, and he caught every word. You need to gossip about something in the kitchen? Is that embarrassing to you? How long has it been? I will not go anywhere with you. The girl in her heart threw out her gloves and went to the lock. Everything inside her shook. Smug turkey. He likes to mock her, humiliate her. He has always been like this. Just remember their first meeting. Entertained for free, got power and now makes fun of the stupid. Lady Reg. Violet only accelerated the step. Made Orlarine with his purple blood fall into the abyss. The girl will not spend more with him, and will not spend an hour under the same roof, will collect things and move to the hotel. From there he will write to his father, ask him to pick up. Suddenly the Empress's anger subsided, or in the light there was a new scandal, and Violet was forgotten. And if not, the girl will go to teach at the same Ulmer noble school. Not such a fool that she does not earn on bread with butter. Violet? She smiled crooked. Let her be angry, to his benefit. At least a little it will become like a normal person. However, the girl did not take into account that she opposed the magician. Charter to persuade, Doris turned to brute force. Kelpie sniffed, exposing his teeth. Violet seemed to be laughing over her. But his owner, on the contrary, was angry. And the textural cheekbones were pointed, his eyes were icy. You are in my castle, Dor minted and handed the girl the armored gloves, and you will do my will, whether you like it or not. So I'm a prisoner? Violet dastardly, without extinguishing, looked into his eyes. Think, dark magician. Now she would not be afraid of the very person. No, the Isla reluctantly admitted. Then you are not my decree. The girl spun in heels and repeated the escape attempt. With the same success. She tried again and again, but magic stubbornly returned her to the starting point. Out of strength, Violet prayed, "What do you want from me? Show the place where you met the string and are free." Not so much, right? Violet did not believe. The master is the wrong person to release prey from his claws. He argued that using live artifacts is unethical, but in fact it is logical to keep Violet to herself. If she is picked up by other dark magicians, Dora's power will shake. His eyes came from hidden contentment. Even if the victim had nowhere to go. Sighing noisily, Violet nodded and pulled her gloves. Against magic, she is powerless. Are you glad to get rid of me? The girl asked with the help of a stable climbing a horse. No. After watching her look, Dora also sat in the saddle and picked up the leads. And for a different reason than you think. And now focus pause equals 450 outside the contour is dangerous, it is better to bold less. Dora rolled his eyes and held out. Estes so. The girl felt like a complete fool. Probably the Isla achieved this. Chapter 20. Silence. Perhaps this door craved most now, too much needed to be considered. And Violet, no matter what she drove into her head, took far from the last place on the list. Isla did not believe in the coincidence of Violet, who violates all the rules of the living and dead worlds, arose exactly when someone began the path to dark power. First, Dora suspected If you want, magic can't be hidden, pretend to be idle. However, Isla mowed at the frowning guest who was driving behind him. I wonder if she would hate him even more if Dora voiced the whole truth. He was not going to check. Violet will show the meeting place with the strap and leave. So it will be better for everyone. For Dora too. That's why he behaved like that in the morning. Any show of sympathy, the slightest hope, and, when the frightened Hammond brought the girl to the castle to death, spoke about the press, the first thought of Dora was, it was her? As we claimed that the enemy lurked nearby, why not a strange girl who so persistently sought his location? That is why the Isla section of her said that she was going to deprive her virginity, whether Violet wanted it or not. Strong emotions would give her true essence. And then, he leaned back in the saddle and rubbed the pain-filled whiskey. Then everything got out of control. How did you manage, Dor? The Isla asked himself with a break. A shooting sparrow and just a naked female body. He still could not understand. Okay boy, heartfelt, but the master of the secret guard and in his youth, preferred safe ways to have a nice time. Now and at all hell into his services at any time of day and night, so why did he need young lady Reg? It is easier to answer that due to its anomalous peculiarity, but this is a lie. Poorly blinded lie that does not withstand criticism. He did not know anything about Violet's ability to store energy, so what pushed him at risk? With all the booming, a true succubus would for a long time disable Dora. You are getting older. The Isla mentally hooked. I became interested in women, too sentimental. If it goes on, some, to the joy of the emperor and the whole court, will marry you. And goodbye, free life. However, Dora's behavior did not cancel Violet's oddities. The experimenter inside the Isla was eager to conduct a series of experiments. The first, perhaps already today. If its results turn out to be negative, the rest will lose meaning, and if not or has not yet thought. Isla grinned. Judging by Violet's look, which she tried Dora between the shoulder blades, the girl longed for his death. Familiar feeling, much more familiar than tenderness and desire. Probably, this is the whole thing. Isla banally dazed and Dora irritated last night. He thought too much about her and even more about Violet. Are you crazy? Isla did not immediately realize that she was so disturbed. It turns out that Kelpie, taking advantage of the host's scattering, turned to the river and tried fragile ice with his hooves. Do not be afraid not to drown. Isla patted the stallion on the neck. Grabbing, he swept along the river with a black vortex, carving water splashes with hooves. Obeying the mood of the owner, he accelerated everything, taking Dora away from his own house and the girl who became almost his most important problem. At such moments, Dora felt like a supreme being. The body gained unprecedented lightness, the cloak fluttered behind his back like wings. He could do everything, and no one could disturb him. The free-loving Kelpie rushed under the water, but the iron will of the Isler kept it on the surface. A delightful feeling of power. Where the crown is there, it is nothing before the searing creation of gloom. While yelled in vain, he himself knew this. Ilir stronger. Covering his eyes, substituting the face of a sharp crumb of ice, Dyer felt a connection with the stallion, the thinnest threads that entangled the body of the Kelpie, gathered in a bundle at the bony little finger of the Ilir. And Violet still asked if he regretted it? And which you need to deal with, Dor already said aloud, moving the motive stopping the Kelpie. The stallion disgruntled at the owner and, as if in retaliation, half atoned for him in the river. Ilir was not offended. Vile stood in the stable, he wanted freedom, and not to cross him with hoodies on the road. Nothing, then Doris will let him go for good. Back, Dor with a knee blow unfolded the stallion. Yes, you need to deal with the girl, overcome yourself. Send her away, the easiest way out. So good for the designer, but bad for the Empire, but Dor is her main guard. So, you cannot allow Violet to fall into the hands of another dark magician. After all, he can kill her. The Isler was alarmingly looking for a familiar silhouette. If a girl is able to absorb energy uncontrollably, she is almost guaranteed to die. Aswig recalled again. She would dispel his doubts, answer questions, just let go. Each time, the mistress of the old tower demanded more and more. Kelpie easily, in one jump, got ashore. Violet shook her head disapprovingly. Like a boy? Although dark magicians are strange, not one looked like her usual men. While the Ilir was in order, Violet secretly considered him. Despite the offense, the master of the secret guard still manned. Now it was a calmer, warmer feeling, not unlike flares in the library or in the bedroom. Milady? After shaking, Violet took a look. Well, now he will definitely remember his ignorance that. Probably, it is necessary to clarify everything. Dora's voice sounded firmly. The girl did not see his face, but did not doubt it to become the chosen intonation. You chose an unsuccessful time for the visit, so sometimes he was silent, picking up the appropriate turn. Sometimes I go beyond courtesy. This is how to use streamlined formulations. Do not admit that he, an experienced magician, possessing purple blood, is out of touch with his own emotions. Violet nodded. Understand. Ilir frowned on. I understand and that's it? The girl's answer broke down. It seemed as if she didn't care, but Dor knew it wasn't so. That's why the callous word annoyed. He didn't talk, so that the questions remained unattended. What exactly do you understand? Ilir held back, blood boiling in her veins. Who would have thought Violet's indifference hurt her more obsessive attention? That I am wasting your time. I promise to leave, Ilir. Unspoken continuation. Why are you torturing me? Hung in the air. I did not want to break it you. Apologies were given hard, through the teeth. After breakfast, it was necessary to take out irritation on someone. You fell under the arm. And I lied to you. Violet shuddered and, wide open her eyes, stared at the companion. I almost burst into tears, stated the designer. Congratulations, Dor. Now, instead of students and traitors, you bring women to tears. He felt nasty, as if mistaken in the simplest. Violet listened to him amazingly calmly, not indignant. On the contrary, she was relieved. Ilir mistook her for a cunning blood sister, not a whore. Yes, she wanted to dance. Another thing, the Ilir did not get closer and is unlikely to become. And the girl was flattered by his frankness. Ilir did not go into details, but briefly introduced her into the course of affairs, as if Violet had briefly turned into an employee of the secret guard. How? The desire to escape right now did not arise. leaned on the companion door. He dragged her into a bad story. The girl was driving for a wedding veil, and then undead demons. Violet shook her head and simply added, "Nearby you, what should I fear?" Ilir with a grin opened the portal. "Conversations are over, it's time to act." Violet was afraid to open her eyes for a long time, only Dora's touch ripped her out of a state of primitive fear. She probably will never get used to such movements in space. A familiar road inspired memories of a twist. The girl looked seated, looking where to hide, but everything is not so here, she muttered. Where is the snow, the trees, the paved fences of the fields? Yes, no, the place is the same, Dora misunderstood it. A tight haze briefly bitten Violet outside the Kelpie circuit I had to disguise as an ordinary horse. The stallion did not like magic, which he did not fail to loudly report, but the owner did not care about his opinion. Getting on the stirrups, the Iler looked into the distance, then raised his right hand altogether, trying to. There, Violet timidly pointed to the northwest, and, fearful, added, "Probably." While fleeing, everything mixed in her head, she could say. However, the memory worked clearly. The girl gleefully cried out, noticing a piece of skirt on the ruins of the wall. Violet eagerly wanted to be useful, not to let down the Iler. Wonderful? Dora nodded, and, breaking the horse, easily took the obstacle. The girl followed his example, even if she did everything not so spectacularly. Here she was dropped off, there she first noticed a strange woman. "Will you not be frightened?" Having taken up the glove, moted the companion of the Iler. Violet shook her head, but still swallowed at the sight of a bone pinky. When a muted scarlet glow formed around him, and completely shouted. "We need to find the grave of the strap," Doris briefly explained. "The ashes are destroyed, you have to use alternative methods." By extending his arm, the Iler relaxed his palm, allowed the air to flow quietly between his fingers. His gaze focused on the tip of the little finger. He glowed, turning into a frightening eye. Violet intentionally stuck into the guides when, like a giant drop of blood, from an empty. Calm down," leaning to the horse's neck, the girl whispered. She did not take her eyes off the submissive fireball in front of the creator, even stopped breathing. Here he flashed, grew a little in size. A little more, and will touch Dora's face. And the Iler is calm, amazingly calm, still manages to be distracted. "Now you will have a rare opportunity to check if I really have purple blood." "Blood? What kind of blood?" Violet's lips whitened, her own mouth filled with a metal taste. Excited, she bit her tongue. Dora quickly and indifferently, as if it were not his own flesh, streamed along the palm of his palm. Amethyst drops dripped to the ground, flowed down his wrist, packing his shirt. Violet seemed to torture lasted an entire eternity. But Dora dipped into the blood loop strap. If the girl did not know for certain that she was dead, she would not doubt the realism of the vision. "Well, rather," nodded the Iler when the transformation was completed. "The case is done. Only left to follow our guide." "Your hand," Violet recalled. How did he not feel? It seemed that, carried away by the charms, Dora completely forgot about the wound. He fell asleep, tied his palm only after her words. Violet fearfully held a little behind the Iler. "Yes, and what is the meaning of it? In a girl not a drop of magic, in military art she understands even less." Soon it became clear, their goal is an abandoned cemetery. It lurked in a small spoon, marked by a high pole with an inverted symbol Mai. The girl wondered if Dora would consider it cowardly if she remained at the fence, but curiosity overpowered. Violet hurried, tied. "It's empty." Looking carefully over Dora's shoulder, Violet saw a reversed grave. But shouldn't that be the case? While she was trying to understand what the Ilir hoped to see in the churchyard, Dora would shrug scattered comas of solid earth. The string he created disappeared. She led the magician to the grave, and the spell ended. Nothing. In the hearts the Iler repeated and struggled to hit the remains of the stone slab. It cracked, and blood was added to Dora's skin. Ilir felt the taste of other people's magic, tangible, like an oil film on a water smooth, easily felt the remains of a thread that once bound the undead with the creator, but the cache was empty. The unknown enemy got ahead of him, again turned the grave and took his thing. He was clearly rushing. Grasped something tightly, ordered the idler and got out of the grave. Now he himself resembled death, dirty, jumped up and angry. Violet was looking for shelter. The old tree is probably suitable. She hurried to him, but did not have time to take a couple of steps as she dizzied. Convulsively grabbing the air with her hands, the girl collapsed on her knees. "Ilya," she called in a weak, reminiscent of a mouse squeak in her voice. It is unlikely that Dor will hear. He is immersed in himself, preparing to create another spell. How bad? Violet seemed to be turning inside out. Having poured her nails into a frozen earth, she courageously tried to stay on this side of consciousness. Last time the girl reacted in a similar way to free energy, she comes out, she is next to the source. But why the idler did not notice anything, he would definitely feel first. Figure, a tall figure wrapped in a black cloak. She lurked behind the maistel. Too far to consider, but Violet had no doubt, it was not a vision of an inflamed mind. In an unknown way she even felt the thread, linking her to a man in black. It was worth it to him, how the head was pierced by another attack of pain. You need to cut off the thread, save yourself. Maybe Violet didn't make sense of magic, but understood what the stranger was doing. The girl grinning crooked. It comes out, the energy was transmitted not only through the bed. She accidentally ended up in the center of power, and now generously fed the owner of the black cloak. What is it? Dor still felt the wrong thing, when Violet had no strength at all. The thread strained and broke. A black cloak swung up, the open portal burst out. Did Ilya hesitate to follow the criminal or stay with Violet? As a result, he chose a girl. She whitened and woke up from sweat. On barely warm skin, a pulse was hardly probed. "Now," Dor muttered calmly, hurriedly unfastening buttons on the dress. He was angry and could not understand how he almost made a fatal mistake. 2 mistakes at once. Someone found out about Violet and tried to use. Just where did the energy that generously filled the living reservoir come from? At night, the idler drank her without a remnant. I had to guess for a short time. Lean on the palm of an inconspicuous bow, Dor, along with the semi-living Violet, fell into the ghost world. The skillfully set trap slammed, it remained only to pick up the artifact buried nearby. Some of his energy remained in the girl, but what a trifle compared to the grand plan. Chapter 21. Fog filled the lungs, displacing the air. Thick, dense, creeping at the level of human growth. Everything around seemed to be filled with gray smoke. Swarming, Dor bent down to grab the air with his mouth, and held Violet trying to sit down. She got better. It's good, bad that they ended up in a completely unfamiliar place. And the magician began to guess where exactly. I saw him, the girl whispered instinctively to him. Only, she smiled to blame, did not distinguish between faces. And, looking back, belatedly asked, "Where are we?" I can make a mistake, the Twilight Door chewed his lips, but this is either a distant part of the ghost world, or completely inverted. Inverted world? Violet echoed in horror. The seal, her awakened gift, everything seemed like links of the same chain, did not want to believe that she led here. Taking advantage of the painful thoughtfulness of the idler, the girl rose on her elbows and looked around. The upper part of the unknown world without the sun caught a fog. Maybe there is something at the top, but it is impossible to distinguish it through a dense veil. But below, the terrain looked truth. I can't feel my hands. Violet excited, only now figuring out, something is missing. So, then inverted, Dor gloomily stated and tried to calm the girl, this is normal. Here the living is nonsense, and the invisible is tangible. So I'm a ghost? Violet frowned. Almost he did not want to go into details. Everything is much more complicated, because emotions did not go anywhere, but now is not the time for lectures. It is more important to get out of here, get into the ghost world. I did not like the way I asked, but there is no way out, I will have to look for the temple Ma'i. Dor lamented himself, grinned bitterly. so you need it, relaxed in the public service. He himself saw the division from the grave was taken away recently. The offender did not have time to leave. You should immediately take care of his search and keep the girl with you. It is a pity that the diary remained at home, the Eiler mumbled annoyingly. He never managed to pull Aswig's gift, but she hinted that the priest's notes would shed light on the dark story. What if you take a chance? Dor clicked his fingers, frightening Violet. He was visited by the idea. In the temple of man none of the living have been, but magic everywhere works the same. The book is closely related to that place. Maybe it will be possible to establish a connection with it, to weave at least a ghostly copy pie. So, the Eiler picked up, the action plan always mobilized. Listen to me carefully. Nothing without my permission, not to touch, not to talk to anyone, fog not to swallow. Do you manage to report any oddities, even if they seem trivial? He looked at Violet with an alarmed glance. She inflated and nodded. Skirts it is better to tie on a belt, advised the designer, and dropped on all fours. Why? The girl did not understand. Then what will interfere with? And he was the first to move forward, listening to his own feelings. If Dor correctly understood, the upper phalanx of the bone little finger hinted that the temple was right along the course. After hesitating, Violet followed the advice of the designer and, fearing to lose sight of him, clumsily laughed for a magician on 4 limbs. Amusing spectacle? And insanely depraved in terms of etiquette. Although it's foolish to be embarrassed by the color of the pantalon after they were taken off. But Dor was still better. Violet's girdle slipped, then stockings clung to the stones. If it goes on, they turn it. Eiler felt the danger before he saw. A huge shadow suddenly covered, spewing dew to fog. Claws twisted over the ear, but the Eiler managed to dodge, and, skewing, covered Violet. Palm clasped her mouth. The inverted world is hostile, here uncomfortably even to dark magicians. The girl nodded, and, hesitating, the designer released her. Who is it? Trembling, Violet asked a little audibly. One of the local inhabitants. He could have called him, but why scare him even more? And it? Can you kill him? Violet looked with such hope that the negative answer was not considered. I'll try, nevertheless, a stubborn Eiler spoiled. He was unusual, uncomfortable in the role of defender. Before the maidens expected money and titles from him, their own benefit, and Violet confidently presented life. He could not bring it and call for magic. She answered reluctantly, but concentrated on the tips of her fingers. Having pressed the girl firmly, Dor blinked and saw the world otherwise. The fog dissipated, turned into a blue glow, and everything below was painted in shades of gray. Not paying attention to the blood pulsating in the temples, the Eiler mentally reached for the griffin. Or rather, the ghost of the griffin, because the giant bird did not exist for a long time. The generation of the inverted world instantly caught someone else's magic, and with a loud cry arose in the field of view. However, now it did not hide the fog. Dor clearly saw a yellowed skeleton, copper feathers and a huge unfolded beak, even a gloom clot instead of a heart. It is in it you need to get. Violet clasped her mouth with her palms when the minuscule of the Eiler lit up. He pulsed in blue and red, at first one wave, then another. The finger itself became heated, turned into a blind flame. It rushed into a dark shadow with a sheaf of light when she once again hung over them. From the screaming griffin that broke out of the chest, the girl had her ears laid, hair became a hole. A giant bird collapsed to the conditional ground, tangentially hitting the Eiler. A bronze feather dissected his forehead. Blood, Violet mumbled, while still not coming to her senses, watching the swelling blood-poured cut. Yes, you have blood? Already with horror, regaining control of the mind, she repeated and, with difficulty finding handkerchiefs devoid of touch in her secret pocket, applied it. Could be worse. Much worse, said Dor, considering the defeated enemy. The heart of the griffin has spread into dozens of fragments. Soon the inverted world will absorb them to create a new creature over time. But while they are safe. Long? The spell took unusually many forces. Dora filled, the headache squeezed the hoop's head. The magic effect of the inverted world did not spread, but the living felt its consequence in full. Does not stop. Violet stared in bewilderment at a scarf darkened by blood. Dor could not remain silent, but the girl was worried about him, sincerely worried about. Will stop, but later. He smacked drops from his eyebrows and annoyed. Little thing, and unpleasant. Everything is different here, even regeneration. What? Recovery, picked up an easy-to-understand synonym. One of the bonuses of purple blood. If an ordinary person is pierced with a spear, he fails in bed for a month, or even 2 paws equals 450. Magician will cope in a week. Violet bowed at the dead griffin. His wings spread over the placers of stones, practically merged with them. A bifurcated tongue fell out of his beak. Narrow, purple, it looked like a snake. Surprisingly, despite falling from a height, the bones were not affected. Is he definitely dead? The girl pointed to the griffin. Strange, a skeleton with a language. But they are in a special world, probably for him this is the norm. Exactly, Dor grinned and kicked a dead bird with the sock of a boot. Another bonus of the magician, with the help of a gift to perform familiar actions, return sensations. But the longer you are here, the more fog you swallow, the more you look like a shadow. The body of the griffin flinched. The girl with a screech rebounded, causing the Eiler to have a short bout of laughter. Violet did not understand that he was so amused. If she looked at him, be Doris in her skin? Yes, he is dead, laughed, repeated the Eiler. Just the wing from the stone slid. So, sweet young lady, he continued with a strict, business tone, we decided on the location, it's time to get out. I'm sure we are already looking for. All the same, on the Karachki, they passed the mountain ridge. Behind it, over a sheer cliff, the fog melted, wool pieces steamed in the air. Beautiful? Lying on her stomach, Violet gently hung from a boulder. Below the valley extended, quite peaceful, with trees and a strip of river. Somewhat embarrassed by its color, black, but Violet managed to get used to some local features. By this point, her stockings had turned into socks, and part of the skirts went to bandages for Dora. Blood continued to stick out of the dissected forehead, but already lazily. Soon and completely stop. In the middle of the valley, towered an unusual building. It overflowed, changing color from mouse to anthracite. Looking at it, Violet realized a strange fog crawled out of a round hole at the top of the ledge of the building. In a similar way, the boys blew soap bubbles, only here. Temple Mai frowned or. While the companion admired the unusual nature, he did not take his eyes off the building facing all sides of the world. From here you cannot see in detail, but judging by the projection, the temple is round, with 4 porticos. Adjacent to it was a rectangular tower that created fog. At the thought of Mai, a little finger was combed. There is only her spirit, the Ilir convinced himself, and then he rises from the abyss exclusively by the call of the priest. The sister of Inho sleeps and will not rise. Only a bad feeling did not give rest. Suddenly Mai awakened, suddenly someone managed to move her to the next level. In any case, they need to get to the temple, there is no other way to return to the usual world. Ilir killed the distance to the ground. There is nothing to think about trying to go down the sheer wall. The stone is smooth, slippery, the hand has nothing to catch on. Open the portal? Dor doubted that he would work correctly. Violet, stand up please, commanded by the Eiler. Fog is high, it will not hurt us. The girl obediently crawled away from the edge and straightened out, mowing to knees knocked down. They looked terrible, but at least they didn't sit down, at least one plus being in the inverted world. However, the sensitivity partially returned, and the knees scratched. Violet believed this is due to you get short skirts. The glance of the Eiler slid on her legs, causing a nervous laugh. Rather, I'm not wearing skirts, corrected Violet's companion. Do not wear pink, Dor unexpectedly squeamishly crushed, pointing to the wraps of her pantalon. Together with the rushes it looks disgusting. Actually, Violet recalled and twisted her skirts, I wear what I like, not you. Has it been a long time? The eyebrow of the Eiler bent, conceiving the girl in paint. Before you selected outfits solely for the purpose of my seduction. Now why? Violet hinted at the loss of innocence. If you don't need it, the question is cleared. Violet opened and closed her mouth. And the guest house for this was supposed to be a crack-raised girls did not catch crows. However, even the director would admit, here the case is special. The designer hinted at the possibility of continuing the relationship, and what is there, the very possibility of this relationship. Stand behind me, Dor continued to hand out instructions, and hold your hands and feet tight. Let's jump. Jump? Violet was horrified. Romance immediately flew out of her head, giving way to fear. There is also high, they will certainly break up, trust me. Illyr put his palm on her shoulder. Violet looked into his calm eyes. Dor is not crazy, he is unlikely to commit suicide. Maybe you should trust? Having caught her doubts, Dor left no choice. He hugged the girl firmly and, turning to the edge of the abyss, took a step into the void. The wind whistled in his ears, absorbing Violet's cry. Illyr was not sure of success. He was not sure of anything at all. Sticking Violet's waist tightly, Dor focused on a point in the valley, tried to establish a connection with it. And the fall slowed down, then it completely stopped. Magic, Violet exhaled amazingly. Fear gave way to delight as they continued to decline, swirling smoothly in a clockwise spiral. The girl felt stressed, poured lead on the Eilyr's muscles, saw his face concentrated, her teeth tightly stitched. Miracle was not easy, but given. When they safely touched the feet of a ghostly, as if fated, grass, Violet did not restrain her emotions. That's great. Deeply sighing, Dor stated that, for the sake of enthusiastic facial expression, the companion should have risked. Now she did not look like a secular lady, a hibernating beauty, an experienced seducer. Flight saved from unnecessary husk, next to it was an ordinary 18-year-old girl. His girlfriend. Being the owner is not so bad, thought the Eiler. I got so much, maybe it's worth trying something new, for example, a sling beauty instead of a humble dead woman. Imagination vividly painted a nude Violet pressed against the wall. Moonlight fell on her hips, the body was bending, torn apart by a contradictory desire to free itself and submit to. With Helen this will definitely not work, everything is predictable there. The vision came and went. Dor would not be who he is if he was in the clouds. Finished? He asked dryly, noting in a glimpse that the boring scratch finally stopped bleeding. Girl nodded. Then forward, the Eiler pointed towards the temple. Do not linger here. I know. I grieved Violet's unhappy mother-in-law and pronounced, do not touch, do not look, here you are not a park. Exactly, my lady. And if even now everything is quiet, next moment we can lose our lives. Strange, of course, while the inverted world is favorable to them. Griffin is not counting, so, a trifle. But Dor did not relax. Sending a search spell ahead of him, he reconciled every step, checked every coke. The inverted world was reminiscent of itself, but did not attack. Something went away, then a dark shadow swept through the sky, then crawled with rustling, hid between the roots of disheveled shadows. They were closely watched. Hundreds of eyes without melting. They hate me. The girl was afraid to seem like an idiot, but still voiced the feeling of. They dream that I break my leg and bend her neck. You are absolutely right, without slowing down, nodded the Eiler, and took the lady under his arm. We are from another world, hot blood flows into us, a treat for the generations of darkness. But they do not attack, just follow the heels. Afraid. Purple blood smells of magic, they are not sure that they will win the battle. Fear any trifle, large creatures would not think. And the demons? Where do they live? Everywhere. Both abyss, inverted and ghost worlds. We are surely in the possession of one of them. Dor shouldn't have said that. With fear, the girl's legs became numb, almost her wolf had to, but the Eiler was not used to silencing the danger. The temple of Mati arose before them suddenly. The goddess loved optical effects and made sure that the place of her cult adjusted to the right way. That is why it hid under the curtain of a spell for a while. But if Violet struck an unexpected phenomenon, Dor frowned on another. Chapter 22. The instinct of self-preservation is the most important for any magician. Dor confided in him and was in no hurry to touch the find. In addition, he held Violet, who was eager to come closer to the temple. She can be understood. For the girl, the inverted world is just a strange place, and not practically a living organism that at any moment can. Don't touch anything, advised the designer, and, hesitating, release the girl. Whoever calls you, no matter how cute he seems, no matter how it's not my whim, Violet, it's a matter of your life. Violet foolishly, probably, but when he called her that, the girl was ready to obey unquestionably. Convinced that the companion was not going to wonder, the designer decided to deal with the book. Putting his hand in front of her, carefully probing the space, concentrating a bundle of magical threads on the fingertips, Dor got up to the steps and leaned over the diary of the late priest. Similarity striking, but experienced look managed to distinguish the illusion. I don't like the world of the living, complained the familiar female voice. It's too warm and fussy, so I took the impression from my library. You don't mind? Violet rapped her head, trying to find the owner of a pleasant timbre. Behind the columns she is not. The interior of the temple is open to all winds, there is nowhere to hide there. And Violet also wanted to understand why suddenly moved, and then bowed low to Dor. Even the emperor. The master behaved condescendingly with him, sometimes arrogant, immediately almost spread on black matte stones. Contrary to logic, they did not reflect, but absorb light. Realizing that Violet was still standing with a straight back, the Isler tried to reach her and pulled his hand. Without holding balance, the girl fell and looked indignantly at the companion. Thank you again, he chimed. If you unleash the hostess of the old tower, the griffins and so on will seem like a baby prank. In no case, look at it and keep quiet. Violet sat down, rubbing her bruised knee. She was not used to like the last commoner, sweeping her hair on the ground. And what is the old tower like that? Along the way, Violet did not see any locks. In short, she did not like Aswig in advance. Dor hoped that the disturbed half-demon would return to itself, but the slight glow on the periphery of vision convinced his desires are not destined to come true. Phantom wounds were immediately combed, applied by the Aswig dagger. Ilir hummed the transporter and drove away the shadows of the past. Fear is a defeat. Aswig will certainly feel it, although, witness Sunny Inhos, the mistress of the old tower, was not afraid only of fools and neophytes like Violet. Ilir threw a quick look at the companion and made sure she heeded his advice. Maybe it will cost. The portico of the temple was plugged with dense purple fog. It touched the skin with cool silk, tangible, real to pain. My lady, greeted Aswig Dor. Pretending to be gone is pointless. In response, the fog flashed, poured away and thinned. A slight flash, and he disappeared. Stranger with habits, Aswig Violet decided that she had left and raised her head to meet the worst eyes in the world. They floated under. Mommy? Poorly considering what she was doing, Violet clung to the Isler, trembled, clung to his chest. The heart with a ringing ball jumped along the chest. I didn't know that you changed sex, Aswig laughed, and a jet of northern light slid to the floor. She is not a magician, protected the companion of the Isler. Forgive her, ordinary people as children. He pushed the pale Violet behind his back and prepared to give the fight. The forces are not equal, but he will not allow the Isler to cause pain to the girl, let the semi-demonic put experiments on him. Everything without raising her head, without provoking an uninvited guest. What a dedication. Aswig shook her head and finally took on a human appearance. Violet seemed to be death herself. The woman is definitely dead, because the living do not have the slightest pigment of hair and purple lips. However, otherwise the stranger is amazing. Violet envied her figure. Always distinguished by extravagance, for the temple may Aswig saved the most provocative outfit. Free decayed fabric in some angles did not hide the chest at all, a skirt with high incisions exposed the hips when moving. The ink color of the dress was surprisingly combined with the unusual appearance of the owner of the old tower. Barefoot, Aswig did not favor shoes. The half-mother went around the temple, as if checking if everything was in order, and froze in front of door. A sharp nail lifted his chin, forcing him to look at himself. Your blood was delicious. The rest too. I enjoyed and would not refuse to repeat. Aswig's voice enveloped, penetrated consciousness. Extremely difficult to resist, but you need. I still tend to make you love. They don't live long, gloomily reminded the Isler. Holding her breath, Violet listened to their conversation, and the further, the more she did not like him. These two clearly connected something. The tone and expressions of a strange woman eliminated ambiguity. The girl experienced a burning injection of jealousy when Aswig stroked Aura on the cheek. He didn't like it, at least some relief, but he did not oppose it, suffered. And once spent the night with the hostess of the old tower, maybe not even one. The girl squeezed her fists, trying to abstract from what was happening, but the inner voice stubbornly whispered a couple had been familiar for a long time, and Aura's removal was just a consequence of the conversation. It is unlikely that an ordinary woman would be interested in the strongest dark magician of the Empire. He and Violet descended, only because of the mole. Violet Acosa partially looked at her rival. If everything was limited to her face, the girl would triumph, but below she hopelessly lost. Aswig, walking sensuality, it is impossible not to want her. He is not yours. Violet tried to calm herself, but the rattling mixture of anger and bitterness rusted into her heart. Biting her lips, with difficulty keeping her back semi-bent, Violet devoured with the eyes of Aswig. Let or forbid, let the owner. Violet's blood boiled from each fleeting Aswig touch to the Isler. They have so much passion. Why did Dor let her? He is not one of those controlled by fear. It turns out, he still liked. Has the master been here a lot? How many times did he sleep with Aswig? Who is she really? Violet withdrew from a dozen questions. Dor did not know what thoughts crammed in a blonde head. He focused on verbal battle, hardly balancing on the blade of a knife. While Aswig is good-natured, flirts, laughs, but you can't relax. It is unlikely that the mistress of the old tower came here to say hello. Again, I grabbed a copy of the diary of Priest May, ironically, the very object he was so eager to see. The conclusion was one: Aswig again decided to help. It remained to wait for the semi-demonic to call the fee, and decide whether it could be. Yes, my lovers do not live for a long time, Aswig echoed and stepped back to consider Violet, who did not worry her, but you were also released a little. Experienced magician, and so foolishly caught? Ilir scraped her teeth. The hostess of the old tower hid exclusively in sick places. We all make mistakes, he said. He was also tormented by doubts, but of a different kind than Violet. Dora was worried if Aswig did not find themselves here. It would be worth marveling at the unprecedented kindness of the great Ed, wondering if it works at the same time with the enemy. Some are worth life. The half-demon gracefully sank on a step below the copy of the priest's diary and lovingly, as if on the wool of a domestic animal, put her fingers on the cover. Do you not know? And I would prefer to be near you when you die. To give the abyss of your blood, the power of thunder unheard of waste. Dor squinted and threw a short look at Violet. In the words of the hostess of the old tower, the verdict was read, and he pondered how to save the girl. In theory, the May Temple could protect her. If Violet managed to get to his heart, would not be afraid of the pimp. What is there is unknown, but everything is better than bleeding over the Aswig bowl. He will not allow. Ilir reached for the gift. He responded instantly, ready to kill and pull out the force. Thanks to Violet, the reserve is full, and with a successful combination of circumstances, the Ilir could he grinned mentally. Stupid. It is impossible to defeat Aswig. Here you need to combine the efforts of a dozen magicians. Delay, yes, but at the cost of your own life. Are you ready to sacrifice everything for her? Asked Orlarine. To clash with the one that has been eating magical blood for centuries, to risk even death? It is unlikely that the enraged Aswig will spare her soul. Or maybe she will turn you into death? In a pocket face, a toy. From the last thought of colds ran through the skin. This cannot be allowed. Dor understood too well how much trouble he could bring in the form of the highest undead, controlled by an experienced puppeteer. Are you worried about her? Aswig smiled Violet. It seemed to the girl that the skin was touched by the ice breath of February. Unknown force straightened her body, raised. Ilir reacted instantly. Lightning broke off his fingers, cutting the threads of someone else's witchcraft. Stingy applause cut through the air. Definitely, you are the best I have seen in the last 100 years. From compliments Aswig veiled the cemetery. However, you quickly recovered. It's nice to have a valuable elixir at hand? Dor was silent. He really didn't like both the awareness and the trick of the tower ruler. He seems to have fallen into another trap. Something we stayed away. A half-degree's shadow took off under the shelves, again turning into a formless clot. Only her voice and huge eyes remained. I prefer to talk at home. There is more convenient, not to find. She emphasized exclusively to him, but the sixth feeling suggested to the designer, Violet needed her no less than him. Thank you, madam. Dor took a deep bow and buried on the girl, so that she would sit down in the curtain, but I do not want to abuse your hospitality. With your permission, I would polish a copy of the book and return us to the world of people. No. The voice of the semi-demoniac, by rolling thunder, shook the columns. I need a girl, and I will get it. And then you pause equals 450 in what form, I will decide later. Here's how? The trap really turned out to be double. Listen, Violet intervened. She could no longer stand. Violet is not a doll, has the right to create her own fate. Listen, the girl repeated a little louder, I will not go anywhere and certainly you will not get. And leave Dora alone, otherwise you cannot count your hair. Aswig, who was deserted from such arrogance, was silent and encouraged. Violet continued, desperately fighting off the Eiler who tried to shut her mouth. You think black eyes and half walls is it scary? She tried to have lunch with me, and her appearance is more effective. In a word, I warned, there is nothing to shake in front of someone else's men. Soundlessly whispering, idiot, Dor called for magic. He managed a few moments earlier, ahead of Aswig. The shield thrown out by the Eiler bent, but withstood. Alien magic with stinging sparks splashed in different directions. To the altar? Dor pushed Violet away, and sought her to one knee, with difficulty restraining the most powerful stream of pure dark energy. From the tension, his nose bled, sweat flowed behind the seer. The little finger on his right hand got hot and vibrated. Ilir realized, Ilir swallowed. The end is obvious, they will be very lucky if the enraged semi-demonic kills them quickly. Pale as a canvas, Violet froze on all fours, not taking her eyes off the Eiler. Each drop of blood, streaming down his face like a blow to the heart. She could escape, take Dora's advice, but then he will die. This Violet could not allow. Bending, holding back the panic that shackled her throat, she crawled to the book. The half-demon focused on a strong enemy, and lost sight of a person. Maybe Violet does not know how to throw lightning at her disposal. In appearance, the book is material, if you launch it in Aswig, it will momentarily lose concentration. One chance out of 100, but Dor is not an ordinary magician, he will use it. From the sight of the fight looked creepy. Two opposing magic, scarlet and purple, clashed in the air. Under the arches of the temple Mai walked the wind. With each minute he intensified, clog his hair in the eyes, mouth, ears, paws. Enough. Aswig gave Dor a short respite. Violet was glad that the mistress of the old tower still did not take it into account. Just a vessel, right? She should know how sensitive the girl is to insults. Breathing hard, the Eiler knelt down. Almost empty. He grinned. To hold out a couple of minutes against Aswig is already a feat. Enough. After going down, I repeated the semi-demonic. It's stupid to die, because of the girl. Maybe so. Dor flattened a clot of blood, but I will not give it. I suppose, he grinned, a dead dark magician will also be suitable for something. I would prefer living. So close. Pulling up, Violet grabbed the book. It turned out to be strange, too smooth as glass. Maybe Violet will be lucky, and Aswig's blood will splash on matte stones? I wonder if she's purple too? Semi-Demonitsa was in no hurry to attack again. Violet understood why. Door is weak, it's easy to finish it. Only just easy in Aswig's plans was not enough. She prepared a long painful death for the Ailear and Violet. Welcome to my house. The lord of the old tower twisted her brush, and the wind walking around the temple formed a black funnel. She picked up a designer with a companion and threw Aswig near the fireplace in the living room with black candles. A moment later on the leather sofa rose. Folding her hands on, she watched the victims with a predatory smile. Violet puzzled, pressing a copy of the priest's diary to himself and with the persistence of a suicide bomber, woven the remnants of power into a protective spell. Did you really fall in love? Aswig's question seemed inappropriate in the suffocating atmosphere of death that impregnated the tower. Or just do not want to share a rare artifact? Violet is a living person, not a pendant, cut off the Eiler and straightened in full height. He was a little shaken, but Dora looked so formidable that even the mistress was imbued with respect. Such love, thoughtfully extended her, and with the laugh from which the blood shed, she added, all the better. You can always squeeze more from a couple. Turning to Violet, the Illyr put his hand on her shoulder and promised, I will try to kill you before Aswig proceeds to torture. She will do everything here by the fireplace, unlikely to drag on. The girl tried to find at least a ray of hope in his eyes, but he was not. Really everything? Then you could probably say, I seem to have fallen in love with you, Violet whispered, and after releasing the book, she hugged the Illy. The lips touched the skin soaked in sweat and blood, timidly, as if there was neither a drawing teacher nor an emperor, nothing. Nothing before and nothing after. Alien ragged breath became her breath. Violet carefully, as if door turned into a crystal vase, smacked confused eye wanted to laugh hysterically, but the Ailear will not understand. It is better to look at him, absorbing green eyes, while you can. What a fool she is and how little she understood when she mentally tried on the title of Duchess Beryl with an important look. I think I too start. Dor smiled faintly, and held his finger on her lip. I really wanted to kiss Violet at last, but the Eiler was conscious, their time was numbered, and withdrew the girl through force, turning his eye on Aswig. He is ready. Chapter 23. Looking at Dora's wide back, Violet could not accept that everything was over, the end. Illyr boldly took a step forward, completely obscuring the girl from the terrible semi-demoniac. His words still stood in his ears, there was a sense of death in the air. In search of salvation, she looked feverishly on the sides. Alas, only skulls lamps clung around, and something infinitely dark, dangerous and strong clubbed around. They concentrated near the fireplace, where, according to Dora, took place. The thought slipped away, but the girl managed to grab her tail. It is unlikely that Aswig was content only with blood, and certainly she did not need bodies. It turns out that dark and viscous, the energy. Violet is wrong, but succubus. And so at least Aura will have a chance. Violet looked anxiously at the figure of the Eiler. Legs are wide, muscles are stressed. He is ready to squeeze out the last bits of energy. How enough will they be? It is better to hurry up and not make Dora waste precious magic. Aswig, which fell apart on a snow-white sofa, resembled a spider. Dozens of faint threads concentrated in her hands. They swam a couple by the fireplace, ready to ripen daring people in a deadly cocoon. You are a fool? Lazily dropped the mistress of the old tower. Almost became my favorite and exchanged power for some stupid feeling. Perhaps, Dor did not argue, and figured out the rest of his powers. Little, too little, given that you need to leave a little for Violet. Spell instant and simple, she will just stop her heart. But I never serve you. Not me, Mai. Eilear stitched his teeth in pain when the ghostly whip Aswig hit his hand. Relaxed, spoil the blow. He did not strike back, realizing that the half-demon is only playing. No more than any other dark magician. And enough to break the comedy, my lady, we are both aware that you really need. Pale purple lips blurred in a perfect smile. A long skirt with incisions of hissing flame tongues strewn across the floor. Asweed came extremely close to Doru and wiped a deep furrow on his neck with her nail. Smiling the protruding, "It is wasteful to kill you here. Your blood for the bowl. So I will pick you up, at the same time, have a little fun. I love resistance. It helps to squeeze the magician without a residue, brings extraordinary satisfaction, much more than you could deliver to me physically. Girl," Asweed pointed to Violet, "will remain here. Say goodbye, pigeons." And this, her view again turned to the Isler, "so that you would not be tempted to prevent me." The slabs under Dora's feet were ordered. From under the floor crawled like shoots of a monstrous plant, dozens of bone arms and hugged the Isler. The more he twitched, the more energy he put into spells, the stronger the putts became. It was worth turning one dead in ashes. Asweed watched the sacrifices of the victim with a condescending smile. "It's a wonderful thing, isn't it? You will dry yourself up, you will not even have to bind. But in memory of our warm relationship, I will give you a kiss before eternity. Real, without magic, to pain the last minutes a little pause equals 450. It's nice to die knowing that the enemy will never get it." With semi-demonic laughed. Violet wanted to strangle her. Clutching her fists in powerless anger, the girl watched as she quickly paled, covered with vaporized Isler, while a blush blossomed on Asweed's cheeks. "She achieves this, you feed her. Smart girl." Violet swallowed, meeting with widened scarlet pupils Asweed. Overpowered the master himself? The mistress of the old tower smacked a candlelight on her palm and brought a frightened girl to her face. Such Dora used to rely on knowledge, believe theorems on the word. "You are another thing. For you, the laws of magic do not exist, so you see that Doru's brain denies." The half-demon blew onto the flame, and it jumped onto Violet's hair. Excited, the girl tried to knock him down, and rested her shoulder blades on the fireplace shelf. Neither the screen nor the grill was there, and from the fireplace the funnel was dark energy. "Don't touch her," Dora roared when Asweed tried to set fire to the girl again. "Torment me? She is an ordinary person, she does not feed you for a couple of minutes." While the owner of the old tower was engaged in Violet, the designer managed to release his right hand and weave the last links of the curse with grim determination. It was a black skull over the magician, associated with it by a barely catching stream of air. Dor realized that witchcraft would kill him, but, which is gratifying, Asweed will drag behind him. He also felt the waves emanating from the fireplace and skillfully woven them into his formula. Joining with the remnants of his forces, they will repeatedly intensify the curse and tear Asweed to shakes. As a result, Violet will remain alive. She will have to spend a little time in the ghost world, but her cousins will definitely find and pull her out. Asweed's face skewed the grimace. Turning her back on Violet, she threw up her hands, concerting between the palms a hissing ball. It all grew and grew, rapidly filling the space, absorbing energy flows flowing into the living room of the old tower from the outside. And so, almost reaching the limit of power, the ball unexpectedly burst, shoving the semi-demonic under the ceiling. Hit by a shock wave, Dor with a groan collapsed over the ashes of shoots. One Violet remained on her feet, but she was also injured. The fireplace shelf almost pushed the ribs out of the chest. It seemed as if it entered the body, fused with the lungs. Staring, Violet stared at the blood in the palm. Her blood. Just a couple of drops, but something a fireplace, Violet felt herself. A couple of abrasions, scratches, but intact, only blunt-nosed body and Izzy. Not trusting her own legs, sticking to the lining of the fireplace, Violet fell to her knees, and then on all fours. Dor. Violet in despair slowed down the satellite. How pale he is, like a dead man? And the veins are no longer ink, but black, swollen, stepped through the skin. There is no trace of the cursed skull, so a slight haze. Asweed also went somewhere, they are alone in the old tower. Dor. Violet shouted again and again, trying to reach the consciousness of the Isler. His heart beat, but his chest swelled too rarely. Swallowing tears, sniffing her nose in a peasant way, Violet knelt the head of the Ilir on her knees, held her hand through her confused hair. "Open your eyes, please," she whispered. Again and again, Violet tormented the thought. It was she who was to blame. Why was she not eaten by the string? Why did her father not give her to the monastery by force? If Violet had not seduced or, her essence would not have manifested itself. If she had not gone for a walk with Edmund, would not have quarreled her cousins. Because of her all the troubles. Why Edmund didn't kill me? The girl muttered in her heart, affectionately holding her palm on the cheek of the Iler. "Don't say stupid things," Dor muttered with difficulty without opening his eyes. Excited with joy, Violet showered his face with kisses, and, shuddering with sobs, froze on her chest. The body seemed to be crushed by a giant plate. Muscles poured lead, but what a trifle it is, most importantly, Dor heard it. Completeness? Ilir felt an unusual awkwardness. I wanted to get up soon, start giving instructions in a word, lead a previous life in which there is no place for feelings. They were frightening, carried annoying confusion, knocked out the soil from under their feet, and the Ilir hastened to direct thoughts in another direction. "Where's Aswig? What happened? How do you not remember?" The girl was surprised. Somehow straightened, spitting a fifth dot on the floor, she kicked her head and finally became convinced the half-demon disappeared. Where? She was little worried. And why, Violet even more did not know. The eyelids of the Ilir flinched, the green eyes focused on the girl. Dor was going to answer her question, but thought. Having sucked his eyebrows, he carefully studied her cried face, and then quipped with a question. "How did you do that? What is it?" Violet clarified alarmingly and looked around just in case. "No, all the same, neither come-to-life zombies, nor mysterious signs." Dor laughed. He lay on the floor and writhed in cramps of laughter. Violet was terribly frightened, decided that he was ill, but, having intercepted the look of the Iler, she insulted. She was so worried, she poured out her soul in front of him, and he was funny. If they were not in the ghost world, Violet would leave. Let him have fun alone. But she could not leave him now, so she simply turned away. "You robbed Aswig," laughing, explained Or. "And I at the same time." "No mind, but you collected and passed through a giant stream of dark energy." "Energy?" Violet bowed to the fireplace and concentrated empty. The former flows disappeared, only from the tension whiskey broke. Did it work out? But the girl did nothing. One fear and desire is not enough. Or enough? What if the old tower is special? Do not feign to drink energy. Stop. Having scratched the transporter, Violet found an inconsistency in the theory of the Iler. Even if I was unknowingly able to collect a pile of energy, it would tear me apart, you yourself said. Put it, my head is pampered, more ribs are noisy, but the deadly flower is not like pause equals. Then, when a crazy idea came into her mind, she did not think about transferring dark power, she hoped that it would come out somehow. Now that the adrenaline had collapsed, Violet realized that nothing would have worked out. Unless Doris killed her, and took the energy in a radical way. "Violet," sighed the Ilir and raised on the elbow, "Aswig is right, we magicians rely only on the learned and proved, but there is a mass of uncharted. You, for example. You violate all laws, why don't you manage to subdue the streams of the ghost world?" "No," he grinned and with great difficulty, "not without someone else's help," sat down. "You can, of course, find the mistress of the old tower. Aswig knows for sure, but I no longer want to communicate with her." "To me too, in a girl's way," Violet admitted. "Then you need to choose. The old tower is a dubious place for halt. I have been here a couple of times, but I have not studied a tenth of its secrets. In addition, if Aswig returns, even the walls will become our enemies." "Is she alive?" The corners of the girl's lips crawled disappointingly down. "Aswig is conditionally immortal. I will not go into subtlety, but even my curse would only temporarily deprive her body of centuries for 5, I believe." Ilir does not go modestly. After looking for a handkerchief, Violet lost Doru's face and belatedly smacked blood from her own nose. She was very scared of that skull. I doubt that such a dangerous person was alarmed by something temporary and harmless. Pause. Eiler kept quiet. He really fell into the curse of all of himself, sacrificing the gift of May. Having mowed on his bone finger, Dor became convinced that there was no more magic in it than in a cast iron pan. How to open the return portal, defeat Black Lake. It seems that the ghost world will still receive its sacrifice. I am now. Violet began to hurriedly undress. You tell me, I will do everything. Dor did not immediately understand what she wanted, and then categorically opposed. Enough, Violet. I will cope, do not humiliate myself and me. But there is energy in me, the girl did not take away, fighting with the corset. Take it. Enough, I said. The Isla rushed and, having overcome the weakness, with a jerk, squeezed the wrists of the interlocutor. Breathing hard, Violet stared perplexly at the eyes darkened by anger. What did she do wrong? Why was he angry? Convinced that the girl has cooled down and is no longer eager to take off her clothes, Dor released it. He was tensely silent, unable to clearly explain, why did I oppose free entertainment? Dor vainly could not reduce it to the status of a thing. Could not take advantage of the circumstances, naivety, ignorance, situation, a bunch of everything. And Dor was not angry at the girl, at himself, for the present and past. Surely there was another way to check if Violet was succubus, and he did as a scum. The word was cut with a knife, but the Eiler was used to telling the truth, even to himself. He threatened to put Violet on the bed, made sure of female mercantility, a sheet with virgin blood. Yes, disappear it, the sheet. Sorry, you have nothing to do with. You had to say something. And do not be humiliated from now on. Even a rich groom is not worth it. I tied up with marriage, Violet confessed with a sad smile, and began to fasten the buttons. Small ones, they were not given in any way, slipped out of the loops. And correctly, the Duke refused to me. I would refuse to myself. Pause equals. Well impressed, Dor awkwardly patted her on the shoulder. Not so bad you are. Although, he could not resist at the first acquaintance. I wanted to pass you to experiments. And to me you, having forgotten where they are, the girl laughed. Arrogant, pompous magician? Empty, pearl doll. Now, clinging to each other with their foreheads, both laughed. However, it's time to get out, the Eiler stood up. He was still silent about Black Lake, not wanting to erase a smile from his maiden face. To put it, Violet will work out, and Dor did not challenge Asweek to keep the girl here too. Violet nodded and frowned. You need energy to leave, right? Dor nodded, realizing what she was bowing to. Through the bed here, Violet got drunk for a moment. You refuse, comes out, you need to give it otherwise. Through blood? Are you definitely not a magician? Dor squinted. Blood really transfers energy. Exactly. Grandfather was very upset, but neither my mother nor I have a drop of gift. And I guessed about the blood. That woman wanted to take your. Dor in doubt looked at the girl. Won't you be scared? Violet did not answer, and confidently put her hand on his knees. Only I won't look, she squeezed and turned away. It was not possible to roll the sleeve immediately. The thin vein probed well, pulsed under the tender skin. Clamping it between the fingers, Dor skillfully made a notch. The necromancer always remains a necromancer, even in this state his hands did not tremble. Enough. Dor tied Violet's arm with the same handkerchief, and wiped his lips. Is that enough? The girl was mutton, but for the sake of Dor, she would have suffered. Exactly, unusually softly and at the same time tired smiled the Eiler and rose to his feet, carrying Violet. Now we will go out. And he fluently outlined to her a plan to save from the ghost world. The Black Lake was habitually rocked by the depth of the waters, waiting for the victim. The bridge began to swing, even before they set foot on the first board. Stay tight, do not let him throw you or scare you. If you stumble, there is no way back, Dor warned. He could not take Violet's hand, go next to him, so he turned around constantly, checking whether everything was in order with her. The girl proved herself well done. She intentionally stuck into the railing, firmly shaved forward, to the cliff. The lake was rampant more than ever before. Pause equals 450. The mutton waves almost touched the legs, licking the bridge from the back. The boards cracked. Walk with a walker. Do not be afraid and follow. And do not think about anything. I can't, Violet asked. She looked at the roaring void in horror, unable to bring herself to let go of the railing. On a count of 3, Violet stubbornly repeated the Eiler and tested the void with his foot. Once. 2. 3. The girl, excited, but through force, repeated his movement, following her, falling into the portal. Chapter 24. Violet woke up on the floor and did not immediately understand where she was and what kind of sound invades consciousness. A slightly audible sing, from which the heart rate was aligned. Harp, not raising a century, whispered Dor. Immobile, in the light of day it was even more like a corpse, unless the veins faded. Really harp, the girl exhaled amazingly. The strings moved themselves, poured melodic overflows through the music salon. They resembled the course of a mountain river, ringing, swift, but at the same time infinitely tender, optimistic. Beautiful? Violet sat down and looked around. The smile instantly came off her face. It was worth looking at Dora's gray face. Awkwardly jumping up, almost losing balance from clumsy movement, the girl rushed to him, fell on her knees. Ilir? She did not know if she was allowed to touch Doru. The old tower was left behind, and with it all the confessions. I am alive, only a little dead, through the force, hiding the pain stuck with my teeth in each cell of the body, grinning annihilator. You're not a little, you. Without finishing, Violet timidly touched his hair. Moist. Both sweat and blood. Eyelids bite, and the eyes still do not open. Heart pierce spring. Unknown says he's not gonna die, is he? Violet's eyelashes trembled. She felt immensely helpless, crushed. There, in the ghost world, Dor told her, maybe he just felt sorry for the fool or wanted to keep a valuable artifact close to himself. Bored, holding back tears bursting outside, the girl drove away the seditious thought. Dor would not use it, he would not be like. Or would he? She was completely confused. She only knew that she really wanted to see him alive and well. Why is she playing? The music did not slow down, but no longer calmed, but acted on the nerves. I wanted to stand up and tear these strings. They seem to mock an immovable magician on the floor, and the harp sings. Dor did not answer. Thoughts swirled sluggishly in his head, consciousness nourished to swim into saving darkness. There. His body will not be sawn into pieces. Voice, Violet's touches seemed like a distant dream. There was only pain and harp sounds. Ilir reached for them, not allowing himself to go beyond the line. You need to endure, the first minutes are the most difficult. Then he will call the servants, will fall into the hands of cousins. This time recovery will be delayed, but Violet is intact, they are both back in Satrat. Ilir, please? Seeing that Dora was not getting better, the girl shook him by the shoulders. Stitching her teeth, the Ilir crushed the groan, and asked a little audibly, don't touch me. Excuse me, Violet was embarrassed and rose to her feet. I did not think you were unpleasant. So everything fell into place, confessions in the face of death did not mean anything. And what, in fact, did she want? Not so long ago Violet was going to use the Ilir for self-interest, he just repaid the debt. Surfing dizziness and weakness, Dor forced himself to rise and shed his eyes. So it is, turned away. Shoulders drooped. Women are predictable, always hear and see what is not. I am only hurt and just. Please call Arthur. 2 short phrases were given with difficulty. Dor with a quiet groan collapsed back to the floor and again covered his eyes. The pain did not go away, but consciousness was firmly fixed in this world. So the harp stopped playing. She completed her mission. Yes, of course. Violet's ear tips flared up. Passionate about her own experiences, she didn't think about the most important thing. I am quickly. The girl in headlong promised, stumbling, rushed. Whiplash and gloves flew to the floor. "Excuse me," Violet smiled to blame, rubbing a bruise on her shoulder, and pointed towards the music salon. "There is an idler. He is very ill." "Illier? Door?" The magician's face momentarily turned into a mask, his eyes expanded amazingly. However, he quickly picked himself up and, grabbing the girl under the elbow, carried him towards. Only now she realized that Leonard was not going to leave, but, on the contrary, returned. In addition, visited the mail, the tip testified. "Tell me," demanded Lord. "When Weil returned without a bag, we did not know what to think." Violet twisted the chronicle of recent events. Leonard gloomily listened to her, clenching her fists. "He should have taken me." In annoyance he noticed. "Master door or not, you cannot hunt such a dangerous opponent alone." "You said the book is here?" The magician unexpectedly changed the topic. "What book?" The girl did not immediately understand. Fatigue, mental and physical, at times fell on her, Violet hardly thought, and dreamed of finding herself in bed rather. "Copy of which brought Aswig?" "Bait." Violet nodded, uncertain. "We need to study it carefully. I will tell my brother, we will do this. But, of course, first Dora." Turning to the stairs, Leonard shouted, "Arthur?" The butler appeared instantly, as if hiding on the upper platform. Violet looked at him angrily. "When necessary, there are no servants. They ignore her, and they instantly respond to the call of any dark magician. Door in the music salon, take care of him," Leonard ordered and turned to the girl, "and you and I are visiting his office." "The office?" Violet puzzled. "Do not you need to wait for the recovery of the idler?" "Sweet young lady," the interlocutor grinning indulgently, "it is immediately visible that you are insanely far from magic. Door fails in bed for more than one day. Miracle that he is still conscious. Judging by your story, the cousin squeezed himself to a drop. Tell me or not?" Leonard's eyes shone. He noticed her doubts. "Some secret?" Leaning towards her, he whispered. Girl nodded. "Door will tell you later if he considers it necessary." The dark magician yelled, "Lady, you just insulted me with distrust? But do not want to talk, do not need. The main thing is that your secret does not harm anyone. Right, nothing like. Door just found an artifact of that terrible woman." The sixth feeling whispered, "With revelations you need to postpone. It is unlikely that Leonard will remain as kind when he hears about the mole." Thoughts themselves flowed to Edmund. Violet was glad that she met the youngest, not the eldest of the brothers. "Where is your brother?" cautiously asked the girl. "The danger still has not passed. Edmund is dangerous. In the circumstances, he would be useful to us." Combing the vicinity of the cemetery, looking for traces of the offender Dora. "If he finds, not envious of that guy? May Edmund and Dora hibernate, and not live soul to soul, kindred ties are holy, blood dead on all one. At least one good news, in the coming hours they will not encounter. And then everything is already formed, Edmund will not harm her." Surprisingly, the girl noticed climbing the stairs after Leonard, as soon as the Kelpie got here so quickly. "I understand that he is not an ordinary horse, but he does not know how to open portals." He did not open. Noting how hard Violet was given every step, the Lord picked her up, and in a matter of minutes brought her to the right floor. Putting the girl on her feet, he continued, "Vile is extremely fast and by virtue of his nature can use water flows. He jumped here at dawn and pretty scared us." "At dawn?" "The day is deceptive, it comes out, from the moment of walking on dead worlds, the day has passed. And my brother and I immediately rushed in search," nodded Leonard. "Now Edmund's change. One of us is necessarily on duty in the castle. As you can see, for good reason." Silenced, the Illyr threw a picky look at the girl. Passionate about Dora's health, she forgot about her own appearance. An Anshashi would be served alms. After standing down, Violet and Leonard missed the servants led by Arthur. They were in a hurry to transfer the owner of the castle to the bedroom. In the crowd flashed Clark's familiar frown face and Helen's shadow. Violet experienced an injection of jealousy. Don't worry, the girl shuddered from an unexpected touch on the shoulder. The cousin will be taken care of. Helen knows her business. And, Leonard winked, do not compete with the dead. In this case, the alive are always in the win. Violet kept quiet, nervously fixing the corsage of the dress. Take a bath, change clothes, the Lord gently pushed it in the back, and then come to the living room of your brother. We will try to find the priest's diary. I promise to report all the latest news about Ora's health. Violet nodded, and, a couple of times turning over her shoulder, went to her. Leonard is right, it's not enough. What can Violet do? Give a mixture, fix the pillows and get your forehead wet? Dora needed much more. If they're tried to put a dark oblivion on me, without magic it will not work, she muttered and turned into a long enfilade, at the end of which were her chambers. They would kill you, everyone would immediately be fine. A vaguely familiar voice hissed from the side. Violet turned and frowned. Again that nasty rose in the mirror? It looks with undisguised hatred. Why don't you love me so much? The girl fell hard on the couch on her right hand from the mirror with a firm intention to understand everything. If you now escape, unknown something will continue to pursue her. The mirror face was shattered, because you are an extra. Food. And if one owner does not want to use you for the intended purpose, it will do another. Another? After missing the insult past her ears, Violet focused on the main. Exactly. The one whose purple blood did not turn into scarlet water. The mirror blinked, and the image disappeared. Hey, having forgotten about fatigue, in despair barabonized Violet by her own reflection, well, admit to attack Dora. However, the mirror was in no hurry to announce, and gloated in some other room. Making sure of the futility of her attempts, Violet collapsed back onto the sofa. Nothing, she threatened the mirror, they will make you say, same Leonard. A warm bath did its job. After it, the girl felt rested and ready for the exploits. Changing into the most modest of available outfits, she hurried to the owner's half. Alas, she was not allowed into Dora's bedroom. And not anyone, and the door. No matter how much Violet pushed the door, she could not. The annoyed girl remembered Leonard. As agreed, he waited in the living room, took the cousin's chair. I ordered to serve cold snacks, he pointed to the serving table. We will not interfere with a little meat and wine. On the plates were toast with pasta, slices of ham and basturma. Specially for Violet added cheese and fruit. All this had to be drunk with light young wine. Cousin sleeps, a simple lunch paid for both cheeks, Leonard reported. He benefits, the body will recover faster. How much he will sleep, I don't know. Maybe a day, maybe a week. A week? Laughed Violet. Unlike the interlocutor, she did not want to eat at all. The girl made herself chew only for reason of common sense. Leonard raised his eyebrow and said ironically, so a nod from amusement walk returned. And then true. Edmund is already here. Violet almost caught up with wine. The eldest of the brothers caused her fear in half with breeziness. Don't worry, Leonard hastened to take away her excitement, I am aware of your misunderstanding. The scene in the dining room was enough. That is why we eat here, and he, at a big table. I don't like fanfare smiling, he admitted here much more cozy. Without Edmund of course. According to Leonard, it was not possible to find out anything of value, his brother found only fragments of spells. He poured terms into Violet's incomprehensible terms, as a result, she lost the thread of conversation and plunged into serious thoughts about Dora. How to behave with him now? Is it possible to hope for a rapprochement, or it is necessary to do as she planned to leave and try to start a new life? It is insanely difficult, but necessary if Dora becomes a stranger again. Violet grinned mentally. Not so much time has passed, but she is completely different. Here, for example, Leonard sits opposite, sweet, how cute a dark magician can be, educated, cute, and I don't want to flirt with him. And absolutely no matter how much money he has. Milady? Having noticed that the girl does not listen to him, the Lord clicked his fingers in front of her face. Sorry, Eiler. Awkward turned out. I am a complete profane in magic. I'm sorry, you should have. Leonard did not finish, and, putting a glass on the floor, turned to the door. Following his example, Violet ran into a vicious prick of green eyes. They had nothing to do with the deep emeralds of Dora's eyes. Found a bride? Despicably dropped Edmund. As a mistress I do not advise, and once every 10 years you can sleep. Laying his hands behind his back, he walked through the living room and stopped in front of the serving table. Violet regretted that not one of the blades slipped off the wall and did not share the head of the magician with the body. The brother is not going to die, as if by the way Edmund noticed, and raised a thick bottle, examined it on the lumen. There is nothing to celebrate. Either leave bad mood behind the door, or fail. Leonard stood up and measured next to Violet's chair. She immediately felt calmer, more secure. With her younger brother, the eldest will do nothing to her. Both me and my mood will remain. Edmund put the bottle in place and fell apart on the sofa, defiantly putting his foot behind his leg. "I look," he grinned, "you not only took the girl brother into circulation." "Shut your mouth," Leonard deceptively calmly advised, but the girl caught steel shine in his eyes. Lord's fingers stitched the upholstery of the chair. For a moment, Violet seemed to break, short nails crashed so deeply into the tissue. "Okay, closed," Edmund agreed amazingly easily. "What are we doing?" Decided to have a snack, and after helping Doru, making sure that the brother calmed down, Leonard returned to the place and raised a glass. "Lady Reg," he nodded at the girl, and took a sip, suggested how to calculate the scum. "It would be good to find him sooner," gloomy sighed Edmund. People began to disappear. Both Violet and Leonard greedily moved forward waiting for the news. They did not please. While I was snogging in the vicinity of that village, I saw the search team. Of course, I didn't pass by. "Only here's what we found." Edmund did not agree and looked expressively at Violet. "They say it would be better for her to go out." "Continue?" she asked with a flinching voice, and clung to the glass with wine. "It is unlikely that he will tell something worse than what the girl saw in the ghost world." Yes, so Edmund did not want to speak straight and drum his fingers on his knee. There was more Nizity. Control Nizity. "And the dog knows where she is now? Only corpses leave behind. We burn them, but not the fact that there are no others who can turn." "But the nastiest other pause equals 450. How much worse?" Violet thought. "But perfection, even if it comes to death, has no limits." 6 magicians missed in Satrat. One was completely killed on the doorstep of his own house. The handwriting is the same viper bag. Judging by the tight jaws, Leonard restrained the swearing that broke from his tongue. "This is a complex but strong spell," he explained specifically for Violet. "The average magician is beyond the power of." "Note, among the dead not a single yellowtail," continued Edmund. "And completely necromancers. Does not suggest any thoughts? And if I add that the attacks coincided with a surge in undead activity?" Leonard was silent, only his eyes glaciated for a moment. Violet laughed quietly and hastened to drink from the glass. Even the schematic picture painted with stingy strokes was terrifying. Edmund smiled sour and, calling the servant, ordered to bring another wine and a third glass. "If it goes on like this, Dora Larine's cellars will quickly empty. The sooner we study the priest's diary from crust to crust, the better," Leonard voiced thoughts that were in the air. "The future of the crown may depend on this." Chapter 25. Violet still doubted whether they did the right thing. But her cousins didn't need her advice, they acted. The door of Dora's office resembled the door to his bedroom, only a chimera came from the film. Leonard, who came first, frowned and raised his palm, holding his brother. "TSS, I myself." Edmund sniffed and backed the back wall. "Do you flaunt the lady?" "I just don't need help." Leonard sparkled with his eyes. Violet saw for the first time that he was angry. Before all was soft, Leonard momentarily roared and reminded Dora. Clouds thickened in the air. It was dangerous, but the conflict did not reach. Focusing on the door, Leonard, without touching, wrapped her concourses with his hands, making visible the thinnest scarlet threads. They crossed at various angles, flocking to the head of the chimera. To better consider them, the dark magician retreated a step, bowed his head to the head. "Can you cope?" Edmund was already in a different, respectful tone. Leonard did not answer and brought his open palm closer to the face of the chimera. It came to life, a scarlet flame shone inside empty eye sockets. Violet shouted off with a scream. It seemed that a shrapnel mouth would now cling to the offender. Shen broke from the Leonard language. The palm embraced the blue flame. It embraced the chimera and immobilized it, only the ruby eyes viciously shone. Leonard came close to the door, raised his second palm to it. "Anterna Iskana?" Trajan. Goosebumps scattered from words in an incomprehensible strange language on the skin. Sharp, magic-drenched sounds penetrated the blood, squeezed the heart. The fingers of Leonard's second hand glowed green. Translucent flame gripped the brush to the wrist. Having screwed the lips in an unusual stiff grimace, the magician lowered both palms on the door, into the thickest red threads. Green and blue sparkles. "Ready?" Smiling victoriously, Leonard turned to the rest. Edmund hummed the transporter, boldly raised his hand to the chimera. Nothing. Then he carefully, not trusting his brother's skill, felt the boards with the same success. "Didn't expect?" Leonard dropped down and turned to Violet. "Brother is only a couple of minutes older, but for some reason drove into his head, as if it made him smarter and more talented." Edmund reluctantly admitted, "In terms of the gift we are equal to." The girl wanted to throw a caustic remark, something like, "How are you talking to me?" It did not take. Edmund immediately recalled his dislike for Violet. "Well, when the presentation is finished, you can send the girl back." Leonard shook his head and, pressing the door, entered the office. Surprisingly, even after drinking wine, he kept the clarity of thought. Truly, purple blood carriers others. "Why are you dragging with you her?" Edmund did not take off. Unlike his brother, he was in no hurry to enter, formidably folding his hands on his chest, measuring on the doorstep. And he clearly wanted to use a strong word, which at the last moment was replaced by a neutral pronoun. "Get out," Leonard's voice heard from the depths of the room. "The lady did not give you, so you are angry. Humble and forget." "So you?" Edmund settled and smothered his head. "So do you know?" he continued in surprise. "You know everything, and do not despise her? About your behavior, yes. Lady herself told. If I forgot, I found it and helped not freeze in a clear field." A crooked smile touched Edmund's lips. He stalled, passing Violet, and seemingly asked her in the back, "That you succubus, you also told the brother who saved for bed? I didn't get out of Leonard, so you pumped the power out. I bet or falls in bed through your fault. It was you who dragged him into the ghost world to the owner or mistress." "What?" Leonard turned abruptly, accidentally hitting a stack of letters from the edge of the table. They fan scattered across the floor. Blue, gray, blue envelopes. Pause equals 450. Violet squeezed, even stopped breathing. She felt seated by the game. And help waiting nowhere. Satisfied Edmund gleams from behind, his younger brother is ready to burn a hole in it. However, having come to his senses a little, Violet realized that Leonard's eyes glowed with greedy curiosity, and not fogged with foggy contempt. He again and again felt her look from head to toe. The iris resembled a gem of unprecedented purity. "Succubus?" Leonard exhaled a little bit. The girl flinched, frightened of carnivorous notes in his voice. Even a complete fool would catch their thirst for possession. However, Leonard quickly took emotions into the brim. Eyes took the former even tint of green, from the look disappeared insatiability. Pause. "Succubus?" he repeated and smoothly, no worse than Hamid, slid Violet behind his back. It immediately became uncomfortable. The brothers cut off the path to retreat. "I will scream," she warned gloomily, looking for suitable items for self-defense. There were enough of them here, at least a bronze press papier in the form of a writer. Or a support for books. In general, the office is rarely ordinary, in the sense that there are neither spirited heads nor locked in the cages of families, only cabinets, secretaries, and books. Why? Leonard was genuinely surprised and laughed heartily. I just wanted to look at the mole. I hope you will show it to me. Distinctive label of all succubes. Or did the brother invent everything? Expose your chest in front of a man? After the appearance of Dora in her life, this seemed unacceptable. After getting to the table, Violet felt the press papier and squeezed. Let them just try. Lady. Leonard looked at her immaculately and defiantly raised his hands. I am not going to rape you. Neither before nor after. Whether to show anything except the mole, decide for yourself. The girl compassed a brutal facial expression and threatened the dark magician with a press papier. Here you are, not a mole. The weapon turned out to be heavy, much heavier than she believed. So do not swing. The hand trembled, but Violet was in no hurry to push her fingers. Not a question. Leonard gave up amazingly quickly. Violet even deserted. Just tell me, if you have it or not. And all. I will believe in the word, although it is extremely amazing. He shook his head. Not a drop of magic. The girl was biting her lips. Confess or not. However, it is better to correct the misunderstanding and clarify that it is a little different, otherwise Leonard will shrug from her. Violet did not intend to share the bed with him, however, she will also lose his help. Time goes on, the offender will not wait for Dora to recover. There really is a mole, Violet reluctantly confirmed, but I don't succubus. Rather, succubus, but wrong, collect energy and transfer it to the lover, Leonard finished for her. He simultaneously listened and sorted out scattered letters. I read about such. You are a treasure, my lady, you are extremely rare. Pause equals 450, and Edmund is a jerk. Edmund sank noisily, but swallowed a grudge. He probably regretted that he did not finish his plan, wondered if Violet would feed him on the rocks of the dragon teeth. Just in case, it seems that Leonard studied his brother well, if he considered it necessary to make a comment in the question of Lady I am on the side of my cousin. You will go to her skirts, you will get. This ended the discussion of Violet's abilities. Immersed in the search for the priest's diary, the brothers forgot about the girl. Violet also did not sit idle. At first she was afraid to touch the boxes and shelves, but soon I made sure that the owner did not stuff every centimeter of the cabinet with magic. Of course, no one gave her the keys, but when there are two good dark magicians nearby, locks, small things. Blairnessa without difficulty, from the side of the usual swing of the hand, opened the boxes. To the honor of the brothers, they were not interested in papers, they really looked for a book. The same Leonard just looked through the letters to the question of urgency and, not finding anything that could not wait, put back. Even that, blue, with the imperial seal. Wasn't it worth it? Violet confusingly pointed to the top envelope. Having sucked their eyebrows, the brothers reluctantly broke away from the analysis of the bookcase. Well, the sock of the shoe chirped on the floor from the Emperor. Right, my lady, if anything important, Dora has long been aware, Leonard brushed off. With all due respect to His Majesty, his brother will know the news a day earlier. No rush to the Emperor. Although still in the capital, Violet was struck by the freedom of behavior of the Isler. It turns out that all dark magicians are stupid. Edmund slammed the bookcase with noise and wore his hair on the back of his head. Dora probably hid the diary. The secret? Cash? Leonard raised his eyebrows and hastily added, I will not go there. While you are carrying, the curse will kill. See the cloud over the secret? The elder brother frowned. Only Violet, no matter how much she tried, could not see anything. Obviously, the magicians have a different vision. She made sure of this when found the priest's diary. Dora really hid it, but not behind 7 locks, but under the open barn book. She lay in plain sight, in the middle of the table, thick, rubbed. The girl discovered what she was looking for accidentally when she secretly corrected the garter. The diary of the future priest Matty turned out to be a thick notebook interwoven into the skin. Inside dated entries, sometimes short, only one line, sometimes dozens of pages. Between the lines were drawn pictures and formulas. They then went continuously, then they were interrupted by the text. Records broke off suddenly and terribly, with a practically black spot and a long stroke of the same color. Violet did not doubt, this is not ink, but the blood of a dark magician. Found it? Having forgotten the former breeziness, Edmund tore the book out of her hands and carefully put it on the table. Leonard was already looking through his shoulder, pushing Violet into the third row. Unfairly, without it they would still dig into the shelves. Edmund read silently, swallowing quickly page after page. Every minute his face frowned. If this is a clue, he finally begged, having held a diary with one of the letters, it is time to collect our. I do not like the prospect of getting the Temple of Maui instead of my own house. Edmund bowed expressively at his brother. Leonard only scornfully shouted, Panicker, you have the most place in the Supreme Council, it is strange why Walter still has not called you. Everyone knows that after the victory of Inhos the temple cannot be returned, you will raise it to the ghost world at most. Give it here? He cleverly intercepted the diary and settled with him on the windowsill, substituting the face for the setting sun. The pages rustled for eternity, but finally Leonard raised his head and mourned Violet. Wondering why he needed it, the girl approached. Did you happen to see this drawing? The dark magician's finger pointed to one of the illustrations. It was made with a regular pen handle, but Violet unmistakably recognized the lines. There in the park, she muttered amazingly. This is exactly it. The mental call of the demon. Leonard nodded satisfactorily and slammed the diary, circling the gathered with a triumphant look. Or half-demon, which does not change the essence. Allows you to establish a connection with him and communicate calmly, without bothering to travel on other worlds. Melody, a nod to Violet, I sang about Asweig. I doubt that the mistress of the old tower just showed up in the inverted world and purely in female, suddenly, wished to finish Dora. Like, the wrong compliment made her the hairdresser inadvertently tongs fired, it is necessary to remove evil. She was asked, Violet guessed. She colluded with the criminal. Exactly, the girl enthusiastically continued. Asweig remembered someone. She did not say a name, but he, unknown, asked to get rid of Dora. Nonsense, Brother Edmund categorically dismissed the assumption. He completely ignored the words of Violet. The lady with a binge would hardly remember the drawing. She is not a magician, but even they are mistaken. You give what you want as real, also a sasa. Violet even became offensively. I didn't say anything, she insulted. And stop constantly reminding that in me there is no magic. Get used to. Edmund's smile resembled a scream. You'll hear it all your life, if you don't get home. Chance introduced yourself, I wrote to your daddy. With the same success, the dark magician could knock out a chair from under her. Violet petrified for a moment, and then muttered confused, why? She did not understand the benefits Edmund was pursuing. On the contrary, in his place, the girl would prefer not to meet with Marquis Sonks. Monastery, but for trying to rape the only daughter, Cyros would not stroke on the head, at least forced to marry. Each would do this. Edmund was smug. I didn't think you would be happy to meet your relatives. But yes, continuing to mock, he agreed, in the holy monastery, where the Marquis will put you, do not walk. I owe you, sir, you'll get it. And without turning around, left the room. There were evil tears in the eyes. Here it is, the reverse side of reputation. The legs brought the girl to Dora's bedroom. Bearing in mind that the door was locked, Violet settled on the floor, leaning her cheek against the joint. Somehow there is your owner? She bowed on the dragon face. We will soon be separated from him. Although the girl grinned bitterly, no one connected us. The carved beast, of course, did not answer. Violet did not wait, just wanted to pour out her soul to someone. She spoke long and much, basically about how to spend your past life, stand out a chance to fix everything. The girl was already going to leave, when the ear touched a light breeze. Raising her head, Violet met with a look from Helen. She appeared in the ghost image. For a couple of minutes they looked at each other silently, and then the translucent princess asked, "Do you want to see him?" Violet nodded. "Ask." Helen pointed to the dragon. "If your feelings are sincere, and the Isler did not put a ban, the door will miss. If not, it's also good, you will stop suffering doubts." "Sorry," she smiled to blame and found a human appearance. "I am sorry." "And how?" Violet's heart froze. "Good. Ilir is still asleep, but the skin has broken. I am sure that next to you he will recover faster. Between you, I feel similar things. Good luck, and do not look in mirrors. Just in case." Helen silently retired. A mysterious warning hung in the air. Catch up, question, but the girl was much more worried about Or. With awe, as if stepping on the scaffold, Violet touched the dragon face and asked as affectionately as possible, "Let me go, please. I'll just sit next to." Nothing happened. Looking tightly at the high relief, the girl did not want to accept that she confused love with attraction. But the eyes of the monster flared up, and the dragon clearly growled, "Come on in." Violet did not believe her own eyes when the door opened. "Thank you," she politely thanked. The former Violet would not have occurred this way. The dragon did not answer, only blinked with eye fire. Dora's dark bedroom was plowed with medicines and incense. The girl was afraid to open the window without permission. She sat timidly in the bottom of the bed. She wanted and fought to look into Doru's face. Starting small, she found and squeezed his hand firmly. Ilir turned in a dream, and, to Violet's surprise, he clearly named her by the name. Whether he was thinking about her or felt her presence. In response, Violet leaned and kissed him in a pointed cheekbone. Helen did not deceive, Doru did not get worse. In a dream, he looked so peaceful, homely. "I would not hustle." Smiling, Violet ironed her wrinkles on the forehead of her beloved and, skinning her shoes, was adjacent to. What a difference, everyone is already aware of their relationship. Cousins Dora consider her a whore succubus, the rest, just a fleeting mistress. Yes, and whether it is worth it. Well, to their demons. The girl fell asleep, muttered. They do not have a drop of purple blood, one title and money. She found her place in Dora's bedroom, here her nightmares will not overtake. Chapter 26. The following days Violet felt superfluous. Dora still slept, only the expression of his face gradually softened, and the skin lost an unhealthy gray hue. The cousins of the Ilir either came or disappeared. Violet tried to ask questions, still it also concerned, but it would be better for Violet to become invisible. She has become. Nothing complicated when you are not contacted. The main place of leisure of the girl was the library. She spent almost all the time there, with the exception of hours when she visited Doru. The company was sometimes Hamid. Kodalak behaved not as a polite example than before, although he could not completely abandon the usual manner of conversation. Well, the weather. That evening, he also turned his face nearby, in the image of a cat. He raged on the windowsill, and looked longingly at the park brought in by snow. A blizzard raged from lunch, threatening to finally notice the roads by morning. The wind whistled in the pipes, like a robber, without breaking away from reading. Violet shrugged. Weather like weather, not summer. The girl tried to understand magic and, if lucky, find information about herself, like maybe then the questions will decrease. Or, conversely, it will become more, but in any case there will be some clarity. Nearby on the plate lay a blush apple. Violet stole it as a snack, but never touched. Strange this blizzard, Hamid did not take away. Evil some. Do not like winter? Out of courtesy, the girl inquired, slamming the book. Still calmly, red face will not give. I can walk quietly in the snow, the pot was offended. I am not a woman, but a northern werewolf. Then why are you wearing it? Violet grabbed a whiskey, and threw a scattered look at a window half covered with snow. Reading did not want to fit in her head. Whether Violet is a fool or dark magic is too clever. And they also claim that education at the Ulmer Noble School is the best. Something it did not help, although Violet was not listed as lagging. Solid incomprehensible terms into Raber. How did Dora understand all this? The girl involuntarily imbued him with even greater respect. Hammond hissed and slapped Violet on the nose. Thank you, without claws. You are stupid, he printed. You can immediately see that there is no magic in the blood. But you have, so much that by your grace I almost eyed. The girl recalled the night walk. Licka jumped to the floor and turned into a man. If he kept his tail, he would probably walk with a walker. But what is not, it is not. Hammond only had to frown. I tell you, the woozy is strange, he annoyingly repeated. Or in the capitals, the Kodalak deliberately distorted the word and highlighted it with intonation. The house falls down the roof. And south. Violet also slid off the windowsill. Reading is over, you need to return the books to the shelf. She stuck indiscriminately in the library all day. If you go out, listen. Well, the magician grab. Let's ask Arthur? Hammond's strange fixation on the weather was a little alarming. The face was not born yesterday. I saw the northern winters, and here I was exhausted from anxiety. Come on, just to get behind him, Violet agreed. She had no doubt the butler would refuse. Who in his right mind will open the bolt? Hall will instantly notice snow. The Lairnus brothers should not wait today either. Both left before the woogie and now they probably warmed their feet in some hotel or in the inn. Will you remove? Violet smiled coy and pointed to a stack of books. Some had to get from the upper shelves. Let Hammond climb better. He is a werewolf, he spit. He clicked up all the books at once and went deep into the library. Joint gatherings contributed to the transition to you. It's much easier to bicker. Besides, I didn't get involved with Hammond. I categorically didn't get involved. While she was engaged in books, Violet still ate an apple, thinking, threw another look at the glass and froze. A frost quickly spread through the window. In a matter of minutes, she swam the whole surface, turned it into a sparkling likeness of the mirror. Maybe Hammond is not so wrong. Violet swept. A plate with an apple splash remained on the windowsill. Cracks crawled along its surface, the splash blackened, showered with ash. Hammond, the girl excited when the porcelain scattered with dozens of fragments. The scream froze in the throat. The contours of a familiar face stepped on the window. The mirror face rocked, hypnotized Violet with eye corners. Here you are. For a singing effect, he licked the ghostly lips. Teeth flashed and disappeared. A person, even a ghost, could not have such teeth. After swallowing, Violet took another step. The hair on her hand stood with a hole. Hammond. Once again and again the girl called to no avail. She categorically did not like what was happening, as well as the fact that the waves of through ribbons splashed the body. I never liked you. Now the mirror face occupied the entire surface of the window, became three-dimensional, and must die. I owe nothing to anyone. Breaking out of the shroud of fear, Violet leaned over and launched a splinter of a plate into the ill-wielder. She expected to hear the ringing of glass, prepared for a fountain of cutting splashes, but nothing happened. Brainless girl, mirror face frankly laughed. Do you really think that it's so easy to get rid of me? What are you going to do? Ilier won't approve? The girl's fingers got cold, but she was still hoping to break out of another mess. The rose from the mirror never hid the hostility of. Violet could not take into account what it was caused by. Lack of gift? The desire to take a place like Dora? The mirror face is not Helen, but even she was not jealous. On the contrary, she warned of the danger. Only in vain. But they won't kill her. Let Dora be immersed in a wellness dream and turned off from events. Someday he will wake up and cruelly give credit to. Is blind hatred worth a painful death? Thoughts changed one another, bright, fast, like comets. Only the mirror face had no business before them. He declared a black failure of the mouth, sparkling with sharp teeth. Violet with horror realized that she could not move. Hammond, the girl called with her lips. She realized that living from the library she could not get out of. Unknown something would dry her up, perhaps later she would weed a blighted body. Salvation came from where they did not expect. The door to the library opened, causing the mirror face to freeze, erase the gloating grin. "My lady, are you here?" Arthur's voice was heard. Violet tried to answer, but the spasm ring squeezed her throat. "It is a pity that we were prevented by. We will have to quickly." In annoyance the tormentor hissed and increased the pressure. It seemed a little more, and the blood was splashing from the eyes, but suddenly everything stopped. For some reason the girl was on the floor. Someone was cursing, something was ringing, and it also smelled of ozone, like after a severe thunderstorm. "Are you all right?" The butler leaned over Violet, handed her a clean handkerchief. Yes, the girl nodded indefatigably and applied tissue to the nose. "Blood. 2 bright red spots." "It will pass, you just need to rest," Arthur assured and picked up the girl. He had a sharp change in the position of Violet's body, dizzy, and she clung firmly to the savior. "I don't understand why he got mad," Arthur grabbed his tongue. Only now, no wonder in her condition, the girl noticed a round dance of sparks around his fingers. "Well, yes, in the castle ordinary servants will turn, most are dark magicians." "Thank you." Probably, something should have been added, but the pathos seemed inappropriate. "Not for what?" "I will report everything to my lord. It's high time to get rid of that disgusting creature." Arthur managed to open and shut the door. He inherited from one criminal. "Where's Hamid?" Violet bowed at the door to the library. "Because the face is still there, why didn't she go out? I suppose sets up the books of my lady." Having intercepted the girl more conveniently, the butler turned to the stairs. "I need to explain something. The mirror face paralyzes the victim. That seems like she is moving, screaming, although in fact nothing. That is, the pot did not even realize that Violet was killed in the immediate vicinity of it. Maybe for the better, that she was born mediocre. The magic of purple blood carriers would scare even a brave officer." You wanted something," Violet belatedly remembered. "Absolutely true." They have already gone down to the right floor, entered the familiar profile. "Father of my lady has arrived." "Father?" the girl asked. "Now?" But outside the window, a blizzard, even a werewolf's nose will not throw out. "And how did he find her?" "Oh yes, Edmund sent a message." "How not on time?" "Tell him," Violet desperately selected the words. "Tell him, I can now, sick." In a word, she prayed, looking into Arthur's dispassionate eyes, "Come up with something." Butler nodded. "And then my job, my lady," he suddenly winked. Violet even paused. "Dark and with emotions. You will be examined. Do not worry about the Marquis, it will be arranged with maximum comfort, but away from you." If she could, Violet would kiss Arthur. A chance meeting with her father in the hallway is what she would least like. You need to recover, prepare, see Dora, and, most importantly, accumulate strength. The girl was not surprised when Clark appeared on the doorstep of her bedroom. Violet even smiled at him as a longtime acquaintance. The dark magician closed his arms and drilled something under his nose. "I must have honored the maiden who forced to open the portal in such weather." Clark did not live in the castle. "Well?" Dark sat on the bed and checked the reaction of the girl's pupils to the light. "I was slightly killed by mirror face," she reported symptoms of the disease. "My lady under becoming a lord," Clark noticed unfriendly, and reached for a bag of. "Covered with snow, Arthur pulled me out of the warm company," he complained and took out a bottle of liquid of the color of magical blood. "I had to visit myself." "Now about the good." Violet, who did not expect such a question, opened her eyes wide. "Does Clark not know?" Sleeping still, the girl sighed, and, clasping her nose as requested, drank the contents of the bottle with a volley. "If you mix earth, worms, and blood, you probably get the untransferable taste of food." But Violet understood that it's not worth whimsical, medicines are always bitter. "Sleeping?" Clark frowned and rose sharply. "Who nurses him? You?" Not understanding what he was so dissatisfied with, Violet shook her head and secretly rejoiced that she was no longer mutated. Invisible hammers and rings hid, giving way to ordinary weakness. Helen, probably, she suggested, cousins. Sleep is bad for more than a couple of days, Clark observed, but almost a week has passed. You need to wake him up, remove the spell. Even if Violet were lying at death, she would follow the dark magician. Heart squeezed a forgotten alarm. Why did the cousins not feel the wrong thing? On the other hand, when are they? They were carried away by the priest's diary, the search for the criminal. Dora reached the chambers in a matter of minutes. Breathing, the girl fell to the door, mentally praying for the dragon to let her in. Clark also knocked, patiently waited. I will not break the security charms, frowning, he noticed. All hope for you, my lady. You are in a special relationship with him, his consciousness will let you. I wanted to get. Just slept once, and already a mistress. Violet was not going to comment on her relationship with the dark magician, to explain all their ambiguity. Instead she called Dora. Of course, not by name, officially. She intends to observe the decency of course, he sleeps and does not hear. But before the door passed her, not understanding anything, the girl touched the forehead of the carved dragon. In Violet's eyes, it darkened sharply, and she collapsed on Clark's hands. At the same time, the door finally opened, revealing an interesting picture. The embattledor sat on the bed, hanging his legs on the floor, and drove his hands. The coup? Earthquake? Without turning around, he was experienced. Just guess. Clark put Violet in a chair and, without flashing, stared at one point, just above the head of the idler. No matter how much the girl squinted, she did not see anything there, even holes in the wallpaper. The remnants of the curse. Clark took pity on her, the reason why my lord slept so long. He could not wake up at all, he calmed. Bloody hell? But you need to run, save. It turned out that it was not necessary. Dora partially resolved the curse. Actually, he successfully dealt with the removal of his remnants of the magician before the unexpected visit. Refusing Clark's help, Dora successfully completed the case. Violet had only to wonder the dexterity of his fingers. Well, ready. As if finished writing the report and not destroyed other people's charms, Dora turned to the guests. Now I listen to you. Who else granted there? Tell Arthur to put out. I don't accept. My father, the Illier, arrived. Violet cast her voice. The girl bit her lip. Is it worth talking about the attack? Perhaps there is no. One bad news, there is already a lot for the recently arrived idler. It is unlikely that the mirror will dare to try again, the same Arthur will interfere. There was not enough for Dare to spend precious grits of strength on a nasty creature. Violet did not doubt. The owner of the castle grinned and raised his eyebrows. Really? Did you write to him, Violet? Reckless and presumptuous. Violet blushed and shook her head. I didn't write, your cousin. Which? Although it doesn't matter, such a guest will have to meet. Dora crushed, and only now drew attention to the pale of the girl. His eyes darkened, his mouth squeezed into a thin line. Who? The question thundered, recalling that even in the Pantalons the idler remained the master of the secret guard of the Empire. Only he did not ask Violet a sharp look like a razor-tormented Clark. I don't know anything, my subordinate went into a blind defense. Ask the butler, he called me. From the lady's bed, by the way. If she finds another, I will bill my lord. The girl believed that for daring Dora would smear the magician on the wall, but the one that did not hear. Illier left. Violet even began to worry that he had sunk into sleep again, but then Dora blinked and asked in an icy tone. Did you have fun and feel nothing? Violet did not understand where he was going. Clark, apparently, also. Open the window, tighten your head and look. Dora's voice was gaining strength like approaching thunderstorms. Immediately raise everyone by alarm and scour Satret? Yes. Chirping heels on the floor, Clark disappeared in the blink of an eye, opened a portal on the doorstep of the bedroom. Illier continued to sit on the bed. With his head down, he massaged whiskey. What is going on? decided to ask the girl. Is this because of me? Magical storm, Dor spoke deftly, and in hearts, hit the knee with his hand. And just when I practically squeeze, excuse me, Violet, I'm not up to you now. All tomorrow. And your father too. I'll talk to him. She nodded, swallowing a grudge. They just tried to kill her, and the thoughts of the filer are busy with some storm? Perhaps Violet hurried, decided too early, that she took an important place in the heart of Doral Arena. Chapter 27. Sleep is the best medicine, but here he did not go for a long time. Violet forgot in a heavy drill, only after she curled all the mirrors and drank a glass of milk with a pair of drops of poppy juice. The morning turned out to be frown. Clouds hung low above the ground, wondering if it was worth continuing to pour snow or give people a short respite. Having smelled a rope, Violet approached the window and looked carefully. There is no fog, or she is simply unable to see it. How many times she was reminded of the absence of a magic gift and not count. Soon the girl herself will be sure that she is not fit for anything, like a helpless baby. And if it was only in the fog, she was not considered necessary to explain anything. He was banally put out. Why then called, say about the curse, and not explain how it escaped? You need to call a servant, get dressed and go down to breakfast, but you don't want to. Yesterday's offense was not forgotten. In addition, Violet firmly knew that she would not return to her parents' house, but the battle required forces that she does not yet have pause equals. The girl thoughtlessly held her palm down her throat and bowed on the mirror. I will have to somehow explain to the maid that from now on she does not want to see her own reflection. Only here are mirrors everywhere, and the enemy flashed in each. Violet did not understand why she was hated. Well, the former groom, at least he had an excuse, even deprived of Edmund's pleasure, but that terrible rose from the mirror? Violet would have written off everything for painful jealousy before, but during the assassination attempt, the mirror face was spoken out. He carried out the assignment of the owner, and this is not Taurus. Or is he? Violet lost her whiskey. Love blinds. She could idealize the master of the secret guard, but he is not wide and fluffy. The imposing girl interfered, so the Illy ordered to get rid of her. This would explain at the same time why Dor. In the mouth it became bitter. Spasm shackled his throat. Blunt pain squeezed her heart, gave under her ribs. Humbled, Violet ducked her face in the palm. But she did not cry, just did not move, curling with dislikes and never loves. Traitor. Violet took a couple of deep sighs and straightened out. Like this, you need to get out of Grey Mari, think about yourself, and not rush to conclusions. Although no matter how much Violet convinces herself of the opposite, the most likely customer saw Doris. He could adjust everything. The girl grinned bitterly, and, holding the floors of the robe, threw her feet on the windowsill. He depicted a person unconscious and so quickly, woke up energetically. Here you are, and solving the curse is a usual trick? And who will vouch that Dor really did not leave the bedrooms, magicians to deftly stroke others around the finger. Dor saved you, objected another Violet, who believed the elder. He went against the mistress of the old tower. You will not adjust this. If Dor wanted to get rid of you, he would throw May in the temple, give that half-mother and spread with his hands. They say, she is stronger, her will is the law. But he did not do it. A dream, Clark explained that the curse was hung on him. Do not turn into paranoid, believe anyone? I will try, the first Violet reluctantly promised, although Clark could easily lie. Yugu sarcastically succumbed to her alter ego, both Helen, Hamid, and both Laernessa. Only you are all in white, the rest are liars and traitors. Even nuns do not believe in such heresy. Disassemble and punish enemies, not jelly in the hole. A reminder of the family name had too, by the way. Violet's chin rose, her shoulders spread out. Jumping from the window, she reached for the bell and told the maid, bath and dress? And not a word about mirrors. The girl washed off her cowardly desire to have breakfast and went down to the dining room. The big table was empty, although the clock arrows were approaching 9. At first Violet thought she was late, but then she made sure she appeared first. Arthur, the girl of the butler, suspected the Eiler at home? She was afraid to ask about her father, secretly hoping that the Marquis melted together with the fog. Soon will come down, my lady, assured Arthur, habitually directing the servants who snorvously laid on the table. Do you let her? A slightly shabby envelope lay on the tablecloth. Without looking at the seal, Violet confusingly opened it and made sure that in some cases the mail was working late. In the letter, the Marquis informed his daughter of the imminent arrival, skimpy, dry, without moral training. After all, he is the rector. True, in Violet's memory, Lord Gore did not do such things. Merlin was concerned about administrative issues he had not practiced for a long time. Although what did the girl know about him? Nothing prevented grandfather from spending a couple of hours before bed to maintain the form. What's new? Cautiously, fearing to show excessive awareness, Violet asked and pushed off the envelope. How is the health of the designer, that strange fog? Arthur wondered, clearly deciding whether to speak or not. After sniffing at the servants, he came close and whispered, Trius saw the outlines of the temple. They lasted until morning, left with fog. Temple? Violet did not understand. May temple. The butler measured and, suddenly sharply straightened, hissed, I didn't tell you anything? The girl nodded and turned to the door. Someone scared Arthur. So it is, door. Judging by the road suit, he spent the night outside the house, only managed to wash. Eiler looked exhausted. Deep shadows lay under his eyes. He was very exhausted, while the cheekbones were painfully pointed, giving the face a resemblance to the skull. However, the Eiler moved confidently, did not shake, and did not ignore the strange joke of the butler with the guest. I coped about the well-being of my lady, and Arthur did not lead the eyebrow. She was attacked yesterday, she miraculously remained alive. With your efforts I am aware, not a door. Already frowned face even more. You earned the award. You will come to me later. The butler nodded and moved the chair to the owner. When Arthur, having finished his duties, retired, door, without looking at Violet, remarked, after all, he talked about a completely different. The girl was silent, diligently, too carefully spreading the napkin on her lap. Excuse me, the hot palm of the Eiler momentarily touched her hand, forcing her heart to jump into her throat. It seemed to you that I did not care. This is not so, Violet, not so at all. He did not add anything more, but the warmth spread across the girl's body. She caught the most important thing in his words, care. Just in time, the next to the dining room was the Marquis. His look glided on the table, stopped at his daughter and turned to the owner of the castle. P=450. Good morning, sir. How much addiction? Violet could swear his father saw a stalwart monster instead of Dora. Yes, once the director had a swan in front of Cyros, now it was the turn of the Marquis to waste fake smiles and pour spruce in his ears. Good, Dora echoed and asked politely, what brought you to our lands? Before you did not favor such long-distance travel. A transparent hint hung in the air, the guest is not welcome here. Alas, the Marquis spread his hands and tossed at his daughter, circumstances forced. I believe extremely weighty. I am not a warm host, and am not going to portray such, for the sake of your secular rules. Dora singled out the word yours with his voice, defiantly distancing himself from other societies. Cyros' behavior did not surprise, his father-in-law instructed in detail how to communicate with the Eiler. Although, according to the Marquis, it is easier to push through any law in the council than to withstand a quarter of an hour in a dark magician society. And sacred, in such cases, they consider the kinship insignificant. Consider the lady already in the monastery. Pause. From the sharp movement of Cyros, a spoon rang. Pride fought with fear. He is a member of the Supreme Council, but scarlet blood flowed in his veins, a significant minus. However, the Marquis was not going to remain silent. Let or larer. With all due respect, Eiler, I demand to return Violet and not to defame her honor. Late? Dora grinned and nodded. Now you can pour coffee. Your daughter and her honor belong to me. Cyros turned red and then pale. His back tense, petrified. Did I understand correctly? Without finishing, the Marquis threw a formidable look at Violet. The Emperor was not enough for you. You decided to finally drown our name in the dirt? No dirt, father, the girl answered with dignity. Now that Dora squeezed her hand, doubts went away. I was going to marry the Ilir, and I will go out. Risky. Ilir could easily laugh, recall that he did not plan to bind himself to the bonds of marriage, but Dora kept quiet. Neither yes nor no was read on a dispassionate person. Only here the Marquis needed certainty. What situation does my daughter have with you? Guests, perhaps mistresses. Next we will see. In any case, this is our business with her. And now, Dora's heavy look has nailed Cyros to the chair, forced him to suppress indignation, close the topic. I do not want to hear anything more. Leonard's appearance was met with painful silence. He looked unusually serious, gloomy, as if aged for a dozen years. Ink wet, dirty at the bottom of the cloak on the floor, Leonard stepped to the table and, not embarrassed by the presence of an outsider, reported, Edmund is missing. How? When? Dora moved the chair with noise, stood up, leaning his fists on the table. I will not say for sure. The Lord spread his hands and, stopping the servant, demanded whiskey. Isn't it too early? Drank eyebrows owner of the house. Drink in the morning? Just once. Leonard shook his head and smirked. I can tell a lot more wonderful, brother, only the presence of ordinary people confuses. So many wonderful coincidences? You and I were taken by the nose. Ordinary people? Never before has the Marquis Sonks been ranked in class 2. After swelling, he wet his lips with a napkin. I remind you, I am a current member of the Supreme Council. And what? Leonard looked at him indifferently and drank the brought whiskey with a salvo. How is it? What? The Marquis hurt. You are obliged to report to me. Leonard laughed briefly and, like a child, recalled, my blood is purple, yours is not. Whoever I was born, I am still higher than the usual aristocrat. And now, he asked, but with the same success he could put his words in the form of an order, due courtesy, silence. So be it, since you are a member of the council, stop. My lady remains, cut off or. Speak. Leonard disapproved with his tongue, and pointed his eyes at the opposite corner of the room. Ilya reluctantly followed him, not finding it necessary to apologize to the guest. While the cousins whispered, the Marquis, taking advantage of the moment, tried to make sense of his daughter. Pause equals 450. Violet, Cyros had to go around the table to be cheeky girls enough. Your mother has not left for a month, locked herself and swallows drops. Am I guilty of that? Violet smeared a toast with a jam and forced herself to bite off, swallow a piece. And isn't her mother playing in public? Surely she is sympathetic, even the Empress mother. I would not be surprised if soon mother again begins to disappear in her boudoir. How can you? Marquis was indignant. And you? Violet retorted and threw a napkin on the table in her hearts. Let's say I will listen to you, believe in my daughter's duty, in my mother's suffering, return. For what? You will lay me another monastery charter. I found you a groom. Not a duke, judging by the fleeting grimace, far from the duke, but he agrees to take you. Only I disagree. Cyros hurried. Did he hear it? However, Violet repeated over and over again, she no longer cares about any mistake, marriage in itself. I am happy, father, and I don't care if the Ilir makes an offer. I'm not going to the capital, and here the relationship is looked at easier. Leaving his eyes on the searing magicians, the Marquis made another attempt. You will be returned the maid of honor Cipher. Empress changed her anger to mercy. Violet shrugged her shoulders indifferently. Not interested in. Violet, not time for whims. The angry father shouted. Such chances are not scattered, no one will provide the second. I have already signed a marriage contract. So tear it. The girl again spread the napkin on her lap. She calmed down a little, gained confidence. I will stay in Satrat, I will not insult the groom's feelings with my untiring past. The Marquis wanted to shake up the damn girl. What did she just think? However, when the initial anger settled, Cyros thought. Before he did not notice love for women, and now he was acting cold, Violet could lie about their connection. Then we will discuss. Having noticed that the men finished the conversation, hastily added the Marquis and left the last word behind him. Collect things. Dor bowed to the guest who stubbornly approached him. Violet's facial expression eloquently conveyed the essence of a recent conversation. But Marquis Sanks did not take into account the main thing, Dor. He did not give his. Calm down, your father will leave alone, assured the designer. He watched Cyros. Let the news reported by Leonard require immediate intervention. Dora did not leave the idea that everything was connected, and the Marquis appeared in the castle right now not by chance. Putting aside the question with his own curse, exhausted after the departure of Edmund, the designer took up the guest. How did you get here? If I didn't change my memory, the normal road would take at least 3 weeks. Leaning his chin against the back of his palm, Dor drilled a fourth extra. Quite right, Cyros nodded, so I was offered a different path. He sweated and froze at the same time, dreamed of leaving the dining room of the Finder of Fate. Marquis did not consider himself a coward, but Dor Lararine was something special. Not without reason the Emperor himself was the first to give him his hand. Not his eyes, but a whole abyss. Still these invariable gloves, why doesn't he take them off? Which one? Cyros peered on the chair, feeling like a schoolboy who did not learn the lesson. Portal, probably, lazily responded Leonard. He calmed down somewhat and, with an appetite, as if he had not eaten for eternity, absorbed breakfast. The only one of all. Quite right, the Marquis actively curled. The same person who delivered the letter kindly helped with the movement. Unfortunately, I do not know his name. He caught me in the palace gallery and carefully hid my face. Interesting. Dor extended significantly and temporarily left the interlocutor alone. Did Edmund send the letter? He turned to Violet. So he said. The girl understood what the elder was alluding to. Edmund was concerned that Marquis Sanks not only learned about the fate of his daughter, but also guaranteed and took her from the castle as soon as possible. Father, tapping a finger on the table, asked the girl what is the name of my fiancé. Lord Bran, Cyros answered with his forehead soaking, confused, trying to figure out what was going on. He wrote to me, and I agreed. That is, you didn't even see him? Violet was amazed. With the edge of her eye, she caught the strange grimace of Dora, but did not give her importance. The first person who came across wrote, maybe made up his last name, title, and you believed. In vain you so, my lady. Reproached Leonard and moved the plate. Maybe the Marquis does not know me, but we are very familiar with you. I am Lord Bran. Lord Leonard Larnison Bran, to be sure, according to the documents. You know, I did not frighten your father with a dark surname, named the second one he received after the death of his father. The shack relied on the shack, which only by misunderstanding was called the estate. But why? Only I was able to push Violet. Why did you come to me? The rest kept a painful silence. Dor rose and looked into the table knife, as if wondering whether to use it for the wrong purpose. Marquis carefully studied the future son-in-law. Well, Violet, she was finally confused. And only Leonard kept the spirit calm. Sorry. Cousin, he nodded to Dora, not of those who marry, but you are a good girl, pretty. After the story of the walk, the magician tactfully kept silent about the attempted rape, immediately engaged in matchmaking. Out of pity? The owner of the castle laughed skeptically. Thank you, did not lie about love at first sight. Well, Leonard pleaded, out of selfish motives. I did not rely on baronial titles, I have to spin myself. I am not breezy and not arrogant, like Edmund. Violet would have approached me. And you did not bother to ask me? The girl began to boil. So this is the reason for Leonard's warning. He identified her as a marriage victim and tried to achieve a location. I think you agree. Our relationship is warm enough, perfect for marriage. Or were you counting on love? Violet sighed noisily. She was not going to voice her thoughts. Don't you want to tell me anything else? Dor asked. His mood completely deteriorated, his eyes threw lightning. About the portal, for example. But, Leonard rose and extended his arms, as if defending himself. I did not open any portals. I can paint every minute where I was and what I was doing. Look for another goodness. Chapter 28. Breakfast was cold, and two magicians drilled each other with their eyes. Marquis and his daughter did not prudently intervene. They understood that now they are extra. To my office, finally commanded Dor and, having massaged whiskey, fell hard on the nearest chair. Violet threw herself at him, sat down on her crusts, squeezed her arm. Are you all right? She asked anxiously, ignoring the indignant father and Leonard who rolled his eyes. Waters? Medicine? Naturally, not in order, Lord Lornas answered for cousin, and, contrary to orders, sank to the table. It is amazing how the brother generally walks, talking. Sorry, Dor, he turned to the owner of the house, I will have breakfast. I understand that now it is nauseous, it is usual for a rollback, but I have not eaten anything for almost a day. Opening portals and search charms take a lot of effort, laughed while trying to track down Edmund. Another storm is this? Energy is instantly leaking, not a body, but a sieve. The master did not answer. He still sat, staring at one point, and then slowly, very slowly put his hands on the table. Take your father away? Unexpectedly asked Dor. Violet nodded, and, rising, rang the bell. Arthur appeared at the same minute, either on duty or eavesdropping outside the door. Please, the girl turned to him, spend the Marquis in his chambers, and ensure that he is re-served breakfast. Butler nodded. Please follow me, my lord. However, the Marquis was in no hurry to leave. Having scraped the napkin, he looked at his daughter with a mixture of regret and contempt. I'm sorry, tired of the protracted mise en scene, spread her hands, I did not live up to expectations. I did not marry the Duke of Beryl, I will not marry Lord Lornas, either. Pause equals 450. I'm sorry, Leonard, she turned to Leonard. Nothing, he grinned, sending another piece of toast into his mouth. Spilling a piece of news, Leonard completely focused on food. I realized 5 minutes ago that I was refused. But if you suddenly change your mind, please. Pause equals 450. Love. Violet nervously touched the earring. At least there will be no problems with Leonard. How dark magicians differ from ordinary people. Refuse the girl to the lord with red blood, he would hold a grudge, insulted, declared, his legs will no longer be here, and Violet will still regret. Leonard and his eyebrow did not lead. Well, he will remain idle like that, cherry jam is more important. If both father so alas, Cyros was not going to remain silent. Having eliminated the obsessive Arthur from his way, he asked permission from the owner of the house to talk with his daughter in private. Marquis considered Dora's silence consent and brought Violet to the buffet. They were not going to scandal with outsiders. Well, how to understand this? Slamming the door, went on the attack Cyros. The girl was in no hurry with the answer. After moving into the interior of the half-dark room, she swiped around the old buffet. Let her father release emotions, shout in full, he will still have to accept her choice. Do you at least realize that there will be no other chance? The Marquis backed the wall with his back, noticing a formidable guard near the door. In his head there were multiple thoughts, the most important of which was how to preserve the honor of the clan. I understand. Violet nodded indifferently. But you understand, I loved Heroine and I will stay with him. He is not going to marry, Cyros struck. Are you ready to lose contact with high society forever? Even in the local living rooms you will not be accepted, you will drop to the content level. Dor doesn't pay me, the girl grinned. Your daughter works for shelter and food. Violet? From indignation, the face of the Marquis was painted. What is it? Violet shrugged. Were you the first to call me a prostitute? In other words, but the essence does not change. Think, swallowing a sharp word torn from my tongue, my father continued to press. At least about me, about my mother. You will divorce her. What? Marquis deserted. Cross out the past, get a desired son. Cyros' lips flinched, fingers squeezed into fists. I would slap Violet, remind her who she was, but he restrained himself and simply did not honor her with the answer. Let her daughter care about her own life, she did not care to discuss it. Getting married if the Marquis could, it was hoped that Amberley could still benefit. Only one child and that daughter pause equals 450 illegitimate Jevel did not count, you will not transfer the title to him. Cyros will not pull until old age, will Amberley ultimatum, either pregnancy or she returns to her father without maintenance. You know, the Marquis chirped his nail on the wall panel, your consent is not necessary. Lord Laernus will sign a contract and you will become his wife. I'm an adult, Violet recalled. Outwardly, she remained calm, but inside she raised her head panic. Father did not joke, spoke extremely seriously, comes out, found a loophole. In some cases, the rights of adults are limited in favor of guardians, in particular parents. I know the laws better than you, agree by goodwill. The girl bit her lip. She was trapped. How honest and noble to admit your own daughter crazy. Both turned together on the voice. In the door of the buffet stood Dor. He managed to appear firsthand, and at the right time. The attack of weakness passed, no more lost sight, humped shoulders. A man who froze on his doorstep radiated force. He put his left hand over his right. It seems nothing special, but the Isler removed the gloves. It is worth Dor to remove his fingers as the Marquis runs out of arguments. Maybe he will even need sniffer salt. Violet also strained. It will take a long time until she stops distinguishing between ordinary and bone fingers. We seem to have put an end to this issue focusing on the word point, Dor noticed and stepped into the room. The door remained open, an eloquent hint at the end of the conversation tete-a-tete. Cousin withdrew his consent, you two heard. Quarrel with me he will be afraid of. The Marquis nodded uncertain, although so far he did not understand anything. However, despite the awe before the Isler, he did not plan to give up. In turn, Ilir, I would like to warn of the consequences of your behavior, Cyros retorted with dignity. The Emperor will be informed, as soon as possible, about what? Ilir laughed and still took his palm. Milady, he emphasized politely turned to Violet, please let the light into the room, so that the respected Marquis understands why the Emperor will not do anything. In small steps, constantly turning to check whether Dor did anything to her father, the girl got to the window. Ilir nodded thankfully, and raised his hand. The effect met expectations. Cyros came across the furniture. Full of horror. Therefore, I always wear gloves, phlegmatically explained the Isler, and lowered my arm. I do not wish to accidentally harm. Do not be afraid, my lord, breathe more evenly. I do not intend to kill you, Curson more, I just urge you to leave your daughter alone forever. We will determine the nature of our relationship ourselves, and next year Lady Reg will be released. All who dare to look at her obliquely, let go of unpleasant remarks, send Arthur to me, he turned around, looking for the butler's look, gloves, and pour the guest whiskey. Marquis is overrun. Using a common hitch, Violet slipped into the dining room. She was gravitated by the atmosphere of the buffet. In addition, her father may have lost her appetite, and the girl would drink coffee. Strange, after Dora's statement she got better. Coming to the table, Violet frowned. Instead of a cup of coffee and an egg stand in front of Leonard was a glass of red wine. Most of the dishes were missing, the plates were left only for the Marquis and his daughter. What happened? The girl looked at Lord. Instead of answering, he showed a broken wrist. Is this some kind of punishment? Violet continued to be perplexed. But you did nothing wrong? Established ideas about dark magicians and attachment to Doru. Suddenly, self-harm was supposed to try to marry someone else's woman? Sacred is a special world, there are other laws. Leonard grinned quietly and shook his head. We have long clarified the misunderstanding. This, he touched the fingers of the wrist, the consequences of the ritual. It was required to urgently put Dora in order, blood magic is most effective. Now our master is cheerful, fully recovered from the visit to Asweek and ready for feats. Violet looked around the table and stopped at an oil knife near the glass. Fie, Leonard screwed. No self-respecting magician will touch this. Pierre moved an unusual moon-shaped silver knife from his inner pocket. The expensive blade was compensated by an extremely simple bone handle. Want? Lord handed the girl a knife. Do not be afraid, I wiped it. Violet with awe took up the weapon, weighed in the palm of her hand, appreciated the skill of the work. The master made sure that the blade did not accidentally slip out of his hands, carefully thought through any trifle. You look good? From surprise, the girl almost got hurt, and from sin, put a knife on the table. I sent the Marquis away, we can speak frankly. You eat, Dor nodded at the plate. They will bring you everything you say. You don't mind giving up you? Mutual? Looking closely, Violet noticed a bandage sticking out from under the cuff. It turns out that both cousins cut their wrists. I would suggest you for 3, Leonard wedged. As a possible relative. The girl thought for a minute and nodded. Dear Edmund would definitely not poke. So, Doru also brought wines, and he is located with him near Violet. One problem is over. Marquis will soon leave and will not demand his daughter back. But these are trifles. I am disturbed by Edmund. Asweek asked to look at the inner circle. Didn't she mean the eldest of the cousins? How did he disappear in time? He dissolved in a magical storm after the appearance of the temple. In addition, Leonard correctly noticed that the curse lost its force immediately after Edmund left. Not because it lost its constant feed? Unfortunately, due to his state of health, Dor did not have time to work with a spell, but he agreed with Leonard in the opinion that he was constantly updated, kept under control, strengthening as the victim regained strength. For this, it was necessary to be near the victim and have a huge reserve. This is where the power of the killed magicians went. Dor suspected that during forced sleep he simultaneously fed his cousin. For some reason, after all, Edmund did not get rid of him, did not resort to a deadly curse. And then something happened, something extremely important. Once under the cover of a storm, the cousin disappeared. According to Leonard, he was going to the deputy chairman of the Necromancer Guild, but never got to it. It is noteworthy that the chairman himself died a few days earlier. Looking back, Dor found more and more suspicious opportunities. Edmund could easily set a trap in the cemetery. For him it would not be difficult to track movements, find out cousins' plans. In addition, he is aware of Violet's mystery, which he skillfully used for his purposes. The figure from the vision of complexion was also like Edmund, but the Eiler did not rush to conclusions. Not without reason. He was in charge of the secret guard. Everything is too obvious, as if someone was pushing Dora in the right direction. The book remains. It will help shed light on what is happening, separate the truth from fiction. Leonard, cousin turned alive, organize a search. Raise everyone by alarm. I will also call my guys. Secret? Lord screamed as if he had swallowed a dozen lemons. I would prefer to do without them. Why do we need strangers? I forgot to ask you. Dor rushed. Deep eye greens were better than any words warned. It is better not to argue. Leonard and did not. Having sucked, he finished wine and left the dining room. Violet was also frightened by the secret guard. In vain, she convinced herself that she had nothing to fear. The anxiety only intensified. So it is necessary. Illier noticed her excitement. I'm afraid, the bill went a days, foolishly refusing the help of professionals. My people and not such criminals got. Leonard cannot stand them, but this is normal. He issued a short laugh, do not know a single magician or a simple person who would love them. But the Emperor cares about the outcome, not the working methods or blood composition. Are they even alive? Violet asked with hope. Now the omelette will definitely remain on the plate. Almost all. Well, breakfast, after you come to me, tell me what happened here. I want to collect as many versions of the same events as possible. After Dora left, the girl drank a fork and a plate for order, and drank a second cup of coffee. Well, you can go to your favorite's office. Even on the stairs, Violet suspected the wrong thing. Before, Dor never shouted, and now the walls were shaken from his voice. Only scraps of phrases flew to her. Destroy, answer. Violet in indecision froze pause. On the other hand, she is definitely not to blame for anything. And Violet turned to the owner's half as she approached the office, slowing down. At the end, the girl completely crept. The door with the dragon was open, the entire floor was dotted with papers. However, Violet's attention was not attracted by them and Dora's desk. Rather, what happened above it? Illyr stood sideways to it, clutching the ghostly throat of the mirror face in his fist. He was desperately twitching, tried to hide in the fragments that sat down the table. In vain. Dor pulled him up with grim perseverance, while the creature's neck, the translucent threads that connected it to the broken mirror, gradually thinned. Sir, I did not want to. The failed killer Violet wheezed. You betrayed me. The designer raised the mirror spirit to the level of his own face, and you will be responsible for this. Do not hope to reborn or get into the ghost world. A crooked smile distorted Dora's lips. So the girl had not yet seen him and was terribly frightened. The master looked like a crazy killer who enjoyed the torment of the victims. I didn't want to. Desperately resisting, repeated mirror face. It seemed to me, the owner became soft-bodied. And you found a new one? With an evil laugh, the Eiler continued for him. Who? The otherworldly creature was silent. The contours of it gradually faded, and it itself was poured with ink density. Whom? Exactingly Dor repeated. The face of the Eiler has become darker than the cloud. Which? If I say, will the master spare me? Have you thought of bargaining yet? Furious Dor shook him up, and the frightened demon adopted other people's rules of the game. Okay, I'll tell you now, I'll say everything, absolutely. I know a lot. The mirror face suddenly shook, madly turned its eyes, as if in agony, pulled into the hands of the Eiler. No, no, the master cannot, he promised, he muttered incoherent. A moment, and black sand blew out through Dora's fingers onto the table. Eiler squeezed frustratingly and squeezed the remains of the mirror from the skin. After turning to the door and impatiently turned to someone over Violet's head, well, found it? Alas, Leonard spread his hands and squeezed past the girl into the office. Everything was broken, nothing. No wonder. The brother probably grabbed him with him. In the room there are many things missing. Spent me. He struck his fist on the wall in his hearts and looked indifferently at purple drops protruding on the bones. Is something missing? Asking a question, Violet guessed what the answer would be. The diary of the priest May voiced the obvious Dor. It's a pity, he moted a bunch of ashes on the table, failed to talk scum. But you heard the most important thing. Leonard tried to calm him down, the last name sounded. Already a lot? Apparently, Edmund imposed a curse of self-destruction. Miracle that it did not work immediately. Bowing over the remains of the mirror face, the Eiler tasted them and nodded, bitter taste. It is the most mental, remote impact, otherwise it would not be glued. I will try to investigate, find parts of witchcraft. Magician Dower intentionally did not name Edmund. I was sure to rush, made a mistake. Oh, yes, Leonard confirmed with a laugh, and slugged the blood from the palm. You will even find the finest strings. But first it would be better for Edmund to give up. He will not wait for us to stick out in the laboratory, especially with the book. There are also direct instructions to the action. Chapter 29. Violet walked along the stairwell, trying to catch the thought by the tail. She did not like something, some trifle, which, however, could pull a string of events. At least you can no longer be afraid of mirrors, she grinned. The thought slipped stubbornly, but another came to mind. I wanted to look at Leonard's letter. I wonder in what terms he made the proposal that he asked for marriage in return. The girl doubted that Leonard was guided solely by sympathy and dubious prospects in the future. The Marquis was surprised by the visit of his daughter. After the scene in the buffet, he did not leave his chambers, but pretty emptied the basements of the owner. I see you are quite comfortable. Having hesitated, Cyros let her go. I wonder who he expected. Why not unlock immediately? What are you talking about? Holding the hem of a burgundy dress with a small plume, the girl entered. She specially changed clothes, choosing the most elegant of the captured toilets. It was intended for secular ruts, but now Violet also paid an official visit. About gate, look, even how you knocked. Violet did not notice. But perhaps the Marquis is right, now the girl felt like a part of the castle, and not his guest. Can I look at the letter? Without any preface, Violet asked. The girl was not going to start new disputes. The right words were said, she will not change the decisions. Which one? Why? Frowned on Cyros. The offer of Lord Laernus, or Lord Bran, if you are more familiar with calling it. I want to know my price. Violet had no doubt, his father kept the letter. Not such a man, to come to Satrat without a protocol of intent. If Leonard had decided to retreat, the Marquis would have made the correspondence public. The Marquis pulled an envelope out of his inner pocket, and threw it on the table. Read it. He himself carefully moved to the window, folding his hands behind his back. In the room was the smell of whiskey, one of the few sedatives that men took. I wonder how much Cyros drank? The bottle stood right there, on the table, next to it, an empty glass. How can you love a monster? Marquis broke the silence. Door is normal, the girl shook her head, and raised the envelope. Normal. Cyros exploded and, clutching his fists, stepped to his daughter. He has the fingers of a dead man. Finger, Violet corrected and delved into reading. She had no doubt, his father would not hit, he simply needed to splash out the remaining anger, not everything else had dissolved into whiskey. The further, the more the girl frowned, even once again checked the signature of Leonard, whom she knew, and the author of the letter seemed to be different people. Lord, as if a lower, put Marquis before a fait accompli, taught marriage with Violet as an unheard of favor. For everyone, this will be the best way out of the position. Violet would argue with the last pause equals 450 for everyone except Leonard. In fact, he did not require anything except Violet's hand and a small dowry. You were not interested in what caused such a keen interest in my person? Leonard Laernus's proposal is like an act of mercy. So it is, the Marquis reluctantly responded. He gave himself a word to ignore his daughter, pretend that she was not, but did not hold back. Not worth drinking? Alcohol not only calms, but also deprives you of control over yourself. But what is his benefit? Violet did not take away. Clutching the letter in her hand, she walked around the room and in the smallest detail, recalled the conversation in the dining room and Leonard's previous behavior. He sought something so important that the money was sidelined. The girl dropped the love version at once. Only blind connoisseurs tear the relationship between Edmund and Leonard is strained, but quarrels between them are not enough for marriage. A much more realistic desire to rise. Leonard has no high-profile title, no prospects. Unlike Edmund, he was not even shown by a theoretical chance to get to the Supreme Council. Lord Laernus did not particularly spread about his classes. Like he managed family property, and with a father-in-law like a Marquis, would make his way to the Emperor's entourage. Yes, then the last phrase of the letter made sense. And the tone, didn't Leonard himself explain it at breakfast? Anyone defined below the magician. Satisfied, Violet put the letter back in the envelope, and only now noticed that there was no stamp on it. Next to Leonard's signature, the date message also did not appear. When did it get to you? The girl pointed to the envelope. What difference? The hand of the Marquis again reached for the bottle, but he pulled it off in time. You still publicly refused, which once disgraced the family. 4 days ago. How? 4? Violet smelled. Father, you confuse something? I don't confuse anything. Cyros burrowed and fell hard into the chair. He wanted to stir up and wake up, turn everything into an ordinary nightmare that will spread the sun's rays. I was just going here, the letter caught me almost on the doorstep. And signed an uncoordinated copy unilaterally? The girl frowned. Doesn't look like a father at all. Cyros is scrupulous about the documents, will carefully check everything and only then sign. Suddenly Leonard would not arrange any point, why take risks? We both signed it. I took into account all the comments. Does not converge, Violet shook her head. Lord, with all desire, could not get acquainted with the contract before your arrival. He met me in Satrat, your son. The Marquis exploded. I wrote where I will stop. Surely Leonard in addition kindly suggested the way to the castle of cousin. However, why did he need to lie, say that the letter was written long ago? My father did not see anything criminal in this, he did not want to quarrel with a powerful relative, to admit that he took away a woman from him. And so it seems there are no complaints, send when he did not know about the close relationship between cousin and chosen one. Logically? Quite, if not for one but, 4 days ago, Leonard found out Violet's secret, and became extremely interested in it. Is one connected with the other? Only Leonard himself could clarify the situation. The girl said goodbye to her father, and hastened to search for him. Violet found Leonard near Vile's diary. He fed him raw meat and seemed to be in no hurry, although after Edmund's escape he had to develop boiling activities, at least looking for his brother. Ah, it's you. He lazily turned on the sound of steps. Do you have a free minute? Violet did not switch to the kindly proposed earlier you. After breathing, she moved from foot to foot on a wooden flooring. Always dreamed of having a kelpie. As if not hearing a question, Leonard fearlessly scratched the stallion behind the ear. But everything did not come out. I hope that soon my dream will come true. About Edmund. Shouldn't you be looking for him? In fact, she was going to ask about another, but Leonard's behavior threw new food for thought. Must, according to which the magician nodded, and leaned on the door of the day. Only the brother is dead, and he does not care, they will bury him a day earlier or later. How dead? Violet screwed up, and, putting her palm to her eyes, crossed the border of light and shadow. All questions to cousin. He is now there. I am sure that in the evening he will tell. And I am watching someone else's good here. Leonard pushed back the constipation. The girl got frightened, squeezed into the wall, when the kelpie, grabbing his neck, got out of the imprisoning. Why did Leonard let him out? The dark magician only laughed. He needs to walk, he finally decided to explain. The Lugi stables with outdoor only throw food and immediately run away. If you serve a puzzle, bring Vile to the yard. I chase him on the cord, at the same time we will talk. Pause. I'll wait outside for you, the girl squeezed and hurried. She was not going to approach Kelpie. Then, for the first time, Violet did not guess his essence, but now she was not going to risk. After a couple of minutes, Leonard and Vile appeared. Contrary to original intentions, the Lord saddled him. Do you want to ride? The magician unexpectedly offered. It is completely safe, I will fear. Let me not a master and all that, but I can cope with. Look. Leonard put his hand on the animal's withers, pressed a little, and Vile humbly knelt. Please. Violet doubted, but succumbed to temptation. The main thing, do not show your fear, Leonard instructed, spreading her skirts on a cereal. Straighten yourself, feel the connection. I'm not a magician, the girl recalled with a guilty smile. Just think, Kelpie. She voluntarily settled on his back, and Vile endures, only his ears pressed. By virtue of your peculiarity, a little yes. But I do not require to subjugate someone else's consciousness, just agree. Vile is a kind little one, will not skint. Leonard lovingly trashed the horse on the neck and climbed onto his back behind the girl, moving her to the front bow. She unpleasantly crashed into the body. Obeying a silent order, the Kelpie climbed to his feet. Having acquired the spoiled Violet, I'm better on the ground, the girl muttered, but she was not allowed to get off. What a coward you are! With a whisper, the Lord whispered and gave wild shinkles. Laughing, the Kelpie climbed the smokes. Violet hung out, desperately clinging to the horse mane, and Leonard laughed. Are you on purpose? The girl guessed. To knock the stupid fear out of you. Do not worry, we will go in step. Do not tell your cousin that I used his property. Leonard kept his word. They really cut circles around the yard in a step. After calming down, Violet decided to ask the question for which the magician was looking. And you are not stupid. Lord was not embarrassed, only pressed the girl more firmly to himself. Who would refuse such a treasure? My principles differ from Doris's beliefs, but I do not share Edmund's contempt. His arrogance and ruined. The death of your brother did not sadden you a little. Violet removed his hand, but she stubbornly returned to her former place. You are here, talking to me about different nonsense, and his body will shake. Do you not wonder how he died? Why? Leonard sniffed, and, leaning towards her ear, whispered, "Ah, my lady, I already know this." How? Where? The girl exhaled. Violet cut through the saddle. It suddenly turned into a cage. You will not jump, you will not move away from the semi-smart dark magician. Because I killed him, Leonard's words were whistled in the air. The next moment, Violet broke into a gallop, leaving Count Score's castle behind in a matter of minutes. Violet shouted in vain, called for help, no one heard her. The wind whistled in her ears, like a sail, blew out skirts. Kelpie resembled. Where are you taking me? The girl drummed desperately on the legs of the kidnapper. He did not answer, continuing to confidently rule only in his known direction. When Violet slowed down, Violet recognized the landscape. They were heading for the Dragon Teeth. As I said, calmly, as if they talked over a cup of tea in the living room, Leonard observed, my principles differ from the beliefs of relatives. Edmund would destroy you simply for the very fact of existence. Dor would not take advantage of your gift at all. I will do otherwise. You will serve my elevation, Violet, and stay alive. If you refuse, well, Dragon Teeth is a great place to sacrifice. You? Violet ripened. She lacked air. Her heart chained an ice stooge, dropping blood from the body by drop. We will work. In the voice of the magician, respect flashed. Tonight you will bring me Dora energy, all without a residue, from his body and artifacts. Then we will go to places of strength. None. Death or help, Leonard reminded. The killed succubus will also serve the benefit of Mai. Violet did not notice how she bit her lip. She felt like a helpless kitten. In the depths of consciousness there was a light of hope. Suddenly Leonard under the influence of a Derman. Dor is an experienced magician, he would figure out a cousin there in the cemetery. And then Leonard did not have enough power to turn everything. Don't you believe? Ilir easily guessed what thoughts roamed in her head. Stereotypes are a terrible thing. Whom I for all, the younger brother, forever lurking the elder with cousin. Stars from the sky are not enough, forever in the shadows, on shoots. And why? Only because I came from my mother's womb second. But don't think, letting Kelpie links, Leonard added that I was emboldened with a barony, a seat on the council and other nonsense. This is about Edmund. Every time a brother saw a cousin. What then do you need? Violet asked deftly, afraid to hear the answer. Restore the power of purple blood. The weak are ruled by the weak, it is unfair. Pause equals 450 and so, by the trifles, show everyone who really is the strongest magician. Legia. Tired of pretending, Leonard complained and stopped the horse. Eternal. Lord frowned and jumped off the Kelpie. The girl was in no hurry to follow his example. Around a snowy field, you still won't run far. Hugging Violet, who lost danger not against the background of someone else's madness, she didn't take her eyes off Leonard, she was afraid even. Initially the plan was different, but Dor drags his people here? The dark magician in annoyance kicked the snow present with the sock of a boot. I wanted to completely cut through the earth's harness with a cleft snake, but Leonard restrained anger. Cold head is the key to victory. And I in my mind. He suddenly turned to Violet, seemed to look into the very soul. The girl shook her head. A normal person would never kill a brother. Never hide. And tell me, Violet, if you had an older sister, who would have gotten the Duke? Would anything change your mind, beauty? Violet realized what he was bowing to. But is this an excuse for what he did? I am the same for every younger sister who would cause only irritation, surpass her at least in something older relatives. None of them would give up a drop of their power, would not give up the acquired benefits. And for man it does not matter who you are, she judges by actions. I said with a smile, corrected the dark magician, that I did not dream of the place of Dora and the title of Edmund. The real truth. I want to become emperor. And after that, he's not crazy? Run and run again. Confusing herself and skirts, almost breaking the hem, Violet fell into the snow. He immediately fell into his nose, penetrated under his clothes. Muttering like a puppy in a hole, the girl rushed into white virgin land, but the path blocked the blade of the knife. "Is this your choice?" Leonard indifferently asked, and, grabbing the prisoner by the hair, threw her head. "I hate it," Violet hissed, hiding animal fear. "It is worth pressing the magician harder, the smallest, and splashing blood." The throat was cramped, but you can't move, and the girl restrained the nervous calls of a cough with all her might. "Good feeling." Leonard unexpectedly let her go and pushed her to the snow. They hate only the strong, the rest shake and smell then. When he was silent, he fell down on the crusts and lightly touched her chin. "So how do you cut your throat? By drinking assweak to the glory of Maddie. You're a smart girl, you guess the visit of such an important lady to the inverted world. Or chew it up. Mirror face also served you?" Dodged by his hand, Violet asked, squeezed. "To whom else?" The dark magician sniffed and lifted the girl behind the skin, shook off the snow. "Your death would bring good dividends. And enough for me to throw out. If we become partners, it's high time to switch to mutual spiritual you." "So why didn't you finish me in the cemetery?" Violet exploded after passing his ears. She began a tantrum. "I wanted to simultaneously scream, cry and hammer my fists at the traitor. At the cemetery I was not. Sometimes it is very convenient to have a brother. Sorry, he did not say about your essence, I would outplay something. Got engaged, for example. Would have engaged in marriage before there would be a lot of problems." "You ordered the mirror to kill me," Violet stubbornly reminded. "And Edmund would not help you. He would hardly be satisfied with the position of advisor, while they would lay the crown on your head. Everyone can panic. Especially when the brother suddenly sears. I had to clean you both. You so that Oru. Edmund, because he began to interfere, get confused under his feet. Until recently, my brother blindly believed that I was fighting for him, helping to take the warm place of Dora. I could not even imagine how much Edmund envied his cousin. He did not have to be persuaded, his brother himself broke into battle. You, as a possible relative, completely caused him to have a vomiting reflex. You are both abnormal," stated the girl. If not for the knife in Leonard's hand, she would have used very different expressions. "We are both heroine by mother," reminded the dark magician. "On the example of Dora you understand, the second roles do not suit us. At birth, my brother and I got the same gift, only I developed it, and Edmund relied on the title." But quite abruptly cut off the flow. Violet could slap him in the face, die with her head proudly raised, but then the magician would expose her death as an accident or torment of enemies. She could not allow this, so, stepping over herself, she muttered, "I agree to die foolishly at 18. Leonard remained silent for too long. Violet began to fear that he had solved her pretense, and carefully looked at him. Green eyes met. Violet turned away first. "One hint, one tiny word to Doru, and you will regret it," warned Leonard. "Everyone will have a dear person, a creature, someone whose death will cause suffering. I will make you watch him or her curl in torment, and only then I will break your life pause." Violet nodded through force. "That's glorious," shone the magician, and extended his hand to her. The girl shook off, and he laughed. "Full, I just want to help you get into the saddle. We are going back to the castle. You asked me to ride a kelpie, of course, I couldn't leave you." Chapter 30. Violet moted the unremarkable Leonard, and feverishly analyzed the current situation. Thoughts converged on one thing: you need to talk to Dora at all costs. The girl could do this only by agreeing to Leonard's terms. Until now, it was not believed that he was the offender. Polite, malevolent, not too interested in magic. Leonard whistled, enjoying the opportunity to briefly get vile. Kelpie obeyed him, only once he jumped up, but the magician uttered only one word, and Vile went dark, only dissatisfied pressed the ears to the head. Actually ducking in his mane, just to be away from the companion, Violet guessed whether to trust the aquatic spirit. It is worth trying. Leonard will not suspect anything. The girl is scared, she used to pour to the horse neck. Tell Doru that Leonard is a traitor, Violet whispered quickly. The horse shook his head, only wondering if he understood. After you kill me? Violet found the strength to look at Leonard. Beautiful soulless eyes reflected her, confused and helpless. Maybe not. After Edmund's story you became interesting to me. And you are disgusting to me. He really wanted to spit in his face, but the girl was afraid to anger Lord. If half of what he said, however, she would not even leave Ash. Then Violet definitely will not save anyone. Business as usual, Leonard shrugged his shoulders and drew her to his waist. Stop whispering with Vale, he cheekily shrugged. I have good hearing. Besides, he is under the spell. A hand tightened into a glove stroked her cheek. Violet moved from disgust. Succumbing to emotions, she swung for a slap and cried out of pain when Leonard's fingers closed on her wrist. I can easily break your arm, he warned, just like all the other bones. Note, without any magic. But it's better to keep them whole, right? We will return to the castle, put Vile in the stable and take a walk somewhere. You will spend the night with Dor, and in the morning you will come to me. The selected energy must be given. No, the idea of proximity with Leonard was disgusting. She will not allow herself to touch, scratches her face, knock over a lamp on her bed. Better die than surrender to the enemy. Leonard shook his head and slightly loosened his grip, but did not release her hands. Given to himself, Kelpie cowered towards his native stable. We made a deal, Leonard reminded. You will have to fulfill its terms. Unfold Violet, cut your throat easily. Do you want? Violet lowered her eyes. She clearly felt the former cold blade on her throat, a sticky fear, and realized that she could not get out of it. Heroine who accepted her end with dignity. As if having read her thoughts, Leonard noted, death is dirty. You will be all in blood, ugly, exhausted from pain. Long-awaited deliverance will not come immediately, with the last drop. Someone is tormented for an hour, someone longer. But I am a wrong succubus, I do not take power from the magicians, Violet recalled, driving away the vision drawn by Leonard. Its scarlet shaded the eyes, nausea approached the throat. I just absorb energy from sources. The one we will go to will correct this unfortunate misstep, the dark magician smiled, and, to Violet's relief, finally opened her fingers. However, she still sat too close to him, like a beloved, and not a prisoner. Just for once, for the sake of Dora, pause. So you? Leonard's words sounded unambiguous, but contradicted the logic. Intuition shouted that Violet would live one night longer than Dora. For good behavior, I can make the Empress, Leonard smiled and corrected the girl's skirt hooked on the boot. We will perfectly complement each other. An ordinary woman is boring, a woman who can make me stronger optimally. Thanks to you I will get all the magic energy. I'll give a dozen diamonds and a couple of children in return trifling trifles. You are an ambitious girl, Violet, agree. And you can call me simply by name, we agreed in the dining room. Pause equals 450. Throw out to your future husband a perversion. Violet was silent, thinking about what he heard. Is he serious or joking? Which of Leonard's words is true? What if the magician blew his head at everyone, including Mai? Leonard isn't similar to the fanatic. A wave of panic rose from the stomach to the throat when he removed his gloves. If sparks of magic erupted at the fingertips, Violet died. It is unlikely that Leonard will kill her, rather a spell of submission will throw, like on Vale. This cannot be allowed, it is urgently necessary to come up. Mentally choose the style of the wedding dress, Violet responded with fake carelessness. You asked yourself to say you. So, you made me such a generous offer that I ran out of arguments. Empress, this is not a mistress, not an energy donor, only a blind fool would persevere. And I can't decide how to deal with Duke Beryl. Once he found me unworthy, broke off the engagement. This is how to plot your teeth, not leave the image of the former stupid aristocrat. Leonard grinned and put on his gloves again. Violet got away from her heart. She traded herself a few hours of life. Not so long ago you refused me, the dark magician recalled poisonously, letting the horse with a light trotter, but I am not mad, I will marry. You cannot worry about your duke, there will be nothing left from the Gransids and their relatives. Aswig will gladly accept gifts. The name of the half-mother hit the face with a scourge. Clenching her fists, Violet slowly exhaled, mentally repeating, "Don't think." It is difficult to forget what happened in the old tower at the mercy of Leonard, but the girl's task is to prevent a repeat of the nightmare. For nothing, the magician suddenly stopped and raised his hand. A shiny ball crashed into his palm, turning into a regular envelope. Magic mail, Leonard explained and looked at the seal. Aha, from cousin. The dark magician delved into reading, not forgetting to look after Violet. That she was not going to run, stretching her neck and trying to understand at least the word. May I let you read? Calm down. Tired of her scum, Leonard roared. Will he? If Leonard promised to surrender to the authorities, the girl would be surprised less than. However, he kept his word. A short note reported that Doris found Edmund's body and would stay next to the corpse until evening. As you can see, we have little time, but nothing, we will cope. While last week is messing with you, I will have time to track the portal of secrets and make sure that they leave. No one is insured against accidents. Magician hurried, did not balance the spell in the end. Are you really capable of changing other people's charms? Leonard's words smelled of boasting. The magician grinned, and, jumping on the snow, pulled Violet. She clung to the saddle bow, but Leonard was stronger. To prove that I am better than Dora? Get out! He led the girl away from the road, to the banks of the river. To death, frightened Violet rested. She did not call for help, it is useless. Cousin needs harp, I use another method. Leonard stopped at a tree that was no different from others. The wrinkled trunk was slightly sprinkled with snow, branches with a dome spread overhead. I warn you from the threat that flashed in green eyes for a moment. The heart stopped. Any attempt to prevent me will end deplorably. You are a valuable copy, but not enough to put you above my goals. In addition, think for yourself why I need a wife who cannot turn her back on. Clinging to a neighboring tree, Violet followed the magic created by Leonard. She completely captured her attention. Cuts on the elm bark with flashes of phantom pain spoke on her maiden palms. The magician mercilessly crushed the wood, bringing out with a knife only a driven pattern. At first it seemed like a meaningless set of lines, but gradually the lines began to fold into symbols. The air under Leonard's hands rapidly thickened, he was pierced by discharges of magic. The sky above his head darkened. He was dragged by lilac thunderstorm clouds. The earth under Violet's feet entered with a walker. She hung, in despair, she threw herself to the bushes, when a bone arm leaped from under the roots of the elm. How many dead people? Now the grove resembled a cemetery. The dead blew snow, helped dig each other up, got shoulder to shoulder. Do not escape from them, do you only jump into the river? But will kelpies save, will the mermaids be pushed out? In student water, you will not last longer than a couple of minutes. Leonard seemed not to notice what was happening. Passionate about work, he threw off his jacket and rolled up his shirt sleeves. The veins on his hands swelled, the skin glowed with even blue light. Soon, he muttered. In the field, always longer. Dead so, byproduct. Do not twitch, and they will not touch. Then I will bury the castle back I do not intend to storm. Then what does he want? Violet is not yet understood. The dead stopped arriving, but it did not become calmer from this. Dozens of empty eye sockets stared at Violet, crunches, jaws clicked. The girl hardly held on. A little more, and she will shamefully faint. Not had time. Clouds over the river have thickened almost to the age-old gloom, and lightning struck the tree with runic symbols. Violet planted, threw into Leonard's hands and carried into the void. A mute scream froze on his lips. The girl recognized the room immediately. The white leather sofa and skull lamps will appear to her for a long time in nightmares. Aswig stood by the fireplace. The day she changed traditions, appeared before the guests in a dark blue dress, with a long plume of clubbing steam. Brought it? The half-mother looked at Violet in a flash. The girl still has not moved away from the shock, could not believe that you can easily get into the ghost world like this. You impressed her. From the smile of the hostess of the old tower for a moment caught her breath. Violet could not take her eyes away from her pale lips, the lips of a dead man, a creature fed on someone else's blood and flesh. She practically physically felt as Aswig leans over her body, sticks his teeth into her skin. Violet turned over. Trying to cope with the vomiting call, she turned her eyes on the wall. Now, having awakened her essence, Violet saw the power imprisoned in it, dark, dense, indomitable. You will read like this, and no longer take a breath. Leonard grinned contemptuously. People like her have no idea about runic magic. Feeling his look, the girl turned around and almost immediately turned her eyes into a black tattoo on the wrist of a dark magician, a double pentagram enclosed in a circle. She came together with purple blood, but Leonard seemed not to notice the pain. So how he carried them here? My lady, Leonard bowed avidly to Aswig, help me. You need to turn a girl into a regular succubus for once. In return, I promise you the souls of all the inhabitants of Dora Castle. There are good magicians there, they will complement the main dish. The main dish. Violet's hair bristled. Learn, she warned, you can drink a girl only after dawn, and immediately give me Dorlarina. Thanks for her brother, she smiled flesh. He has delicious blood. Always please, again bowed Leonard. Glad to serve, Mrs. You two were undeservedly forgotten, as well as about me. This is true, Aswig nodded slowly and stepped, sailed to Violet. Our time has come. How to breathe when the throat is shackled with spasm, how not to fall when the legs turned into jelly. Violet seemed as if she had died. She could not move, even her heart beat at someone else's direction. The half-mother graciously left the opportunity to think, taking full control of the rest of her feelings and functions. Physically Aswig did not touch the prey, but Violet clearly felt. Divide it, put it in front of the fireplace, and hold it firmly, ordered the hostess of the old tower. The dark magician exactly complied with Aswig's instructions, and pressed the girl to the stone floor. A slight smile wandered around Leonard's lips, the look turned to the mole under the chest. You want her? The shadow of the noon hung over Violet. I'll have time, Leonard sniffed. In the morning we will cover. I remind you, hold strong. The next moment, a burning black wax poured onto Violet's body. When it came into contact with the skin, it flared with a dark flame. The girl screamed and wriggled, but Leonard did not let. It seemed that wax was everywhere, one solid burn. Through the tears of pain Violet saw Aswig's face. She enjoyed what was happening. Leonard, no, at least something human remained in it. He frowned, and then completely boldly, even audaciously intercepted the hand of the half-demon. Enough, my lady. Conversion has already occurred. The face of the hostess of the old tower skewed the convulsions of anger. Do not touch me, spread her voice under the arches of the living room. Excuse me, my lady. Leonard knowingly lowered his head. But he achieved the main thing. Torture ended. It remained only to wonder if Violet would regret it. Death would not be the desired outcome. Get rest. To the girl's feet flew clothes. Violet reached for her, and Skinley moaned. It was like they removed her skin alive. Outwardly no changes, still as bright, ideal, but the slightest movement caused suffering. Okay, don't worry, help. Having moted Aswig's back turned to a couple, Leonard took Violet's clothes and began to dress it. He was not confused in the tie-ups, he did everything quickly, as if he worked as a chamberlain with a noble lady. Probably it's about magical practices that required perfect motorics. Pause. Finished? It was worth the last button to enter the loop, irritably asked the semi-demonic. Then get out? It was not necessary to repeat twice, both were not eager to stay in the old tower. Looking for a brother, being outside the Asweig dwelling, suggested Leonard. I have a tiny task for him. Supporting Violet she did not mind, since she could not move on her own. The dark magician launched his hand into the fog that instantly thickened under him. Yeah? He smiled quite a bit, having found out a silver thread. Leonard pulled for her, and Edmund appeared from the milk bay. He looked like the former, alive, even despicably pinned his lips at the sight of Violet, but acquired skin with an unnatural blue cast and scarlet iris. It seemed as if pupils were swimming in the sea of blood. Hello, brother, Leonard greeted mockingly. In response, Edmund spat under his feet. Rather, he tried because the dead man did not have saliva. Mad as much as you get in, you still will not change anything. From now on I am your owner. You bastard, the last scum, the dead man scolded heartily. Leonard just grinned. When door calls your soul, say what to the Velu? Cost, Edmund snapped. I want to admire how my cousin will cut you into pieces. Don't portray the victim. You are on your ears and shit, brother. You crave power no less than me, only turned out to be weaker and more stupid, which is why Mr. Now I. In support of his words, Leonard wounded a ghostly threat on his hand. It led to Edmund's chest, to the place where his heart once beat. Now, instead of it, an incomprehensible clot is darkened. From the tension of the thread, he stepped through translucent blue skin, began to bloody. Be damned. In a fit of anger, he reached for the killer's throat, and flew off a couple of meters. Don't be afraid, Leonard turned to Violet, paralyzed by fear, and shook off his fingers with blue sparks. He will do nothing. From now on, my brother is my servant. Wonderful person, which will still serve the benefit of the Empire. I introduced you so that I would not be afraid. I will refine it a little at leisure and put you to guard. Sorry, bride, I do not trust you. I want to make sure of loyalty, and only then I will give the ring. And now it's time for us, you need to prepare for a romantic night. Asweig overdid, but I am a good healer, I will quickly bring you into the right look. Chapter 31. Grabbing her head with her hands, Violet looked and did not find a way out in this situation. Leonard did not joke when he warned, at least one word to Doru, and she will die. And to be less tempted, he added, pouring another spoon of bitter medicine into his mouth, remember the parents. I suppose their lives mean something to you. If you betray, I will kill them without any regret. The girl thought bitterly that it was hard to betray someone who did not believe you. She gloomily stared at one point. Why did Asweig not kill her? This would be the best solution. Another Leonard with his care? He so focused on her witchcraft, cooked lilacs, powders, bred them in a special proportion, as if he really worried about her health. Dor will kill you. Will kill. Anyway. The dark magician ridiculously sniffed, and, briefly interrupted, went around the bed, became at the head of the head. How his appearance did not get involved with the essence of the villain. You could fall in love with Leonard, but there, even now Violet considered him beautiful. Dark magicians attracted with hidden power, unusual eyes, a special facial expression. They did not reptile, knew themselves the price. Leonard assigned 2 high paws equals. For everyone, Violet fell from a horse while walking, is it a joke, asked to sit on a kelpie, and Leonard treated her. Out of guilt, of course, did not forbid, allowed to approach Vile. To protect himself, Leonard put a seal of silence on the girl. Even Arthur did not understand that he was hiding behind the guests. Grimaces attributed them to pain and irritation. In the bedroom, the dark magician graciously removed the spell, he not the magic supernumerary. Their lives are connected with mine, so be a good girl and do not rebel. Violet stitched her fingers so they whitened. You're bluffing? And you check, Leonard frankly scoffed. Try to strangle me with a rope belt, suddenly your daddy and mother will not start cramps? The situation seemed patchy, but Dor is not an ordinary graduate of the academy. He will be able to break the connection, and only Leonard provided for this. I see in the face. I want to tell my cousin more likely. The dark magician descended next to her on the bed. Violet moved away in disgust. The blanket is not endless, with a grin warned Lord. You've already seen me naked, Eiler, the girl retorted, but pulled the cover. It is necessary, the Eiler. Leonard heartily laughed. So, my lady, since we return to a formal relationship, I will call you so, nothing will come out. Just one word about me, not only Doru, any living soul, and you will die. The dark magician reached for her forehead, but instead of weasel he ripped out his hair. Here it is, my weapon. He showed the prey of the perplexing Violet. Congratulations, Lady Reg, you will have a unique occasion to observe the imposition of the curse. From horror, the girl's tongue stuck to the palate. She shook off, putting her hand forward, as if she could protect against witchcraft. Sit flat, asked Leonard. And do not twitch. Wrapping Violet's hair in a handkerchief, he took it into his pocket and pulled out the knife. The girl swallowed, closely watching the tormentor with her eyes rounded with fear. May I not kill you? The dark magician shook his head. Violet doubted the latter. No more than a couple of minutes ago, Leonard described her unenviable prospects in colors. The bed bent under the weight of a dark magician. He cleverly grabbed the victim's hand and pulled closer to himself. The blanket slid onto his hips, but both did not care about nudity. Violet tried to turn out Leonard to conduct a ritual. He cross-dissected the girl's skin on her forearm and, sticking with an iron grip, wetted her with blood with a handkerchief with hair. As if there were few cuts, Leonard applied another, longitudinal, and, with a finger on it, mucked the blood. Are you crazy? Violet guessed. Unable to escape, she followed his actions in horror. The dark magician remained silent and bled out a rune on the girl's forehead. Don't you dare wash it until I allow it, or you'll regret it. Violet nodded. The sixth feeling suggested that now it is better not to argue with him. After making sure that the victim was quiet, Leonard bandaged her hand and took up a handkerchief. Laying it on the toilet table, the dark magician split the spell chain. He spoke so quietly, leaned so low, that Violet did not distinguish between the words. Yes, and that she did not understand anything anyway. Finally, Leonard lit a candle and turned the bloodied cloth into ash in a blink. Pause equals 450. That's all, Hereather reported. Now your life is in your hands. We went to the bathroom to wash up. After healing the wound, I do not want or to see them. Leonard left Violet's bedroom at 8 o'clock. The devastated girl sat on the bed, staring stupidly at her hand. The ritual was reminiscent of only a new pink skin and mild bitterness in her mouth. Hopelessness bowed her head. Today Violet will spend the night with Dor, and the next morning he will be buried. She had no illusions, understood what will happen after Leonard gets up from her box. Kill your loved one with your own hands? On one cup of scales, the life of Dora, on the other, her relatives and her own. Leonard was well insured, all hope for the Eiler. He would surely suspect the wrong. However, Violet did not want to trust the fate of the blind occasion. Shuddering from each rustle, turning around every minute, suddenly Leonard learned to read thoughts and walk through the walls. Violet one after another deduced the words. The lines jumped, the letters ran over each other, but now not before calligraphy. The girl tried to describe the situation as briefly as possible, and at the same time, describe in detail. Now the heart will stop, but quickly became convinced of the fidelity of the daring assumption. The curse did not extend to the letter. There was one problem left. Pass it on to Doru. Dinner, my lady, Arthur knocked persistently on the door. He had already come, but Violet did not answer, pretending to be asleep. The girl stuck a 4-fold sheet for corsage and mowed at the door. Sit with Leonard at the same table, stretch her lips in a smile at a secular conversation she was not going to. Have to have dinner at her, only it is unlikely Violet can swallow at least a piece. Risk asking Arthur to hand over the letter? But where's the guarantee that Leonard doesn't follow the door, kills the butler? then Violet will die in vain. Are you all right, my lady? Arthur was alarmed. Yes, thank you, through force squeezed out girl. I'm unwell. Send for a doctor, my lady? No, and then it's like clicking in the brain. What a Violet fool! The decision was under her nose, and she stubbornly did not notice him, wrote letters, prepared for death instead of opening up with the dead woman. Her curse certainly did not take into account. Everything is fine, trying not to shake her voice, Violet repeated, just the head got sick. But since you are so kind, call Helen. Last time she filmed a spasm in a matter of minutes. Shaking her hands, the girl huddled in front of the door and prayed to Inhos. She never considered herself a believer, was skeptical of religion, but now she honestly asked for help. If Helen does not come, everything is gone. However, the heavens smiled. Milady? The dead princess appeared before Violet in the image of the spirit, easily passing the barrier in the form of a wall. Have you seen anyone? Did no one follow you? The girl attacked her. Helen shook her head and assumed a material appearance. Arthur said you had migraine. Putting her finger to her lips, Violet complained with the tone of a suffering aristocrat. Creepy. Illyr Leonard did everything he could, but my head splits. I shouldn't have approached the Kelpie. Continuing to chat all sorts of nonsense, the girl carried Helen to the bathroom. She was afraid of the dead to death, but now Violet was not up to prejudice. Only Helen could help her. This is very important. Turning on the water, the girl sat on the edge of the bathroom. Ask the owner to look closely at my cousin. Very strong look. And also take away the letter from me, give the column. It is at my corsage pause equals. The precaution was not superfluous. It was not for nothing that Violet was afraid to convey the letter to Helen herself. It was worth it to reach for the envelope. The curse moved. The world before Violet's eyes briefly died. If not for Helen, she. This is very important, Violet repeated with his blue lips. A terrible weakness fell on her. Her legs trembled, her heart beat intermittently, then quickly, often, she missed the blows. However, she is alive, and Dora had a chance to escape. Not everything was provided by Leonard, not so almighty. I suppose you need to call Clark. Then she frowned and hissed like a cat. Bloody hell! A pale finger poked in the girl's chest. I know, Violet sighed, and, having intercepted the ice hand, brought to the corsage. Helen threw a sharp look at her like a dagger, but picked up the letter, took. Thank you. Violet exhaled with relief, and covered her eyes. But even through closed eyelids, she continued to feel the look of the dead princess. The curse is already in effect, my lady, Helen mournfully said, I am powerless. All hope for my lord. I will pass him a letter, and ask him to look at you. Violet hardly nodded. Every minute she got worse. Slight weakness turned into lead shackles. She could not even screw the valves, this had to be done by a dead guest. Then Helene left, leaked through the wall, and eyelids did not open. Violet could only move her fingertips. The chest whined with blunt pain, waves diverging along the body. It is difficult to say how the curse would work otherwise, but now it has condemned the victim to long torment. When you are unable to move, it remains to think. Violet moved her life and memory. How much she would change? Although then the present would have turned out differently, the girl would never have met Dora. The thought of him with a bright flash swept into the brain. Dark magician, and suddenly the brightest memory. But all that way, bone finger, position, such nonsense, as well as blood differences. The world flowed water through the fingers. Feelings gradually faded. The pulse beat a little audibly, less and less often. When Dora broke into the bathroom, Violet was whiter than marble. Nails acquired a characteristic purple cast, only the lips still stored a drop of heat. Helen followed him with a silent shadow. She did everything possible, intercepted Dora at the entrance to the castle. Peering about the curse, he immediately rushed here, did not even look at the letter. Violet picked up strong hands, transferred to the bed. Helen, follow Leonard. Report immediately on all his movements. If his cousin tries to escape, lock him in the basement. And remember, he is very dangerous. Don't do anything in the open. After waiting for the ghost to hide, Dor rolled Violet's sleeve and made sure of the worst assumptions. The ranches healed, but they stood out slightly against a common background, especially now that blood was drawn to the heart. Cross and longitudinal arrow. In addition to the bedroom, Dor's hand lay on her pocket with a letter. Helen claimed that Violet became ill when she spoke about him. Dor did not believe in coincidences. I will read it, girl, but a little later, he promised. The bill goes for minutes. I already understood everything. I hope not too late. Pause equals 450. Having removed his gloves, Dor poked his bone finger at the center of an ugly black spot spread under her maiden skin. The curse, spiked, poured away, but he had no illusions. It will return. It is worth removing his hand. Bone little finger lit up. She desperately resisted, tried to stop someone else's intervention, but Dor stubbornly burned the way to a tiny ink drop. It was on it that the curse held. Silent, cousin. He managed to create something that Dor never did. Yes, that probably none of the magicians there over the past 100 years. Drops of sweat appeared on Dor's forehead. Skinning the jacket, he increased the pressure. You are a cunner, but I can do something. Through the compressed teeth he complicated. You made a mistake, a big mistake when you touched it. Focusing on the core of the curse, Dor sent a short impulse to it. Amardo, his voice thundered. The ink spot flinched and made an escape the thinnest thread. Dor pulled it, allowed him to enter his own body. He was going to pick up the curse, suck it, destroy by the force of their blood. In ordinary cases, this would not help, but he and Leonard are closely related, their blood is partially identical, the curse should weaken. The lips concentrated on a high-order counterspell web. From it fingers fell off, but Dor would agree to big sacrifices if the charms worked. A couple of endlessly long minutes, the scales did not lean to anyone's side, but finally the curse surrendered. Black was reluctant to leave Violet's body. Someone near. Leonard. Returning to the castle, Dor planned to postpone the interrogation until the arrival of his subordinates. He deliberately did not inform Leonard that they will arrive tonight. That's why the Isler was delayed. Set up portals. How now he regretted it, about every minute spent away from Violet. Dor believed she was safe. Cousin is not who would blackmail him with Violet's life. Yes, and what's the point? After all, Violet is officially not even his beloved. Leonard also could not know about the secret of the girl, but she herself unknowingly recognized someone else's secret. This ruined her. Leonard did not spare, as he never regretted his own brother. However, with all skill, he could not argue with the laws of the world of the dead. It is impossible to completely destroy the seal in a couple of hours. It will be at least a week until the connection between worlds will completely thinner. The one near. The one who now favored Aswig. The one who drank ale in the Bulldog Head, waiting for his brother, and did not pay attention to the storm outside the window. Leonard created it himself to hide the distortion of energy flows, the breakthrough of the ghost world. Maiden eyelashes flinched. Everything is okay? Bowing over Violet, Dor kissed it. Inside it all shook with rage. I wanted to immediately kiss my cousin, but anger was a bad advisor. Throwing an oblique look at the clock, the Isler grinned. Convinced that the curse would not return, Dor pulled out the letter. So it is, cousin. He should have been patient, not to take kelpies from the stable. Do not rush to turn Edmund into a person. Toss that book, and not assign it. A lot of little knot, that led Dora to the enemy. He suspected a relative, when he did not find Edmund's body. What was sunk instead, would deceive an ordinary magician, but not a master of the secret guard. When the spirit of the cousin appeared with a delay, too big for a creature whose ashes rested under their feet, doubts faded away. Leonard tried well, but necromancy was never his skate. It is impossible to confuse the free spirit and spirit of a conventionally living creature. Further simply, Dagger cracked the spell imposed on Edmund, restored each step of both cousins whose paths converged at one point. One survived, the second got hit in the back. Naive Edmund longed for a reward, believed that under the cover of a storm they would move to the castle, share the inheritance of the Isler. The elder cousin longed for titles, the younger one agreed to the money. In words, only in words. Getting out of bed, Dora looked impatiently out the window. It's time for them to show up. Well, since you are clear, let's get together now, brother. There was a mocking voice behind him. Soon as week, Helen and the butler will be here just enough for the portal. Marquis is still alive, but I think Father Violet will not be needed, can safely go to that light. Chapter 32. Dor was in no hurry to turn around. Outwardly calm, he danced hard on the windowsill. The little finger of his right hand is hidden from Leonard by a carelessly thrown glove. From the side seemed as if Dor is immersed in reflection, in fact he accumulated magic. It flocked to him from the surrounding space, viscous, sparkling, ready to obediently fall upon the traitor. Dor pulled it out of the walls, from the park, Arthur's dead body, everything that the thought eye reached. From the abundance of energy flows, its rapid growth has lifted, but he understood that his own strength may not be enough. The whole world is like a giant web, energy flows flowing in different directions, with different powers. Asweig is not yet, but the victims are prepared. Dor could accurately name the opening place of the Passage Music Salon. How trite? Having instilled a transporter, Dor carefully, trying not to attract attention, created a magical message. The secrets are already in Matrif, let them first look into the salon, clean it up. Asweig is much more terrible than Leonard, you need to destroy the seal, prevent the return of semi-demonians. It turned out. The letter flew away. Dora was disturbed by another incomprehensible thread. It connected a cousin and a certain person. He did not possess magic, so Dora could not calculate it. The person was unconscious, the response impulses are weak, but the other is important. The unknown was threatened with death. However, the mise-en-scene has dragged on, it's time to turn around. The beautiful princess got through. Leonard looked at the bed with a glimpse. He saw the curse removed, but it didn't matter, he would have to meet his cousin in a face-to-face duel. Contrary to the boast of Violet, Leonard doubted superiority over his cousin, so he planned to weaken it. Immediately visible gaps in your education. Dor killed a relative with a contemptuous look. The glove was not necessary to lie on the windowsill. Edmund raised Leonard's eyebrows and, moving the chair, saddled him backwards and forwards. I repent, greed one. Just kill a good magician, unforgivable wastefulness. Did Asweig give blood? Cousins were thrown over with underhand phrases, but they perfectly understood each other. Leonard felt the need to boast of achievements in front of a grateful listener, and/or pulled the time. If the guys arrive on time, the fight is won. If they delay, the outcome of the battle is unpredictable. One look at Leonard's aura was enough to understand, his potential increased markedly. It remained only to guess what secrets the priest's diary provided to his cousin, and then Maddie herself. And to be glad that he did not drink Arthur and Helen, left them for Asweig. While opponents were probing the ground, Violet slowly recovered. Her condition resembled a serious hangover. Woke up, nodded on the bed. Leonard. Dora was alarmed that his cousin noticed this first. No matter how bad, do not be afraid, his cousin easily guessed his fears, the girl will not suffer. You are already here, you know everything, there is no need for living. As well as in the witness reasonably noticed the Isler and slightly shifted, took a more favorable position. Leonard grinned and stared at the moaning Violet. Heavy pullback? The baby was lucky that she wrote a letter and tried to give it to the dead, otherwise you would cry over her corpse. You are in vain. Dor shook his head. And Arthur should not have been touched. To each of his own, Leonard spread his hands and, having lost his former mockery, harshly added, only mine was stolen. You could also rule, but chose to lick your ass to a person with scarlet blood. You dark magician. No wonder Maddie turned your back on you. Goodbye? Around him, a giant rainbow bubble exploded rapidly. It exploded with a crushing roar, crashing the ceiling on their heads. Fortunately, the bearing beams partially survived, otherwise the bedroom would turn into a common grave. Violet squeezed in horror at the pillows, staring at a hole above her head. Somehow miraculously it did not hurt. Dora was less fortunate. He was thrown to the window. A little more, and the Eiler would spread downstairs with a broken spine. Fortunately, the cousin did not have enough strength. Having flattened the blood clot, Dor uttered his mouth with the back of his palm, and, staggering, he rose to his feet. The threads that fed energy were chopped off, but nothing prevented Leonard from intercepting them, pouring. One single spell proved, cousin succeeded in magic. Dor could only guess what the exploded ball consisted of, clearly someone's unique idea. It is unpleasant to admit, but time worked for a relative. Dora's opportunities are limited to those that he managed to accumulate before the fight, when, as on the side of Aswig's cousin, and the so far unknown reserves. It is unlikely that Leonard appeared in the bedroom immediately after the murder of the servants. They found him behind a certain criminal case, otherwise they would not try to delay. Nothing prevented the cousin from finishing what he started, while Dor was messing with Violet. From the thought of her, the heart whirled. Master even thought of making a deal to keep her alive. It only stopped that a cousin might not have met the conditions. But how strong he is! Aura shines, rock by force. Too bad, Leonard commented on the failure. What a spectacular point would come out? But no, I will destroy you in the usual way. A demolition of scarlet sparks fell off his fingers, hit the shield thrown by Dower. One magic against the other. Scarlet against the blue. Annoyed by the persistence of the enemy, Leonard strengthened the pressure. On Dora's forehead came sweat. It all ended suddenly and abruptly. Spells consumed each other. The room was again shaken by an explosion, no longer as powerful as the previous one. Not bad, having removed wet hair caught in the eye, cautiously praised Dor. But not enough for the title of the best magician. His gaze rested on the thread that interested him from the very beginning. You need to destroy it. And, from Leonard didn't hide what the enemy looked at, noted, this is a payback for a long tongue. I offered the lady, he nodded at Violet, to become empress, to play on my side. She refused. And did it hurt you? Whose life did you connect to yours? Both needed a respite to take away the tremors in the muscles, gather with strength. You can talk. My father, Violet mumbled a little, fully aware of the horror of what was happening. Whoever wins will have to wear mourning. Exactly, the nod was confirmed by her words. Leonard. I wanted to make the lady more docile, but, as it turned out, she does not like herself or her father. Dor sighed noisily. The situation was complicated. Marquis is not just Father Violet, he is his guest, a member of the Supreme Council. His life is needed by the Empire. It turns out that you have to first destroy the binding threat and only then cousin. But Leonard is just that. You tried to kill me twice, now my move is. And you said that we are going to play by the rules. Leonard laughed and threw into space. Edmund, your way out. Violet squeezed into the back of the bed, hardly suppressing the desire to pull a blanket over her head, when the eldest of the Laernus brothers materialized in the room, still dead, with frightening scarlet eyes. Get rid of it. Leonard poked his finger in Dora. Throw the body out of the window. I want to ensure myself, suddenly our cousin is alive. The master fluently appreciated the changed situation. It was not in his favor. Leonard managed to preserve his brother's lifetime skills, while linking him with the strongest strands of submission. Aswig's hand was felt, the cousin himself would not have managed. In front of the lady's heart? Or did she not reach the heart, only to the organ below the belt? A joke infuriated Dor, but he immediately reminded himself that his cousin was to some extent right. He did not show sufficient attention to Violet, focused on his own concerns. It must not have worked. Leonard was surprised. Your nerves are strong, not that Edmund. It was so easy to get him out. Edmund, Fass. Leonard waved his hand, and his face rushed into the attack. He shone, throwing in the chest of Dora, lilac beam. The master assumed something similar and dodged, struck. Edmund dragged along the floor and put fragments of the mirror that part against the wall. Which survived. They plowed into the dead flesh, leaving behind ink marks from Bake's sorceress blood. Edmund responded with a counterattack of hissing balls from both hands. Calculation is simple, at least one yes will achieve the goal. Not this time. Dor managed to study them during his lifetime, as well as his combat tactics. Leonard should have guided Edmund, instead of letting everything go to gravity. Realizing that the next time the dead cousin resorted to a power wave, the designer hastened to finish the fight. Edmund deserved peace. Blue flames turned his body into ash. And then Dor felt the sharp pain that had laid him in half. From the lungs it seemed as if air had risen out. Swirled, he dropped to his knees, resting his hands on the floor. And the ears rang. It seemed, still a little, and from them whips. Like, Leonard was not going to hide that he was the one who struck the foul. Not very yet. The Eiler peered and straightened through force, looked into the eyes of cousin. I am still alive, the blow is mediocre. We must say goodbye. It is somehow impolite to send a relative to another world without parting. Leonard indifferently wearing a boot, a bunch of ashes, all that is left of Edmund. Dor scraped his teeth. Idiot, cousin spent it as a yellow-haired. Edmund is only a distracting maneuver designed to exhaust the enemy. And it seems like a hooker understood it, but for some reason he believed that Leonard would hit after, and not during. Even offensively a chic deputy would turn out from a cousin, but you will not return anything, you will not correct. Put so much strength, prior to meeting an abyss, Dor. Raising his hands to the level of his chest, he folded his fingers in the shape of a ball. Between the palms scored lightning, a humming transparent ball flowed out of the air. A thunderstorm raged inside it, the discharges did not even subside for a moment. Leonard acted deliberately slowly, realizing that Dor would not be able to respond with a quick counterattack. However, death was not included in the plans of the Eiler. Dor's bone pinky again lit. Lips soundlessly spit a web of curses. But it was not required. Dor was going to drive the enemy, drink energy from it. Without working material, even the greatest magician is just a carrier of theoretical knowledge. Violet watched in horror what was happening. Feelings pushed her to Doru, protect, hug, but the girl kept herself in place with willpower. What if she fell next to her knees, would obscure herself from a terrible spell? To die together, perhaps romantic, only Violet wanted to live. Not alone, together with Dor. So you will limit yourself to all kinds of clips? She viciously mentally shook at herself. Come on, do something, fight. Leonard did not take her into account, considered her a helpless person. Victory over fear was difficult, but Violet did uncouple her fingers and rose from her bed. She moved slowly, trying not to swim against the debris. Her goal is a fragment of a mirror. Pause equals. Violet introduced how purple blood pours Leonard's shirt. A slight smile ran on her lips, anticipating the imminent death of the enemy gave strength. Barefoot legs gently stepped between collapsed pieces of ceiling panels. Look increasingly turned to the floor near the toilet table. Pause. But, contrary to hopes, Leonard did not lose sight of anything. Well, where are we going? He loved and blocked Violet's road. The girl scraped her teeth with frustration, and was surprised to catch Dora's grateful look. Not understanding it, she saved the life of her father. Destroy the thread for a short time, most importantly, aim, know, to which point to strike. The master has long outlined it and, taking advantage of the moment that the cousin was distracted, dissected the magic fiber. The thread, stretched, rang and flared with a black flame, not having time to bring the deadly impulse to the heart of the victim. The next moment Violet's head sounded, aside, a barely discernible net entangled Leonard's shoulder. The magician caught movement behind his back, sensed magic and tried to get away from the blow, but did not have time. Abyss, Leonard hissed, and, having forgotten about Violet, threw a witch's ball at his cousin. He was in a hurry, feeling a drop by a drop flowing magic into the air. His magic, his power. Violet's scream drowned out the stun of the Eiler. It fell heavily on the floor. It smelled fried. It spattered blood, like blueberry juice. A darkened shirt. Glass with a thin jet on the floor. But Dor did not die in any case, while he felt a metallic taste in his mouth and endless pain filled each cell of the body. Despite the severity of the condition, the Isler smiled crooked, smacking his tongue with a blood drop. Leonard again lacked a little. No luck today, cousin? You can get used to everything, even to pain. Dor did not move. Why, if the award is another blow? Leonard is unlikely to miss this time. With his stranded muscles it is easy to depict a corpse. The grimace on his face also turned out to be natural. Even closer, Dor impatiently prayed, walking, noting how uneven his heart beats with interruptions. He tried not to think about where the blood flows from. If Leonard remains alive, it will become not important. Quietly cried on Violet's side. It's a pity you can't ask her to look out the window, check if the secret guard officers have come up. The heart knocked less and less often. Dor cynically noticed every change in his own body. It is hard to breathe, he did not feel his own legs. Pain, one large cloud. No longer sharp, naughty, he was drawn. But while Dor thinks, while he senses magic and bone mysticism, after making sure that the Isler is motionless, Leonard took up. He will then come up, check. Nothing, I will cope without Aswig, Leonard hissed, trying to get rid of the web of other people's witchcraft. She entered the skin, a farewell gift of a powerful cousin. Look, Dor, if you leave me completely without magic, feed the wolves, no grave for you, no pathos tombstone. Work moves slowly, but fingers centimeter by centimeter clear the body of the curse. Taking advantage of the fact that witch balls no longer flew around the room, Violet climbed up to Doru, knelt down and bowed over the body. What work the Isler should not comfort her. Sticking, the girl slid her fingers on his cheek, then touched her neck if only she would not scream, feeling the pulse. No, just shuddered, quickly looked in the face, checking. I had to stop glancing. Are you on purpose? Bent even lower, hiding the faces of both under the hair waterfall, Violet whispered. She did not believe. Her eyes shone wet. Mead and whole just as quietly answered Dor. It is better to send it away, it is too painful for both. Do not Violet see death. Suddenly she will commit suicide in a fit of feelings? Violet did not make an impression of an exalted person, but a strong shock sometimes changes people, leads to minute insanity. Why everything if Violet does not? Dor accepted his own death. Sooner or later everyone leaves, he managed to live and benefit the state. Ahead was the last service to the crown. A Violet, the father will forgive her, the emperor will have mercies, without a noble groom there will not be. The main thing is that now she will leave. Where, why, no matter. The girl blinked. I understood, and the stolen touched the bloodied lips. Dor momentarily adjacent the eyelids. This is how to calm down, and act as soon as it leaves. Spell selected. Aswig was in no hurry. The master would not be surprised if she did not come at all. The hostess of the old tower is not one of those who cares about the affairs of the living. In any case, she will receive her fee. Perhaps Leonard's death will even pay her more dividends. Can I at least wash up? Turning to Leonard, Violet asked for pressure. She resembled a ghost, pale, with confused hair and swollen eyes. Get out wherever you want, Leonard brushed off. He will easily find her in any corner of the castle. Next a question. Leonard has not yet decided how to deal with the baby, but was inclined to put her in bed to the strongest of the remaining magicians. A little Derman, a little intrusion, and he will neutralize another enemy. Pause. After throwing a desperate look at Dora, Violet, shaking, rose to her feet and swept in the door. Each step was given with difficulty. She recognized that she might no longer see her beloved, but could not disobey him. On arms and clothes baked, Dor greedily listened to the departing steps, with a squeezing heart he represented an alarmed native person. But here the door hit. The master held his breath. A little more. Violet went far enough, it was time to find out. The sad image of Violet Blacks in front of her eyes, he was replaced by multicolored threads. The magic in the room is enough, you just need to assemble it, add up the necessary puzzle. Leonard almost coped with the curse. Now cousin will burn the last link and discover that the enemy only pretended to be alive. Taking advantage of the fact that Leonard stood sideways to him, Dor rose on his elbows and focused his gaze on the first vertebra of the enemy. His hands trembled with tension, the body seemed to be one solid wound. Merely queried, fell off the tongue along with the form spell. The bone finger was smoky. The finest magic jets formed the beach abyss, simultaneously with a whiplash blow to the neck of Leonard, carried away the creator's consciousness into oblivion. Chapter 33. Violet stood in the hallway and listened to the measuring hammer knock coming from her former bedroom. I could not believe that everything was left behind. Soon the last nightmare reminder will remain in the past. People overestimate their significance. Leonard became another proof of the well-known thesis. The second was that nothing is given by clicking your fingers without a fee. Violet understood this from her own experience. To get a title, money, especially love, at least have to be needed. So you stay? The girl turned around and looked away at her father. The meaning of his question did not immediately reach consciousness, the Marquis had to repeat it. You better stay too. The face of the Marquis still kept memories of Leonard, two bright stripes crossing the cheek. The wounds lingered, but the wounds did not finally come off soon. Violet did not tell that on that day his father twice looked into the eyes of death. Cryptosatret and so cost him a couple. Tip soon. Violet nodded understandably. Father has obligations. Head no longer dizzy, nightmares do not dream? She carefully asked. Cyros' reg was found near the stairs. Attracted by the noise of Leonard's brawl with Arthur, he went on reconnaissance and fell under the hot hand of the villain. The late lord treated him humanely, just stunned. True, then in the uneven twilight light Violet seemed that the father is dead. The face is filled with blood, pale, immobile. As it turned out later, the wounds were left by a ricocheted spell. It is difficult to say whose. What happiness that there was no magic in the Marquis. Violet saw the unfortunate Arthur. Butler died at the combat post, until the last defending the owner. Dor said the cousin was taking energy from the living. BRR. When remembering the wax mummy that Arthur turned into, his faded eyes girl still threw into shivers. And yet Leonard did not completely dry him, he was in a hurry, so the remains of magic went to Doru. Helen just did not become. But most importantly, the Marquis is alive. And Dor is also. Now, looking into her father's drowned face, Violet was acutely aware that she needed him. Perhaps not as her daughter should, but still. Less often, thank you. What are you going to report to the Emperor and the members of the council? Violet threw another look towards the former bedroom and slowly headed to the stairs. Marquis involuntarily noted, from now on, the daughter behaved, and even stepped differently, like the Empress. Clothes corresponded to the image, swing dress with a small plume. Only hair is loose, while a person of royal blood would certainly remove them into a strict bundle. Perhaps, if the Duke of Beryl now saw the rejected bride, he would reboot. Staying in one of the aisle rooms, Violet offered her father a seat and, without waiting for an answer, threw the protective cover off the sofa. You dispose as mistress, frowned Marquis. I am the mistress, the girl answered without a shadow of embarrassment and, taking the bell out of the secret pocket, called. While Dor is sick, I manage everything. Behind the back was a mirror. Amalgam in a bronze frame reflected black beige tapestries and carved old-fashioned furniture with high backs. Now it is empty, mirror face will not return. Violet grinned. How fearful she was of this room. It was here that she first met the terrible creation. But the girl overcame fear, deliberately got a tea party in this room. Listen, Violet, the Marquis frowned, the joke dragged on. He did not rush to sit down, disapprovingly watched as the maid nervously placed the cups. And what, actually, confuses you? Violet nodded to the servant. The daughter is married without 5 minutes, there is no mark on the bedroom. The future spouse is not a farmer, and in the light of recent events, will be covered by the emperor, although, in my opinion, there is nowhere else. Why did you think that the count would marry you? Asked the Marquis in the forehead. No, the girl shrugged her shoulders lightly and spilled tea. The main thing is to live next to him. Sit down, please. Do not want headaches to return. And here's what? Thinking, she barabonized her fingers on the table. About the advice. I will find a portalizer and go with you. Why? The Marquis reluctantly descended to the table. He recognized and at the same time did not recognize his daughter. Think only, she managed to command him? Then that I mean magic more than you. You have already testified, quite. Violet was silent. Why argue? Father is not the only chance to get to the Supreme Council meeting. If she wants, will fall into the chair of the guest of honor. Most likely, it will be otherwise. The advice will have to be collected in the chambers of Dora. Someone must tell about Aswig, name the exact place of revival of the dead, report on a bunch of other trifles. She was not really interrogated. Violet spoke briefly with the senior officer of the Secret Guard of the Empire, and took up duty near Dora's bed. Do not do anything stupid, as if looking into her head, threatened the Marquis with a finger. All necessary I have already done, Violet retorted. The tea-drinking threatened to turn back another quarrel, but both had to become silent, when the shadow from a dense figure of Lord Marvelhide. Wondering what he needed, the girl rose and threw a questioning look at her father. Alas, he knew no more than it. What does he owe? Violet crossed her arms on her chest, trying not to give out excitement. Marvel kept quiet, escalating the situation. Yesterday he was not here, and here it seems that Violet had to walk to the dungeons of the worst place in the Empire. Agree, not the same as speaking to the council. The aristocrats who sat in it have known each other since childhood. Walter Granzit is also not a stranger in some way. Have you been instructed to deliver me to the capital? Fell off the girl's lips when the torture of silence dragged on. They just went to the stairs, and Marvel was going to go down it. Another dark magician with bright eyes, not just green, but blue. You will go to Anch later, Lord Hyde answered evasively. Now you have to look at something, and, if possible, testify to its authenticity. Violet nodded, although she dreamed of escaping more than anything else. If Marvel came by herself, the case is serious. In the hall they were waiting for a few more gloomy men. At the sight of them, their girl was nervous even more, and in the empty hope of seeing a flight above Dora, who appeared to stop the outrage, threw her head. Of course, no one. It will take a long time until Dora recovers. Having licked her suddenly dried lips, Violet asked without equivocations, will they arrest me? The heart was beating in the chest. Boom, boom, like a packed bell at the old town hall. Lord Hyde raised his eyebrows in surprise, and the girl was relieved to breathe out. Of course, Marvel was hypocritical, but not so. Pause equals 450. You see, taking the companion under the elbow, Lord Hyde made her move faster. You are the only one, not counting my lord, who saw that thing. Again you retained the magic of a half-demonians named Aswig. We must fix everything. Fix? The relaxed heart jumped again to the throat. Very Violet did not like this word. But she completely forgot about the ritual and almost hurt Doru. If they were in bed after his recovery, the work of healing magicians would go ashes. Pause. They did not reach the music salon, stayed at the buffet. There, instead of ice cream vases and a roller coaster with fruits, an oblong lacquered box lay on the table. Next to it is an old book. The last Violet found out instantly, the diary of the priest Matty. Near the table, he spun his face in a human guise. As soon as he managed to spread to the full moon for almost a week. Hammond's presence untold pleased. Marvel will not twist his joints and undress for experiments with outsiders. That they serve in the Secret Guard. Before Violet did not suspect how numerous these servants of the Empire are. We don't have much time, Marvel said. The Emperor will arrive soon. Emperor? Here? If it weren't for Lord Hyde, Violet would have settled on the floor. He managed to pick it up and now actually kept it on the weight. And you are popular. Hammond winked. All prominent men of the Empire carry you in their arms. You should be silent, Marvel said significantly, and put the girl on her feet. Too many questions have accumulated. He is like a fish. The pot was eager for a moment, even remove his hands behind his back. It's okay, my lady, Lord Violet addressed. You must identify the book. After you pass with these gentlemen. He nodded at his subordinates. They will fix the charms imposed on you. What about the box? Despite her fear of the unknown, Violet felt a slight disappointment. Did she not deserve the right to touch the secret? What if this is the same object Leonard was hiding in the grave? But asking, insisting is useless. With the same success you can beat your head against the wall. Marvel is all in charge. The book was finished quickly, and Violet was transferred to magic specialists. They acted very strange. They asked to close their eyes and led around her body for a long time silent with their hands. The results of the study were also not familiarized with the girl. State secret. Thank you, you are free, my lady, Lord Hyde nodded satisfactorily. Nor was he going to explain anything. How is it all, the Eiler? Violet was surprised. She spent a couple of minutes in the buffet with strength, and did not really understand why she was called. My lady needs to prepare for the highest visit, craftily smiled Marvel. Please go to the master. I am sure you will find answers to all your questions there. Alas, I am bound by official obligations, I cannot satisfy your curiosity. Violet flew upstairs in one breath and, laughing, almost rolled back into the hall. On the site stood a door, no armchair, a warning servant, even a cane. The master talked to the Marquis like nothing, and did not at all resemble the painful man she visited in the morning. Oh, Marvel has already let you go? Dor turned vividly to Violet and stubbornly ignored her questioning views. An empty formality, but he is still a hook thief. How? You. The girl was completely confused, even lost her eyes to make sure that she was not sleeping. But no, the vision of a healthy Dora did not go anywhere. Whatever it is, it will wait gently, but adamantly noticed the Ilian click the lid of the pocket watch. The Emperor will arrive in an hour. Wear red. What is red? Violet did not understand. Red dress with black corset. The one you seduced me with. The Marquis went stained, the girl was also embarrassed. If the Isla thinks, in a word, I'm not, eloquence finally abandoned it. She did not know how to explain that her proximity to the Emperor no longer seduced her. Violet, Dor shook his head immaculately. Well, what kind of Isla am I to you? And the dress is for me, not for Walter. I should be at least happy. I will report to the Emperor and look at you. The girl broke all the beauty guidance records. Before she spun for hours in front of the mirror, choosing the right shade, checking the degree of bare shoulder, but now the Emperor worried her no more than last year's snow. Violet intended to spend the time saved with benefit, intercept Dora and talk with him. Violet caught Dora in the living room. He thoughtfully walked around the room, studying some papers. A mysterious box went dark on the table. Whoever doubted it? Without turning his head, laughed Dora. Female curiosity is one of the constants of the universe. As well as the ability of the magicians to soak and throw fog, Violet did not remain in debt and went deep into the room. After reading to the end of the page, Dor carefully examined it from head to toe. You must, he was surprised, you look decent. No lipstick on the cheeks, no open hooks. Even without a hairstyle. Violet nervously touched her loose hair and sank into the chair. Where to start? Anticipating your first question, Matthias is not only able to draw up protocols. I have come to his services because I am tired to death of the look of my own bedroom. I believe the second question is related to this. Dor knocked on the varnished box. Violet nodded and moved forward waiting for the answer. The master did not languish and, having opened the lid, removed a sealed flask from the box. It seemed empty, but, as soon as the bone finger crossed over the glass, a lilac mist formed inside. Look more carefully. it is unlikely that you will ever see something similar. And Violet looked at how the fog slides through the walls with thick leaks, passing all the colors of the spectrum from the scarlet to the density of the night sky. How it settles with stellar dust at the bottom. How inside the flask there is a real ball of lightning and clutter. What is it? Particles of bound ape. Dor put the flask on the table and pulled the gloves. He changed them after a conversation with the Marquis, choosing a pair of saturated burgundy colors to meet with the Emperor. Aren't you afraid of him? Dor pointed his eyes at the little finger of his right hand. No. Do you want to touch? Violet even became ready at any time to demonstrate her courage. Then, her Eiler stopped. We still need to discuss a lot, a couple of minutes will not be enough. How to marry me and put me out of the castle? The girl bored. No, young lady, you will stay here. Point. Violet got away from her heart. The scariest words did not sound, you can calmly make plans for the future. Well, with fear look at the flask. I would take Dor back to the box. Leonard borrowed Aswig's power. I don't argue, he had excellent deposits, but thanks to the semi-demonic, his skills increased significantly. This flask is their contract, fixed by aura particles of both. It was her cousin who hid in the grave of the Snap's paws. Just a contract? Violet disappointed. She was counting on an artifact, at least Leonard's soul enclosed in a flask or something that could ruin him. Well, like in children's tales about a needle in a dragon egg. Just through an eyebrow or you can immediately see that you are insanely far from magic. The flask is undeniable evidence of Leonard's guilt, his death sentence. Let's say Violet reluctantly admitted, but why then Aswig didn't come to his aid? After all, she did not just share her strength, but entered into a mutual assistance agreement. Right, the Eiler nodded. Until the connection was broken, the semi-demonist acted along with Leonard. But the connection was broken, the girl began to guess. That is why the owner of the old tower did not come. It was neither mine nor the merits of my subordinates in this, Dor sighed crushingly. Cousin simply died, and after his death the contract became insignificant. Alas, here we lost, late realized. If they immediately broke the call. Both were silent, having paid tribute to the memory of the selfless dark magician. But life always conquers death, and when a new butler announced the arrival of the Emperor a couple of minutes later, the frozen time flywheel swung again to the present. Dor removed the flask into the box and slammed it. Have you changed your mind? Coming up to Violet, he suddenly affectionately pointed out an outline of her face. If you're talking about you, no, she smiled. Joy was overshadowed by one, but Aswig's ritual. Now that Dor has barely recovered from his injuries, he is especially dangerous. So far only about the Emperor. Suddenly you do not want to meet with him? Still, a former lover. And we will talk about us later, in a calmer atmosphere. Momentarily covering her hand, Dor headed to the door. Violet held his figure with an alarmed look. Suddenly she would swing, then headed after. Emotions hid behind a secular mask. The girl as a hostess was preparing to receive the Emperor. Epilogue. Measured the fire in the fireplace. The flames licked the screen, as if they wanted to break out, get to the pair sitting on the couch. She loved the cozy half-mast, and now their contours sank in the thick lilac shadows of sunset. Red, in passing, throwing his eyes out the window, noticed or colder. Time. Violet sighed and settled more conveniently on his shoulder. Somehow winter came. Winter, the Eiler echoed, and, shifting the girl's head on the back of the sofa, threw firewood into the fireplace. Dor? Having risen, Violet drilled the look of his temple. The Emperor left, his father too. It was time for a conversation. Only Violet hoped that her beloved would rid him of Flower, started himself. Listening to. Dor turned to her. A bizarre game of light and shadow made him look like a demon as beautiful and dangerous as Aswig. The girl even seemed for a moment as if Dor's eyes had changed color. Nonsense, of course, just flames. Inside the squirrel wheel of alarm swirled. Did not all the few days that the Emperor stayed in the castle change? Then they saw each other exclusively in the official atmosphere at lunch or dinner. This evening their first in private, without outsiders. Suddenly Dahir changed his mind, suddenly, together with calming nerves, cooling feelings came? Not much. The same emperor father could dissuade him from contacting Violet. Tell me, if it's so important to you, Dor shrugged and returned to the couch. I don't need words. I suppose the situation he put his hand around a half-dark living room, frankly hints at what I plan to do a little later. With your consent. Violet took a hard breath and looked at her palms. If the problem was only her agreement. I didn't tell anyone about the essence of the ritual, but we can't stay alone yet. First I need to sleep with someone. To sleep? Dor frowned and pulled his hand drawn to her waist. Why? To remove Leonard's posthumous gift. He took me to Aswig, and she made it so that you drank the first magician with whom you lie down to dryness? Dor finished with visible relief for her. Barely noticeable wrinkles on my forehead were revealed. And all this time you wholly believed that proximity would kill me? Isn't it? Violet was genuinely surprised. What she experienced in the old tower was not like a farce. The girl is really temporarily cursed. Violet, in this tone, spoke to unreasonable children. Firstly, I have long known the details. You were examined and everyone carefully fixed. But they only drove their fingers in the air. Violet broke out in her hearts. Only. Dor transmitted and hugged it. Practically all magic consists of such only. I assure you, they considered the slightest details. But there is still very important secondly. He was silent, in flaming intrigue. Although much more excited, Violet snorted around the upholstery. There is no more spell. Doris finally persuaded to speak. His face shone with contentment. I would like him to once again emphasize the difference between unsighted people and wise magicians. They took it off you. The girl almost slid to the floor and, wide open her eyes, begged amazingly. How? The very hands that supposedly did nothing. I have talented guys. That is, nothing interferes with us? Violet was encouraged, and, embarrassed, hastily added, I mean in general, not today, so that more than once. I remember, you did not want children. And if we... She did not finish, and glanced at Doru's face. How long will it take for Violet to learn to read the answers? Now she was worried if she would be interesting to her beloved after a couple of joined nights. Once I'm not satisfied with. Children, of course, are nothing good, squeaky, stupid, always confused under my feet, but give birth, as long as you want. I no longer consider you a dowry hunter. Word playfully concluded Dor, you have no chance to avoid my post. Violet did not believe her ears. The master of the secret guard flirted with her? Incredibly. However, Dor's sparkling eyes, a mischievous smirk lurking in the corners of his lips, left no doubt. Ilir is too presumptuous. However, Violet was not going to give up so quickly to the mercy of the winner. She will not cross the doorstep of the bedroom until she hears the cherished words. Not at all the offer of her hand and heart, with which the girl could wait perfectly, but a simple expression of feelings. Nothing, Dor assured without a shadow of doubt, and, before she managed to evade, covered her lips with a kiss. Like that, he nodded pretty much and pulled away. Now you can go to bed, the sun is village. I warn you in advance, you will have to be patient and humble that I will never become someone. And I don't need exes, just you. Violet lowered her eyes, and stole her palm to her lips. They were still burning, kept someone else's desire. Then we have a chance to get to the wedding, Dor encouraged. If I find the idea reasonable. Violet smiled pretty much. She will be able to bend the scales in her favor. When they crossed the threshold of the living room, the girl remembered another tormented question. Why did I behave so strangely on our night together? You didn't really explain. Because you fought man and succubus. And you won, Violet, otherwise I wouldn't fall in love with you. A warm wave ran through the girl's body. Smiling foolishly, she forgot about everything in the world. Cherished words sounded, the most important in her life. I hope, Violet jokingly threatened, slipping out of the hands of a gentleman with a yerky fish, today you will also win the Dark Magician. I don't want to upset you, but the dark magician will remain. Dor hid a smile in the corners of his lips. But he promises to do everything publicly according to the canons: bed, candles, champagne. You can only get a bed, the girl laughed. Former fears left with the last rays of sunset, she no longer doubted her favorite. Boring? There are still a dozen great places to do love that I'll introduce you to. But so be it, let's start with a bed. Do not expect mercy, Violet Reg, I will not allow. No, I'm tired or I have a headache. Scary you are a man? Violet laughed and jokingly awakened him. Dark magician, Dor corrected and pushed her in the back. Let's go, seducer. Today your focus with a corset will find a grateful viewer. Did the magician guess, taking Violet to the bedroom, that through this number of joined nights, he, Dor Lararine, Earl of Score, would firmly repeat in the face of dozens of fathered guests, "Yes, I agree," and modestly kisses the newly made wife. It is unlikely. But outside the window, while winter has come, until spring for a long 3 months, and before autumn for even more. But Violet appeared at the next imperial masquerade with her beloved person, and made a splash. For the first time, the master of the Dark Guard danced publicly with a woman. Only with one, but there were no others for him.